Okay. So again, let's then now fast forward to 1981. So you're this accomplished fighter jet pilot. 1981, or is it 1982?
82.
82 was a huge turning point, especially because of the Air Force.
Yeah.
Tell us what happened. Explain to people about that time. Imagine the people who would have no idea what happened then.
Yeah, 1982 August. Well, let's go back to the last week of July. 2 weeks actually. There was a military exercise where we act as in a war. And what happens is you have this brigade fighting this brigade, and then you have the Air Force. You are the enemy now. You have the Air Force now supporting now the friendly bit. Where I was in Wajir. So you're out there in the bush, now the tanks are rolling, you're there, and the air ground guys would control when the F5s come, say there's a target, 90 degrees left, 50 miles or whatever it is, using binoculars, or 10 miles. I was selected to be the air liaison officer for that exercise. Again, luck. So I was there as the air liaison officer, means I'm talking to the jets as they come, and I'm giving them target instructions. So they would come and act, come boo, and say they have destroyed or whatever. And I'll be guiding them and saying whether you missed target, you're left of target, or because we'd have the dummy things there, and they were meant to come and zoom past. So that's what I was doing. And I was there with, of course, you are with the Army. I'm the only Air Force guy there, or 2 or 3 of us. But I'm with the Army now, the Army who are fighting the enemy. Fighting the enemy.
Yes.
So we got back on the end of July 31st, the night before the coup. The coup was August 1. Flew back by helicopter to Nanyuki, and again, luck. When I got to base, we were tired, dusty, and I needed to return. You're given a weapon. I had my pistol. I needed to return the pistol. And with me was another friend of mine who we had also, he was on the other brigade as the air liaison officer for them. So we had flown back together. He lived at the base. I lived in the hotel. So we waited for the armory to open. He got fed up, said, I'll return this tomorrow. It was a Saturday. He said, I'll return it on Monday. I somehow waited until I returned the weapon, and thank God for that. Because when the coup happened, I would have been home with a gun. Now, my friend, just to sidetrack, simply because he had the gun, during the questioning, one of the things that was coming up, what were you doing with a gun? And he's saying, I had this in the bush, so why didn't you return it? The armory guy was not there. They could not, and then unfortunately he was from that tribe that majority had done the coup. So he had all kinds of things going against him. Anyway, that's just a sidetrack. So I give back the gun, go home.
What made you give back the gun despite the fact that the care wasn't opening?
We only carry guns when we are in the bush. Or during wartime, if you're going to war as a pilot in a fighter jet, you'd carry a gun which you'd put in your thing here. The reason being, should you be captured by the enemy, you have something to protect yourself. Should you eject, then you always carry a gun. But in day-to-day military, we don't carry guns, But we had a gun because now we are doing a war exercise, so everybody has a pistol.
So that's why you returned it. You're just I'm not carrying this thing to civilian as a civilian.
Yeah, you don't carry.
So then now what happens? So this is 31st.
Go home. So I'm with Gina. I go home, fast asleep, and she gets a call at 5 a.m. From a friend of ours, the wife of another pilot, Is CB there? I said, yeah, he's asleep. And she says that Dave was picked at 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. I said, why? I said, there's been a coup. I said, what do you mean a coup? So Gina woke me up and I got up and we're trying to figure out what's happening. Nobody quite knows. Then at about 6, just when daylight was coming, I heard the F5 zooming off. They came to Nairobi, 2 of them. Because they came and what the coup guys were trying to do, and they had armed them, because there was junior officers, is to come and bomb State House, bomb KBC. But the guys who came, they just did a few passes and went and dropped the bombs in Mount Kenya. So they came back, said, we have done it. Yeah, it was lucky. The whole thing could have changed very, very badly.
It's just that the people who are sent to do the job,
they were being under gunpoint by the junior soldiers, where you're going to fly. And they were sitting in the rear seat of the F5. So in the front seat, you see tandem.
Yeah.
Is a pilot. In the rear seat is this guy with a gun. So they just did some maneuvers, confused the guy, zoomed through Nairobi, went, dropped the bombs, came back and landed.
So, are you telling me that? Pardon, I'm trying to understand this. Are you telling me that somebody came and took hostage of?
What happened was they sent cars, Land Rovers, to all the pilots' houses. I lived in the hotel, so I did not live in a military house, because I lived with Gina in the hotel.
Yes.
We had a cottage there. But anybody who lived in a military house, which they had rented houses all over for married people, they went around collecting them. And then they did not collect me, because I used to drive myself.
Yeah.
Again.
Your story and this word luck.
I should write a book saying, one lucky guy.
So, and who are these people who collect them?
The coup was done by very junior officers. Actually, it was a corporal called Ochuka. He was a lead. So all his team were the same rank. They were corporals, senior privates. So they went to the armory and got guns, got in Land Rovers, and you're coming with us. So they went picking officers, and they went, if you read the story, that was Nanyuki. In Isli, they had gone all over town,
yes,
shooting in the air. They had sent a team to KBC.
Yes, I remember that.
They had gotten a famous gentleman called Leonard Mambo Botella, who was well known, to come and make an announcement, so it sounds genuine. Because if you hear a normal, genuine voice, like if today you hear Jeff Koinange,
exactly,
you say, that must be legit.
And please note, at this time, that is the only station.
Yes. So, although luckily, again, it lasted very, very few hours, because when the army came over and overpowered, the army moved in and now overpowered all the Air Force officers. So a few were killed, put in custody.
So when all of this is happening, you are at
But when I had the jets zoom, I got up, said I have to go. This is what I've been waiting for. There's action. And very luckily, Gina fought me off. I mean, she said, you're not going.
So it was tough. It was really,
when you say Nyanyuki
really
was very central, because the Air Force.
Yes,
the Air Force.
Yeah, and so I got this call from a friend of mine, a major's wife, major in the Air Force, who said, "Hey, where's Chris?" I said, "He's here," and she said, "Oh, because Dave, who was her husband, has just been picked up. There's a coup." And I'm like, "What?" And she said, "Yeah, there's been a coup." And I tell Chris, I'm like, "Chris, this is what's happened." He's, "Oh, good, I need to get my uniform." And I'm like, "To go where?" I'm like, "Huh?" He's like, "Well, I mean, of course, he wanted to be where the action was." And, him and I had like this big argument, like, "No, you can't go." And thank God he didn't go, because he would have been in jail. But then there was just sort of my mum and I in a very different environment, because Nanyuki, there was obviously curfew. There was a lot that was going on. A very good friend of ours showed up at the gate the night of the coup, having been shot and beaten up. You couldn't get doctors, so there was my mum and I cleaning this man. I mean, there was just a lot. There was a lot going on.
She said, "You're not going." So she blocked the door. We had a tussle.
Yeah.
Eventually, then information started coming from about 8 or 9 that the army have moved in. They are rounding up all the Air Force officers, wherever they find them. So now we laid low.
Okay.
Again, because I was not in military housing, nobody knew where I was. So we just sat there. It was a Sunday, I remember. We sat there the whole day now getting information. Some few dead. Nanyuki is in Nairobi, a lot of dead. Windows broken. This has happened. So when the army moved in, again, the first place they went to was KBC. And now they've got the proper information. Said, we keep calm, everybody go home. We have taken care of the situation. The coup has been suppressed. And if you remember, they sent a team to go pick Moi. Moi was in Kabarak. Brought him under armed guard now to Kabarak, his house here. To now, he came by road to now command things from here. So it was a very messy day, very messy few days after.
In fact, so now I'm wondering now about you, because people must be wondering, where is this guy?
Now, in that evening, another friend of mine who had been in Nyeri, a pilot like me, fighter pilot, he came he somehow maneuvered through all the roadblocks, and he came and joined me. So we sat there wondering, now what do we do?
And what about your other pal who had come with a gun? He was also there with you?
No.
Or he had gone somewhere else?
The pilots who were picked were now at the Air Force base.
No, but remember the guy who you said had a gun, when both of you came and tried to return your guns? So
no, he was at the base. Yeah, he was at the base. I
Okay.
was in town.
Okay.
He was in Nanyuki Air Force Base then.
So he was one people
He was rounded up.
Okay, so your friend now comes and
Yeah, now he joins me. Now we are wondering what to do. Try to get as much information as we can. So we decided we'll just sleep and report tomorrow. So in the morning, that was Monday morning, we got on the phone and we called the base and said, we are here, what do you want us to do? So they told us, stay there, we are sending a car.
Oh.
So they sent a Land Rover. So me and my friend got on board, and then this gentleman got on the radio and said, 2 others have surrendered. So I tapped him and said, what are you talking about? He just ignored me. Afande, 2 more surrendered.
African Heritage, Kwaheri Bye Bye, closes about 1985 that you said.
Yes.
What happens next?
That's interesting because coming back to settling down in Nairobi in 1983 thereabouts, I also got into music for advertising. That's when I really got into starting to produce, and I would do some with the band, but I'd do a lot on my own, and so that became my mainstay.
Okay, let's talk about that. Became what was providing for you.
Yeah. I should mention also that when I did come back in 1983, get a job, So I worked in the treasury for 2 years while African Heritage was, kind of like a side hustle. Yeah, that's yeah.
That's crazy. Let's talk about this advertising side, because a lot of people may not know, but you've been extremely fundamental in shaping that. How did it start? This is the agency life now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Before I left to go to India, I had been asked to play piano on a piece. It was for some hair product in a studio. That actually was, And I said, hey, this is interesting. And so when I was exposed to a little bit of that in India, I came back and I said, how else can I make money? And I
also, this happened in India where you asked to play for.
No, here in Kenya.
Oh, here in Kenya.
Before
Okay.
And then in India, I looked at some studios and things like that. And so coming back, our side hustle, or my side hustle, apart from African Heritage and the Ministry of Finance, was doing commercials. Composing commercials. By then, music technology had started, MIDI and computerized, whatever. So it became a little easier going along.
For those who may not understand, I mean, of course I understand it because as a musician, but explain the difference between pre-MIDI and MIDI. What does that mean from a production perspective?
Yeah, MIDI literally stands for Music Instrument Digital Interface. It was a protocol invented by computer manufacturers that allowed electric keyboards to address appropriate software that enabled you to basically do tapeless recording on the computer. In fact, in the late 70s, people would say tapeless recording is impossible because the processing power doesn't exist.
So it means pre-MIDI, you actually in the studio performed the whole song.
Yeah, we'd go in and perform the whole song or perform the whole
That's
commercial.
the only way to record it, to capture it.
Yeah, a lot of the commercials and all of the songs we did was just live capture. Everything was live capture.
So now MIDI allowed you now to create it in parts.
Yes, you could do that in parts in the studio and splice tapes, which a lot of, especially 70s rock artists did. Literally splicing, like they do film, before film went digital. There's something about a good live rendition that is organic because there's an interplay based on what you've learned, but based on what you bring to it at that given time. And what you find with a lot of, or you would find with a lot of computer-based production is that it could be mechanical. Unless you have the capacity to use the software not as an idol but as a tool, you lose the organic nature.
Sometimes MIDI can be too perfect.
It can be too perfect.
Yeah,
and yes, I went into that. That's perfect. The beat is slightly off. At some point I said, you know what? I'm going to limit myself to 4, 5, 6 tracks and I'm just going to play. If there's a fluff note, it's a fluff note. If the job description requires a robotic type of mechanic, choreographed thing to strict edits, I'll hit the edit points, but I'm not going to let ebb and flow. Especially if it's my own compositions. It depends on what you're doing. If it's a film score, it just depends on what is required.
Okay, so who then, in terms of this agency or commercial world, who do you connect with?
I connected with someone who was ahead of me in Lenana School, Sam Madoka. He was an executive in an ad agency, and I can't remember how we connected, but he was working for McCann Erickson, an international agency that has offices here. And my first ads were through McCann Erickson. They eventually got to know some of the other agencies, like MCL. Nowadays it's called MCL Saatchi, I don't know, because they're affiliated with somebody, and Scan Ad at the time. Now it's called Scan Group. Yeah, that's quite a success story.
Yes,
Yeah.
that we're getting to right now.
He started in about 4 or 5 rooms in an office block somewhere, and now it's a huge thing.
Bharat.
Yeah, quite something. Amazing.
Okay,
Amazing.
so do you start? I mean, 85 has come. African Heritage has closed, has ended. Do you actually go and start working as a producer at
Freelance.
or freelance?
Freelance,
Okay, so different people would call
Yeah,
you.
would call and say, look, we've got to do this for that. Can you do this for that?
So have you got a studio setup of your own?
In an informal sort of way, yes. But by that time, I didn't. This suddenly reminds me. I did get into a studio in the mid-70s when I was in Form 4. There was a studio at Valley Road Church. Nairobi, what do they call it now? CTAM,
Yes.
Valley Road. A Swedish engineer called Carl Anderson. And I don't remember how I discovered that studio. An aunt of mine introduced me to that studio and said, just record some of your music. And I recorded little things and put a cassette there, and I forgot about that. That was when I was in Form 4 or Form, whatever.
And so it was like your own instrumentals?
Yeah, I don't even know I don't even know if it still exists. And I went into the studio with Ayub on drums and Suzanne and some of her friends on BGV on 1 or 2 songs. I remember that. Anyway.
So you're saying BGV, who was lead?
No, there were 2 songs. It was instrumentals.
Okay,
but there were
so
2 songs. Ayub sang on them. And Suzanne and some of her friends were BGVs.
Oh.
Yeah. And anyway, when I got back and the African Heritage thing was happening, I remembered that studio. And that's where we recorded our music, the African Heritage music. And so when I got into the commercial thing, I did a lot there. Carl really mentored me in understanding more about studio process and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
All that time, there are no computers or anything. Everything's going real time. We'd walk in and you have to do a 30-second thing. And you take 1, you're on 29, take 2, you're on 32, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Okay, so where does the story go on from here?
Advertising became the mainstay of my sustenance.
Mm-hmm.
Just all kinds of commercials, a couple of short film soundtracks and things like that. Because now I'm solo. But here I am, sitting in at that time I was single, sitting in my bedsitter, in my room and looking at life and saying, wait a minute, I've been there, I've done that. I've been loaded, I've been bust like a rat. I've done the church thing, I've done the pop thing. What's life all about? These significant questions that everyone should ask themselves at different parts of their lives. I've been out there, I've done plays for Christian groups, and everyone knows the story of their lives. And I said, what do I really want? And I was sitting in a place where everything had gone bust, even the work I was doing. I said, you know what? I've tried so many things. I think it's time to try God. Alone in my room, I don't know what time of the night it was. I said, look, God, I want to work for you. I don't remember what words I used. I want to be a disciple. I want to do something. I want to be something that makes a difference in the lives of people. It hasn't worked with pop music. It hasn't worked with whatever. It hasn't worked with studying. Transform me first, change me first, save me first. Because yes, by that time, exposure to Christian Union in high school, exposure to so many forums. You know the story. You know the story about committing your life. You move on. You move on. For some people, it happens as a child. For some, they have to go through stuff. I had to go through stuff. And say, you know what? I want something constant. I want somebody constant. I want to be constant. And I want to be able to provoke people to be constant. Save me first. And that's when I accepted Christ.
What year was this?
This was, where am I? 1985, late 85, coming into 86. Interestingly, by this time, I had renewed my acquaintance with, there was a group of musicians who had come in from Uganda just before I went to India. Gospel musicians. Because that's the other thing. Even before I went to India, I did a few things with a gospel group. Based in Nairobi Baptist Church. And these people came in from Uganda, and they were incredibly talented. And one of them was a brother to, I think you know Kwame Rubadiri.
Yes.
And they asked me to play organ for them and things like that, and it was quite something. I was introduced to them by a family friend called Catherine Bathi, who really, she was a gospel type of singer, and she really inspired young people and things like that. They were called the Revivals from Uganda, and I was moonlighting with this group called the Trekkers from Nairobi University, and it was those kind of heart experiences that came back to my mind now in the 80s. And I said, this is what I want. And eventually, you know, I joined a gospel group of who Kwame was one of the leaders, and a few other people I had known in the past, you know, just from basic circles or school circles and things like that. And one person who I had never known, who was then to become my wife, was in that group. Now, that wasn't the plan, but you know, she was there. I found her there, you know. And with this group, we did quite a few things, you know, college fellowships, college forums, a few churches. Reverend Dennis White had just set up CTAM Valley Road, the current structure, and he really encouraged us a lot. At that time, we would lead worship and forums and things like that. We'd go around with large fellowships, like Pan-African Christian Women's Association would have fellowships, and we would lead worship there. We would open for acts like Silver Convention, and you know, help out with sound for artists like the late Jesse Dixon. He was an African-American gospel singer. You know, it was a very interesting time for me, because here I was asking God, and suddenly I'm sunk into this whole thing, a raw believer, so to speak. But it was really, really, I think it was really good for me. It helped me to fill in spaces and blanks and gaps.
So you sort of went into this like almost full time, or you're still doing? Of course. I'm
still doing advertising.
You still got you've got the advertising that needs to feed you.
But this was my vocation. This was my passion. Yeah.
Okay, I just need to ask it because I've sat down with the man. At this time, have you bumped into Pete Odera?
Pete Odera, I bumped into, I think, briefly in the African Heritage time, very briefly. I think there's a time a lot of young people he was around had come there. He would give you more details. I don't even remember if he had been there. Including a gentleman I should mention called Eric Ajuoga. He was a very talented young bassist. I think he was Kenya's first Berkeley student.
Whoa.
He's still in the US, you know, teaching music and all of that kind of stuff. When do I distinctly remember meeting Pete?
Anyways, so these guys are doing their thing. They're unreachable. I'm broke, and they're unreachable. But Mildred just holds my hand, almost literally, and says, let's go and have tea or coffee. So we talk, you know, I'm doing my drawings, everything. So I'm carrying my paintings. In my heart, I want to be a musician, but my hands are doing this art thing. And so I draw, you know, some portraits and stuff. So she says, let's go to African Heritage. We're there, we talk. And as we're going in and coming out, she meets Jack, who they know. She says, oh, this is my friend Pisa. And so here I am with Supermodel, and I faint because I've met my hero, Jack Odongo. And I say, oh my God, I'm tongue-tied, what am I gonna do? And I want to tell him, dude, you gotta hear my music. I don't have a single recording, I have nothing because I've never been to a studio in my life. I don't know what to do. Oh goodness, what am I gonna do? I don't know what to say. And he looks at the paintings and says, keep it up, and walks away. And I say in my heart, no, come back, I can sing.
Getting saved and getting to meet who would become my wife, the two of us felt that we need to be grounded in a church. And we discovered what is now called the International Christian Center. It was a small fellowship at that time meeting in the French Cultural Center auditorium.
In the French Cultural Center?
Auditorium, yes.
What?
Small, there were not more than 100 20 people, 100 people, a lot of expatriates. Apparently the Assemblies of God institution has churches all over East Africa. But this church was specifically to cater for the missionaries.
ICC now.
Yes, at that time.
Yes, that time.
And so it was just about 50% missionaries and 50% Kenyans at the time. Under a pastor under who we actually got married, who became like parents to us. Incredible. He's now in the States. His wife passed on not too long ago. If I ever had adult parents, it was them. I was new in the faith, and my wife and I really grew. We spent about 7 years in that church. He entrusted us with the worship ministry, encouraged us. I discovered at that time my wife was also a composer and a writer, and so we wrote musicals, Christmas musicals, Easter musicals for about 7 years. In that process, we met people like Peter Odera, who actually took part in one of them. Yes, I remember that. Yeah, Pete was in a group based in Baptist Church called Triumph. Younger people, they were excellent. They were really good. Some of the members are now in the States, some are back here. That was my real encounter with Pete, in that time when we were in the ICC, because the church had a policy of allowing us to do musicals and calling people in from, young people from whichever churches. It was quite a time. A time of growth spiritually, and in terms of life focus and putting perspective to what is wealth, what is heritage, what is inheritance, what is the use of it all, so to speak, quote unquote. Do
you remember recording his first album?
Oh gosh, yeah. I think he called the album Say Yes. Yeah, you're reminding me.
So I got it in my head that I should leave my band and record a solo project. And so I said, guys, it's been real. It's not that I hate you.
I just need to do me.
It's not you.
It's me.
It's me. And so I went to Jack and I said, Jack, can you produce my first project? And I don't even know what ended. I had no money to do this project. And so he told me what it would cost. So the entire project was supposed to cost, album and everything, stuff he was gonna help me, was gonna cost me 10K. That was like, he's like doing me a favor. There's 10 songs, 8 songs or whatever, it's gonna cost you 10K plus masters. I said, wow. Okay, you need to understand, it's not master CDs, it's master tape.
Yes.
A chrome tape that I could go
And make copies.
and make copy chrome tapes, make copy tapes from there. I learned the entire process from working with Jack Odongo. So there I was, and he said, okay, I'll do it. Take a chance on this kid who knows nothing.
It's like 91.
1990.
Oh, we're still in 1990, yeah?
That was, I was just building up to the 1990. So we started work on this project. We did the preliminary beats and stuff with my friend John Menya, who had the one with the synthesizer and stuff. So we do the preliminary beats, program the sequencer, and then go to Jack's and dump, do a MIDI dump, and now start recording on the first 8-track recorder that I'd ever worked with. So my first album had 8 tracks. 8 tracks. 2 tracks for the audio, 3 tracks for vocals. So that's 5 tracks taken, and then keys on maybe tracks 6 or 7, and 1 for a click. So it was like 7. What you hear on the actual recording, I can't even bear to listen to it anymore, is 7 tracks and a click track that was muted. And then we do overdubs, do some punch-ins and mix that down, and then dub it back into the actual recording.
Yes.
And then mix it, and then we had a recording.
This was in that season. By that time, I had managed to put together a little 4-track studio, still doing commercials, and trying to record my wife and my music and different artists. Did quite a few albums on that. No computers. It was interesting.
Who are some of the people you worked with in that season?
Oh,
Can you remember?
Gosh, you mean in advertising or in music?
In music.
Oh my gosh, Ruben Kigame. That was his first album, I think. Beautiful songs. He was in KU at the time, and he had a quartet, 2 ladies and 2 guys who had the most exquisite harmonies with their whole album. Now I remember.
For Ruben.
Yeah, Ruben. Yeah, that's when I first met Ruben. Yeah.
You later went on. I actually spoke with Ruben, and he told me you even played at his wedding.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just to throw that in.
Yeah, it goes. Yeah, Ruben. What an incredible musician, incredible mind.
Okay, so I'm trying to get some context here. So now you've set up this small studio where you're able to work. You're getting involved in church. At this time, currently, I see they're not even at Ufungamana House at this time.
No. They were at the French Cultural.
I didn't even know that they started there. French Cultural Center. Okay, so let me just paint some context here. So you've got this setup that you've got. You've got this ICC worship that you're doing. You're finding God. Let me ask though about some of the ads that you've done at this time. Let's talk a little bit more about the commercials, because what was being played on TV was being done by you. In fact, when I interviewed Peter Dera, he said he came to you because of what he had seen on TV.
Oh.
An ad, I think it was, I don't know what you.
Well, I wasn't the front man. I was in the back.
Yeah, but you were the one making the music.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember. Oh gosh, which clients, is that what you're asking?
Yes. Who are some of the projects that you worked on?
All of this was done through ad agencies, but clients like Robilac Paints, McLean's toothpaste. Oh gosh, Crown Paints.
Tin, 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 tin. Was that you?
Crown Paints?
Yeah. That's when I was a kid. I remember that ad.
There were so many Colgate. There was.
It was
McLean's,
Crown Paints.
There was medical products like Andrew's Liver Salt, Hair Glow. I mean, there were just so many.
Turn on the stove, cut the sachet, pour it in, gonna make my day. That smell, it excites me, that taste, it delights me. When I pour
and they were working on the tail end of the Princess Patra ad. Princess Patra ad was like this ad was like something you've never heard.
Princess Patra lets your beauty talk.
It was so cool that they actually did 33 RPM, pressed the 33 RPM that they actually sold or gave to their clients.
What?
It was an amazing ad. The song basically went, Princess Patra, let your beauty talk for you. And the ad had this girl who was dancing in a club with the lights and everything. So it was a really cool thing with Simon drums. It was so cool.
It was a boom time for advertising, I think.
It was, huh?
And the creative directors at the time were really interested in getting things out there, either for radio or TV. And the genres were whether for national service, general service, which is English, Swahili, or for TV. In that time, I met Andrew White, a creative director who is still here.
Yep.
He was one of the most creative. He was crazy. He'd walk into a boardroom with shoes, no socks, jeans, and play his guitar. And he was a guitarist. So we would write or co-compose a lot of commercials, and it was quite an experience because he was very seasoned in that area, and writing in that genre or for that type of product market was very specific,
Yeah.
It's not about the artist, it's about the product.
Yep.
Unless it's an artist endorsement, you see. And, I know that in that season also, recording a few gospel artists like Reuben Kigame, the late Achieng Abura, she was a gospel artist that time. And, I'm trying to remember different groups, Youth for Christ.
Okay. Did you ever meet up with Bharat?
Thakra?
Yes.
Yes. In fact, Andrew White was his first, no, I can't remember. But I met Bharat shortly after he must have started ScanAd. It was called ScanAd at the time. And he really encouraged me a lot. He used to say, just invest, get this amount of money, invest, put a studio together. And I would think that amount of money is crazy. And we churned out a whole lot of ads. He was a go-getter. He was, he'd say, if I listen and I'm not interested in this piece after 10 seconds, it's not the one. Go and do it again. He was crazy, but it really pushed to get the exact brief and to get things going. He was really innovative. He didn't like to waste time. It was about product, endorsement, client satisfaction, I can see why he is where he is. He was very challenging. I found him very challenging in the sense that, boy, you better have your A game on.
All the time.
Yeah, he doesn't want stories, your A game.
So that was, okay. So what now period are we talking about? You've gotten saved, you're now...
Well, this advertising thing started from around, almost literally from 83 with the African Heritage, when I was with them, going on right through that time. Yes, now I remember I did meet Andrew White, I think in 84 or 5 when he first came to Kenya. He was not with Scan Group at the time. He came in as this creative director who was so informal, so brilliant, so casual, but so spot on. And we did a lot of great stuff for Bata, Marie Claire, all kinds of things. Yeah.
Okay, so you've made this. I want us to sort of plug now into the church, and just understand where it goes, because you've made this commitment. God, use me. I want to work for you. You've got all this skill and training, and so now where does that story go? Well, first of all, in fact, how is the church seen at this time? You see, what churches exist, what churches are there, where are people going to church?
So for me, manzi, I think the first 1 year ndio nizoe vizuri. Ilikuwa depression. Then the second year nikachaguliwa entertainment prefect.
But you see, for you to be chaguliwa in the second year, it means in the first year uliingia drama fest, uliingia something.
Tulikuwa na a very beautiful. Now nashinda nikisema beautiful because it's beautiful. Vile niliingia shule. So here we are. There is no much of church. So you're doing school. Nilikuwa na sintajera. You uko hapo. Umefungiwa hapo. So you just have to make the best out of that situation. So zile watu walikuwa wanafanya ni extracurricular. Ulienda na hockey stick na table tennis na hautawezi tumia. Sasa hawezi cheza. The only thing that I could do ni music festival. Drama shule yetu haikuwa.
Okay.
So primary school, secondary school, no drama. But music festival is where it was at. Nilikuwa nafanya public speaking. I used to do public speaking. Because sasa huko Naro nawatisha na kizungu kidogo. Let's talk about corruption. You see now in our country, how can we finish corruption? Anyone? Thank you. I have an idea. Public speaking. I was okay. Until munapita zonos, munaingia provincials, munapatana na Mangu, na Alliance. Alliance girls wanakuja wanakupigia hapo public speaking. Wanaanza na anthropology. Sasa, you don't stand a chance. You know, so music fest was my kind of thing. Nikaingia kuimba, folk songs, public speaking. All this nilifanya kutoka form 1 up to form 4.
Nice.
And wase walikuwa wanajua Timo there was a time hata nilienda public speaking peke yangu with the whole bus. Tumeenda
wewe pekee? It's
mimi na mwalimu tunapeleka, yani unacheki vile Friday kila nini, I don't know the school you went to, but in our school kila Friday mlikuwa mnasomea brief za hiyo wiki. Journalism club wanakuja wanasema, and today this week we are pleased to note that we took one of us to ABCD. One of us ni nani?
Wewe.
Kidole. Nimeenda pale manzepa, although tuligongwa, but I was happy. Nimefika Gandu Girls. Gandu Girls is our alliance huko Murang'a South. Gandu Girls ni wale watu mnawauliza nyinyi mnamkaga saa ngapi?
Unachukua notes.
So it was hard to adapt.
And hapa you stayed in the same place. So did you begin now to form relationships with people? Unajua hii time yote tujasikia ukisema my friends.
So for me, now I do explain. The way we've grown up at home, we've really grown up bila a lot of nimeenda kucheza na akina nani. Because my mom used to discourage that because alikuwa anasema tuna tabia mbaya. Na kama tunaenda kucheza anafaa kujua ni akina nani. Kuna watoto hayaezi approve because they are known for misdemeanor and misbehavior. So growing up we're just me and my bro. Tunacheza. If tutaenda nje ni madhe amekubalisha. Mmeosha vyombo mmefanya haya, and then dakika 10 mnaenda mnacheza mnarudi. So that was our kind of life. Then it didn't make things better that we used to live
mnaenda hapa.
But we used to live in a church compound. So in a church compound there's no a lot of people, there are no kids that you wanacheza huko. It's only you. Get your church kifungwa ni hivyo. So it didn't help.
Okay.
So you grow up very independent. Even to date, I can tell you I have like 4 friends. I'd lie to you nikwambia siko home ndio usikamu. Because I just want my space.
I get.
I'm so introverted. Vile circumstances hizi na nibidi ni jumuike na wasee.
Na tutafika hapo because that's insane. The way you're so famous, I can imagine everywhere you go hata kuingia hapa. People know you automatically. That's very different from who you are talking about growing up as.
Growing up, exactly. So in terms of relationships in school, I had a girlfriend. And alikuwa mpoa. That was my first girlfriend in form 2. It was beautiful. Anyway.
Beautiful.
But yeye alifanya nikaanguka. Niliingia na 371. Nilitoka huko na C- yangu baridi.
Was your dad upset?
No.
Oh, you wasn't, eh?
It was like, it's your life.
I love that.
I've given you
the best.
all I can. And my dad kitu mpenda na yeye, he used to take me to the bank. Ananiambia unaona nimejibakishia nini? There's a time alijibakishia 108 shillings.
Anakuonesha tu.
Ananiambia you see nimejibakishia bila kitu. Nimelipa school fees so that you go and learn. For him, he was not for pressure ati enda usome. He was like I've done my part.
Best. Yes.
I've done my part. And from huko mbali pale tukiwa kwa ile nyumba ya mbao, he used to tell me, unaona mimi sikuridhi shamba. So don't expect anything from me. So he used to be
your dad was
alikuwa anakuambia me have done my part. I've paid school fees. Sijawahi kuziwa school fees. There's a time my dad was not paid for 2 years. But sikuwahi even one day go home because of actually nilikuwa natamani kwenda home. Wachiki vile sekosa kufukuzwa school fees, nilikuwa natamani kufukuzwa school fees. Sikuwahi. My dad used to pay in advance. Even to date kila kitu yake imepangwa. He used to pay in advance. Sijawahi kuziwa school fees. Na hata mimi leo I think naweza sikia uchungu sana mtoto wangu akifukuzwa school fees. Because even my dad in the lowest of lowest, we've never been fukuzwa home for school fees. Ati tunasoma Timothy Kimani, no. if anything tulikuwa nasoma wale wamelipa. There's a school Mount Narok, a lot of them hawakuwa well up. So what used to happen is
Majority of the school wanaenda home.
so tulikuwa nasoma wenye wamelipa. Timothy Kimani, Simon Ndegwa, wengine and then you. So
and I love the fact that your dad that shows me your relationship with your dad. Paka na kuonesha bank account.
Anaambia sijabaki na kitu. Tumebaki tukisafa, enda usome. So for me when I got my C- yangu yenye ninaipenda, todore ule nitafanya nini? When I got it he was like, hiyo ndio umepata what do you want? Nikamwambia I don't want to repeat. Fine. Tusonge mbele. What else can you do? Nikamwambia nafikiria nilikuwa nataka kuwa pilot. But sasa kulingana na vile sasa hapa tumefika, haiwezi. So nikamwambia I think I can do journalism. Beautiful. And growing up my dad used to tell me, wewe hakuna kitu huwezi do. Wewe unaweza fanya vitu mob sana. Jumara anacheza drum kwa church. Kitu sikuambia kwa church in class 2. Ni mimi nilikuwa nacheza the bongo drums. Church kubwa. Do you know what it means for a kid to do something kwa church kubwa?
Confidence.
Mtoto anachezanga drum.
But also
our PCA church we had a traditional drum. It's called a rhythm drum. Na 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 do. It gives the rhythm. So I brought kulikuwa na bongo drums tule to choir.
The congos.
So ni congo kana bongo.
Yeah, the congas.
Hizo. So nikaanza kucheza. Todo elders wakasikia hivyo. Wakasema unaweza chezanga hizi kwa kanisa kubwa. I was like why not? Sasa church kubwa. Ayayaya. Inashika. Mpaka there's a time mpaka nikaletewa mtu wa picha nipigwe.
Yo.
So my dad was always wewe mimi sijui utaikuwa nini but you can do a lot of things. And hiyo kitu ilikuwa inanikeep. I'm like, do you know what it means for your dad to kukupatia
You're telling you're special, yeah.
Kukupatia hiyo affirmation kukuambia there's nothing you cannot do. Bro, hiyo kitu mimi kumbuka mpaka wa leo na hakuna kitu mimi huinitisha. Bro, nikiamua tunapitia hapa. Hata kama tutaruka juu tutapita. Cause in life our bodies they take what we give. Ukipatia pombe, that's why utapata mtu anakunywaga nini mzima crate mzima na halewi. Cause ameipatia na imehandle hiyo. Kuna mtu mwingine akichapa ka grass kamoja ni hivyo. Huyo aliokotwa huku akitukana mdosi wake. Because our bodies take what ila tunaipea. Look at the guys in the army, they push it. Mpaka mwili inazoea. Msichana kama huyu malali ako macho 5. Hivyo ndio amezoea. So and that's about hapa. So my dad used to keep ananiambia hakuna kitu nyinyi hamwezi kuwa. Unaona brother yako anafanya, unaona nini? So hiyo kitu ilikuwa inanichocha. So all along he didn't know what I'd become. So anything I chose to do, if it was in his whatever alikuwa anasababisha. Kama inaweza allow unataka nini? There's a time nilimwambia nataka kusoma habari nikiwa mdogo. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Bernard Otieno. So alikuwa ananiambia mnafanana. So nikamwambia naweza
taka. True by the way.
Kwanza nikivaa miwani, ananiambia mnafanana. So siku moja nikamwambia naweza soma news. Akaniambia uko serious? Kama haina shida. Kesho utasoma first reading kwa church. Bro. Again, do you know what it means mtoto kusoma
first reading?
Mpaka nikatoa joke, nikaambia watu Bwana asifiwe. Unajua kwa church zingine nikoza kwani mko na baridi? Allah. Watu walijua akanika nani?
And you're young.
Niko class juu 4. Nikasoma Biblia. Mzee akaniambia, unaweza kuwa nini? So by the time sasa tunakuja kusettle on journalism, but I was like, you know what? Mimi sijui utaikuwa nini. Kama that's what you want, go ahead. And akaniambia go look for a school. Bro, nilizunguka. Nikaenda university fulani private iko na huku sitaitaja. Bro, nikapatiwa tuition fee structure 110,000 na hujakula, hujarara, hujatravel, haujaoga. Hiyo ni tuition fee. Na unaniambia ndio maana tunaambia tusome. Hii si minor. Ndio maana tunaambia msome. I wanted to do Bachelor of Communication. Ikakataa bro. So I remember nikizunguka. I went to few different schools, unis, because I was like my friends manzi wameitwa. Unajua there is something that happens when all your friends wanafanyikiwa. Unasikia aliitwa UON. Huyu ameitwa JKUAT bro. Yani na unasikia school fees wanalipa 24k. Bro, aje. Mimi sikuchukuliwa, so that's why najitafutia. So one evening niko so depressed because now everything seems like it's not working. Remember, hii time nimeenda kutafuta kole is after nimeingia acting ya set books. After form 4, I did act set books I think for 1 year.
And where do you act this?
Where
is this acting in
I went after nimemaliza KCPE, nilimaliza on a Friday saa 2 nikaenda Kenya National Theatre. I was looking for auditions because remember the whole of high school siku act.
Okay, let me ask you. The reason it sounds like your mind and your body and your will was going towards this acting thing.
Yes, but for me it was for when I'm not doing something serious.
Oh, I get.
Juu saa hii nimemaliza seko, kabla nifanye kitu, my friends wanafanya driving and everything na computer studies. Like a computer. Before we do all that, why don't I do something else, which is acting? Kwa sababu in high school nilikuwa starved. I didn't act. I only did music.
Yeah.
So I was like, wacha tuingie tucheki. So
but sorry. Just this one. So zile uko high school high school lazima uko na holiday.
Yeah.
In holiday are you acting in church?
Yes. Ish because again we are at home. I'm at home only for 2 weeks and then we're back to tuition. Ile ilikuwa inaitwa tuition. Mnafunga alafu mnarudi kusoma.
Ulikuwa unafanya tuition?
Yes, mnarudi tuition. Mnafunga 1 week, mnaenda tuition, then mnafunga wiki ya mwisho. So it was disrupted. So I can't say really I was doing something meaningful.
Okay.
So I was very starved. So when I cleared, there is a teacher of mine, Kiswahili teacher alikuwa anaitwa Mr. Buragori. He was like, you dude, uko na talent. I'll give you a number of a guy mwenye atakusaidia in doing set books before you know what you want to do in your life. Before we to a uni or something. So that's where I started. So he directed me, but I tried to call the guy, the number, na ni mtu anajulikana. Nikamcall, akaniambia kwa sasa wewe tulia tu hivyo. Mimi manzi ukiniambia nitulie na nasikia kwenda. So Friday nimemaliza, nimempigia. Nothing. Saa 2 nilikuwa KNT.
Ulienda tu?
Akaniambia sasa unless uangalie, actually he told me unless uangalie Kenya National Theatre kama kuna kitu, for now sina kitu, which was very genuine. So saa 2 nikaomba madhe fare. Actually I had money I saved from
loaf.
Na si pesa nyingi, hata iko imefika thao. So I went.
And what year is this?
The year is 2009. That's when I did my KCSE.
You did, hold on, Jugush, Ebu rewind selector, come again. You did your KCSE in 2009.
Yes, no. Yes.
But I feel like you've been in the industry for 50 years. 2009.
Wanasema one day before God is 1000.
Okay. Let me stop. Let me then come back even before we go into this KNT. Yeah. That means umeona vitu kama Tidy High. So now you're seeing young Kenyans already acting.
Yes. That's when I said when now local TV ilipata boom.
At this time where uko high school.
But sasa muskia two story. Unajua cause kwetu again stima sio reliable, but all the same we used to watch. Actually in form 2 that's when my dad bought a colored TV. So I'm like, hey, kuna hii kitu inaitwa, and my dad actually told me one thing. Alikuwa anapenda Tidy High sana. So he told me ile sekunda kuona, cause by this time now by the time ina happen, my dad amejua napenda kuact, nimepatiwa awards mob. I have a lot of awards home za
kutoka chuo.
So tukiwatch Tahidi akaniambia ile sekunda kucheki kwa TV nita nice, halafu tukaendelea kuwatch. So I was like okay, tukaendelea sijui nini. So by the time namaliza form 4 hata sikumbuki hiyo story. So when I cleared na nikamwambia journalism, he was like isonge. That's why he didn't ataleta mambo moba tirudia nini, ningetaka ufanye engineering, no, songa. And he had seen us, mimi na my bro, he knows. Even there's a time in church, and my dad, I think this is something I'll always be happy about. He never shied away of saying things to us. Nakumbuka wakati mmoja alisimama kwa church akasema, hey, my kids are gifted. He said he feels he almost sheds tears when he looks at us with our gifts. So mzai wako akisema hivyo bro.
Yeah.
Unajua mabuda vile huwa ameficha. You know. So
That's powerful.
Yes.
That's affirmation on
101
steroids.
bro. Ukisikia hivyo wewe niambia siwezi fanya kitu.
But also it shows me that your dad, it's like you are ulikuwa incubator and your dad was the only one who was privy to this. You get? Nika your dad was seen, he was having a first hand seat to your greatness, even though you yourself ukujua.
Kabisa. Unajua haujuangi wewe, you just about life ni hiyo yenye unaona sai, but
Okay.
for him ametizama huko.
Turudi KNT.
Yeah.
So nenda hapo.
So nimeenda on a Saturday, I look at auditions, na on auditions mob, tukaamba turudi Monday kuna auditions, I go for auditions, I audition 6 auditions.
6.
I got one, that's the only audition nishaipata in my life, nishaipita. From then on, all the other auditions I did zilikuwa zinagonga inchi, hakuna hata moja nishaipigwa. Mpaka yani nilienda auditions mpaka there is a director for Spillworks, then nimeenda auditions zake mob mpaka ananiambia bro, we've seen what you can do and what you cannot do, we will call you when we need what you can do. Because I've done a lot of auditions, hakuna naenda kwa role ya mtu wa 25 na
Nothing.
you look 16. Sasa I'm 21. You know,
Your exterior body was not playing favor to your gifting.
Nilikuwa tu mpienga.
So which one did you get? Ulisema ulipata one?
Nilipata role ilikuwa ya set books. Ule jamaa aliangalia akaona tunaweza tu kuweka mahali. So later on I'd act. Nilikuwa star bro. I used to get standing ovation. Nachapa role, nachapatiwa role ya mzae, role ya nini, and I think that's
later
where,
on.
No, hapo tu kwa hiyo after your audition, because now what you do is you get into set books, mnapatiwa roles. Nilikuwa Zigu Kifo Kisimani, there's an old mzee in the river between, anaitwa Wajaki, Buda ya Shege. I was acting as an old man. So in all this, you get to interact with a lot of roles to be able to know what you're best at, what you can be able to perform. Like Njugush is a character from all that. Unapatiwa hii character unaua. So there's always that one character that you know. For every artist, there's always that character unajua
hii ni yako.
Hii nikipiga, no matter the situation, inaenda home. So I did for 8 months. Tunachapa show, mnachapa mashule, mnaenda.
And have you been paid?
Ideally we were supposed to be paid, but practically haikuwa inakama. I remember we rehearsed for a whole December. After I finished in November, nimemaliza my KCPE, we rehearsed for a whole December, and then we were told now come January, because school will resume, what's going to happen is we're going to go to Meru, uko, tuchape mashow, and you're going to be utarudisha do yako. From Nairobi to Kamulu, ilikuwa 100 bob. To and fro, it's 200. So every day, 200. A week, that's 1,000. Sina job. Ni madhe tu naambia madhe, na yeye madhe anaambia mzae, juu madhe ana job. So, and nikaenda, nikakopa, nikiwaambia hii ni kukopa, nitarudisha. For a whole month. January came, no calls, nothing. We were still going for rehearsal to Sirast. That's another month. Madhe, thou nne zingine zimeanguka, nothing. Tunaambia sasa February. Unajua sasa mashule wameanza sasa kuingia kwa vitabu sasa. February nothing, March nothing. Tuliitwa second term. Na second term tulichapa show. Hiyo show ndio ilinifungua macho. Tulichapa show moja, shule mob zimeitwa, mchapa show. Tukaokota pesa. Tunaziona tu zinaokotwa, alafu tunaambiwa
hatuna do.
Do hazikutoka. Director akatupatia kila mtu 500. Niko na deni ya dhao ngapi nyumbani? Kila mtu anapatiwa 500. Anaambiwa na hiyo nimpa. Kazi ya huyo jamaa ilikuwa kutufikisha Nairobi kutoka kwenye tumetoka kuperform. Kufika hapo kwenda nyumbani ni shauri yako. So already ni hesabia 100 imeisha, kwa hiyo ni kwenda home. Na 100 nyingine yenye nitarudi nayo siku ile tutaitwa tena. Yenye hatujui ni lini. Tuliitwa second term ikiisha. Same story. Tunaenda sijui tukalala wapi. Man, it was I was like, I love acting, but this is not what I want to do. Because for me, mutaka, and that's why nitakwambia why I quit my internship KBC. Mutaka kitu ina move. Tukikaa hivi like tukae, there's nothing you're doing. Ni kama mkiekewa exam, mnaenda kufanya exam, naambiwa put your books aside, mnatoa books nje. Alafu exam inakaa 2 hours haijaletwa. Iletwe bwana tumalizane nayo. Exactly. So here was tuna rehearse, niko home, hata si enjoy hii acting. juu na rehearse alafu naenda home, I'm not performing. So I was like I need something else.
Hold on, when you were performing, how was the reaction from the audience? Were you feeling like kweli niko na hii kitu, niko na hii gift? Because now you're going all over.
Bro, unajua kama kuna performance mpaka wa leo muupenda ni stage performance. Stage is gratification ni mara instant. Ukibot tunakwambia bro, nilikuwa nachapa show mpaka time ya inaitangwa nini ile curtain call, naambiwa baki nyuma. So kila mtu anasema I am flani, I was acting as I was flani, wakimalizika wako wapi Zigu? Sasa hiyo Zigu ni mimi. Natokea nduru bro, ile deafening. Juleo character nilikuwa nimeioa. Kuna time nimechapa show mpaka director anafaa kuanalia, ni mtoto wangu. Nilikuwa nachapa kama kaguka. Yeah, na hiyo by the way that role is what made me meet Abel. So hapa kwa setbook nilichapa role, ule director hakuwa ameona ikikam. So nikakumbuka tukiwa hizo maziara zetu za mzae za kutumatumwa, kuna mzae fulani alikuwa anatujenga, alikuwa anakuja kukula kwetu. Sasa alikuwa anapiga story. Tunabaki tukimuimitate. Na wake mani. So I did hiyo character ya Buddha ya Shege na that and that was it. Director aliisha. Like ananiangalia mpaka anajishika hivi, namwambia my son usijifunike, kama utacheka cheka. It was so inaingia. But I messed. There's a time I messed and I didn't mess because of my doing. Ule jamaa alikuwa anachapa main role ya Dr. Stockman. Dr. Stockman is it's a book in Enemy of the People. Can't remember who wrote it. Enemy of the People, Dr. Stockman. So there is this character Dr. Stockman. A whole chapter anaongea peke yake is a speech. So he's in four what tulikuwa tunazitaje, sio scene, kuna vile zilikuwa zinaitwa sijui kama ni chapters or something. He's in the whole book, he's the main. So this guy, something happened and he's a no show. Nimekuwa nikiambiwa cause director alikuwa na nini na mimi amekuwa akiniambia bro shika lines. Tulikuwa kila mtu alikuwa double cast wa character fulani. It was for security.
Yes.
In case msee afanyikiwe kitu kuna msee anaweza ipiga. Nani yako na hizo lines za Dr. Stockman?
Ni wewe.
Uzuri hiyo time yote yenye tulikuwa tunapachapa show mimi nilikuwa nashika lines zangu. Dr. Stockman and I tell the people of sijui what the birds are going to be clean. No. A whole paragraph, a whole page. It's a whole monologue. Nilikuwa nimeiva. The only problem is hiyo act 4 ilikuwa inaitwa act 4. It's a whole, I don't know, 10 pages of monologue. Nilikuwa nimeishika, but the only way ningeikumbuka ni ukinipatia line ya kwanza. So what do I do? Mimi ni smart bro. Mimi nikaandika karatasi. Act 1, Dr. Stockman, I hereby, mimi ukinipatia line ya kwanza, bro naenda nayo mpaka mwisho. Yeah, Dr. So juu ni speech si nimekubalisha kusoma karatasi. So nilikuwa naangalia line ya kwanza. Ile karatasi nikaeka kwa shati. Shati nikaeka backstage. Nyanga fulani imetoka huko haina costume, ikakuja inaangalia shati yenye haina mtu. Ikaona shati ya black. Huyu jamaa kwa show anaitwa Aslaksen. Aslaksen na Dr. Stockman hawakuwa wanakaribiana, walikuwa wanachukiana sana. Kasia ya mtu ilikuwa mpaka inachapa watu makofi stage ndio wasichana wacheke. Sasa ikaenda ikachukua hiyo shati yangu. So mimi niko backstage, watu wanaongoja Dr. Stockman, natafuta shati yangu sioni. Na bila hiyo shati hiyo akona ni nyasi. Bro, nilichungulia hivi backstage, naona kijamaa kimevaa shati yangu ya black. Nikaingia stage. Unajua nilikuwa nafaa kuingia na hii monologue. Juu Dr. Stockman alikuwa anaingia. And for the people sijui of nini. No. Na ilikuwa tamu kama unajua kile unasema. And they looked at me and said, yani watu wao walikuwa wanashindwa, "Guy, yani ameshika hizo lines zote." Do you know monologue? Na unaichapa na confidence. So ya kwanza nilikuwa na nikaingia nikachapa nikamaliza. Natafuta Dr. Aslaksen namwambia kuja. Anambia, "Don't call me doctor." I'm like, hiyo line hata haiko mahali. Najaribu kumkaribia, "Don't come near me." Ai bro.
Na kuna
wacha nichape line za kumaliza show. Must you know now ni nani? Ai!
Yosi lines.
Wanachapa. And he went, wananichapia hiyo bro. Ni kuenda sasa. So tulimaliza hiyo show wakinichapia lines.
No way.
And he went la. Na nyamaza wanajua nimepoteza. Come by la. Yani hiyo show bro ilikuwa iende chini. Saa zile tulimaliza, hiyo ilikuwa Loreto Kiambu wenye wanavanga I think red. Saa zile tulimaliza hiyo show. director akasema tumefurahia kama hapa and we are really sorry for what happened with Dr. Stockman. Our Dr. Stockman aligonjeka. So what we had in double cast, alishika hizo lines dakika ya mwisho. Basi alikuwa what?
Standing ovation.
Direct. I was like nimeunguza lakini show ilienda na ikaenda. So for me it was very interesting in terms of doing it professionally, so to speak.
So this you call it what, set piece?
No.
Set books, sorry.
Yeah.
Set books. Yeah. This was the first time now you are in a word professionally acting. Hata kama haukuwa na kulipa,
yes.
but you are with a team and going around.
Yes.
But hata nimesikia ukisema it was very clear that you stood out in that team.
Very. And also kitu siku kuambia ni shule when tunasoma hizi, because these are books I did in school. Dr. Stockman. I was the only Dr. Stockman in school. Mwalimu, si unajua shule vile tulikuwa tunasoma nini? Soma fikisha hapo next. Dr. Stockman haikuwa inaguzwa. Mrs. alikuwa anaitwa Mrs. nani? Mbona inanipotea? Hapana. Mrs. Shege. She was my English literature teacher. She used to say Dr. Stockman, I was called Dr. Stockman. She used to call me Dr. Stockman. Dr. Stockman? Now someone else to read as Laxon. Let's go Jombe, read as Laxon. Timothy to read Dr. Stockman. Now you see such a coincidence that even later on I came to do the same Dr. Stockman. So in all this nilikuwa na stand out somehow. Unajipata tu sijui kama ni kiherehere but unajipata tu in all, and I'm very sure if I were not acting right now, if I were not doing what I do right now, I'd be doing something else, and wherever I'll be bado ningestand out, because I think the virtues are the same. The kujiskuma,
passion,
the passion, the grit, because hizi zote zina.
Hebu tuongea juu hiyo grit. Umesema grit, na there's something that for me stood out so major in when you were explaining. You said what was that thing that made you keep coming back even for auditions na ukuzipata? You know that thing, what made you not quit?
It's
had you and just to add a follow-up question also on that, had you decided this is what I want to do with my life?
Up until sahi niko theater, I'm like, this is something I'd love, but I'd love for it to make sense. It's beautiful and everything, but I love for it to make sense, because now if I had a family, wangekuwa nakula nini hiyo time yote naenda rehearsal. And I used to see guys who have families, they are going through tukiwa hapo. Ananiambia manzi unaweza kuwa na 100 juu sasa narudi home na hakuna food. I was like, I want this, but I want it to make sense. So I'd look for something, I'd go and get hiyo masomo kidogo and do journalism, and probably, who knows, I'll end up. I used to look up to Lolani Kalu. Lolani Kalu, the kind of pieces he used to do on telly were not news. They were more art-based. Anapiga poem, anaenda anapata wasi sijui anafanya nini. When I look myself, then when I look at myself, I'd say, I want some Lolani Kalu-ish kind of
life, career.
Kind of journalism, so to speak. Because it's not really deep into... The government today has stolen and he's not into all that, but he's into art. So he's on telly anyway. So that's something I really nilikuwa nataka, but I needed to make it make sense. And the only way was being exposed and going to school and trying and seeing how this is gonna be. Right? So how I went to shule, I told you I went around nikaenda mashule. How I went to school is how I went to different how I went to college.
College,
it's also a different story, because now after nimeenda 8 months acting, I'm like, hii ni kali but hapana. So nikazunguka, my dad told me, see, you need now to get to school, because hata mimi mwenyewe sikuachia hapo. Sikuachia form 4. So why would you? Nikamwambia no, ndaenda.
Okay, Abel, tuendelee. Tumeweka hiyo lighting.
Correct.
Tumekuwa huku for like 3 hours.
Bas. Iko sawa.
Okay, so ulikuwa post election violence. Violence, KDF uko juu ya.
Uko juu ya miti bana na mishale. So we fought hapo for like 3 days. Nikajiuliza nini man? What are we doing? The people we are fighting for do not care about us. Hata hawatujui. Hawajui hata kama tuna exist. But mtu anatoka huko anataka kuja hapa kunikata na panga. Hiyo ni reasoning ya aina gani? So nikaanza kujipata naanza kufikiria sana historia.
So I was saying this, let me ask this question.
Yeah.
People are coming to kill you.
Yeah.
Sister alitoka nje kuangalia mali niko, akaekwa panga kwa shingo, aliyekewa hivi akiulizwa wewe ni tribe gani. Lucky for her alikuwa too scared kusema. Had she said that ya Mkamba, kwisha, hiyo imeisha. Juu kwa wanted list kulikuwa na Kambas na Kikuyus. Yeah, because what happened after election, the anomalies and what not, the head of the ECK, hiyo time haikuwa EBC, ilikuwa inaitwa ECK, Electoral Commission of Kenya, aliinua mikono akasema me I don't know who won. So Samuel Kivuitu alifanya Kambas waonekane tukiwa very shifty. Number 2, presidential candidate number 3, Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, ameona kuna ngori imehappen hapa, badala hata ajiondoe anasema ana side na mwenye ameshinda. So in that case Kibaki,
Yes.
it was clear maze Obako alikuwa amecheza rafu hiyo election. Very clear. So for Kalonzo to do that, maze hiyo ni nini unafanya? So Kambas public enemy number
2
after Kikuyus, sababu Kikuyus ndio
wameiba.
election. So ulikuwa ukionekana tu wewe ni Mkamba ama Mkikuyu, mambo yako inaishi hapo. So ili save my sister the fact that she was too scared to speak. Akaambiwa rudi kwa nyumba mbio sana, akarudi. Sisi karibu tudedi huko tukikam juu alikuwa anatoka kututafuta. Sisi tumetoka Adam Saked kubai shopping juu kutaharibika. So unajua vile Kenyans kukiwa na noma mna stack. Mnapiga hapo ma stalking kibao.
And let me ask you, were these your friends?
When you wanna come. So there are people we knew from huko. Hatukuwa tunaongeleshana sana, ni wa hii Kibera huku chini nini, but we knew them. Tukienda malapu huko tunaonana, but si ati we had a rapport or anything, but we knew them.
There's no drama, there's no beef, we knew each other. We're all from the same hood.
Tukienda lapu zetu Gatwekera huko Kisumu ndogo, tunapitaga tu huko tunaonga. As in, okay, hata kama tutaongea but namjua, si boy shona viatu hapa kwa reli. As in tunajuana. As in after point anakama anataka kuku yo. Sasa hiyo anakuua juu ya mtu hata ajali. Rao was MP in Kibera for how long? Najua maybe nitapigwa mawe hapa, but let's say it as it is. Rao was MP Kibera for almost 2 decades. Hakuna kitu ya maana umsali tufanyia. Mungu mbaya. Hakuna same na Gatondo. Usifikiria watu wa Ishaweri kuna kitu ya maana wamefanyiwa. Hakuna. Nothing. Na ati mtu anatoka nje kwenda kupigana ama kutukana na juu ya yani Kenyans. Mkajua vile tunabebwa ndogo hapa nje. Hata hamwezi kuwa mna. So hiyo kitu ilinibo deadly, nikasema sasa content yangu nitakuwa nahakikisha tunadunga watu kidogo tu. Kidogo tu. Very calmly, tunacheka sana kwa kipindi yetu, lakini kama ni mjanja utaelewa. In fact tukaanza kukutana na OJ tena. So sasa ya to shoot, the country is fighting, so works imesimama. So tulikuwa tunatembea juu hata matatu wazioperate. Mimi natembea kutoka Kibera mpaka South Sea. Uzuri kina Philip walikuwa shatoka Dandora wamekaa Mkuishi Ngara, so kwake ilikuwa rahisi. Anatembea kutoka Ngara mpaka South Sea. Juu mama OJ, she's a retired I think CID officer. Alikuwa based South Sea, kuna nini ya CID iko huko. So tulikuwa tunaendaga huko, tunakaa chini, tunaongea tu ideas. In fact, Philip Productions ilikuwa inafaa kukua Abel Mutua, Philip Karanja na Dennis Mugo. I don't know where we lost him, somewhere on the way. Alikuwa anafaa kuwa hapa. So tukibonga tu hizo manini, one day tumetulia hapo nje tunajinais, akaniambia hata kuna dema na kama hivi anataka nimsaidie na kakitu. Dennis is another polymath. Brilliant actor, ideas akonazo kibao, and the guy can write music.
What?
Yes. Anatucho kuna dem rafiki yake anakam, wakae chini sijui amsaidie kuandika nini juu dem ameingia mziki kidogo na ameangukia a song na a big artist. Turns out this big artist ni Jaguar. So sisi tuko hapo tunapiga story na Dennis Bugo, this fly chick comes. Toto si toto. Mazen, so tunasalimiana hapo, ni aje nini? Mimi naitwa Abel, mimi naitwa Philo. Tuambie mimi naitwa Judith. Nyambura.
Gown.
I'm real guy. Toto si toto. So maze tunamit Avril for the first time maze. naona wakiongea na Deno hapo. So turns out Dennis pia na Avril wanatoka mtaa the same Nakuru. Iko time Dennis ameishi Nakuru sana na Avril ni wa huko.
Yeah.
So naona Dennis ako plugged in man. Unajua mpaka na watu wanajuana na kina Jagwa. Hesh, iko tu sawa. So wanaongea music nini. Inanige nostalgia ya ile muziki ya ufala nilikuwa naandikaga nikiwa seko. So wakafanya mambo yao na I think Avril akaenda, and if I'm not wrong hiyo song, kuna song Avril ameduna Jagwa, tayari nishampata wangu ambaye ananipenda na mimi nampenda. Siko shasikia song hiyo I think that was the song walikuwa wana discuss juu Avril hii ni kitu mpya, alikuwa ananitumse wa kumwambia you got this, you got, ndio kwa maana alikuwa amekam kuona Deno. I think so. Avril, kwa nini ulikataa kushika simu zangu nikipiga celeb first encounters? Hii ndio story nilikuwa nataka tupigia wasee maze. Avril kumpata, it's easier kuget uhuru kuliko Avril. Hey Avril usinifanye hivyo. I thought we had dreams together man. Sawa tu. So dreams and ambitions. So yo ako kanini kakaenda, but deep down najiambia mi siwezi mind Esther kurekod tu song moja. Just one. Nisikie tu, nisemage, nishaingia studio hata angalau maze. But haidhuru, wacha si tuongee strategy hapa za tuna move on aje after elections nini. So tuka come up na two ideas nini, but sasa country karudi back to normalcy, tukarudi job. Hatukuwa meet tena. Hiyo story tu ikaishi hapo. And I think hapo ndo tulipotezea Deno at some point. We never met again.
But Deno wasn't coming to...
So Tahidi anakam. So tunapiga shughuli yetu huko. In fact life ikachukua another trajectory huko. So si tunaendelea tu na maisha yetu. Alafu yeye sasa things started happening for him. Anapata gigs, anapata nini. So hata hizi zetu tumeacha ni nonsense sasa. Umse ana make real money. Anatuita mpaka hizo gigs ameitiwa, tunaenda na yeye tunachachisha huko nini. Ali to open up now to the industry.
Because he went before you.
Kabisa. OJ is a powerhouse man. Atari. 2008 issues. Tunaingia 2009. 2009 tunaandikiwa scripts na one of the show creators, mother anaitwa Naomi Kamau. Brilliant mind. Naomi Kamau amedu shows Toto Millionaire. Hiyo ni movie aliandika. Naomi Kamau is the brain behind Machachari, the show on Citizen. Brilliant. So Tahidi High the concept walishikana na madam anaitwa Catherine Wamoyo, who was now the producer wa Tahidi High. Wakashikana wakakam up na hiyo concept.
When you say producer, what does it mean to be a producer?
To be a producer inamaanisha you are in charge of that show. From scratch. Idea, execution, casting, storylining, directing. Basically
CEO. When do you CEO a show?
Yeah.
That's a big thing. Producer is a huge role.
Sana.
Okay, sawa. Yeah. So mse akisoma producer ajue
hiyo ndio kitu unaenda kufanya. Yeah. So now Catherine Wamoyo was the producer, Naomi Kamau ndio alikuwa the creator wa show. So they used to work together pamoja. Hata mother-in-law wali work together. Now Catherine Wamoyo na Naomi Kamau. So after 3 years of writing, inafikaga point I can't write anymore maze. Nimeandika kutosha maze. So akaambia madam maze, 3 years, I've done enough. Wacha niende. So look for other people, wacha wasukume. Mimi wacha I go relax a bit, then probably nitatafuta concept ingine.
Tahidi High was how often? How often did it air?
Once a week on Tuesdays.
Okay.
Tuesday 7:30. Also in 2009 when Naomi was leaving, Machachari ilikuwa ishaanza. It was just an idea, but sasa kulikuwa kabisa inaonekana this will come to fruition. Hii inakam. So Naomi akaona Machachari ikianza nikiwa bado Tahidi itakuwa noma. So wacha nijitoe nishughulikiange hii kwanza. So akajiondoa. So we got very good writers, but these writers had day jobs. So writing ilikuwa ni side hustle. One of the best writers we had was a teacher a deputy principal at some school in hapa Kikuyu. Nimesahau inaitwaje. Iko mahali hapa Kikuyu. Deputy principal. So unaweza imagine zile kesi anadeal nazo pale shule ndio anaandika chini anatuletea. They were fire. Those scripts were fire. Deadly. But remember, that's not his day job.
That's not his 9 to 5.
And it's a lot of work to be a deputy principal. Yo, deputy principals ni wale other parents wamelala, anapiga lap shule akiangalia ni nani analala kwa hostel. As in, deputy principals by then you need to get lives. Juu sasa hawezi kuwa watu wamelala, wewe saa 5 usiku unakimbia ukiangalia kwa hostel nani anasoma novel. So ikakuwa ni he had very good scripts, lakini turnaround time ilikuwa inasumbua. And I could see it taking a toll on the producer. Juu TV mazee is all about time. Kama au hit deadlines vipoa, it will take a toll on the show. Nikajuliza Abeli, kuna wale watu walikuwa nakwambia we ni storyteller mdedi, unawaambia leave me alone, I'm an actor. Pengine hao watu walikuwa right. How about ingia jaribu, kwani iko nini? So I told the producer, madam, acha nikuandikie script moja, just one, ikikubamba sawa, tunaweza cheki vile naweza ingia kwa team, isipo mimi ni msanii ndabaki acting. So kaniambia sir, you do that, go write something. So I went and put down an episode. Fire. Esther, acha show. Bro, hii story ni deadly. Wase wameingia kwa lab, msee amepiga ma concoction azifai kidogo, mazee kumbe August ameproduce ni poisonous kidogo, class mzima imebleki kwa lab. Teacher anakaa kuangalia, hey, what's happening? Wanazima kaile nini ya Windows. Mazee so anini in my mind ilikuwa kali, so I put it down. 24 minutes, yani kitu safi. Naisoma hivi najiambia, Hollywood is coming to Kenya. Nyinyi mtafurahia. Ngojeni, mtatii. So I give it to the producer mazee, and I'm watching her read it. Unajua pale kando niko na kaigo fulani. Itambamba mbaya. So she goes, she reads page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4. My scripts are 14 pages. 11, 12. Ananiangalia. 13, 14, akaitupa hapo. Akaniuliza, are you in a good state of mind? Nikamwambia kwa nini? You know, in my 20 years of production, I have seen bad scripts. But this one is on another level. Mimi, I don't know, what were you thinking? Ukiandika hii, ulikuwa umevuta bangi ama, because alinichapanisha na hiyo script mpaka nikatii.
What?
So nikakam kugundua ile upro tunakuaga nayo hapa home ni nonsense until uingie ground. Ushaona wase hapa ni natural, peleke huko, is a natural. Alafu unafika pale kwa ground unagundua hakuna kitu unajua. Sasa that was me. That was another lesson learned. Hiyo upro ya huku nje wachana naye huko. Hiyo ni ya huko. Ukiingia kwa professionals, learn. Nakwambia alienda kanitolea notes za script writing class alikuwa amefanya in Netherlands. Niliva hizo notes, nilisoma nikana soma ya mock exam, nikana soma ya KCSE.
Akakuacha kuambia ini ufala.
In fact, acha nikwambie the kind of person wa Moyo was. Juu aliona ile nilikuwa nayo. Nilikuwa nimejiamini mbaya. Akaniambia hii script hata nikitupa hapo si ati hatutaifanya. Wewe kwako ni deadly. Ni deadly? Sawa. Philo, print his script. Philo was at the time the production assistant. Print his script. Kaenda ikaprintiwa. Cast wakapewa, tukaifanya. Akaniambia ngoja, Twitter watakujibu. Si unasema ni deadly? Wacha iende. Ngojea Twitter on Tuesday.
No way.
On Tuesday Esther nilifurahia. Twitter walinisulubu karibu ni retire. I was crucified. What? Huyo ni nani huyo anaandika hiyo takataka huyo? Kwende huko. We want the original scriptwriter.
hold on.
Yeah.
You get kuna ma lessons. Hey, he ni insane. I don't think we had people like this in Kenya.
Yes.
She knew it was bad.
Yeah.
But she still let you do it.
Yeah.
Because
Wacha
where una
tuweke.
insist.
Mi nawambia kitu ni deadly bana. Sasa unaona tunakosania hapo. Nyinyi ni wa hiyo kizazi ya zamani, your old school. So amuelewi new things. Kumbe yeye anajua hii kitu amefanya 20 years man. Anajua what can fly, what cannot. Ilini humble mbaya sana.
Bro, kuna leadership alafu kuna leadership. Si hata umanga yako. Me, I'm very impressed by the opportunity that somebody would let something, you know the way your child can be taking, you may have to touch here, you keep them stop, you touch here, stop, you're like, okay.
Okay, sawa, guza. Yeah. Unapigwa kiboko hapo unatii. So that was Catherine Wamoyo. We are here because of Catherine Wamoyo. Who producer ni hatari. So the thing goes, tunasulubiwa hapo a whole week. A whole week. Watu wanaambia the original scriptwriter arudi hapo. Huyu Abela stick to your acting yake. Where's hii kitu? So I go back to her na waambia mazee, madam you are right. Hii kitu haiwezi. So show me your ways, sensei.
Sensei. Miyagi.
So anaenda anachukua notes. She's a beneficiary of the Radio Netherlands program. They used to get producers wanawapeleka Netherlands for training. So she had been there I think sometime in 2008 beginning. So this is 2009. So akanigea notes. Mazee nikaangalia hivi how to script for dramas and comedies. Yo, best thing. The skills I learned from her notes are the skills I apply to date when I'm writing stories.
Give me an idea. I don't have to say, of course, it is not, we can't say them all, but give me an idea of what you're talking about.
So there's a way you plot a story. If you tell a kawaida guy to tell you a story, atakuanzia point A to point Z. Very linear. Sangine inaweza kosa kukubamba. But when I tell you a story, naweza anzia hiyo story katikati. So you know what I do, Esther? On my channel.
Nimesikia hiki. Boss, mimi I'm a member.
Boss. So you've seen what I do.
Hold on. Simama hapo.
Twende nyuma. Boss. So that's on purpose. That's on purpose because I know your attention span. I have a lot of things I'm competing with. A lot. So if I don't have you in the first minute and a half, I lose you. Nastaki unitoke. So what I do, I go to the juicy part of the story and I start there. So from minute 1, pap, you're already invested. Uko ndani. Then wakati tu nataka, yani just when unajua ile the reward is coming, nakwambia kula vako kwanza. Let's go to the beginning.
Lakini lazima ningoje.
You will listen to this whole story because you know
kuna reward
inakam. Wow. Hizo ni vitu nilikuwa na learn na notes zake. Haya, if you decide to go the linear way from point A to point B, there is a way you plan it. First of all, introduce characters wako, introduce environment yao. Haya, tuambie what are their pains. Pain yao ni nini? So by us knowing their pains, now tumeingia kwa ngori zao. So that's how you hook us. Tushajua Esther. Oh, Esther ni wapi? Kilimani. All right. Okay, so ni babi. So pain yake ni nini? Anataka dem fulani wa Karioko. Demo ghetto. Ataweza kweli? Tayari tushaona pain yako. That's your pain. Atafanya aje? So now let's go on this journey together. Unaona?
Bro.
Hizo ni vitu lazima utuanzishie nazo. Otherwise, tuna watch nini?
I've even seen vile unaanza, you always start with a nugget of wisdom which is funny. Nugget. You get?
Yes. Hizo sasa tunaitaga stylistic devices. So, and you've noticed that's only on stories of my life.
Yes.
Ndio naanzaga na ako kakitu.
Yeah.
So for next season of Young and Stupid, I'll be doing the same, but for politics. Silly things that hawa watu wanafanya hapa nje na sisi tuko huku tunawasifu.
Dude, you know, people are seeing your YouTube channel right now vile ina blow, inapata subscribers and views excess, wanaitaka.
Yeah.
Ati Abel ameanza tu the other day.
Maze.
Abel alianza in 1995.
Yes. Yes.
Abel alianza then.
Yes.
So unaona akifanya hii na pengine ameshoot na phone yake.
Maze.
Even ile ameshoot with my phone. You have no idea.
So hata nikishoot na simu tayari kuna vitu skills nililearn KMC.
Exactly.
Zenye tayari nishajua. Hata nikishoot na phone kuna vitu siwezi fanya. Unajua, tayari KMC kuna kitu nisha. Wase wengi hiyo sasa hawajui.
Hata vile tulisata papa hizo makofia huko nyuma. They are not there by mistake, my friends.
Zimewekwa.
Hata ujui kuna ka lighting. Hebu uoneshe hiyo ka lighting.
Kuna lighting iko hapo inapiga tu kofia peke yake. As in kitu hakuna kitu mzuri you happen to by chance. Lazima kuna mtu alifanyia kazi. Lazima, and that's something people need to learn, especially generation iko chini yangu. Wanaonaga tu microwave success. Hi. Oh, bro. Oh, na nyinyi wenye mnadanganya watoto ati I made my first million at 22. We kwenda huko. Nyinyi ni watu wengine tutawakujia pole pole tu. Vijana hapa Kilimani Esther wanabadilisha magari every Wednesday. Alafu wanatudanganya hapa ati I started making my money at 16. Kwanza niliona mtu nani sijui kama ilikuwa iko mtu alituambia ati aliuza shamba akiwa form 2. Nikashindwa kwani wewe unatubeba dogo maoni aje? Unaweza transact ukiwa una ID. Na sasa utaona kijana wako hapo anataka kujinyonga sababu yeye hajatengeneza milioni yako 23.
Also, when somebody says they made their first million at 21, ask them, whose house were you living in? Who gave you that asset?
Yes.
You know the difference between earning the asset na kupatiwa hiyo asset alafu unaiuza.
Man,
you get your inheritance. That's what it's called. You get. So kama una complain una inheritance is different.
I think people need to come out clean. Sema system ilinikata. Mimi nimeamua kukula shortcut. Ninaosha pesa. I mean money laundering. That is how I make my money and these are the risks. Unataka kuingia? Hautaki? Wacha nayo. Usianze kutuambia hapa ati vile wewe ni hardworking ukiwa class 7 ulipiga transaction ya 3 million. Wewe kwani unatubeba aje? Sasa watu wanafanya gani? Mimi mtu yote anapoteza vijana, huo ni adui. That's why I have a problem with politicians. I have a problem with our watu wa shortcuts. Na watu wasikuje we are seeing them. Tunawaona hapa nje wakiendesha magari fani hapa nje. Gari ni 26 million bro. Wewe mwenyewe uko miaka 24.
But they don't tell you about the other side of the life. When guys are getting bullets.
Juu hapo tu ndio wanaelekea. Ni jela ama risasi.
And that's why you're here. Unaona, the reason, in fact, the reason why I bring people to sit here is first and foremost people to authentically talk about their journey.
Correct.
Unaona? Sasa inasikia progress yako, everything tying back because nothing is wasted. So naweza sema hapa hii script writing inaenda na hii, inaenda na hii because this he acting on Tidy High would have never come if the performance was never appreciated.
Exactly.
You get? A story has a journey. Hakuna kitu inatoka tu anywhere.
True.
To people they may think it's come from nowhere. But ukisikiza his story, una join the dots.
Exactly.
So tuendelee hapa. So amekupatia hii book.
So amenipatia book mazee, nimeiva notes zake mbaya sana. Nikajua kumbe there's more to script writing than I thought. Hata KMC hizi vitu watu kusoma. So nikaanza kuandika. Now with whatever I've learned in mind, bro, within one season I was the main script writer for Tidy High.
What?
Main. So 2009. A year before, in 2008, right before the violence, the show Mother-in-Law ilianza. So now I have transitioned from an actor to an actor and a scriptwriter for Tidy High and the new show Mother-in-Law.
You're the scriptwriter?
Scriptwriter.
What?
Yes.
So hold on. So for you, scriptwriter became a career?
Yes. In fact, I took it extremely seriously. I dropped acting for it.
Bro, that's why I've not seen you acting.
Yes, for close to a decade. But tutafika tu hapo. Tuko karibu actually. Tuko karibu kufika hapo. So 2009, nimeanza kuandika season ya Tidy High. Probably something that I should have said. In 2008, we graduated. KMC. Tukatoka. So ilikuwa 3 year course. 2005 to 2008. So when we graduated, this same producer akatuuliza, mmefanya hii kitu, shule. So how can you be of assistance hapa? So mimi nikamwambia mi camera, Philip editing, OJ alisoma TV. So OJ since TV is more of directing, akapelekwa assistant directing. So yeye ndio alikuwa AD, assistant director Taidi High. Philip yeye ni editor, but kumtuma station juu editor alikuwa nakaa kwa station. Ingembamba juu yeye ni actor. So tunataka kitu anaweza fanya akiwa hapa kwa set. Juu when he's not acting anafanya hii. Ukimsukuma station huko kuedit ata act saa ngapi? So akaambia wewe you will be our production assistant. So vitu zinahitajika, we need to move to the next location, wewe kazi yako ni kuhakikisha location iko sawa nini. Production assistant akaingia huko, mimi assistant camera. So tulikuwa tumeingia crew.
What's the job of an assistant camera?
So assistant camera kuna msee anaitwa DOP, director of photography, ambaye ni Derek sasa. Sasa Derek ni baba design, hata ashiki kitu. Derek anakaa kwa hiyo kiti amekaa, anaangalia, anasema hiyo color temperature si fry nayo. Ipeleke 54. Najua unacheza na 56, ipeleke 5400. Ni mimi sasa assistant camera.
Wewe ndio on the camera.
Camera operator sasa. Nianze kutafuta hiyo 54 mahali iko. Aniambie hiyo position sipendi. Nisongeshe hiyo camera like a meter to the right. Akimaliza tu nini ananiambia hiyo picha nimependa iko sawa. Press record, tuende kazi.
So it's what people call cameraman.
Yeah. Huyo mwenye ana handle hiyo. Hiyo sasa ndio kazi ya ni either camera operator ama AC, assistant camera. Derek ka DOP hata agazangi kitu. But ameiva hii kitu to another level.
And remember at the same time there may be 3 cameras.
Yes. So it's up to Derek kuhakikisha all 3 cameras are in sync, but all 3 cameras have operators. So hao ndio camera operators, assistant cameraman, whatever.
Nice.
Yeah. So mimi nilikuwa umse. Songesha hii kitu peleka huko.
So bro ulikuwa na 4 roles. 3 roles. Una act.
Na act. Una script, camera. Camera came first.
Camera came first.
Came first. Acting to 7. Camera to 8. Scripting to 9.
So what happens when you're acting and somebody else would...
So now the DOP
would use...
Anakama anashika camera yeye. But when I'm not on set...
Buda umefanya your time.
Noma. So hii yote tunafanya bearing in mind tuko na ile kitu tumeongea na Philip. We need to learn the inner workings of this thing.
Uko training tu?
Mimi niko training juu tunaenda kuanza production house yetu. Ndio so we do things the way we feel they should be done. Naona. So tuko crew hapa deep. Kamenje tuko na production assistant hapo, Deno ni assistant director mzima. So tumeingia 2009, scriptwriter amesema amechoka, it's been real. Mimi nimeingia, nimekula nje, nimelala, nimerudi. Sasa nimeandika season mzima, tops. Fire. Buda. Nimesukuma mpaka mother-in-law. Tumeingia huko.
So wacha nikuulize, bro, this Taidi High na tunaweza kaa hapa 4 hours.
Yeah.
But I just want to know.
Yeah.
As a script writer, what did you bring that made you unique?
So that the mere fact that I was in high school less than 4 years ago. Nilileta freshness haikuwa. Naomi Kamau used to script that thing. She was in high school more than 20 years before then. So very creative mind, she's brilliant. Lakini kuna vitu zilikuwa zinampita. Juu alikuwa high school like 20 years before.
I get.
So the person who was hapa was this deputy principal. Juu yeye alikuwa shule. So anaona what is happening, hizo ndio anaandika. But remember he's a deputy principal.
Yep, hata ajui na
hawezi keep up.
Akona full time job.
So mimi lazima niingie nifanye, so nikaleta hiyo youthfulness. Juu mimi I was in high school 4 years ago. So iko hapa yote. Remember I was a crook.
Uliingia cell.
Niingia mpaka cell bro. So najua stories za high school deadly. Nikiwa high school nilikuwa plugged in deadly. Hakuna kitu inge happen high school nikose kujua. Nilikuwa hapo in the thick of it. So hiyo ilisaidia sana. But bado. Sasa kuna kitu ingine niko nayo ambayo itakam kujulikana later in the year. Hiyo ndio sasa ili change game. So 2009 mi naandika tu, haina mambo iko sawa. In June of that year,
Pole tena. Unalipwa?
of course
So do ime increase.
bro, sasa nimetoka sasa kuna kitu hata
Story ya
nilisahau.
mkwanja.
Mkwanja tunasahau. Let's go back. So tumeingia Tahidi High.
Tutarudi reward.
So tumerudi Tahidi High 207. Tumeingia Tahidi High 207. Tunagonga hii kitu like a whole season, 2 seasons. Show inaanza kufanya wonders. Mpaka mdosi anashangaa, what's happening? Why are people inclined to hii show sana kuliko most of the other things we are doing? Anaambiwa mazee, kuna watoto wamekuja pale wanagonga hii kipindi. Inapigwa. Oh really? Are they bringing in money? Of course. Everyone wants to advertise on that time. Kwa hiyo slot. How much are you paying them? Per episode is 3,000. What? But they're bringing in millions. Yeah. No. Ongeza watu pesa bana. How much? Triple that money. And add them 1,000 on top for uniform. From 3Gs to 10K per episode. Nobody was making that money, bro. 10Gs kwa kipindi ya TV. Nani? The only people who were making ridiculous money back then was Yoja Makamani. But then they were on a monthly salary.
Yes.
So ukienda nyumbani na 60 Gs, wewe uko sawa. Hakuna msee anaondoka hiyo. But na wewe hiyo month 60 Gs wamefanya umeshoot karibu vipindi sijui ngapi. Cause unajua ni job 8 to 5. Yeah, so sisi bana we are taking home 10 Gs an ep. Kutoka 3 Gs. So mimi nimetoka place I was acting for free. Silipi rent ya mtu, I'm still a student. Na kuja place naambiwa being an extra kupita pale na kupatia 500. Bro, karibu ni cheesy. 500 shillings. Bro, do you know how the hustle I went through just to get Sanaipei Tande chocolates costing 600 bob? Bro,
enda kwa YouTube channel yake usikie.
Enda episode 1. Episode 1.
Hii ndio ilianza.
I think nilibeba Majesty squad ngapi just to make 600 bob. Samsana kama ananiambia ati nikipita hapo kitu nafanya in 20 minutes ananige punch. Bro. Kidogo kidogo naambiwa wacha hii kupita pita. Ukipatiwa lines uongee 3 Gs. Sasa imefika 10. Ati nikipiga 2 shows a month niko na 20 Gs. Mimi na madhe tuko karibu kukaa meza moja. Bro, na niko kole. Silipi rent. Fee ikilipwa 60 Gs na kula huko na nalala huko the whole year. 60 Gs.
Okay.
Madhangu aliona hiyo doa akasema that's it. Nimenawa mkono. Silipi shule tena ever. Hakuwaitoa hata shilingi. Nilijilipia mpaka nikamaliza. It was ridiculous. So doing a comfiti. Fame imekaa imetuchapa. So kijana mdogo hapa akona pesa na akona fame. Lakini hana hiyo training. Hayuko walk kujua vile kuhandle kitu. Wengi tuliwacha kwa barabara. So sisi manze tulikuwa grounded na ile goal yetu. So hata hii pesa tuna make hapa tunatry kujijenga so that we start pole pole. Production house ina need nini? Equipment. Let's start saving pole pole. We start buying this equipment. Do you need? Hiyo ndio kitu ilitu nini?
Your vision, your goal.
So 208 209
na sahi script writing unalipwa.
So
DOP
sasa hiyo nimekuhesabia ni acting. DOP niko pale kwa takriban 5,000 shillings an episode. They're paying me 4 episodes a month. So hiyo ni 20 Gs. Assuming nilipata 2 episodes a month za acting, hiyo ni 20 Gs. 20 Gs ya acting, 20 Gs ya writing. Na kuandika script moja hivi, script was 15 Gs.
No, hold on, wait. This is, let's say you do in a month, let's say you do two acting. Hiyo ni 10 20. Alafu assistant camera
5 times 4 juu niko kwa episode zote.
Yes, exactly. So hiyo ni 20.
Hiyo ni 20.
20 plus hii 20.
40.
Tumefika 40.
Kwa scripts usinipatie nyingi, nipatie 2 peke yake.
15.
That's 30 grand.
Plus 40,
70 Gs mtoto wa college, bro.
Hizi nimeelewa vile hiyo Benz ilikama.
Umeona sasa?
What?
Yes. Mtoi wa kole. Ilifika point hiyo do ilikuwa inafika hata so 2.
Because
Now I'm writing for multiple shows.
Oh, we.
Don't forget. Pesa ya kamera imetoka 5G zimeenda sijui 12. 200 nalalisha. Na ndio ujue pesa si kila kitu. I walked away from that. Msali aliniangalia kwa macho akaniuliza, bro, 2 months ago ulipeleka home 210 Gs. Unaenda? Nikamwambia yeah, I'm done. But tutafika hapo.
Ndio the reward.
Maze. So 209.
So my thing, the reason why I asked that is acting inalipa.
Yeah.
Or for you ilikuwa
For me
inalipa.
sasa acting inalipa. Sina responsibilities. So hata toa hizo za Kamenje, toa nini, nibakishie tu 20 Gs ya acting pekee. Aki sina kitu nafanya na hiyo pesa. Silipi rent, sibai food. Ni pesa yangu ya luku. Nilikuwa naingia pale town, The Rock Collection. Nabeba kiatu Timberland ya 45. Boss.
Kijana kutoka Kibira.
Tulisumbua. Of course madhe akasema fee nijipange, nikalipa hiyo fee yote. Na hata sikuwa na feel any. Nalipa iko nini. So 2009 208 naenda kumaliza. Pole, nilikuwa nishaingia 209 kwa writing. Hold hiyo story ya writing kwanza. Before nianze writing tuko 208. So 208 vitu zimehappen kadhaa. Graduate college na nimeingia kazi Citizen kama camera. But kuna kitu ili happen before ni graduate. Nikiwa tu nimetulia huko mazee niliona mdemu. Nikauliza wasejo, nani? Wakanisho wachana, wewe uwezi.
They decided what we're going to do is do a fundraising. And we will fundraise, then meanwhile we do the paperwork, you go get your visa, then you go to Canada. And then...
had your brother flown out? Had anybody else flown out?
No.
Okay.
No. He hadn't. At that point, he hadn't. It's just, as in, yeah.
This is Kendi's global vision.
Yeah, it's become too small. Anyway.
K2 ain't doing it.
Yeah, it's not. So then the Harambee was done. I had the appointment to go for, and we had the money, had the appointment. Obviously, the visa process. They look at how affordable is it for your people here to send you money across. It wasn't a convincing case. I did not get a visa.
No way.
Yes.
Your story has ups and downs. That must have been heartbreaking.
It was.
You've gotten everything you need.
Yeah.
This is opportunity.
Yeah. It was, and it was, for me, I was looking at it as my big ticket to everything I ever desired.
Wow. I thought this story was going to be like, and that's how I ended up in Canada.
No. And you see, now I could visualize this. You see what helped me visualize this? Because now I had access to TV when I was, so I could see the life now on telly. I could see the life of the US, of Canada, of the developed. So I desired that. And that's why I guess, because now I'd experienced Nairobi, I was like, I know Nairobi. Can I go experience something bigger? Yeah. So, but then my mom was like, what we do as we wait for you to apply again, how about we use the same money for you to now go to private uni. To either do private uni or you do parallel. And that's how I enrolled in University of Nairobi.
Oh. Okay.
So I enrolled. I didn't know what to study. I knew I didn't, because I had done a good aspect of comp science, and I didn't want to go and do those heavy stuff again. And also I'd tasted what it means to have money. So I decided I can do this, but then do it as an evening, because you see the reason I was going is being able to work. So it's like, now the other version of working while you're in school here is the evening classes. So I enrolled as an evening student.
Yes. Studying?
Sorry?
Studying what?
Communications. No, I just went for Bachelor of arts, not science. It was arts. And then I had to choose the two majors. I needed to choose what combination. So I started with sociology or social sciences. I can't remember which of the two I chose because they're differentiated. Then I did communications. Communications, I was imagining, because you know there's communications from an IT perspective. So I was imagining that there's a link to it, only that this is communications for PR and what you guys do. And then, then the other was economics. So the economics aspect of just how does the economy run and all that. So that was the interest. But all of this was on Bachelor of Arts.
And what year is this?
This, I believe, is 2002 December. September.
September.
Yes, it was 02 September. So
For context, Kibaki is about to come into power.
Actually, yes. At that
Which is a
point,
change of the economy.
Yes, yeah. So the dream I had of going to uni is finally coming to be. Because I've enrolled, I've been called, I've started classes. In my usual self, term 1, I did okay. As in SEM 1. SEM 2, I did okay. SEM 3, I decided,
the joker's back.
What is life? We are in Nairobi. Why aren't we having fun? Then I started going out with my friends.
I can do, your life is so real. Your story is so real.
But then, in the going out, and by going out, as in would go to the club and all, but I would go there and I would get, remember I've known what the club is, because where am I working?
K2.
Yes. In the going out, I'm like, okay, this life is so loud. I'm not at home. I don't feel it. But then it's the best way to socialize. Then because I have left the confined space of
home.
At a home, even poly. Because remember poly, I was in hostels. And I could make friends from that aspect. But then people have gone their own way. How else are you meeting these friends? And how else are you making more friends? It's by going to the club. So then I started going to the club. I started tasting alcohol. Oh, Imam. Yes, I started tasting alcohol here and there. And school fell off.
Wow. I didn't expect this from you.
Yeah. Because I figured this Nairobi, I forgot. I forgot what it means to not have the option. As in to just have the village as the option. Because I am in Nairobi, I'm living as well, I'm living. So that's 2003.
And can I say something? This is the first time in your story I've not heard you say placeholder. So you see, you're in uni, you've arrived.
Yes.
But I'm not hearing you say I'm here so that I can go to this job. This is the first time I'm hearing you say, I've now arrived uni. But I don't know, it's the first time in your story, I don't know, okay, where does she want to go after this?
So I've figured. But even then, I figure and it still drops off.
Yeah. So what happens?
I try going in and out, but I can't sustain it. Richie, I drop off.
You dropped out of uni?
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that.
I know.
Your story is too encouraging. I know it sounds that this is too much of a familiar story. What was the problem? Was it that the nightlife was affecting you attending school?
I just joined bad company.
And where did you meet with this company? In Campo?
Yes, as in you see, you go, and I wouldn't even call it a bad company. I had people to explore the city with, or to live the hype life, or to live in a carefree manner, or to believe that now I'm fine because I'm in Nairobi, I've gotten a job. I had that.
And you're still living in Ngumo?
I'm still living in Ngumo.
Okay. So you didn't, okay, I get it.
Yeah. I'm still living in Ngumo. Then that 03, I meet different people. And they just encourage. They are, you know, the youthfulness and all of that. But all of it is so shallow. It's shallow engagements. And I feel like there's something lacking. But the time also goes. If you don't attend class, what's the recourse? As in, there's so much you can do. As I've spoken, I've just thought of, my family. Anyway, it's okay. It's what it is. So 03 goes on. And then, because I maybe got the Kahama job, the assistant IT manager job, which I was not enjoying because now I was trying to change. I was trying to figure out, what can I do? What more can I do? I decided, you know what? I'm going to resign.
Did your paycheck increase in that time?
No, it was still, maybe it increased to 18K. No, it was still 15,000. So I resign. And I tell myself, I'm not going to do this whole IT whatever again, because I've also seen the courses. So I'm going to try to see what softest thing I can do. Then I get a job as a receptionist in a repro farm. You know, repro, before when the print work, the big billboards printing, that, the film, the repro, that, but it's in the print, the advertising industry.
So you weren't jobless for a long time?
No.
So the transition was because I'm not hearing you like you're scared of money not coming in for rent.
No, I wasn't jobless for a long time.
Okay.
I wasn't jobless for a long time, but even when I moved to that repro, I was still being paid 15,000, but I was stuck in 15,000 for a long time. And I was there at the reception telling myself, Kendi, you can be more. You know you're more. You've not done school. You're not doing school. You're doing reception. What are you doing? But then, of course, I numbed that because you go out, have a good time. Monday comes, you have a job, you pay the bills, you're fine. Then, and that's that's 2003 end. Most of that was 2003 actually, because that's maybe from beginning of 03 to somewhere. Yeah,
the guilt of dropping out is not eating you.
It is, but
you're numbing it.
I'm numbing it. I'm numbing it.
Therefore, you're not even going home.
No.
Home is because that you're staring at face of.
And in fact, I think this is the first time my folks will actually hear me say that I dropped off. Yeah. But I need to say it because that's my truth.
Yep.
Yeah. So then, 04, so 03 comes, I didn't like it. It felt, as in I had such big dreams for myself. It felt like, again, actually, that's it. I was letting myself down. That feeling felt so familiar. In fact, it felt so familiar to when, as in like I had learned nothing. As in I had gone through 97, as in all those seasons, all those transitions, and learned nothing. And now I'm 23.
You are back in Kieni.
Yes, and I'm still letting myself down. So one of my lowest moments, starting 2004, was a low moment. Actually, then I was fired from that job, the reception job.
Fired?
I was fired.
Out of behaviors?
Not behaviors, just.
Okay.
They just said they can't afford me or something.
But they didn't feel like you're adding value?
Correct.
You don't sound like somebody who could ever be fired, whether or not they had money.
Yeah.
Because of your posture.
But the posture, because of the season I was going through, again, I was back to the person who does not show up for themselves. And I lost that job. So by the time I'm going to 2004, I'm out of a job. I am at risk of being evicted, being evicted means I go back again to shags. But being evicted, what that really means is that I've been given opportunity and I have blown it. And I can feel regret starting to come in. Then I'm like, this regret, no. I never used to go to church when I came to Nairobi. Then I tell that day, in early that 03, there's a, I would call him what, like a family friend who passed away. And I went for the funeral. And in the funeral, his children sang, I have a father. You know,
I have a father.
Yes, who knows my name, that one. And that song, I'd never heard it. And it was at this church opposite Prestige almost. The African
Good Shepherd.
Good Shepherd, yes. So I heard it. And then it resonated with me somehow. Anyway, so now the reason I've remembered that, because now I come to 2004. The year starts, I'm starting it at a low, because I don't have the job, the receptionist job. And I'm just trying to remember. And I'm struggling. I'm so low, I'm so down. I'm so beaten, it feels empty anytime I go out and all of those. And I know this is not me. I have blown the window for going back without exposing myself to my parents. So I need to determine what needs to be done.
There's shame.
And there's shame. Actually, that's the word. There's shame. I am confirming again that the person I was in Kenny is who I am now. And I remember that song, which had been sung in April of 2003. I remember that song while I'm in my bed in my room. A friend of mine had invited me to ICC, International Christian Center, the one on
Mombasa Road.
Yes, they had invited me once or twice, and I had liked it. So then I tell God, this church, they have a service that's one at 8, the other one at 10. And I'm like, you and I, we've not had a relationship for some time. And I know I've gone, I'm not making you proud. But this is what is going to happen. I am at my lowest point ever possible. I am going to wake up. I am going to dress up. I am going to go to ICC. I'm going to sit on the 3rd row from the front. And if the choir sings the song, I Have a Father, and then make an altar call, me, who's so embarrassed, who has to keep some, who has to look like the hip, because that time all the friends I have are people who go out, they don't do church, they do. I will stand, I will walk to the pulpit and give my life to you. Who is God? I show up in ICC, I sit.
3rd row.
That row. Someone is said, the worship is done, the song is not sung. Worship is done, as in someone, nothing. Offering, done, nothing. Benediction. The pastor, Pastor Chip Block, stands. And he asks the choir, will you please lead us in a song? We need to do an altar call. I have a father. That's the song. I had to wake up and walk to the pulpit alone.
Wow.
And I gave my life to Christ. That was on 29th February, 2024. This year, it will be 20 years.
What a story.
So now, you continue.
Now we pick a pause. We'll be back. What's the day today?
So let me segue to financial crisis
Yes.
because that was also a transformational part in my career. So when I joined the organization, we had about 12, 14 staff. Financial crisis was tough, so the company had to significantly downsize. And we moved from, I think, 12 people to 4.
What?
So that means more jobs. And now my boss is beginning to tell me, you see why you did law and accounting? Those serve us very well. Because now you'll start dealing with investors, investor relations. Through your legal background, you become the company secretary. Hey.
Hold on. Don't skip this. From the 12, you remain.
Yes. From the 12, I remain. I'm part of the 4.
Hey?
And the other 3 is my boss, Mark, Tom, and Mohammed Shekli. All these guys are Ivy League, university guys.
Wow.
And I'm like, why me?
This is months after you've been.
This is now May 2009.
Okay. I'm a progressive guy. Don't forgive me when I keep going back sometimes. I use my mental picture to understand where it is that we are so that I can ask the right questions. So I've seen you there. I've seen you starting. I've seen you how the impact it's having on you. I'm also seeing, like, the picture that I have of you is I've seen you, you know in movies, that one light which is on at night, and you're just there.
Yes.
That's what I'm seeing of
Yes.
you. Then, but I'm also seeing you beginning to realize your parents were right, your brother was right.
Yes.
And you're getting a heart for Kenya.
Yes.
Or Africa, to change it to be this Dubai place that we've seen.
Yeah.
So you come home with an understanding that I'm going back. They work on your visa.
They work on my visa. Once I go back, they work on my visa. So I get I think a 3-year visa now.
Okay.
Residency.
Nice.
Yeah.
So then now, you go back in probably January of 2009.
Yes. I go back in January of 2009. And now...
Financial crisis now has hit.
Financial crisis. I now say I need to move out because now I'm living with my brother and sister, and they're just, getting married at that phase. I just feel I need to give them some space, but also to grow. So I begin looking for houses, and I remember one weekend I was in the office. So my boss comes and is like, "What are you doing here?" I laugh. I'm just like, I'm catching up on work. Because now work was also a lot, because we moved from 12 to 4.
Yes.
So there's more load. And I'm also, that's why I said my learning curve was like this,
Yes.
Literally, there's an overload of information, of things that I don't know. And also of another excellent level of excellence that I've never experienced.
Did your CPA help you?
He did. Absolutely, he did. And my boss actually really liked, because you'll say, oh, debit this. I'll be like, isn't that credit debit? He's like, look at how bright. I'm also a CPA and I didn't even remember that. Fantastic. Go ahead, Mercy. So he gave me a lot of room to grow. And so this time I'm in the office. I tell him, oh no, I'm going to look for places. And I'm like, hey, things are so expensive here. So he's like, oh, really? By the way, how much are we paying you? He's like, you won't find a place with that. Find a place, we'll pay for you.
What?
This is 2 months after the job. My salary was increased by 50%. I call my brother again. He's like, what? 50% in 2 months.
So that you can get accommodation in a proper place.
Get accommodation
Can't
in
we
a proper
live
place. Yes. And, that really redefined my relationship with money. This man was so generous because he saw the person. So for me, I'm always happy to increase people's salaries, double them, even before they finish a year. Do you know what that bought me? Loyalty. Richie, I never looked for a job. Loyalty. Because I could see they care. He doesn't have to. My brother is not even getting that benefit. He doesn't have to pay for my accommodation. But he said, we'll pay for you. And that favor really humbled me. And I'm like, what? If we treat people right, the things that people will do for you, The things that people will do for you, they will shock you. It's an investment in people.
Yep.
So he invested in me. Just that act. Now I was like, okay, I really have to up my game. Because now these people have paid my rent for 1 year. And then in Dubai, you had to pay rent. 1 check, 1 year. I'm like, now by the time I get this money, accommodation was so limited.
Because you have to pay for the whole year.
You have to pay for the whole year.
Wow.
Yeah. But even before we even get there, I forgot. Now, before I got the job, I met 2 people. Now, my brother, he's an entrepreneur. He used to do gigs, bring Kenyans together for a good time. So one of the people I met my very first weekend in Dubai was a lady called Koki. Koki was my dolly. Like someone who walked with me. Like this, but in a different way. Same age, but
for those wondering why she said dolly, there's a series we did with that we just ended called Everybody Needs a Dolly.
Yes.
She was
my solid.
Yes, your solid. Hey, right words.
Yes, my solid till now. Then before I started, I met Alex.
Before you started working?
Yes, before I started working.
Your now husband?
Yes, my now husband. But we met in a social setting and hi, bye. That was it.
Oh, that's it? Okay.
Yeah.
What you mean is you met in the turn up. Why you go social setting me here? When you went to Dubai for a holiday to go to social settings. Just kept it nice and PG. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
So now this is before you, of course, you started this.
This is before I started. I just remembered those 2 were very key.
When you were still at your
and my
brother's?
sister-in-law, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so those 3. And then there was a lot of friends from my brother's circle.
Okay, so you started getting your own relationships in Dubai?
No. I just rode on my brother is such a social butterfly.
Yes.
He will get hundreds of Kenyans together.
Nice.
Yeah. He started this gig thing. He's a DJ. He also does some DJing right now in the States. So he's a DJ. He started bringing people together just to unwind, have a good time, encourage each other as Kenyans.
Nice.
Yeah, and that gig actually really grew. It grew. We brought... so I now joined the hustle.
Yes. You brought who? Which artist did you bring?
We brought Waire.
Oh, for real?
We brought DJ...
Space. Nijo.
We brought Space, we brought Nijo, we brought Simple Simon. Like when those guys came, they didn't even have passports. We brought Daddy Konya. Like when they came, some of them had never been on a plane.
Enda kwanza Nyayo House.
Yes, enda kwanza Nyayo House. But then it was really good because what that was confirming again was the entrepreneurial spirit in the family. Yeah. So let's go back to the professional. This was just something that was happening 2009.
Yeah, it's social setting my vibes.
Yes, social setting my vibes, yes. Yeah.
So you come back working, you're being stretched, you're growing, you've gotten a place now of your own.
Yes.
I say it, thank God for the transition that God allowed you to have through your brother. It was eased. You were eased into the place.
Yeah.
You get?
Yeah.
So you didn't hit it and start with.
Yes.
Imagine having to find that $10,000, pay rent for the whole year the moment you arrive.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's powerful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm actually cognizant a lot of people don't get that. Because you come in and you have to find accommodation. So what that also did for me is I started being the accommodation for people who are coming to Dubai.
Oh, for real?
Yes, that became a ministry.
What?
Come, stay here. Drop a mattress. Remember growing up, many people in our house? Yeah, that's the connection. Because we've been seeing this in our lives, yeah? Then 2009, it ends ish 2010. My brother relocates to Nairobi because of the crisis.
Wow.
There was a mass exodus of people around that time because of the job situation. So he was affected. That broke my heart. That really broke my heart. So my sister-in-law left, my brother left. Now I'm by myself.
What?
This is 2010. That was a challenging year. Now I was alone. The proxy is gone. The security, the fact that I can call him. I actually, for the longest time, I kept telling him, you left me. But then with time, I understood and grew. Koki was always there. Alex and I were friends, just mutual friends for quite some time. Then the workplace, a lot of growth. Our business has now begun to change because of the macroeconomic environment. We're now doing strategy. I'm sitting in strategy sessions.
How did the financial crisis affect the business?
So the business was a real estate business, investing in real estate assets, properties, land banks, and development assets. So we'll develop buildings. That was one of the biggest macroeconomic generators and triggers in Dubai, real estate.
Yep.
Now with the financial crisis, the value of the assets halved. Some of them were slashed by 80%. Some you've got obligations. I actually remember, like in January, February, I started looking at the obligations that the company had.
Were you buying already constructed? Were you constructing some?
There were some that had been constructed. There were some, because the fund had started for quite some time, It was a 7-year fund.
Okay.
And it usually has a 1+1 extension life before you divest and give the investors back their money. So because of the duration of the crisis came somewhere midpoint. So some assets had received a very good return.
Yep.
Some were midway. Either the company had paid 80% and there was that 20. Some we'd paid 10% on 20. So it was just making a decision, do we walk away? Because if we continue paying based on that payment plan, it won't work.
Yep.
So as the accounts and finance person, I'm looking at all the liabilities and dues that we had.
As the accounts and finance person?
Yeah.
You know, when you said it now, when I hear what kind of decisions you have to make, I'm like, what?
Yeah. So one day I'm just sitting and I'm looking at all these liabilities and I pick my phone and I start calling all these people we owe money. I call them and I'm negotiating.
What?
I'm like, okay, we owe you this amount of money. I can tell you, Habibi is friend.
Yes.
Habibi, we don't have
Hatuna
that money.
pesa.
And we will not, with everything that has happened, you can either take 5% and walk away. Or you can take us to court, which I don't think anything will happen. It's a limited fund, meaning the liabilities of the investors are limited to the investment and they've already given us everything. So this is the situation. So I write down, I tick the ones who've accepted my negotiation.
Oh, hold on. That is insane. You have picked up the phone.
Yeah.
Listen, Wamai, I owe you 100 Gs.
Yeah.
Pole, I don't have the money. It is what it is.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, take these 20 Gs.
Yes.
And let's call it quits.
Yeah.
Or take me to court.
Yeah.
But what I have is 20 Gs. Even if you take me to court, I can't give you that. I don't have the cash. It is what it is.
Yeah.
You are doing those calls on behalf of the company.
I was doing those calls on behalf of the company.
With the bosses, your boss told you to do that?
No. So I go to my boss. And I show him, I'm like, so I don't remember the number. These are our liabilities. These are the people I've called. Some have accepted to a payment plan. He starts looking at me. These ones have accepted. Some have accepted. We pay them 5%. They walk away. Some have said they want the full. My boss does this. Who are you? Literally. He was like, wait a minute. Sorry, who asked you to do this? I said, nobody. Did I do a wrong thing? He said, sorry, who are... So when he said, who are you, I thought he meant, like, who are you to do this?
Yes.
But he's like, who are you
To think like this.
to think like this? Did someone ask you? I said, no. Then he says, wait a minute. Wait. Mercy? He's called Mercy? Sit down. So I go sit across from him. And I'm looking at him. I'm like, whoa, you are in trouble. Kimbelembele. It's not a good thing at times.
Yeah.
So he says, what were you doing before? I told him, oh, remember I was an entrepreneur. So who asked you to do this? He said, well, I just think of this as my business. This is what I would do if it was my business. And I didn't want to ask you first. I wanted to bring you a deal. I can see you're busy. He said, my God, who are you?
What?
He was in so much shock.
And these are millions of dollars.
These are millions.
We're not talking at 500K Kenya shillings.
No, this is big, big money. Because now I've been hearing the director speaking, and there's shortage of cash flow, and we're in a distressed position, literally, from a cash flow perspective.
Wow.
So he looks at me and he's like, what? So I said I didn't commit the company to anything. I just told them I'm going to present this. So he calls his fellow directors and he's like, well, now he's beginning to tell them, Mercy did this, Mercy. So everyone is like, who's Mercy? Mercy. That's why they're calling me Mercy. What do you think? I'm like, sorry, where was I? First, I can't even understand your accent. Nikuja pole pole.
That is insane.
That
changed. It must have changed
completely.
the way he looked at you.
Completely.
That changed everything.
Completely.
So what does that mean?
So we now begin to make the calls together. We negotiate some. We repackage. So this is I don't want to go to class in session.
Yeah.
But now we repackage the profile of the assets. We look at the good ones. So we just did a good, bad, ugly scenario analysis. And I was so glad because that has really helped me in unpacking situations and just looking at them. This is good, this is bad, this is ugly. Focus on these two. You can move the ugly into good with some effort. So you can move the bad into good. The ugly might take some time. So just choose your battles. It doesn't mean that the ugly is bad.
Over,
because the assets that looked ugly, fast forward in 2020, some of those properties became where Expo 2020 was held in Dubai. So you just have to have a different perspective in business and say, these ones I'll get the money now. No. But let me not talk about that strategically.
You've not gone to school? You see, you're talking investment lingo.
I'm sitting where? These people are Merrill Lynch, Goldman Sachs, investment bankers. I've gone to remember I was in the streets again. That streets helped me.
But this is now the Dubai streets.
Yes.
This is just their version of...
Yes, but the Kirinyaga Road Street helped me. Because remember when I'm doing this, to the spare parts, I don't know. But then when I come up, I act like I know. So in meetings, I'm writing, I'm taking notes. All these things people are talking about, do this structure.
Bad, ugly, the ugly thing, portfolio.
I go back and now research for myself.
Yeah.
Learn. Wow. And ask questions. And then I also learned from my American colleagues. They ask questions. They challenge. They ask questions. They challenge. I find our culture doesn't allow for us to ask questions and to challenge. So at times if I ask you the question and the boss, you might take it the wrong way that I'm challenging you. But I'm asking because, by the way, have you thought of this? You could say, okay, yes or no, brush it off, but you need to understand why I'm asking. So I learned, what? The boss says this, they're like, I actually think we need to do this for this reason. I moved from saying yes to, okay, maybe I can have an input. At times you think, but you don't have the boldness to speak. So that environment, I'm seeing young Americans, they're asking, they're challenging the status quo. They're saying, no, last time we did it like this, you told us to do this. why have we changed? We've worked on this business model based on what you told us.
Yes.
Now you forgot what you told us. See.
And then you want us to start again.
Then you want us to start. You're wasting our time. So they're asking from a good place. So I moved from, my boss is just telling me, and if I have a view, I'll say, okay, Mark, how about we do it this way? Be like, that's a fantastic idea. I never saw it that way. I'm like, oh, I can actually give you ideas and you take them.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You're saying you had a boss who allowed you to bring your input. It's almost like he allowed you to be an equal on the table.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Can we?
Yes, we can take a break. We will be back.
Hey, Mark Disario.
Hiyo intro manze ingewaka poa kwa stage.
I'm schooling MCs how to do intros.
Anyway, man. Good to be here finally, man.
Yanni, thank you too much for this, man.
Yeah,
for me, this
finally.
is a privilege, man.
But even for me, it was a big deal. I've been watching, so I was like, wow, I want to do that.
Yeah.
And share my story.
And thank you for not being difficult and just Yanni, not only sharing the story for me, but sharing the story, as you said, for those who are going to come after, those who are in this industry right now.
Yep, that's what it's about, man.
So it is more than a privilege. Anyway, I've been introing you for about 3 minutes now. So
yeah. Let's get into it.
Let's get into it.
Yeah,
and I always
man.
start this thing, I like throwing this thing way back, so that people can understand your journey of how you've come to where you've been. And the question that I always start with is, when did you feel like you got the passion and the love for music?
Oh, nice. Well, I'm the last one of 5. So I hear
how many
a lot
girls,
of,
boys?
2 guys, two brothers, 2 sisters. So I used to hear music, the music they listened to, I would hear, the 80s music and stuff like that. But when it became my music, stuff that I'm like, okay, this I like for me, is when I was in high school. So I always remember listening to...
Rep your high school, homie. Rep your high school, man.
Strathmore! I was in Strathmore, man. Yeah. So it was a day school. And that time we used to live all the way in Kiserian, pretty far. But that's the first time I had, that's when now Kina Snoop, now I'm talking about out of, what we're watching on TV, KTN and all that. That's when Kina Snoop, Dr. Dre were coming out, right? And it was gangster music, but I just loved the play of music. I mean, the play of words, like Snoop especially, like he made me like rap, like, yo. And even now when I watch the documentaries about it, they talk about how they twisted the rap game and slightly made it kind of commercial because the instrumentations used to be more melodious and even, the singing of the choruses and what, so it crossed over.
It's like this and like that and like this.
And hey, I'm like man, it's such simple stuff. That's when I started feeling, now I like this vibe. And then closer to me in terms of Africa was Femi Kuti. Fela Kuti. Who's the son? I'm confusing. Fela, the one who's alive is Fela Kuti. Yeah. Bang, bang, bang. I remember watching that song and I'm like, wow, it's African, but it's so nice and energetic. So that's when I started feeling like I like music. But I never thought I would be a musician.
So at this time in Strath, have you performed?
No, I just liked it. And then Strath was not big on arts. It was very science driven. So for me, it used to be, we rap, during break. And I'm like, rapping, trying to be like Snoop, trying to be like, and then try to put a few Swahili words here and there. But that's just when my interest was. Then fast forward to campus.
Kenya-wise, at this time, are you listening to anyone?
Kenya-wise, not yet. In high school, there was not yet anyone who would say, wow.
Okay, yeah? In fact, what time?
You would hear, there was musically speaking, I would hear them, but those are more like my sisters who are listening to them. Like, yeah, okay. But
what year is this? Or it's that time when Doggy Style is dropping in terms of Snoop's album?
Yeah, 92, 93.
Okay.
That's the time R. Kelly, those guys are like, okay, that's when teenage is when now you start to appreciate your own music. When you're younger, you're listening to your parents' music, your bigger brother's music. But teenage is when now you start identifying your vibe. So that was my introduction to my vibe, you get? Then in Kenya, there were no like, you know, you would say like urban pop artists at that point. The first urban pop artists I had, although Jimmy Gathu would do songs, they're like, yeah, that's nice, you know?
Matatu driver.
Yeah, yeah, those ones, yeah.
I'm in no hurry, won't you take your time? I'd rather be a little late than dead on time. I'm in no hurry, won't you take your time? I'd rather be a little late than dead on time.
Look, think, stay alive.
Get busy, get busy.
Hey, take me home, but just take it slow. Think about where you're going, keep your eyes on the road. You wanna stop here? You wanna stop there? Watch what you're doing and take some care. Say, yo, you crazy driver, our lives are in your hands. I say, yo, you terrified passenger, I want you get up, get up, get up, and make a stand.
Matatu driver, keep your eyes off my body. Matatu driver, keep your eyes on the road. Matatu driver, keep your eyes off my body. Matatu driver, won't you take?
But you know, then when I got into campus, just when we started campus, is when I remember what are these guys called? Kalamashaka and Hardstone. That's around the time they came. And that's the first time it was now a superstar urban pop artist in Kenya that made me say, yo. And that's when super, like, you know, hype and super. So I was like, yo, these guys are really cool. But in my mind still, I was like, you know, I mean, I was not seeing myself as a musician. Yeah. I'd gone to do architecture. So like for me, honestly, I wanted to be an architect since I was at 6. You get? Like I knew I was a creative, I like to draw and design. So instead at 6 is when I said I want to be an architect. So this whole time I'm like, I like music, but it's not my plan to be a musician. Because there was no one around that were looking at it and say, I want to be like that person. You get me?
I get. It's like you can only be what you can see.
Yeah. So for me, I'm like, Snoop, oh, that's really cool. But in America,
Akoko Jew.
yeah, maju, tutaenjoy, tutaimbaimba viduni hapa kimchezo, lakini let's be honest, that can't be a career. So it'd be a hobby.
Yep.
I'll be honest, it was a hobby.
A good one.
Are you getting me?
Yep.
So I would write music. Actually, that's the stories like this. The funny stories like this. So would write music to. So my friend in first year tells me, man, he has me rapping like other guys, rap. So he tells me, man, I want to do. It's called Neto. I'm doing a song. You know how to rap. So you rap me a verse. And I was that time working Barclays, night shift, and then day campus. So I go and we record a song. It was called Ucha Nakupenda, and I had a verse. I've tried to remember the verse. I need to find that song, you know. I don't know, well, it's about time I start to rhyme and tell these people in the world about. Anyway, I'll find it. Yeah. So I rap that thing. And for me, it's for fun, right? Then I hear the
First
final
of all, when
product.
you record?
Oh, we recorded somewhere under KCC. There was a studio under there. I'm trying to remember the name, I can't remember. But there was a studio there. So I think I had that song once only in Metro Radio or KBC. Once, you know. That time Kenyan music I used to that much.
And what had you called yourself?
Now that time. So cause it was just like, you know, it just happened and I'm like, I don't have a name or what. So what just happened is the guy comes and tells me, man, I've got a deal to perform somewhere. Me, I'm like, I'm not really a type of performer. To be honest, I'm an introvert. You get me? So I'm not those guys who want to go and perform. I'm like, I recorded, now we leave it. He calls me to Grand Regency. Tells me, that time it's called Grand Regency. Tells me, I just come to Grand, you see something. So when I come, there's an event. Me, I'm in sandals. Tells me, so we're next up on stage. Dude, I was so mad with this guy because he used to know. If he tells me, I'll not come.
Yeah, not going to come.
So now we're being introduced. Me, I don't have a name. So I call myself something. I think I call myself a mechanic or something. Because I used to wear overalls when I used to work. Like, when I finished campus, I worked in a factory or something. Yeah. So I used to have some overalls. So I think I called myself Slimmy Toes for the first one. So Neto and Sjihu, I performed. I hated the performance. I'll be honest.
In your slippers?
Sandals, yeah, there were sandals.
Sandals,
Yeah,
okay.
they were kind of like sandals, but they were kind of like shoe sandals. Anyway, so the long story is that I perform. Now my verse used to be at the end of the song, right? So I'm on stage, and guys are watching, wondering why is this guy on stage here? He's just there. He's not doing anything. He's not contributing to the song. This is the guy singing. This is the guy singing. What's this guy doing? I'm already pissed. I'm on stage. I've not been told. So anyway, I even remember the funny thing. The mic cord fell off. I wasn't even stressed because I knew my part is like.
You had time to pick it up, quick it back.
And wait, my part comes. So I finished it. I didn't like my performance. Anyway, I come out. I go sit. I'm just thinking, man, I didn't like it. Then a chick comes and taps me. Hey, that was a really nice performance. And I'm like, no, it wasn't a nice performance. Let's be honest. I said, no, it was nice. So we start talking with her. You know who that was?
No, shock me.
That was Wahoo.
Oh no!
Yes, that was the first time to meet her. So Neto, my pal, used to know Wahoo. They'd known each other from. So I think it was the same event. They knew they wouldn't be there. So she was also there, I think, to perform also.
Yes.
Because even her, she was just starting. So so that's how we started now vibing with her. She's like,
What?
okay. So I kind of liked her. I was like, she's pretty cool. She's
She's
giving me
told me to
encouraging.
perform,
Yeah, she's come at my lowest point where I'm thinking myself was bad. Then they're trying to danganya me. In fact, they want you to go back. I refuse. I'm like, that's at your own anchor. Eh? Anyway, so that's how I
What's
met
the
her.
guy called again?
Neto. Him is
Neto,
called
but
Neto.
thank you for hooking up our brother.
Let me tell you how Neto hooked me up as much as he's still my boy till today. He has hooked me up with two important things in my life. He only introduced me to music. Do you get me? He's only forced me to go to a studio with him because me, I was just like, I like singing, but
Forget it. Yeah, I mean,
I'm just,
architecture.
yeah, I mean, he's the one who made me go and I felt the experience. I was like, I like how the whole experience of writing, recording, and hearing myself later. You get?
Yeah.
I like that process. Like, that was actually a cool process.
Yeah.
And then he also introduced me to my wife. Like honestly, like at the end of it all, I owe Neto a lot. I owe Neto a lot. Our song was Ucha Nakupenda. I'm still trying to find it. Anyway, so
this is now first year campus.
Yeah, so fast. So now, I'm just like writing and stuff, and it's just for fun, right? So now that I've written and we've done a few shows, we used to go do shows in different places. I even remember once going to a show where Pinye was spinning, and he was telling him another day, the place, Pinye that time was big, he was like a mystique, like Pinye is here. You try to see what's Pinye. Then you see, he comes with a skaka, he comes, he talks. He was so big that time already, he would be like 5 gigs at the same time, so he doesn't even perform, he doesn't even play, he just comes, he's present for like 15 minutes, then he goes. Then but his guys are not.
Pinye was there.
Pinye was there. So, a year later, no, just around that time, I'm writing in my. I remember I was just in my room in campus, trying to write something. Because I'm like, okay, this music thing was fun. Let me write. Bro, on radio, I hear a song. The first time I heard a song called Tafsirihi. Kalamashaka. And I heard that song and I put my pen down. I said, I cannot compete with these guys. Like, for me, I'm like, if this is the kind of stuff that's coming out, just forget writing music. It sounded so good, so street, you get, that everyone was relating with. So K-Shaka, when I heard them for the first time, I actually left writing. I said, music is not my thing. Like, if these are people I don't compete with, I can't even dare.
Forget it.
Forget it. They just done it with Ted. So I leave my pen, I forget it. So what happens? After like 4 months later, I say, you know what? Let me just write. I like writing. I just have to write my own style. So I started writing again, pole, just, my own style. I'm like, let me not try to be like them. They were street in a nice way, nice voice. But I'm like, where will I place myself? And the reason I'm sharing this is because I realized that you have to just identify what's your thing. You get, sometimes people try to be like someone else, then they fail at it. You just have to identify what's your story. And if you have the right person to package it, you get, because you also have the right person to package your story.
Yeah.
And you have a level of talent, it might penya. So I start writing again, and I'm like, let me try, I'll try. So one day, I was in a very low mood. I I don't know what had happened to me. I was like, when I look back, you look and realize it might have been something very small that was disturbing, but I was feeling, man, say this life is. I think I was like 20, yeah? This life, man, no one understands me. My sisters, my brothers, my mom. I remember I was like, because I'd even written something to myself, if I was feeling down. So I went to my evening job. See, I used to be in campus.
Yes.
So I was working at a night shift somewhere, a bank.
Yeah.
I used to just input data. So we'd go there from 4 till about 12, just inputting data. Yeah. Then I go sleep and then I go back to school the next day. So I'm there. We used to be night, just me and another guy called Newton. So me, I'm working, typing, inputting data. Then the radio comes on. We're listening to Capital.
Yes, 98.4 Capital FM.
Yeah, we listen to Capital FM. Modoni Bwika is the one who's there, and she has her guest, Ted Josiah, the biggest producer who has produced which song?
Tafsiri.
Thank you. Yani the guy who just made magic out of Tafsiri. And these are the guys, Gidi Gidi. Yeah? You get those guys are now big. Dalim P. I get him. Yep. They're big. So I'm like, Tej is in the studio. What does he say? He says, if you think you can rap or sing, call in and you might win a record deal with Ted Josiah. I get him. Now, me, I'll be very frank and I'll tell you my personality. In normal circumstances, I would not have called. I was not sure about my talent.
Yeah.
I didn't like putting myself out there like in a competition to be judged. We tried that 1 year before with wifey and we were just dismissed. We were told, just go back home. It's bad. So I would not have called. I thank God I was feeling down because I almost didn't care.
Because of where you are.
I was feeling down like one what? You get? So I'm here working with this guy. We type. Used to be sit side by side, just talking as we're typing. Yeah. So I don't tell him. May I just hear what they've said? I get out. We used to be like it was a bank, so there were many offices.
Yeah.
So I come out of that office. I go to another office. Then I take the phone. The phone. I type. I call. I call Capital.
Yeah.
They said the number, I remembered it. I call. So they tell me, so call. I'm like, I've gone through. That was my first time.
In fact, I'm like, you went through on the first try.
Yeah, good. I've gone through. So I'm talking. Yeah. So I'm hearing Modoni's voice. Like this Modoni Bika talking to me. I'm like, yeah. He's telling me, oh, so you want to try? Yes. Okay. Which beat do you want? I said, give me any beats you want. So they give me a beat. So what do I start singing? One of the songs I started writing. Very simple song, easy song, because I'm like, that's the way I am. Asubuhi na mapema na amuka. That it's just a bit. Then I rap a few things. Then I finish. Then Tej is like, interesting. What's your name? Now, in my head I think I've not decided on a name. Like I kept changing my name every time when I used to work with
Sleepy Toes,
Mechanic, I don't know what. And anytime I'm called, I'm like, that's a bad name. I change it for the next time I go for. And those shows are all free. We used to always beg promoters, let us perform. So I just be like, so I thought, I can't say my real name because if my boss is listening to radio, that time it was only Capital and in Capital, I think 90% of people used to listen.
Exactly.
So if my boss is listening,
he's not homework.
Yeah. So I'm like, if my boss, they'll be like, you're using company nobody to call, so I can't say my real name. I still don't have an artist name, dude. I just from the top of my head just say Nameless, like no name, Nameless. So they're like, I hear Ted saying, no, it was Modoni. He said Nameless. No, not Ted actually. He says Nameless. That's an interesting name. Then Modoni says, I like it.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, even me, I'm like, even me, I like it. That's really a cool name. So they say, okay, call viewers, listeners, if you like what you had, call and vote for Nameless. So what do? I come back to the office. when I come sit, now remember, I'm a bit insecure about my music. Is really good? I'm not sure. I've had songs like Tafsiri. I'm like, I can't compete. So when I come, I don't tell my brother that it's me who scored, right?
Yeah.
So he tells me, hey, Monsky, manze, we missed another guy called Nameless. That guy is serious. I'm like, for real? Now me? He didn't know he's building my confidence. I'm like, for real? How was he? He's nice, manze. He's just rapping nicely, polite. He has a vibe, man. So I'm like, this was on a Thursday. Me, you know this? What? This was what changed my life. This was on a Thursday. So I'm like, how was he? It's nice, yes. I'm like, okay, sir. Then we hear after like 30 minutes, okay, the winner of tonight at the end of the show was Nameless. So the guy says, you see, Nameless won. In my head, I'm like, I have won, but I'm not telling him. I still don't tell him. I go Kampong. I tell Wahoo now later.
Yes. You guys are dating now, of course.
Yeah, we're dating.
Yeah.
So I tell her, yeah, I didn't tell the party. So I tell her, like, I'm like, I actually called and I won. So what will you do? I said, I have to write something. Then, of course, tomorrow is the finals. So tomorrow is going to be the Friday. So I go there on Friday. So
now this time you're going to Capital?
No. I go to work.
Okay, go to work. Okay.
So when I'm at work, they announce again. So Nameless, if you're hearing us, call us for the finals. So may I hear them myself. I think they even told me to call it around 7:30. Me, I'm typing. Again, I'm just typing. At some point, I step out. This guy is not noticing when I'm stepping out. I just step out. I go. Him in his head is thinking subconsciously he's gone to the toilet.
Yeah.
I go. I record. I call, sorry. And then I rap another thing I rap. Then I finish. Then I come back. I come and sit. This guy tells me, you're always missing this guy. This guy is bad.
This sounds like Clark Kent and Superman.
When I tell the guys these stories, they always die. It was so funny because you know me, you have to remember, I was not secure about my talent. I was not sure. But then it's as if I kind of like trying. So I come, I'm like, he's telling me this guy is serious, you keep missing him. So I'm like, hey, okay, how was he? So he's now building my confidence. Yeah. So anyway, so they announce. So the winner of the whole thing is who? Nameless. And I'm like, so guys have voted for me. In my head, that was, a real affirmation that what I'm doing is actually cool. Because I wasn't sure. Me in my head, I'm thinking, Kalmashaka is so good. They're talking about Dandora. It just came out so well. So you don't feel you can, you have no story to share. But it was just a simple story. It was about this campus guy who's just like, just simple. So I'm told to go to TEDx. You. It's just about me in campus. So me, I go.
Hold on, the lyrics are about you.
Yeah, it's about me, yeah. So I go to TEDx on Saturday because we're told now you go. So Modhan tells me, so you're going to go to meet Ted. I think I talked to Ted, he told me you come. So I go to Ted's studio. I figure there. So you're Nameless, yeah. I even met, I think, there are two guys I met there who are also competing, who are trying to compete.
I know who one of them is because we were in school together in Brayside.
Who?
In fact, I know both of them. Who? One of them was Karen Lucas.
Yes.
And the other was a guy called Murani.
Thank you. Yes. You know these guys. Murani's in Canada now.
Yeah, he's in Canada. Ended up in fact even recording some stuff with Murani.
Yeah. So I got around that time they're all around there, yeah? I think Murani is one who I met. Anyway, so I rap for Ted. I rap. And that's now I tell you now things like mentorship and guidance is important. Because I'm rapping, he's listening, he's like, okay, this is nice. But he tells me, but where's your hook? So I asked, what do you mean a hook? He's like, I like your flow, but we need a chorus. And in my head I realized I'd not written a chorus. I was just writing
verses,
a rap, a story. So I told him why. He says, you need to hook people. You get? Like when you're saying you need to hook people. So I was like, oh, so I need a hook. Yeah. So he told me, go back home and then come tomorrow to record with a hook. So I went back to campus. It was campus. It was a walking distance.
Yeah.
So I go, now I'm like, I've met Ted first. I can't believe it.
I won, Kwanzaa.
I won. I've met Ted. And now he's told me I need a hook. I need to bring this. So that's how I got the Mega Rider hook. So I was like, actually, this story, I'll just say it's about this Mega Rider ticket. So I come back on Sunday, then I explain to him. So it's this guy, he's this chick, he likes this chick, but he didn't have money. And they're all these rich guys. Because I used to have that insecurity, man. I'm dating this chick, she used to compete in these beauty pageants, and the rich guys used to come like, hey, what's up? Give her a card. I'm like, what? That's my shorty. That's my shorty, man. Then I'm looking at her, why did you keep that card? She's like, no, I want me to throw it, but like, relax, I'll not use it, you know. So you have those insecurities, eh? So that's what I'm telling the guy. So I'm like, so what I'm saying with Mega Rider is about this bus ticket, and this guy's telling this chick, I know I don't have a car, but I've Jipangad, because Mega Riders used to be tickets you buy to Jipanga, like every month. So Ted likes it. He's like, oh, that's pretty cool. So we use a beat. I remember we used like we borrowed from a Bone Thugs harmony track, and he changed it.
Because Crossroads was huge then, was it?
Yeah. I think it was. I was trying to remember which one it was, but I know it was Bone Thugs.
Yeah.
So anyway, so we record under his direction. Do this, change here, sing here, do this. Yeah. Now I'm with the top producer. You need to understand how for me it's like a big deal. These are the guys who I'm like, so I'm recording. So I finish. He's a very serious guy when you're recording. Yeah. So it's like, okay, cool. So this is Sunday. So he says, okay. So Monday, you'll hear. I wanted to hear. He says, no, on Monday you'll hear the final. You know, I'm just like a kijana. Utaisikiza Monday. So may I go. Monday niko wapi? Niko job. Evening again. With my boy Newton.
About to pull a Superman.
So I'm there like this. Modoni says, I've not heard the song also. Me, I just recorded, so I don't know how it sounds. So Modoni introduces, remember the guy of last week who won, Nameless? His song is ready. It's called Mega Rider. Listen now. Now I'm hearing it for the first time.
What?
This guy still doesn't know. So what does this guy tell me? He says, aha.
Uko hapa sahi.
Do not leave. This the guy was telling me.
What's against him again?
Newton. He became a tattoo artist. So, me, I just want to hear how the song is. I'm not yet told him, but I just want to hear the song because I'm like, really, how did this thing chuck? Eh? I might be here saying, hey, it's mine, come it's mbaya. The song started playing. The two kinds of people, those got names on him. I'm hearing, Wahoo did my backup. She came with me on the Sunday. So the chick's voice is Wahoo, yeah?
What?
Yeah.
You guys started recording together that way back?
Yeah, like she's my girlfriend, and she can sing. So I told her, let's go to Ted's on Sunday. Then, you know, Ted said, you can sing, right? Yeah. Sing this part. You can do this thing, yes. Say this part. Even the part she acts like a show. Oh, no, in the song.
Yes.
So the song plays. I'm hearing it. I don't think I'll ever get that experience because it's like your first time, you know? And I'm like, oh my God. Millions are hearing this song, and I was loving how he'd done it. You know, now Ted, he had done his things. So as the song was going towards the end, I start singing along, like now some words. So this Newton guy, you see what I mean? Like, how do you know this song even? Like, why are you singing this part, yeah? Like the ending part, eh? And then I tell him, dude. And
a confession.
Do you know this is me? You know the way you can see in his face, he's trying to connect. No wonder you are always absent when this nigga, what? I'm like, wow. Yeah, so that's how I got my first break.
Okay.
Of being Nameless.
Yeah.
And Mega Rider, which was 99, which is, of course, that's why I'm saying it's 20 years since that time. Yeah. So that's how it started. Yeah. That for me, that was I guess that's my break, because now when the song came out.
In fact, that's what I was going to ask you.
Yeah, na ikaisha hivyo. So here we are. There's a trip to Netherlands.
Oh
what
my
are we
God,
gonna
the story
do?
continues.
Yes, what are we going to do? So I remember this was now going, obviously, so September, we've had the meeting, October, November, December, ndio hiyo.
Okay, hold on. So after the meeting, are you or Sema still talking? Are you still Sema?
I remember meeting with Kevin a few times after that. What's that place called? Is it Dancing Spoon? It's called Dancing Spoon.
Above 20th century.
Yes, that one. Yeah. So we'd go there and have some two wines, nini. And I think after that is when he opened up to me quite a bit. And I got to know of some inside info in the group that I was in. You know? Yeah, so we would talk mara moja moja. Anyway, so here is us going into Christmas, and Mr. Man, Bishop Agreteke, whoever, wants us to go to Netherlands. Remember that visa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you did get the visa?
Yes, we did. So here we are.
This just hold on, Sana. I know I'm Huko interfering, but I need to ask this. So you've left on Homeboys a few months before that, maybe even let's say 2 months before that.
Yeah.
You've never gone back to Homeboys from that day. Not. I'm not talking about now. At that time, it's not. It was a cut. It was a cord being cut.
Yeah, it just ended.
However, the cord wasn't cut between the three of you, Asema.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
Even into 2005, because in 2005 we went to Tanzania to perform.
Okay.
And it was Wakilisha, Sema, and Blue 3. That was in 2005. I remember that.
Okay.
And it was a big show. I don't even know who was organizing that stuff for us, but we went. Okay, so come back. This is 2004, going into Christmas. Now the guy is telling us we need to go to the Netherlands for a week. I think it was going on the 26th. Yes, on the 26th, and coming back like January 10th or something.
Mm-hmm.
So Kina Pam start calling. Pam calls, Kevin calls, Bishop Akerekete, he calls. Me, I'm just like, my guy, I'm not going anywhere. I am not going on that trip. I will not, completely disrespect, even though we've cut ties with Homeboys. This does not sound like a very safe thing to do. We don't know this guy. Where is he from? What does he do? How do we know for real that these mamas are being rehabilitated? Ama wanaenda kufanya nini huko? Kwa nini wanafundishwa tu kuongea kizungu na kumodel? Hapana. Teach them something else, you know? Fine, teach them English to communicate, but teach them something else. Why modeling? Kwa nini only that one ya kushow off the body? So
this
yeah,
is insane. How old are you?
2004, I had just turned 19. Remember, I turned 19 4 days before we left for SA.
Yeah.
So this is still 2004, but I told you, mimi kama wazazi hawako ndani ya box, siwezi kufanya.
Siendi pahali.
Hapana, it ain't fun. I mean, there are those two vices that you can get away with, and you're just like, daddy doesn't have to know. But this, flying to a completely foreign country, again, note that South Africa is the first country I've gone to without my folks. And it was terrifying. Now you want me to go to the Netherlands till January 10th. Alafu na mimi nimezoea Christmas na wazazi. No thanks. So anyway, so this went on. The calls were back and forth for a while. And then I remember this one time, and I don't know why I feel like my mom wasn't around. She was in Costo. And my dad was endlessly watching news. What is so fascinating about this news? I don't understand. Yani, those ones of local news in Asia. Let's go to Al Jazeera. Let's go to CNN. So he sat there for a really long time. And that night I got a call from that bishop guy. And we spoke. It was about maybe 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. or something. Because I got up to pick the call, something that I do not do these days. And we spoke. And then I got out of my room and I went to my dad and we sat down. And I told him this is what he has said. He started with, Mommy, any man who calls you at this time and is not your spouse has a problem. What is a man doing calling you at 1 o'clock to talk biashara? That thing was cancelled right there. So it was a no. I just said, guys, you guys can go. Enjoy. Feel free.
I ain't going nowhere.
Do my part when you are there. And they did. They left. And they went and they performed. Because there was also this Kaka thing where he was saying that he'll shop for us. Nguo. Wakaenda na wakarudi. And I know this because in 2005, there was a show that Pinye had put together, I think for the beat. And we performed at that one. Did we perform at that one or did I perform? There was a story with a jean jacket that I really liked that Pam had, and she said she bought it in the Netherlands.
So, but you're telling me you did a gig in 2005. So they went and they didn't come and tell you we went, and this is how it was?
No. See, I think there was conversation like that, but does it matter? See, Meisha, simulienda mkarudi.
Yeah.
Is fine. Because even if you tell me how good it was, you will not convince me to go again, like at the next time. Story
That
blackout.
guy is out.
Yeah. And the thing is, with this guy, there was a double spread that was done on him in the Pulse, where he had been exposed.
Sex trafficking.
Something like that. But the thing is, he didn't buy those houses. He was only renting. Even the car that picked me up with that driver was a very beaten down car. So he did not invest like that in this country. It was busted, pack and leave. Yeah. So I do know that that Pam and Kevin went on to perform in his band after that. And Kevin would, in those moments where we would sit down with Kevin or meet up with Kevin, he would give me a few stories.
Horror stories.
Not very good ones. Not very good ones.
Okay. I'm shocked. I actually didn't know this was the craziness of why Summer broke up. I'm glad to hear it from in
the
quotes,
horse's mouth. It's okay. I will not be insulted.
And I say that because you hear rumors.
Yeah.
So what I feel like you've sort of done is state fact from your perspective. Do you get what I mean? And I can't argue with it. It's what you've told me. Anyway, so 2005. You're no longer in. Are you still in Summer?
So no.
Let's go on now.
The group has broken up. Okay, we're not at a meeting now to do music together. I think Pam went on to try and record as an individual.
I recorded a song with Pam.
Yeah, nice. How come we've never had it? Or is it me who's never had it? You didn't release it. What happened?
No, I released it. It just didn't get the airplay that was necessary.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good.
Because it was a good song.
It was very.
Yeah, let's leave it at that. So 2005, hanging dry. I was so used to being in a group where everything was shared. Writing was shared, performance was shared, recording was shared. Interviews, everything was done as a group. So here you are, you're not in school, and wenzako wamekupita, so wanakaribia kwenda second year, and you're not singing. So what are you doing? It was a very difficult, confusing time, because I now didn't know what to do. Going back to school was a bit tricky for many reasons. And doing this on my own, I didn't have the expertise to do it on my own. I didn't know how to write a full song by myself. I was terrified of performing. Like I told you, Patricia Mira cried when I opened up because we were three of us. When it's how you just throwing me in the deep end like that to be solo, So stayed for a while. And then that show came up, the one to perform in Tanzania. All pop stars. They were reuniting pop stars. And I really cannot remember the details of who reached out to us. It might have been one of the other pop stars in the other countries, saying that this is what is being put together. Are you guys interested? And so we performed 2 nights. The stadium was packed.
Whoa.
I cannot remember which stadium it was, but it was packed.
Tanzania.
Those guys support local content. Like it, I don't know. I remember we went for sound check, and I was like, what is wrong with these people? Who is going to fill this? It was big. that ground was big, and let me tell you, we could not see the end. It was packed, but we performed, and it went absolutely well. Spent our 2, 3, maybe 4 days in TZ. And we came back and everyone went their separate ways. It was a money-making venture. We needed to make money. Because here you are now, you've been left high and dry. You're not in school, you're not singing, you're not performing, you're not making money. What are you doing? So the show came and we went. Can't remember how much we made. Probably being paid 20K. I don't know. But so that's 2005. And I'm trying to see. By the time I did my first collabo as a solo artist, which was Kwaheri with Jua Kali.
Jua Kali.
I was already working at Kiss.
What?
Yes, because I joined Kiss in 2006. Was it 2006? For my probation. I did probation till about maybe November, December.
And the first radio station that you ever worked at was Kiss?
No, the first radio station I worked at was Capital. Yeah. No, I was just trying to remember now from No Music with Sema. The next song was Kwaheri, and that happened at the time when I started working at Kiss. So yeah, so high and dry, nothing to do, and then I happened to go for the interview for QZ magazine. Do you remember QZ?
Yep, very well.
By Capital.
Yep.
So
Wanja. Number Wanja.
Wanja, right. So I'd been called to go do the interview and be on the cover, and so this interview was happening at Londra House. So nimefika, nimeambiwa, okay, so let's go here. We started doing the interview. And then the late Kirubi himself, you know, he likes to do his rounds. He pops his head into every room that's there. And so he popped his head in and he said hello, and he said, you come see me after you are done. Please note, I'd already met Kirubi. Because when Sema was unveiled, no, not the stage way. He had jumped onto the chairs with us because it was such a crowd, people could not see us, so we had to stand like on chairs for photos. And so I'd already met him. So he said, "Come see me after your interview." And I was like, "Okay, sawa." So we maliza the interview. I'm trying to sneak out. This chick, I don't know why. Why I didn't want to have that meet, I don't know. I just wanted to sneak out and go. So he caught me. I was going to the door from his office. Sanaibe, come here. So I go in. You know, he had this thing of pulling your hand with him. Sit here. So we talked for a bit, and then he asked me whether I'd ever thought about getting onto radio. It's not something I'd ever considered. Pharmacy. That's all that was in my head. Pharmacy. And of course, at this time, I'm thinking maybe it would be best to try and find a way to go back to school. So yeah. So I told him no, never thought about it. Then he called Eve D'Souza.
No way.
He called her and he said, you know, Eve D'Souza's show is uko jioni.
It's not homework.
It's like from 7. So obviously, she's not at work. He calls her and he says, I want you to train this girl. Me, I'm like, my guy, we've not even agreed. We've not agreed on any. I did not agree on anything with Kirubi. He just said, she will train you. And that's how it started.
You are joking.
I swear, no paperwork, nothing. He just said, Eve will train you. So like, okay.
Powerful. So I want to speak a little bit about this path. Now let's talk about your work experience.
Okay.
Because now you get to start grinding. So your first job was cleaning places.
Yes. My first job was cleaning.
How was that first paycheck?
Hey, first of all, let me tell you. Because you see that they pay by the hour. It doesn't matter what you do, it's by the hour. So I can't remember how much it was. Imagine, I can't remember. Maybe $10 an hour, and I spent 2.5 hours in one house. I can't remember anyway. But that first paycheck, I was like, where? I have money. So continued, and I'd never see the owner of the house. The key would be left somewhere. I open the door, I see a note on the counter, and she says, clean this room, and this, that. The soap is I don't know where. So I do my thing and leave the house and go. Yeah, so...
And you'd get that job through an agent?
Yes.
Okay.
So the agent would call, there's this house and this is the address, you go. Now I needed more money. So I'd applied for jobs and I wasn't getting them. And then I decided, okay, I really need money. So then I saw an ad. And this time I was still really desperate because I was still trying to get money for my upkeep. And so this job was for delivering juice and milk. And it said, you need a hat because it was summer, a lot of water, and you need to be fit. I was like, I'm fit. Me, I can run. What is it?
From Nairobi, Kenya.
Wow. This job, let me tell you, I did it for one day. One day. Do you know what it was?
No.
It was a truck. You dandia the truck. It doesn't stop, It just slows down.
jump off, take juice, milk,
Put it
run
on.
to the door,
Yeah,
run
it's
back,
like
you
milk.
tick, this is the next one. Okay, go. The next person goes. Okay, house number, they need milk, they need juice, they need orange juice, this one needs pineapple. Guy,
And you go back in Dandia.
you dandia. You run, chase it, jump on it. Guy. And you know the summers in Australia?
Yeah.
40 degrees
Whoa.
average.
Whoa.
Temperature. 44. Have you ever experienced 40 degrees? With flies inside your eyes, inside. There are flies, first of all, you do this, they don't move, eh? Let me just tell you. I did it for one day. I said, anyway, I think there's other work for me. And then I was like, I'm done doing this thing. My friends are driving cars, maybe the other ones over there. My classmates who are Muzungus, who have nice jobs elsewhere. I'm like, this is embarrassing. I can't do this work. Oh, Lord. Anyway.
But I like the job hunting, and you're trying.
And I tried. So that one I said, okay, I'm not that desperate. At least I still have the cleaning job. So this one, see. So continued looking, and then one of the things that...
And these jobs you do on the weekends or on your every day after
So you
school?
see what happens is that school was interesting because you had classes in the morning, sometimes you don't have in the afternoon. So classes were, you could choose classes based on how you're working.
Okay.
Yeah, there was classes in the morning, classes in the evenings as well. So you can sort of pick and choose how you want to have your classes so that you can work also. So it was flexible.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And
then
you're not. Let me also be clear. You know, a lot of times when we have financial conversations, when people are giving, they're like, "Oh, by the way, just take 20% of your income and save it." Why are you saving 20% of your income? Oh, it was hand to mouth. At this time, it's survival. It's survival.
Hey. First, I didn't even know what is that. What have you just said? What is saving? What have you just said? I wasn't there. I wasn't there.
Okay, actually, I've got a good question. Knowing what you know now,
Yeah.
with that same paycheck, because there are people who are earning it in that situation. In fact, this is such a good question. With that paycheck, let's say, and with that situation, because it's not even it's the paycheck and the situation of life. When you're telling people to invest, when you're telling people, because there are people who are making that kind of living now, 40-year-old and have children. You get what I mean?
What kind of living do you mean?
It's hand to mouth.
Okay,
it's
okay.
not $2.
Yeah.
It's 100,000 shillings, but it's
Yeah.
still hand to mouth.
Yeah,
You get
okay.
what I mean? So my thing to ask is, does that advice still remain from an advisory perspective?
Save 20%.
No, not forget the percentage. Save, invest.
100%.
For real.
Yes.
Let's talk about this, Rina. Change somebody's life right now.
Okay, the point is this, yeah? If I lived my life that way, Richie, still doing those jobs that are getting me enough to eat, when would I have impacted anybody's life? When would I have had any time to think about anyone else other than my stomach?
Never.
How? Right? Like, I was not born to just think about my stomach,
True that.
right? I mean, God has a purpose for each and every one of us. We are all talented and gifted in such amazing ways to make a massive impact. Let's first start there. And so if I get into the space where there's seasons, yes. And there's seasons that we go through, all of us, where, yes, you don't have enough even for yourself, but you can't be in that season 24/7 forever.
Aha, I like that.
Yeah? So even when you're in that space, you're thinking and trying to figure out, how do I get out of this?
It's why you're getting this at the job.
Exactly.
It's why you're trying to.
I'm trying to find
you're saying
another
my income
income
needs to raise.
Yeah.
That's
So
what
if
you're-
I'm in that situation right now, where it's hand to mouth, I can't just be like, oh, this is my fate, hand to mouth until I die. No. What else can I do? What other thing do I have the ability to do to be able to raise more money so that I have enough to be able to put aside for my future, for my children's education, for my future needs? Because, gosh, we'll work for 40 years and live for another 40.
Yeah.
Where will the other 40, where will money come from my other 40?
I love what you're saying. What I'm hearing you say is, at this stage, first and foremost, you have to have a mindset of one day I need to save. But you're also saying that mindset is then what triggers you to begin to look for more opportunities. But it starts with the mindset. If you're not thinking of one day even I want to save, where are we
It's
going
not
to
even
get?
about I want to save.
Yeah.
In fact, saving is not the mindset.
Yes, I want better.
Okay. What is the lifestyle I want to have? And how can the money that I am earning
produce money that finances my lifestyle. So that then my lifestyle is not being financed by what I'm earning.
I get it.
Am I making sense?
Yes, you're talking about moving to passive income.
Yes. Basically,
Life
like
is about,
a Kikuyu would say, you have cows. Cindy, you have cows. I can't have cows and then eat my cows. My cows need to produce calves, and it's from those calves that then I can finance my lifestyle. So your income is your seed. If I eat all my seed, I'll end up with nothing at the end of the day. So when I get seed, that income that I receive, I have to plant that seed as well, so that then it produces fruit, and then I eat from the fruit, not the seed. Otherwise, then I cut off my ability to continue to live. Otherwise, I'll have to work until I'm 100.
Hey, Rina, I really pray that a 25-year-old, or how old are you at this time? 20?
I was 20.
Even actually, I don't care how old people are, because there are people who are earning $1 million, but it's still, it's not about the money, it's not about the amount, it's about the mindset that this thing here is what's going to make you sleep, and in your sleep, you still have, it's your seed. Let me just say, I can't even make it sound better than how you've said it. Your income is your seed to help you attain the life that it is that you want to have.
And it takes time.
Ooh.
Yeah, it takes time. It's not it will happen in 1 year. No. On average, some research was done, and they found that on average in the US, because that's where most research is done, it takes about 28 years for people to become wealthy. To have $1 million, it takes about 28 years. So for you to get to the place where you're replacing your income with income from your investments and your assets, it takes time. So if you start at 40, okay, the beauty about it is that you have experience,
relationships,
you have networks, you're wiser. So it may not take you as long, but the point is that the earlier you start, the easier the process is. Yes, you have time, you make your mistakes, but it gets easier. And it's easier when you start younger.
Yep.
But if you wait for long, sometimes you never get there.
And if you do what, unfortunately, it is that we're seeing, which is being glorified on the social medias, which is attaining your lifestyle using your seed.
Yeah, so that's another thing. People just have to...
Delayed gratification.
Yeah, but even because you can use that term and people are like, yeah, okay, whatever, I hear you and I know. The point is that we use others as our yardstick. Today, I will walk out, enter my car. We have, I have a small car. I enter it and I drive and I arrive somewhere and people look at me like, what does she know about money? They've measured me by what I am driving. But do you know, guys, what I have is not a measure. The things you see, where I choose to live today, is not a measure of the wealth I have. And it's a mistake we make. I look at Richie, he's wearing a bow tie, he's wearing this nice tuxedo. And I decide, wait, I need to measure up to Richie, because then it will show I have money.
Would you debt yangu?
Yeah.
Would you expenses yangu? You don't know my income, nothing. Just exterior has,
Yeah, and so we have this social comparison that we do, and that, you can never...
Rina, let me just ask it the way it is. And of course, I'm not expecting you to name a single person. You, from an investment banker's perspective, you have clients who have billions of shillings. Yeah. Billions! I don't mince my words when I say that. Can they walk here and nobody knows them?
Absolutely, very many. There's some you'll even dismiss because of what they're driving, what they're wearing. Completely dismiss them because they don't look like what they have at all. And that's a big lesson, and I love that I learned that lesson. And so for me, that's you're not my yardstick. You who drives a nice shiny car and lives in a nice shiny neighborhood, you're not my yardstick. This guy who has amazing wealth, making amazing impact, that's who I'm learning from and who I'm watching, because that's what I am. And that's my path. So Yeah. Have I answered your question?
You have. I know you've not yet answered it for people, but we're still in the story. That's why you keep watching.
Yeah.
But
So the mistake I find we make, especially black people, whether those black people are in the US, in Congo, in South Africa, or in Kenya, is wanting to wear our wealth so that people can respect me. Right? You want to look a certain way so that people can respect you. But what is wealth for, Richie? What is wealth for you? Tell me.
In my perspective, two things. One, to finance my vision and goal. Two, to ensure that I give my kids a leg up. If I can do those two things, I leave, if the finances or the wealth that I have enables me to finance my vision and goals and dreams with ease. You know, I'm not here thinking, oh my God, I have 7 CTA shoots to do, 80 G's times 70, 100, I'm just, and then number two, can my kids go to school? You see that thing that you're talking about, your mom's school fees? If we get sick, there's an emergency, I'm able to do that. If I can do that, but it's taken me a while to get here, then I'm cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And beyond that, being able to also worship God with your time, with your talent, right? But also with your money. Because if you're not doing that and just living for yourself, then what is life about? I mean, when you think about time after we've been here and you died today, it's not going to be announced that you lived in such a nice house and you are such an inspiration because you drove a certain car. No, it's about the lives that you changed. That's the impact that's going to leave a legacy for you. And so for me, that's what I'm chasing. I'm chasing impact. And I know it sounds like fluff, but it is not fluff for me. Yeah. It's not fluff for me. So whether you think that, it doesn't drive the nice car, by the way, you have no idea how many lives we are impacting as our family because of the choices that we are making. But that for me is what gives me fulfillment. So yes, I talk about money a lot, but money
is a tool.
Is a tool.
Is a tool.
Money is a tool that will help me achieve the things that God has set for me to do. It will enable me to bless ministries, it will enable me to bless families, it will enable me to travel and go to places and finance that sort of thing without, oh my gosh, I can't. You know, I can hop on a plane and go to the US and do something for me that I need to be able to do and come back home and didn't burn anything and I'm okay. But now, if I live to be able to drive a Maserati?
Yes.
Really? And then?
Switching to that mentality is a conversation we're going to come later on to have. But because you sound like you are, to drive my question, in university, the spirituality, are you going to church?
Oh, wow.
Are you still continuing? No, because the reason why I'm thinking this is because I'm just like, there's something that's ingrained in you that when I say vision, for me, vision and others are one. Vision is never for yourself, ever. So for you to be where you're at, there's a God thing that is ingrained in you. I'm like, in university, for me, that thing was nowhere in the building.
Okay, yeah. So my university is very colorful.
Hello. My name is Pius Mushiri Mugo, and I'm here in my first class in session, and I'm the managing director of Nabo Capital. And what do I do at Nabo Capital? It's a very simple thing. We are in the business of making people wealthy. That's what we do at Nabo Capital. So welcome to my class in session on investing with purpose. Let's have some fun. So that's a very good question. What does investing with purpose mean? You know, I meet a lot of people out here, and because they know I'm in the business of investing, they ask me, Pius, what rates are you guys offering? And I tell them, wait. The investment profession is like medicine. It's like, I'm like a doctor. If you ever meet any investing professional who just tells you what to invest in, just know that's a quack. Because you don't go to hospital and you're prescribed
a medicine without first of all knowing what you're suffering from. So if you come with a neck problem, we sort out a neck problem. What do I mean by this? Investing is not a hobby. Investing is a life skill. So we help people to achieve their end goals. So our purpose is not to help you make 1,000% return, 100% return, 50% return. That means nothing. Our purpose is, how can we help you to achieve your financial goals? What are some of the financial goals that we tend to meet most of our customers with? Education. 9 out of 10 of our customers tell us, I am investing for education. So instead of allowing them to try and craft the solution themselves, we use our financial expertise to say, okay, when do you want yours? Let me give an example. I think it's easier to give an example. We had this colleague of ours who unfortunately passed on in 2006. And he left 2 kids. One was in, I think, standard 4. The other one was in nursery. After we were done with all the burial arrangements, it was time now to distribute the benefits. And he had said, very jokingly, if anything happens to him, please divide the benefits into 4. My wife, my mother, my son, my daughter. So the children were underage. So we need to find out how to go about that. But they were all in school. The mother was taking care of widows and children who had been left behind by his brothers. 9 brothers had passed on. 8 brothers had passed on before him, leaving very many children who had become dependent on him. And now he was gone. And now this old woman was going to be the sole breadwinner for them. So he said, you know what, let's call them to the office. We called them to the office. We told the old woman, if we send money to you, we think it would even risk your life because everybody will know you have money. Why don't you allow us to form a trust for you, and then we'll be disbursing money to you to be able to pay school fees for these children. She said, tick, I will go along with that. The children, it was obvious we had to also form trusts. So we formed 3 trusts. That was 2006. Then I sat back. I asked myself, this son who was in standard 4, why is he likely to go to high school? Why is he likely to go to university? What are the costs of university? How much is it likely to be that time because of inflation? So we did all the numbers, and then we now put together a plan and made an investment where we were going to get cash flows, and those cash flows were going to be used to pay for their school fees and anything else that they need, like shopping and all that. Fast forward, we're in 2024. They have never touched the money that their father left behind.
The principal.
The principal. In fact, it is more than what he left behind. Number 2, the son finished high school, finished university, and came and interned at our business for about a year or 2, and went and set up his own business. But even now that he's a major, he is like, this portfolio should continue being with you guys.
Oh my.
He's a major. Then the other girl, she is, I think, just finishing Form 4, or just finished Form 4 last year. The one who was in nursery never touched her money. Her money is intact. It's as if their father is still alive. Now, the old woman in upcountry also has educated almost all the children. Every month, every term, we send money to them. That has brought a different kind of satisfaction to me. It is more than making billions of shillings, because we've seen lives change. And this is just one of the story. So what was the purpose? The purpose was to invest for education. Then we asked ourselves, why should we do this for people when they're dead? Why can't we do this for people when they're alive? And now we have given this opportunity to everybody, including myself. I'm also in it. Yeah, my kids, for my kids to go to school wherever they are, I counted if I was to pay it out of my pocket, it will take 14 years for them to finish from KG1 to grade 12. Guess how much it was going to cost me? 14 million shillings per child.
Per child.
Per child.
And they're how many now?
And I have 5 kids. So I was like, this is quite an investment. Actually, not an investment, because that is money leaving us.
Yes. It's quite an expense.
It is quite an expense. So I said, ask the team, the investment team, what size of portfolio do I need to educate my child? I was in shock with their response.
Can I ask what that was?
They came back with a solution. See, if I build a portfolio of 80 million shillings for every child. 8 million. 8 million.
Okay.
Meaning 6 million less than 14, which would leave my pocket. I would be able to educate my child without ever going back to my pocket for the 14 years that they will be in school. Now, the icing on the cake is that on the principal, I would still have a big chunk of my principal by the 14th year. Enough to take them to university wherever they want to go. America, UK, nowadays people even go to China. So that is investing for education. A purpose is education. And I discovered, you know what? The rich people, they don't pay education from their pocket. They have portfolios that pay for education, but the principle is never touched. So if you create wealth here, you never go down. But majority of us, you create wealth here, you use it to pay for education, you come down, and then like that, you're always going up and down. So we call some of these things the big disruptors of life. Home ownership, education, medical emergencies, they're called big disruptors of life. What does that mean? It means if you don't take care of them individually, when they happen, your life goes into chaos. You might not even have food to eat because you have somebody who is in the hospital. What do most people do in their prime life when they're earning their highest? They pay for education and they get into a mortgage home ownership program. That's the only thing that most people achieve. But that also explains why majority of the people, once they retire, the majority of them are poor and their glory days are behind them. That should never be a story of anybody if you invest with purpose.
So powerful. You've kicked this thing off with some motto. To dwell on this investing with purpose conversation, I want us to demystify then. What is investing? What's the difference between investing and saving? If you were to break it down very layman to the audience watching, this is a class in session. What would you say investing is?
Okay. Let me start by an observation that I made, and I want you to imagine this. You have friends.
One of them is seated here.
One of them is seated here. I want you to think about 2 or 3 friends you have. Close friends. I want you to remember where they all live. I want you to just picture which schools their kids go to, which clubs they visit, the kind of entertainment that they have. Hold that picture. Now, I also want you to think about where do they make their money? How do they finance this lifestyle? Are they employed? Do they have a business? It's one of the two, right? Now, I want you to think 20 years from today. Yeah, I'm assuming majority of them, average age will be around 40.
So 20 years from today, they will be what?
60.
60. I want you to ask yourself one question. Do you think they will be able to afford the same lifestyle that they have today if they continue with the way they live?
I want to keep my friends. but I don't think so.
Very simple. If you look at, I look at Nabo Capital today, the average age is below 30. The average age in our organization is below 30. So assume I'm 40. 20 years from today, I'll be 60. Okay, I'm not 40, I'm more over 40. I'll be 60. Do you really think, should I really imagine myself still in Nabo Capital? So majority of the people we are discussing here, they will not be in the jobs that they have today.
True.
Their businesses, 20 years from today, might also be completely disrupted by technology or anything else.
Redundant completely.
Completely made redundant. So the question is, 20 years from today, can they still have 2 cars parked outside their houses? Can they still afford to buy a new car, refresh a new car? Or will they hold on to their old car? Will they be able to maintain, even if they own the house, will they be able to maintain the same house that they live in? Pay the same gardeners, maintain the nice lawns, have the nice things that, you know? And the sad answer is, for me, in my own observation, as the majority of the people are not prepared for what is to come 20 years from today. Now, here comes investing. Investing is about depriving yourself instant gratification, delaying it so that you benefit. You pay the price for the future today.
Whew. Say that again. I love it.
Investing is about thinking 20 years from today and doing something today that will impact 20 years from today. It is dictating how your 20 years from today, how it will look like and how you will live your life. That's investment. That's what investing is all about. Investing is not a hobby. Investing is not something you do because you hear people are doing it. Investing is something you do because you must do it so that you see your future, how it's supposed to be.
This is so powerful because what I've not had you negate is age.
Absolutely.
So if 20 years ago I had watched this class in session and listened to somebody say the exact words that are leaving your mouth and acted accordingly, and consistently, I would be now reaping the fruits for every sacrifice and delayed gratification that I did along the journey.
Absolutely. So let's come back to investing. Investing has only one purpose. One purpose. To help you to make money while you're sleeping or while you're doing the things that you love to do every single day of the year. Investing is about helping you to make money while you're on holiday, while you're taking care of a loved one, while you're doing other things, while you're pursuing, even this one that I love the most, while you're pursuing your ultimate earthly assignment. Investing is about generating one thing, passive income. And that's what we call passive income. The money that you make while you sleep. Investing is about changing the whole rhetoric about money. It's about money working for you instead of you working for money. Majority of us, if you didn't come from an extremely wealthy family, at some point you had to work for money. But that is not sustainable. And that's why most of us, including our friends, will not be able to maintain the lifestyle that we have today, 20 years from today. Because if you are still working for money, if you're still working to pay bills, if you're still working to pay education, if you're still working to do all these things, and if you don't do them, they will not. If you're not working, those things will not happen. Then that means you're living on active income.
Active income.
You're living on active income.
Mm.
And that is not sustainable, because we have agreed 20 years from today, most of the people will not be doing what they're doing today.
With how technology is going, 20 years even feels far.
I am just being extravagant here. With time.
Mm.
But if you are 40 years today, 20 years, which is a very short period of time, in a very short, you'll be 60. You cannot be looking for a job when you're 60.
Mm.
You'll be the oldest, you'll be the slowest guy in the team. Unless you're in this career that mature like wine, you become a doctor. Okay, you're an investment professional like us, also we get to mature.
If you like
wine.
talking on camera.
Yeah, if you like talking on camera. Yeah. But we don't know. This thing that we are doing today that is called, that we are shooting, we don't know how this will be happening 20 years from today.
True.
Yeah. People will just be pressing a button and they record themselves. And it comes out the best. No human being can be able to do that. Mm. We must be prepared for that future. But the thing is this, investing is about putting down the money that you would have used today aside, and in putting it somewhere where you demand a return from it. And then that return grows, which is what we call passive income. And then you start living on that passive income instead of living on active income. Everybody must make that switch.
I love the conversation already. So insightful, so much value. I want to go back to the question that I asked. Mm-hmm. And that question is, you never put an age limit when you gave your example on investing.
No.
So, investing with purpose, who is it for?
Mm.
Who can invest with purpose? Is it for, actually, I just throw that to you.
Investing is not for some people or some organization. Investing is for everybody. And I keep saying again, investing is a survival skill. So investing with purpose is for everybody. A billionaire, somebody who is listening to me and lives in the slum, investing in purpose is for them, is for everybody. And we look at investing like building a house. If you're building a house, you start from foundation.
Yep.
Then you go to the walling, roofing, then you start doing the interior and any other thing that you want to do. But you must start from the foundation. Now, this is what I like about investing with purpose. Whether you're a billionaire or you come from the slum and you come to me, I'll ask you, if what you do today to earn a living was disrupted and it no longer it can no longer provide for you, how would your life look like? Can you sustain the lifestyle that you're used to today? And as long as you have active income,
the answer is no.
The answer is no. So we ask the question, how much do you need to survive if everything else that provides for you ceases?
Mm.
How much do you need to still live in the same neighborhood, drive the same car, go to the same clubs, have the same friends? How much do you need? Take your kids to the same school. How much do you need? And by the way, it's funny enough, even billionaires just tell me 100 to 200,000 shillings. Others, they will also have their goals. Someone from who is not as privileged will also have their number. Maybe 20,000 bob, or 30,000 bob, or 10,000 bob, whatever that number is. We make it our goal. How do we start a portfolio that will provide that 10,000 bob every month? That 100,000 bob every month. And that portfolio, we have a name for it. We call it lifestyle portfolio.
Let's break down this conversation. What is then a portfolio?
What is a portfolio thank you, that's a very good question. A portfolio is a combination of assets that we have put together that can generate the passive income that is necessary for you to be able to maintain your lifestyle or whatever goal you have for a very long period of time. So if you look at, for example, the family that I gave an example of my former colleague, there was a number we came up with. If we can have this number every month or every quarter when we need to pay for school fees, call it 200,000 bob. We can be able to educate these children until they finish, and they will still leave the inheritance untouched. And that's exactly what happened. That was an education for them. But now for a lifestyle portfolio is, if you need 100,000 to pay your bills, pay your rent, pay everything, we'll say, you probably need, I don't know, 5 million, 10 million, bob, whatever it is. What's a combination of assets? Maybe we'll buy some treasury bills, we'll buy some bonds, or whatever it is. That combination of assets that generate that cash flow is what we call a portfolio. It is your secret sauce.
It is what uses your principle to then create
it's a combination of assets.
Yes. So, sticking to this portfolio.
So I can give an analogy.
Okay, give an analogy.
When you go to hospital and you're suffering from malaria, the doctor, you see, you have a purpose. The purpose is to treat
the malaria.
You have symptoms of headache, and then there's the malaria itself. You may not be having appetite to eat. When you go to, when the doctor listens to, he puts together a combination of medicine, a combination of drugs that will sort out the headache, will sort out the appetite, and then will sort out the real issue of malaria.
Yes.
Those three drugs are a portfolio of drugs. But they sort out one big issue. So for us, when you come, your problem is what? Lifestyle. If things get disrupted, you can't survive. That is a problem we set our eyes on. So we put together a combination of things that will give you the income just enough for you to survive when your business is disrupted, or when you're told at work your services are no longer required. That's a portfolio.
I'm going to stick on this portfolio conversation because suddenly it's opened up my mind to the amount of different types of portfolios you can create.
Yes.
Thus the amount of different people who can use portfolios. Let me give an example. If I'm in the diaspora and I know it's January, but I know in December I want to come to Nairobi, I want to go to Mombasa, I'll need about 300 Gs in cash. I want my tickets paid for, or even my tickets, I'll pay for that. It's okay. Can a portfolio be created for that?
That is what investing in FAPA is all about. There is no goal that I cannot help you to achieve. I even had a client who wanted to buy a Range Rover every 5 years? See, I hate driving old cars. So I wanted to put together a portfolio that I can always buy a new Range Rover every 5 years. I sell the old one and I get a new one. So you say, how much does a Range Rover cost? It costs X amount of money. Okay, fine. So how much will you put in the portfolio every month? X amount of money. And by the fifth year, if a Range Rover costs 25 million, we'll have 25 million shillings ready to buy a brand new Range Rover. He won't even feel it because we've been buying a Range Rover for 5 years without knowing. So if you want to go on a cruise, I had another group of women. See, ever since they got to 50 years, every so often they go and do a cruise, all of them. So every 2 years. So they say, set up a portfolio for us every 2 years. we are guaranteed we are going on a cruise. Ticket is paid, the whole trip is booked, everything is booked, and nobody even feels any disruption in your day-to-day life because we have been doing it for 2 years.
Oh.
So whatever goal you have, even through Chums, which is an app that we will discuss a little bit about, we even have a goal for someone to take their date on a nice restaurant, a 5-day goal. I'm saving up. So like the people who are in campus, I want to take someone on a date next weekend. Start putting money every day for the next 5 days or whatever time you have. And on that day, you come withdraw everything, you take her for a date, and you guys have a good time.
I'm going to ask this one before I transition to the next question, because I'm loving this conversation. CTA is under a company called Moapi Entertainment. Moapi Entertainment has expenses that we pay constantly when we're doing a shoot like this. Venue, there's our good friend ISO equipment, there's all these different things that are needed in order for a shoot like this to happen. Moapi is not an individual. Moapi is an institution. Can institutions then create portfolios?
Absolutely. We do it every day. We have one organization that, just to give an example, we have one organization that came and said, you know what, we have this amount of money. We do not want to touch it. They actually sold a very good asset. See, now we have this amount of money. We don't want to touch this money, but we want you to use this money, create a stream of cash flows or passive income that can help us to pay our operating expenses every month.
Oh.
So, see, our operating expenses are 100 million every month, or 50 million, or 20 million. Say, okay, fine. Say, okay, we have this size of portfolio. What can it be able to do? How much money can we generate with it? To say, okay, we can actually generate 20 million a month because it's a sizable portfolio. It's not a big asset. So it's what? It's been like 5 years.
So this company doesn't work to pay salaries?
No.
We're talking profit from a day. I mean, the expenses are reduced crazily.
Whatever they do with their core business now is for growth. So they introduced this line called investment income. And that investment income takes care of their operating expenses. So even Nabo, I remember just before COVID, we were doing something called 4DX, the 4 disciplines of execution. And this exercise, we asked ourselves, what is the one thing that if we did would guarantee our business survival for 100 years? And after a long debate, we came up with this idea, recurrent income.
That's true.
We need recurrent income. We need money that is coming into the business without necessarily our customers coming through the door.
Ooh.
So we said, we stop looking at our revenues per year. We started looking at what are our revenues per month.
Yeah.
Then he say, if our revenues per month are
X amount,
say 50 million, we want our expenses per month not to be more than 30 million. Because then you create this cushion. So we call it RPM, revenue per month. So we said, if we are to boost our RPM, what do we need? And we said, there is a profit that we normally make. If we were to consolidate that profit and keep accumulating it, we'll have our own portfolio as Nabo. So we start building a portfolio just for Nabo. And the first thing that I wanted that portfolio to do is to be able to pay the salaries of all our employees every month.
Yeah.
Now, regardless of what we do in business, regardless of the ups and downs of business, if this portfolio can pay our employees, that's one big expense line taken care of.
And guaranteed motivation.
Uh-huh.
At least from the...
Yeah, but it removes pressure from the business to perform regardless of environment. So we built a portfolio. And then March 2020 happens.
What?
COVID happens. You can't show up in the office. You cannot meet any customer. You cannot pitch. You cannot sell. You know? And let me tell you, this portfolio came through for us. We never laid off anyone.
No way.
We never reduced anyone's salary.
No way.
In fact, we recruited some people during COVID. If it was not for that forethinking, COVID would have hit us very badly. You know what COVID did? COVID exposed the businesses. I'm paraphrasing. I'm just using another. Where they say you only know who is swimming naked when the tide goes.
Yep.
The businesses that depended on a customer to come to show up so they can pay for their lights and for their other bills, they were exposed by COVID. Those are the businesses that were retrenching, because if the customer never showed up, no shilling went into the bank account.
Pass, are you trying to tell me that businesses are in the job of creating a profit to build a portfolio?
Every business should have a portfolio and should have an investment income line. Because what do they do with these profits? They must create a portfolio where things can do, they can be able to create investment income line, and when future opportunities come, they can dip into this portfolio and seize opportunities. And then those opportunities generate more cash flows, and those cash flows continue enriching the portfolio.
In fact, forgive me.
So it's a cycle.
It shouldn't even be considered as profit. It shouldn't be taken from profit. It needs to be looked at like rent. Do you know how you look?
It is the same financial principles of individuals apply also to organizations.
Uh-huh.
We tell individuals, a person must live within their means. Within their means means below their means. So that you have headroom. Organizations too must live within their means. They should not spend all their revenues. This cushion that is created, where does it go? It is not created just to sit in bank accounts. It is created so that you form portfolios, and those portfolios start generating investment income line as you look for more opportunities. And when you find these new opportunities or expansion programs that you get into, you dip into this portfolio without having to ask for your shareholders for more money, and then you boost more revenues, and then you create more cash flows, and then cash flows still continue pumping back into the portfolio. Yeah. So if I see a business that has investment income line, it draws my attention. Let me surprise you. Insurance companies, where do they make their money? It is a known thing that insurance companies make underwriting a loss or a break even. You just go look at the accounts. We are in first quarter of the year. Where the insurance companies make money is investment income line. The best insurance, if I want to know which insurance company to go with, I look at the investment income line. That one is unlikely to disappoint me when my claim crystallizes. So, even a business has purpose.
Yes.
So some businesses, they give us their portfolios to grow their shareholder wealth. So we continue growing it fast, and they only are left with just what they need. Others, they say, please
manage this portfolio, and we'll be coming every month to withdraw some amount of money so that we can pay for our expenses. That business, imagine the kind of freedom we give them to take risks and experiment and do amazing things. They operate with a completely different mindset because they're not trying to capture customers to pay bills. They're trying to capture customers to solve real human pain points. Those businesses are positioned to completely blow away a customer because they don't need the customer to survive. And the same thing to us. I always say, I'd love to go to a restaurant and be served by a waiter or waitress who does not need to be paid to survive. That waiter or waitress would serve me with the best smile because they come there like, I love what I do because I meet amazing people. The kind of engagement that waiter will give you will be like, I want to come back and I want to be served by the same person. The mindset is different.
What is it that has prevented us from having this mindset? First of all, I'm very grateful that you're here sitting down and pulling down the veils from the eyes of people. Let me even just, that was more a statement than it is a question.
Yeah.
Where to start? Because I'm hearing this is for everybody. If you're in the diaspora, if you're an institution, if you're young, if you're old.
Actually, you asked me about the diaspora.
Yes.
We have customers in diaspora who tell us amazing things. I live in the US. I come to Kenya once in a year. I want when I come to Kenya to spend Kenyan shillings. Not convert dollars into shillings. So for a year or two, they're just building a portfolio.
And are they necessarily building this portfolio in shillings or?
In shillings.
Okay.
So when they're coming to Kenya, they say, I'll be in Nairobi 2 weeks from today. Please fund my account with 3 or 400 or 500,000 bob. When they land, they find 300, 400 or 500 bob in their bank account. And that is what they use when they're here. They buy presents for people, they gift people, they do all manner of things. Zero pressure. Zero pressure. Others, they say, I support my parents, 20,000 bob every month. Can you create a portfolio that can be able to support can be paying this 20,000 every month? We create a portfolio and we start paying whoever the beneficiary is, or 20,000 shillings, maybe their mother, their father. You know what that does? It completely changes the dynamics because this mother or father or parents who are dependent on this person who is in diaspora, we delink the two. And if something happens, maybe the person in diaspora loses their job or something happens that is unfortunate, it means their loved one continues to enjoy the same benefits that they were enjoying even before. So you don't create dependencies. You help the people you want to help to be independent and not to be dependent on you regardless of circumstances. And that's what investing with purpose is all about. So the reason why people are not doing it is because our mindset of investing is the old way. How much return is Nabo Capital generating? Which fund manager is generating the best returns? Which is a big thing going on? Bitcoin, people are buying land. People are just investing haphazardly. But investing, and I want everybody to remember this, is like building a house. You must start from the foundation. Foundation means when the worst happens, where will you fall up to here or will you fall to the ground? The lowest you should ever fall is where you maintain your same lifestyle that you have today. That's the lowest you should ever fall. You know, Richie, there's so many things that go on. I every time I drive into town very early in the morning and I see people sleeping on the streets of Nairobi or under the bridges, covered in a sack or something, I ask myself, how come this person does not care about his security? Because you cannot even imagine one night outside. And I realized, you know why? When your lifestyle falls below a certain level, you lose your human dignity. And when you lose your human dignity, you no longer care about security. In fact, you acquire like animal instinct. You know, you lose human dignity. Investing should start with that foundation to make sure you will never ever lose your human dignity. You will be clothed to you and your children. You will have food on the table. You will have a roof on top of your head. Those basic things. Whether you are a billionaire or whether you live in the slums, you must take care of them. And it doesn't take a miracle to do them. So forget returns.
Yes.
Let's make sure if the worst happens, you will never fall below the minimum
and if the
dignity that you deserve.
And if the best happens,
and if
you're going to have so many portfolios.
And now there are more portfolios.
To enable you to achieve all these different visions and dreams that you have.
Freedom.
Okay. We're coming back to the next question.
Financial
That's just
freedom.
the first question.
So, Kisima Awards is coming, yeah?
The first ever Kisima Awards.
The first ever Kisima Awards. But this time, because my dad is also an architect, so their office, they were lucky enough to have a computer. By this time, computers were not there.
This is 90.
This is 97.
97.
Yeah, those days a bank had one computer, the whole bank. Yeah, there's one comp for the entire bank. And that's how companies were. So by this time, my dad's organization where he worked, they were fortunate enough to have a comp, yeah? And on this computer, there was a program that could do graphics, yeah? Just simple 2D logo graphics kind of thing. Now, I remember one evening I come home, the usual walking at 9 p.m. My father sees me walking across the living room. He calls me back because I was trying to help her. And the guy's like, man, you guys, what are you doing with your life, yeah? And then he asks me a question that also becomes another thing that also drives me in a new direction. You know what he asked me? He asked me, these things that bring you home at this time of the night, are you making money off them? My answer was no. A guy told me just go and sleep. Like, I'm done, just go sleep. So after he challenged me, what I decided to do is I decided to enroll into a college that was doing graphic design in town. Yeah. So after about a week, I went back to him and I told him, hey, I need some money to register. I want to go do graphics. Yeah. Because graphics looked like something that was worth doing. Yeah. In my heart, that's not really what I want to do. I just want to do something in the direction of art.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's no way I was going to learn production. So the closest thing I could do was to go to a college. It was called Inside Technologies. It's on top of where 20th Century IMAX is right now. There used to be some colleges over there. So I'm paid for a 2-week course to go and learn how to do a program called CorelDRAW. So I go there. Yeah. So I went there, I was taught CorelDRAW for 2 weeks. I was taught how to do vectors and graphics and how to make a logo and how to do business cards and whatnot. So I come out of there with my certificate, Inside Technologies, whatnot, with my name at the top, and I feel like now I've done something with my life. Yeah. Now with this certificate, I have confidence to go to Akina Ted Josiah and tell them I'm a designer.
What?
Yeah. So Ted Josiah by this time was working with David Muridhi.
He's now moved to AudioVault.
No, they were working separate. David Muridhi has a company called Sunset Promotions. So
I told David, you know, do you have a business card? He says, I told him, let me make for you, let me design for your business card. Eh? I'll not charge you anything. I just want to do for your business card. You see, yeah. So I designed for him a business card. I take it to his office. His office was somewhere near INM building. So I got there, I meet him, and I give him the design. And he's like, whoa, this is nice, this is nice. Yeah, come here, you can design. Okay, very good. Yeah. So now I'm talking to David, I'm talking to Ted. And these were the main guys in entertainment in that year. So you see, for me, I'm feeling like I'm already somewhere. I'm inside. You see. So Kisima is coming. Then one day I happened to be at the office and they're discussing graphic design and concepts for the award and Kisima.
Because Ted Josiah and Dave already the ones who came up with the concept for Kisima Awards.
Correct. Okay. But now they're looking for a design for the award itself and a designer. So they had different designs. There's one that settled on, yeah? They settled on a certain design, and it was actually about to go into manufacture, like to make the awards themselves, yeah? Like I think they were just about to send out the concept so that it can be made into an award.
What do you mean? You're talking about the statue?
The statue,
the thing that people receive?
Yes. So they had a design, yeah? And it wasn't really what they wanted, yeah? But because of time, I think they made a decision. So I remember talking to David and telling David, you know what, let me give you guys a concept for a design. So because Kisima is African and whatnot, so I settled on a mask, yeah, and I found a way to design a mask. And I decided let it be like an almost ugly-looking African face with very big earrings, yeah. So that there's no designation between is it a man, is it a woman? It's just an African, yeah. And then the next day, just before they'd gone to make the other awards they wanted to make, I presented to them this design. Everything, they stopped the other one completely. And that became the Kisima Awards design.
Steve-O,
yeah.
Are you talking about the thing which is at the back there?
By the way, yeah, this is it, by the way, yeah. This guy here, yeah. That's the design. It's actually written, Kisima Awards 1997, yeah. It's actually written. I've had it the whole time. So this was the prototype. This was the prototype of what was used. And if you watch the videos or anything to do with Kisima from that time, because I remember it was televised, yeah, you'll actually see this award and the people who actually had it.
General Manager Gerson Musimi to come up. Mr. Musimi.
And the nominees in this category are, Jeff?
Hot Rod.
No. Shades of Black.
Four Alive. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Five Alive! So, thank you very much. We're very grateful to our loyal fans, those who supported us. Thank you. This would not be here if it wasn't for you. We're going to go to the male category first. Best New Actor of the Year. The nominees are Tony Njuguna and Ian Mbogwa.
We have two guesses. And the guess that wins is Tony Njuguna.
The nominees are Jackie Muya and Lorna Irungu. And the winner is pressure.
This is exciting.
What?
And the winner is Jackie
Thank you to you all. Thank you.
So by this time, here I am now a designer by profession. Sindio? Because...
Wait, Steve-O.
Yeah.
In 1997,
yeah,
the first Kisima Awards.
I was there.
You're the one who designed.
And I'm the one who designed it. Yes.
This time you're not at your producer.
I'm
you're not a musician. You're a designer.
I'm doing design out of frustration. You get.
But it gave you access to the point where you attended the actual awards.
Yes. So I'm doing design out of frustration of not being able to do what I really want to do. Yeah.
Okay. This is why I don't want us to jump over these Kisima Awards. Explain to me what it meant to you attending. This was the first Kenyan awards.
Yes, it was.
Was there precedence to this? Can you say there was another award?
I can't think of any before that that was of that much significance.
It was televised.
It was televised live. Yeah. By this time.
This is 1990?
This is 97. Yeah.
What?
It's televised live. It was funded. It had sponsorship. Yeah. It was not at just a thing that people have gotten together, what not, and let's do. It had sponsorship. It had media partners. Yeah. It had corporate partners. It was the whole shebang. It was like Groove Awards. Yeah. At that time, yes.
Kisima Awards also took time to send out a social awareness message on AIDS, symbolized by the International Red Ribbon. Capital FM's Zane Vergie spoke about what the symbol means and later on introduced a song by various artists put together by Ted Josiah touching on AIDS.
Capital FM, together with Population Services International, is doing a campaign to raise awareness on HIV and AIDS. And this campaign is going to run for the next 6 weeks or so. And as part of the campaign, what we've done is to get together with a group of local artists, most of who are here tonight. So Hardstone, Kalamashaka, Shades of Black, Cyrus and MC Mikey have gotten together with producer Ted Josiah to put together a song about HIV and AIDS. The song is called Show Love, and essentially it's a song about raising awareness about HIV and AIDS. And just one more thing, the ribbons. The ribbons are actually the international symbol for AIDS awareness, which is the reason we've been distributing them today, and we'll be distributing them all around town for the next few weeks. So show love, wear a red ribbon. So finally, I'd like to introduce you to the artist, Show Love.
All right. Are you ready? Listen. People who no listen want me say unto you. Life can be good and life can be bad. Life could be a joy or it could be a sorrow. You can see today but you can't see tomorrow. It's just another HIV big time monster, wiping out my brothers and my sister. Your mama and your papa left done in a sorrow, in a sorrow, in a sorrow, in a sorrow.
Niweleze kuwa mambo ni kadari, na kama huna baraka kweli kwako ni kwa heri jikadari, na tumie yako akili kikamili. Penzi ni moja wena wala si wawili. Pili, usiuze mwili ili upate nazo mali. Mbona watengeneza jeneza, ukicheza na ukimwi na umaliza mamilioni.
Hear that? Hear that? Show them stealing all my brothers and my sisters. Listen.
sasa tukueleze, seti mambo akilini, we usiteleze, njia zetu tutengeneze, kama sisi sote tusiomboleze. Mambo haya tulikanywa tangu zamani, tusichovye kwenye asali, kwani mwishoe ni ajali. Yo, wengi walijidai majabali, wako wapi waliodharau ya wazazi?
Yabidi sasa tujichunge, njia zetu tengeneza, na tukiweza kujichunga basi sote tutaweza. Napendekeza wacha kucheza, manake kifo cha kupata twa kuona kwa jeneza. Mipango yako na wenzako hukuweza tekeleza. Sasa mimi nakueleza, ukimwi kweli ni hatari, wengi wameomboleza.
And this was a concept that was purely birthed from, I would say, 1 or 2 people by that time. Yeah.
Ted and
David, yes. And there's a plan for its longevity.
I'm Ted Josiah. I'm David Morady. David. And we are just a small part of the organizers of Kisima. There are a lot of people who are dressed in black and white, who are our ushers, our arms, legs, and everything. We'd like to thank them so much for what they've done for us. Thank you very much. I want to let you know one thing. Kisima is going to happen every single year. What we're trying to do is motivate the Kenyans to have a Kenyan spirit. We can do what the Americans can do. We can do what the British can do. Yeah? We have it. We have it within us to create a generation that, you know, people won't be looking into LA. People will be looking here and saying, you know, I want an actress from Africa, and they'll come here. I want a singer from Africa, and they'll come here. I want a producer from Africa, and they'll come here. Forget about them. We can do it ourselves. We are Kenyans, and we should be proud to be Kenyans. That's what Kisima is about. I'd like to thank some of our sponsors, KTN, who have given us excellent coverage and a lot of assistance. Capital Radio, Amuka and his team. Thank you very much. Africa Online for the fantastic putting us on the internet. Kelele Records. Africa Heritage. Oh, have I left anyone out? And of course, the Carnivore.
A night of glamour, happiness, disappointment, and a self-promise to work even harder. But there was a lot of controversy about the nominations for the awards. David Morady, one of the organizers, explains the nomination process.
We put out questionnaires, effectively, out at various points within the city. And we asked or invited people to literally nominate the people they think deserve these awards. So, and you know, as the presenter said earlier on, this is not a competition, it's a recognition. So everyone's a winner. All the nominees are winners. All the people who weren't named are winners. And maybe next year they'll be named, maybe, you know, but we were saying, effectively, the nominations, as we were saying, were sent in to the Kisima offices. We had a crew, a team of 10 people who were putting all the stuff onto the computer effectively and, you know, churning out whoever had the highest nominations, okay, effectively won. I mean, it was the people who voted. We had nothing to do with the voting effectively. And that's the way it went. And, you know, you could tell from the response in the crowd, you know, that they were obviously behind all the people, you know, including the nominees. When the nominations were read out, you know, people were up and screaming and everything. So the people decided. All we did was just present their answers to them, you know, their nominations to them.
Yeah. Now, here I am, having convinced these guys that let's go with this other design. And
I also know Pete was a bit involved in that
yes,
idea.
and Pete was also there to some extent. So here we are, a new design has been done, and we're out there, and it's Kisima Awards, and Kisima Awards goes great. The coverage is fantastic, the media response, everything, the hype is good, you know. And it was very well hyped. I mean, the place was full, if I remember right. And thanks to this, I received my first, I think it was 27K or something, yeah? I received my first, I think 27K. I mean, 27K at that time it was like, I don't know, you know.
Like heaven.
And I was given, I mean, it was put for me in an envelope in the office, you know, and I was told to count, and my hands were shaking, you know. And this was, you know, this is the first time I really hold what at that time I considered to be real money, you know. And also at the same time, DJ Pinye is doing a lot of gigs.
Chwani, aka DJ Pinye.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of gigs at this time. And because of now this clout of mine for Kisima, and he was also the DJ at Kisima, I've also gone to Pinye, and now I'm also designing flyers for Pinye's gigs.
Flyers?
Yeah. So Pinye would give me that 1K, and it was good. Like it was good, you know. He'd give me that 1 or 2,000 shillings per flyer. It was good. I was content, and it was great.
Because he had a lot of gigs.
Yes. And this was back then when he had a lot of gigs and there's a lot going on, yeah? So here I am, Steve-O, but Steve-O is a designer. You see, Steve-O is a designer, and I became a designer out of frustration. It's not really what I wanted to do, but it seemed to be working for that time, yeah? But however, my goal is still to find a way to cross over to really do what I wanted, and that was music.
I have to rewind you a bit, because you've brought up that song. The place where I saw this song is on the Kisima Awards being performed by Hardstone, Kalawashaka, and I don't know even some ladies who I don't even know. So let's go back to Kisima Awards.
Was
because
Nikki there in 2? No.
I think it was the first Kisima Awards that you guys did.
In 2 might have been part of that performance.
Yeah. So let's talk about Kisima Awards, because again,
I need to know. That's what it was called. And Atemi was in it for sure. I need to know about and there was an American boy on it at some point. Yes, oh my. Okay, it's coming back.
Just need to jog that memory.
It's coming back.
So Kisima Awards.
Kisima Awards, my goodness. Kisima
How
Awards.
did it even come to be?
Actually, Kisima Awards was really birthed by Pete Odera and Ted Josiah. They had done the first Kisima Awards, a smaller version of it in '95. And it wasn't as big, but they had done a version of it. And then Ted, when I met Ted, in fact, soon after meeting Hardstone, he told me about the Kisima Awards. It's like, So I went about putting together my event management mind, and together we designed this thing. We said, no, let's get an award ceremony that really honors people who've young people, or people working with young people, or who affect young people in different spheres of the creative sector. So from comedy to fine art to music to dancing. And out of the Kisima Awards, actually quite a number of people came out of it. And remember, I went and got sponsorship from Capital, from a whole lot of other people. Went to the Carnival, they really supported us and put it together. And people
You've had a long relationship with the Carnival.
Huge, long. And actually that was the first major show we put up at the Carnival. Kyoko Mwitiki, who's one of the best known metal art creators probably in Africa actually. We had recognized him then, and I remember I used to be a teacher at Upper Hill back in the day, even before my time, I think, or after. And he was just so shocked that he was recognized. And he was so thankful. And I remember he wrote us a letter, and I have to find that letter actually now. But he wrote us a letter just saying how thankful he was and everything. Now he's big time. You know those metal ninis you see near the airport?
Yeah, it's
those
all
animals. This guy is international rolling. He has a whole, he has a gallery in Lavington. He's big. He's a big deal.
Nice.
Then, if I have to invite you to my birthday party. And then we had people like, I remember Hardstone performed. He won. It was controversial because, hang on, we are organizing. But the votes, we actually,
explain how did guys use the vote?
I have to tell you this. This I have to tell. Okay, this is an interesting story. Kisima Awards was the first award ceremony in Kenya where people could vote online. Do you remember kelele.com?
Yes.
Kelele.com gave us a platform and a solution whereby people could actually go online. Online had just started, so to speak. Could go online and vote online. And then people could also, how else could they vote?
Call.
They could call, yes. There was calling, there was, I think, posting, there was all sorts of things. And we had to put this all together.
Posting, but explain posting, because these millennials may think you're talking about on Facebook.
P.O. Box, where people from Busia voting in. It's quite interesting now, and I'd forgotten that actually. Anyway, so what we didn't do at the time is hire an independent auditor to come. But I just want to assure all our viewers out there, I was an auditor and I was independent at the time. But honestly, what I said, I remember to Ted and the group, I said, look, if anyone comes to, we kept all the people, said, if anyone disputes this, we have to have the evidence that, and like for example, Hassan was overwhelmingly selected as Artist of the Year.
Yeah.
I mean, Ohiki was the biggest song of that year. And Modonibwika was one of his backup dancers. That show, by the way, FYI. This is before she became the Queen of Nyahunyu, was she called that? On Capital.
Yeah.
Yeah. And who else was there? Who else performed? Honestly, you know what? I've gone blank.
Kisima Awards also took time to send out a social awareness message on AIDS, symbolized by the International Red Ribbon. Capital FM Zain Verji spoke about what the symbol means and later on introduced a song by various artists put together by Ted Josiah touching on AIDS.
Capital FM, together with Population Services International, is doing a campaign to raise awareness on HIV and AIDS. And this campaign is going to run for the next 6 weeks or so. And as part of the campaign, what we've done is to get together with a group of local artists, most of who are here tonight. So Hardstone, Kalamashaka, Shades of Black, Cyrus and MC Mikey have gotten together with producer Ted Josiah to put together a song about HIV and AIDS. The song is called Show Love, and essentially it's a song about raising awareness about HIV and AIDS. And just one more thing, the ribbons. The ribbons are actually the international symbol for AIDS awareness, which is the reason we've been distributing them today, and we'll be distributing them all around town for the next few weeks. So show love, wear a red ribbon. So finally, I'd like to introduce you to the artist, Show Love.
All right. Are you ready? Listen. People who no listen want me say unto you. Life can be good and life can be bad. Life could be a joy or it could be a sorrow. You can see today but you can see tomorrow. It's just another HIV big time monster, wiping out my brothers and my sister. Your mama and your papa left done in a sorrow, in a sorrow, in a sorrow, in a sorrow.
Niweleze kuwa mambo ni hatari, na kama huna bali kwa kweli kwako ni kwa heri. Jihadhari na tumia yako akili kikamili. Penzi ni moja we na wala si wawili. Pili, usiuze mwili ili upate nazo mali. Mbona tengeneza jeneza, ukicheza na ukimwi na umaliza mamilioni.
Hear that? Hear that? Show them
Stealing all my brothers and my sisters.
Listen.
Sasa tukueleze, seti mambo akilini we usiteleze. Njia zetu tutengeneze, kama sisi sote tusiomboleze. mambo haya tulikanywa tangu zamani, tusichove kwenye asali, kwani mwishoe ni ajali. Yo, wengi walijidai majabali, wako wapi waliodharau ya wazazi?
Yabidi sasa tujichunge, njia zetu tengeneza, na tukiweza kujichunga basi sote tutaweza. Napendekeza wacha kucheza, manake kifo cha kupata twa kuona kwa jeneza. Mipango yako na wenzako hukuweza tekeleza.
It was what was interesting about Kisima Awards, it was at the end of the year when they're doing the roundup, usually about the year, they said it was the second most covered in the media entertainment event of the year. Actually, even a year later, we're still getting coverage. I remember we got so much coverage. What people don't know is that we just broke even. I think we made a profit of about 2,000 shillings, which we used to buy burgers and congratulate ourselves, and that was the end. We did not make any money off Kisima Awards, but it was such a phenomenal break into the industry because that set us up. I wouldn't lie to you, that set us up big time.
Yep.
And that's when my father started talking to me again after 3 months.
What?
'Cause he saw me on TV, so he associated it with making a lot of money. So he said, hey, nyewe. So this thing you went into wasn't that bad. So he started talking to me again. He had stopped talking to me. He used to send emissaries saying, I think my son is on Bangi or mad or something. I sent him to the UK to come and auditor Nini. Look what he comes with. Then he now, because his friends would say, hey, we saw your son on the newspaper, on TV. It's like,
maybe, just maybe.
So maybe this is the trick. If you want to, Nini,
get on TV.
Get on TV. No, anyway.
A night of glamour, happiness, disappointment, and a self-promise to work even harder. But there was a lot of controversy about the nominations for the awards. David Muredi, one of the organizers, explains the nomination process.
We put out questionnaires, effectively, out at various points within the city. And we asked or invited people to literally nominate the people they think deserve these awards. So, and you know, as the presenter said earlier on, this is not a competition, it's a recognition. So everyone's a winner. All the nominees are winners. All the people who weren't named are winners. And maybe next year they'll be named, maybe, you know, but we were saying effectively, the nominations, as we were saying, was sent in to the Kisima offices. We had a crew, a team of 10 people who were putting all the stuff onto the computer effectively and, you know, churning out whoever had the highest nominations, okay, effectively won. I mean, it was the people who voted. We had nothing to do with the voting effectively. And that's the way it went. And, you know, you could tell from the response in the crowd, you know, that they were obviously behind all the people, you know, including the nominees. When the nominations were read out, you know, people were up and screaming and everything. So the people decided. All we did was just present their answers to them, you know, their nominations to them. Yeah.
The Kisima 97 had quite an impact on the general public, especially amongst the advertising world. Sam Madoka, a seasoned media personality, was one of the guests who presented the awards for TV and radio personalities of the year.
I think one has to look at how 1-8 was done. And I think my feelings about it was basically that obviously the organizers were limited in terms of financial support. And they could only do it, although I had nothing really to do with it, but they could only do it in a small way. I think what needs to happen is to be a little more national. I think for a launch of the event, for one of the first of its kind, it concentrated within Nairobi and its environs. And I think the results were expected to go in that direction. The industry, unfortunately, is prone to a lot of controversies, petty jealousies, and what have you. And it's to be expected. I mean, that's what it's all about, is competition, and you will have people unhappy about it, and no matter what you do. But I think one of the things that the controversy comes about because people are looking at the national picture. And I think for the first one, it appeared that it was basically concentrated around Nairobi among a small group of people. I think that is to be expected. I was not totally unhappy with the nomination. I didn't agree with all of them. But if that's what the people chose, that's what the people chose. And I think we must accept that and look forward to a more national representation of an opinion, as it were.
So that was the experience of Kisima Awards, but it opened up a whole lot of other events, some of which we'll talk later, like Huma Sekela Tour of 97,
Yeah.
And a whole lot of events we used to do.
So I don't even want to go into the 2000s. I want us to first chill in this pre-2000 era. So expend nothing better than that Hugh Masekela connection.
Hugh Masekela, together with a guy called Mwangi and Joe Kabiru, they came to me with the idea that they wanted to bring Hugh Masekela to Kenya, but they didn't have the resources. They just knew they had the contract actually from his management company. They said, "Look, that's all we have. We have no money. Let's get together." Joe was one of the best sound engineers. In fact, he was the sound engineer for African Heritage. And the interesting connection is that he was the biological father to Valerie Kimani, who ended up managing as my last artist. So, full circle things again. Anyway, so I went about putting on my sponsorship hat, my event management hat. I got sponsorship from KQ, from Capital FM, from KTN.
I'm thinking of somebody here who maybe is a manager or is in the business side. How do you get these sponsors? What would you go and do?
As a manager, one of the most important things I think as both artist manager and a talent manager and as an event manager is your network. You have to have a network. You have to build your network, especially with corporates. But remember, I also came from the corporate world.
Yes.
So I had a slight advantage over many because I did know people from a corporate point of view. But also, I think that just gave me an advantage that I used, that I built on, so to speak. There are many who went from the corporate world who did even bigger things. I think it's just important to nurture your corporate relationships, but also brand management. We had a strong brand at the time, just through our artists. Our artists are what we call loss leaders. To be honest, artist management at the time especially did not make much money at all. In fact, it was probably a loss. We probably invested more in our artists from an artist management than really making money off them, to be honest.
Yeah.
But there were other offshoots that, as you can hear, that made money, advertising and events and whatnot, that you then end up getting money. But they give you the attention you need, so to speak. And that's what we were known as, the people with the youth pulse in our pocket.
I get it.
And that's what got us jobs at the end of the day. So,
but also because of the work that you had done.
But
You had music, you had good music.
And the quality. It's quality, both the music, the events, the type of artists who are managing. They made sure their brand looked good, made sure they dressed well, they looked good, they were professional, even how we handled them on stage, on, off stage, things like that. For example, we used to have this hype thing with Hardstone and Kalamashaka and Necessary Noise, where you're heard and not seen first. So if there's something on stage, you get a cordless mic, you drive them near the stage, you clear away, and you start the song when they're not seen on stage. And they always, like, Hardstone used to jump on stage. If anyone watched Hardstone back in the day, just used to appear on stage, like from nowhere, and disappear at in the same speed, so to speak. And we always had a waiting car, because those days artists used to get mobbed. I don't know if it happens nowadays, but let me tell you, artists used to get mobbed. Like, we couldn't walk with Hardstone in the streets. Even K-Shaka, we could not walk with them in the streets without bodyguards. I remember once Hardstone on radio on Capital, a lady said, "Oh, my dream birthday wish is for Hardstone to, just to sing a song for me," or something like that. So we made it happen. And I think it was Hall 12. We somehow made our way into that girl's, okay, that sounds really dodgy, but made our way, of course, organized with student leaders and all protocols observed. We made it, as a surprise, and she opened the door, and there was Hardstone, and he sang for her, and she actually nearly collapsed. Literally, she had to be held. She actually nearly collapsed. But let me tell you, we looked behind us, and I think the entire Nairobi University as in we could not even get out. We had a problem. So the students at least helped us to get, we were mobbed. Even getting out of there was, so it was a nice feeling. And we used to go to schools. Remember, we did Limuru Girls, we did Lenanas, it was Nairobi School. And whenever we went, because of this hype we had created, and it's about creating the hype. We'd have to go with bodyguards, we'd have to go with, we arrive, and my job as a manager was to be the forward guy. I go ahead, we sometimes go in my car, for example, and just keep everyone in the car. I go out, I go find out everything's okay, make sure paths are cleared, everything's okay. Then the artist comes out. So you always came out as, hyped up, so to speak. It's not like a guy just walks on stage. No, it was really hyped. And that was a lot of fun.
And that was, and what I'm hearing from you, it was very intentional. It was not
extremely intentional.
In fact, I saw, I don't know when it was, I don't know if it was Fladies or whatever, it was something. I remember Necessary Noise with Mobikes coming in, and I'm
Yeah.
just like, this is insane.
Yeah, my hypes. Hype was very important. In fact, you talk of floodies, something very interesting happened in 97 as well. 97 was the golden year. Lauryn Hill.
Welcome back. I hope you're loving the conversation. I know you've been chilling for this episode, so we are we've entered such an interesting part of the life journey. But if you're catching us here, go back and hear the story from the beginning, because the dots connect. You get to you have more context and understanding of where we are at because of the history of the story. So, Mary, what I wanted to find out from you, just before, from the last episode, was the history of this phenomenon called Equity Bank. But let's start it from teach us, educate us.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Equity has an interesting history, and how it came up was, in a way, it's tied to the history of the banking industry in Kenya.
Oh.
Because what happened is that traditionally we had the mainstream commercial banks, and the business model was such that for you to open an account, you needed to pay what we call an account opening balance. Typically that would have been like 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. That was the typical ask from the bank for you to open. And then the banks would also charge ledger fee monthly. And then you had to maintain a certain amount in the account for it to remain operational. We are also looking at a time when there were some restrictions on withdrawals. Like when I was at the university, I like telling this story. I used to bank with Post Bank. And the Post Bank was basically the bank for students. And the rule was, if you withdraw today, the next time you can withdraw is 7 days away. You can't believe this used to happen in somebody's lifetime. So there were those restrictions. You open, you do. So one time I had my brother's pre-wedding. And I had a duty because of the organization and all. So I went to Post Bank on a Saturday, like today, and I withdrew the money I had in there, or I needed. And then I entered a bus, number 7, to go to Pan-Afric Hotel to check on the cooking, because the cooking was being done there. My cousin was working there at that time. Now, I'm not sure what happened in the bus, but by the time I got to Pan-Afric,
there's nothing.
I had no coin on me.
Welcome to Nairobi.
I tell you. So I'm thinking, my brother's pre-wedding is tonight. I have no coin on me. So I decided to go back to Post Bank. And I went to the inquiry desk and told the guy there, excuse me, can you help me? I was here just some minutes ago, but I've lost the money I withdrew. Can you allow me, because I still have some money in the account, to withdraw a little bit more? So the guy looked up and pointed to a notice on the wall. Withdrawals will only be allowed after 7 days. Can you read?
And this is your money.
And it's my money, So those were the peculiar issues. So what then transpired was that those conditionalities that banks had placed on customers were not in tandem with the reality of the customers.
Okay.
Because if for instance you have a business or you are a low cadre staff, so you're on a salary, if the bank tells you to keep or to bring 10,000 at a go, for you to open an account. What does that mean? I cannot afford it because maybe my salary is 10,000. This is the salary. I'll pay my rent. I'll buy my food for my family. I will, and all those other requirements. So if you tell me to give you 10,000, where will I get it from? Or if I'm a trader who deals with, anything, and you can talk about a vegetable vendor or a bitumba vendor or something, what is the take home per day? They are probably making 1,000. And this 1,000 is what will buy unga for the family and all those things. So if you tell them, give me 10,000 to open an account, even if they wanted to, they will never be able to get that kind of money to give you to open for them. So what did that mean? It meant that in the 90s, we only had 5% of the bankable population banked.
Of the bankable population.
And bankable here means that I'm earning an income of some sort, either through employment or through a small trade or other business. 95% did not have, actually it was 96%, did not have bank accounts because the conditions were too tough for them. What then that meant
So
is
how are they
that
getting their salaries?
they would, some of them would get their salaries in cash. But remember, some of them, the traders, it's a cash trade. So they just make some money. And that is where now we say that, where do they bank? And they bank under the mattress.
Under the mattress, yes.
And mattress here might mean physically the mattress or a tin or another place. But they don't take it to the bank. That was the reality.
They kept their money with them. Within
Exactly, yes. That was the reality. So 96% were bankable but not banked. Now, Equity was started in a village in central Kenya. And that was just because the farmers would get some produce money from, the cooperatives and all that. And they would get paid by checks. But then they don't have bank accounts. So they used to, the founder chairman of Equity is from that region. And
What's his name?
Mr. Peter Munga. And so they would take for him the checks because he used to work with the government that time. So the farmers figured out, or because this guy works with the government, he knows how to convert these checks into cash. So they'll bring all the checks to him and tell him, okay, we don't care what you do, just give us the cash. And then he decided, I don't think I want to do this for too long. It's too cumbersome. So that is where the idea of starting a bank that really understands the needs of these people came.
Wow.
And that is how Equity was founded. But because they would not have the 250 million to get a bank license, they opted to do a building society. That is why it was a building society.
Wow.
So it will still be able to do savings and loans. So after 10 years, the business model did not sort of do well because they were not able to grow the business. They were not able to create a strong brand because, also for banking, you really need to have a strong brand that people can trust. So it was technically insolvent in 10 years. It was started in 1984. By about 1993, it was technically insolvent.
Did it have non-performing loans?
54%.
That's
More
high.
than half of the loans
That's
were
very high.
non-performing. The liquidity was way below the requirement by central bank of 20%. It was at 5%. It was making losses. Shareholders' funds were totally eroded.
Wow.
So it was not doing well.
It was on the deathbed.
It was on the deathbed.
Yeah.
Actually, the central bank wanted to close it, but they were given one more chance to reopen on condition that they made some changes. So at this point, the business model was changed. And they said, how can we target this 96%, which is not banked? And that is when the microfinance model was put into place.
Just hold on. Let me just ask this question. The whole of the people who had banks account was just 4% of the bankable population.
Yes, that was
While
the
all
reality.
these other banks,
Yes.
they just had 4% of the market.
Yes, because also the banks, for you to open an account, they will typically ask you to be introduced by an existing bank account holder.
Wow.
Now, if you only have 4% of the population banked, how likely are you to know a person who has a bank account in that particular bank?
Wow.
So banking was actually very elitist. It was for either the top corporates or a very few top employees.
And therefore, we're also saying
yes,
banks, the physical location of banks, was not in every county.
No, they were not accessible, even the infrastructure. And that is why you can see one of the things that we did as Equity was to quickly grow the branch network so that we are accessible throughout the country. We have about 200 branches in the country right now.
Okay.
So that you are close to the people.
Okay.
So
let's go back to now that where you had left off.
Yeah, so that was the challenge. And the challenge for Equity was, and the opportunity, let me call it the opportunity, was to figure out how to reconfigure the business model to become more relevant to these 96% who are banking with the mattress. And you know, we talked about the barriers. It's account opening balance, account maintenance balance, ledger fee, recommendations, even a photo, the requirement that come with a passport photo. It was a big issue.
Wow.
Because,
It's not digital at this time.
No, you had to actually bring a photo.
Yes.
To open an account. Now, can you picture yourself? Your home is in one of that, in Tetu. No, Tetu, by the way, is okay because I can walk to the town, to Nyeri town.
Yes, okay.
So we are not too rural.
Okay.
But you can imagine if you had to travel like 50 kilometers, like some of the customers have to get to the town.
Wow.
And then you come to the town, go to the studio, take a photo. That time it was not like these ones you're doing here.
You had to do something called develop it.
Washing. In
Yes.
Kikuyu, we used to call it
washing.
Inaoshwa. So it wasn't easy. So you go take the photo and then you are told come after 2 weeks or
Yes.
3 weeks to check whether it's ready. Now, when you get the photo, then that's when now you go to the bank and then it takes another few days. So you'll make about 3 or 4 trips to just get the documentation right. So Equity said, you don't need to come with a photo. So there was a white wall. Take a photo and it's uploaded onto the system.
Can I ask this question? Why wasn't the banks that had the 4%, why didn't they consider this 96% a target audience?
I can't answer on their behalf, but there are 2 scenarios. And the first one is they did not really understand the market.
Okay.
And the needs of the market. And they probably did not also understand how the people did their business. Because, you know, for you to innovate, you must first of all understand what the gap is and how the people operate.
Okay.
So and that is where Equity came in and said, we are understanding that if I earn a salary of 5,000, I am not possibly able to give you a balance of 10,000. So Equity said, hata kama ni shilingi moja, even if you have only 1 shilling to bank, bring it. Come with your documents, we'll take a photo of you and open an account for you. You don't need to put a minimum, just bring the money as it comes.
You made it extremely simple
Very
for
easy.
them to open up
Very
accounts.
easy,
You
yes.
removed the minimum balance. What about
Yes.
ledger fees?
The ledger fee was scrapped. No ledger fee. No account opening balance. No minimum balance. No ledger fee. Compete with the mattress. Because now, remember,
your
your
mattress doesn't have
competition... your
Compete with the
competition...
mattress.
Yes, your competition is a mattress, not another bank.
Mary, I'm going to take this one so slowly because I don't want us to think this is norm. You are saying, was there anybody's... This banks used to make so much money on ledger fees. Banks could take your minimum deposit that you're not allowed to withdraw and go and make more money on it. Because it got... So you guys were completely changing the model on how banks make money.
Yeah, but it's because we understood what the barriers were. Why aren't 96% of the people able to open an account? And then you understand it's because they keep their money under the mattress. And then you understand what is the competitiveness of the mattress. And the mattress does not ask a ledger fee from you. It does not ask for a minimum. Hata ukiweka 100 ni sawa.
Utatoa 100.
Utatoa 100. So you understand who your competitor is.
Okay, I get that.
And at that point, the competitor for Equity was the mattress. Wow. So once we understood those barriers and the competitiveness of the mattress, it was very easy to configure the business model accordingly.
Okay.
And we told the customers, just come with your documents. We'll take the photo, deposit whatever you have. Take out your money whatever time you want. Even if you come in the morning and you want your money in the afternoon, it's okay, so long as the money is in the account. It's your money. Manage it the way you want. Why should I tell you to come after 7 days? And yet I'm not the one who is making this money. I'm not sure what you do to make this money. Come for it if you have to come 10 times a day, so long as your balance can support that. That's how the business of Equity grew.
Okay, let me ask this question. I was in Zambia the other day and I was shocked when hearing that banks close at midday sometimes. Did you have operating hours that were different from the culture here?
Yes, Equity started longer banking hours. So whereas other banks were closing at 1, Equity started, I think initially it was 3 p.m. and then 4 p.m. I think now is 4:30. So the hours were changed earlier and later. And that was also a serious attraction to the customers because it gives them more flexibility. You know, especially those who are working in offices and they have limited time.
Okay.
So those kind of innovations are the ones that really attracted the market.
How was Equity? Because this is so radical, let me just be honest. And you have to move your mindset to that time to understand that the radicalness of what Equity was doing. What then was going to be the business model in which Equity was going to make ROI? How are they going to make money?
It was very simple. It was because now you have collapsed all the barriers to entry. It's high volumes, low margins. High volumes, low margins. And we said we would rather have 1 million customers who each give us 10,000 than one customer who gives us 1 million.
Yani.
But even that one who gives us 1 million is welcome.
And you have them.
We are not, so we said it's an inclusive model. And we have everyone from the very top to the very entry level.
Yeah.
So you open it up and you have products and delivery channels for each and every category. So whether you are a top executive, there's a product for you and there's a delivery channel for you. We have the supreme branches where that category of customers is accommodated. But we also have products for those who are just entering small balances, because our aim is to facilitate you to grow within your means.
And imagine.
So we broke down all those barriers, and that explains why Equity grew the way it did.
You know, I'm thinking about you getting somebody straight out of high school, working with that person as they begin earning their first salary, all the way until that person becomes a millionaire. He's with you.
Yeah, because now you follow the lifestyle. So, and actually now it's not even from university, because we are also paying school fees.
Wings to Fly.
Yeah, we have the scholarships, but even for those parents who pay school fees, we have products for them. So we are paying school fees. Some of the people who are our clients remember Equity because they used to go to Equity with their parent to process the school fees payment. So they became used to the brand and they used to aspire. And then now they go to university, you have products for the university students, and then they leave university and then it's a first job. You have products for them, you have cards, for them. Then after that, probably you are looking at, I'm now starting my young family. And now you have insurance for the family. You have a mortgage when they want to buy a car or a house. So you follow the lifestyle.
I get it.
Of the customer. So we always say now it is cradle to the grave. To the grave,
That's what it is.
Yes. And you follow the customer through their lifestyle because the needs also change according to their circumstances. And that is how now the products are structured.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the time Dr. James Mwangi is coming to meet you for the first time, because this 1.6 million USD,
the
120 million
the
Kenya
investment,
shillings,
yes,
has come in. What have these investors seen? They've seen that Equity's model is it wasn't a grant, it was them investing into the company.
It was them investing, and they were investing because they have understood the potential for very significant growth. But partly it was also because they want to support that move, to financial inclusion.
Yes.
So there was that double-edged
Bank the
model.
unbanked.
Banked the unbanked. So they want to support that.
Okay.
But they can also see huge potential for growth.
Yeah.
Because, you are looking at this highly fast-growing population, and you can figure out these guys will need banking.
Yes.
And financial services at some point.
Uh-huh.
So it is the time for us now to prepare and, prepare the networks, set out the outlets, invest in technology, because we also did that at some point.
Yes.
Just after that investment, we invested in one of the top core banking systems that anyone had ever invested in Africa.
I know its name.
Finacle.
Yep. Yes.
By Infosys from India.
Yes.
So that investment was also made, and that was now to provide the platform to support the growth. Yeah.
So let me just say also, as somebody who's tech savvy, so much is happening at this crucial time called 2001, 2002. We're talking about the mobile money, which is a huge phenomenon, maybe coming in around that time, if I'm not wrong. But then we're also talking about 2002 and change of regime.
Yes.
You even clearly mentioned it in terms of the hope. So by the time now we can continue with the story because you've beautifully explained this history. I have understood it and I'm just like, wow, he was providing a solution hence that birthed this building society. So by the time they're coming back to you and telling you, we need now your help, what does that mean now? Or let me just say continue now from that.
Now to do the conversion.
Yes. You truly never know people until you take the time out to get to know people. Every time I get a guest here on CT, they ask me, the whole day, why are we coming here the whole day?
Yeah.
Now you get it.
I do. I'm like...
Now you're like, lunch we don't need to stop for.
Let's continue.
Okay. So, your dad passed on in 2002, huh?
Yes, April 2002.
Okay, that's the era that we're in right now.
Yes.
I'm hearing what's happening. And you're still going to... I mean, of course, you see, after death, you can't just sit in the house. And you've been forced to girl up, or woman up, let's call it that.
Yeah.
So what does work in this time look like at Gina Dean's as you're wrapping off? Yeah.
Truthfully, to block myself from the pain, I jump into a lot of work. Safaricom becomes my medicine, becomes my therapy, because any event that there is, I want to do it, especially up country, because it means I'm constantly busy and I'm not having to think about losing my father and everything that it comes with. Obviously, there's a lot. And during the break, I mentioned to you how on a Friday evening, I'd finish work at Jinadin, jump into the car with my mom and my dad's company manager, go to Kubwezi for the weekend, run the station, Because at that time, I think we were even thinking it could happen, right? And then come back by Sunday evening and report back to Jobon. Because I didn't want to leave my job at Dinadin. Remember, I love it. Things are good. But I'm also drowning myself in any piece of work I can get, especially the out-of-town ones, because I'm also getting per diem, which is putting money in my pocket outside of my salary. So now I'm literally doing what most people do after a loss. You keep yourself super busy to not have to think about the real things in life.
And again, I'm going to ask this question. What does work look like? Because, you said something that you said you've spent half your life working at Safaricom, meaning you've got the history of this company. You've seen it grow from quote unquote a startup to what it is now.
This is year 2 of operation, so 2000, 2001, 2002. So my dad dies in the second year, 2002. Look, I'm still agency. We're delivering whatever Safaricom needs us to deliver. Yeah? We're on the road a lot. We're doing CSR. We are launching the network in Garissa. We're in Mombasa.
So from this perspective, now they're beginning to build their own infrastructure.
Yes,
So
Safaricom is now launching across the country. So wherever Safaricom's launching, it's us. We're the event team.
Hold on. You even said something. The thing about history is that you forget. So what do I mean by that? You said that when your dad was in Kibwezi, no one could have called because of network.
Network was, ironically, by the way, network was turned on either around the same time or a few months. Richie, I want to say, because I remember giving my dad a mobile phone, and I might be jumping here, but I believe by then there was network, and I remember getting excited that either I did give him one or it was my dream to give him one. I can't remember, but around the same time.
In the Mara, Safaricom has a mast.
Yes, at Serena.
Yeah, they have a tree that a mast that looks like the
2 now in Serena.
In Serena.
Yeah, 2. But that was it. It was made to build, so it was supposed to look like a tree so it doesn't stand out in that environment.
So what you're saying is you're going to launch, you were there for the growth of the network.
Yes.
And let me also be real, part of the reason a lot of people are on cancel is because it worked.
It did, yes. But Safaricom was rolling out network faster than Cancel at the time. We were on the road.
That was part of their growth strategy.
That was, yeah, because we wanted to have the widest coverage in the country, and we did. And for the places we didn't have, there was the cell on wheels known as a cow. So for example, if there was a time in North Kenya during some conflict, we needed to, the government needed to communicate, we sent the cow. We even flagged it off from Safaricom.
What do you mean a cow?
It's called a cell on wheels. It's a net. It's called a cow. It's lovingly called a cow.
Yeah.
But yeah, the intention, remember,
cell on wheels.
Yes, cell on wheels. Remember, Richie, the intention now is that everyone must be able to communicate.
Yeah.
And so network rollout is very important. Voice at that time, voice and SMS. Data hasn't arrived yet.
M-Pesa, we're not even yet there.
Bado. M-Pesa is 2007.
By the way, let me tell you, you're a national treasure. When people say that, they mean you.
No, I mean, again, remember, 20-something years of my life.
Yeah.
That's what I did every single day of my life. I woke up to work on this brand. So it's like remembering your child's first footstep. You don't forget that.
Yeah.
And many of us, it's not just me, there's thousands of people that contributed to the growth and to what we know Safaricom as today.
Yeah. So you're going to, again, I'm taking it slowly because these things, you're throwing words, to you they are normal.
Yeah, they are normal.
Like to me,
I recognize.
What? Cow, 7 wheels.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to launch. What's the other thing that you're doing? I'm trying to see it. A lot of CSR. Marketing was not you guys, it was agency.
No, there was a marketing department that had just started being formalized under Hugh Herschel. Hugh Herschel was there, he was in marketing, he was responsible, but marketing, advertising, media by ETC, like paid media. Remember, we are responsible for earned media, which is PR. Paid media was the advertising agency. At that time, I believe it was
And when you say paid media, you're talking about TV spots?
TV spots, print media, billboards, all
Okay.
of that. That wasn't being done by Junadin,
Yes.
not us at GDCC. We were responsible for events, PR, media relations. So what we call earned PR.
I get it.
Earned media, sorry.
Okay. Okay. So 2003, what's that like for you?
So in 2002 was the first time Safaricom approached me and said, would you like to come and work? We will be launching the Safaricom Foundation, and the lady that was there, God rest her soul in peace, Mildred, was going to be moved to now run the foundation, and they wanted an internal replacement for Mildred, and they approached me to do that. Now remember, 2002 is the year my dad died. And probably the worst year of my life. That year was, I wouldn't again, Richie, even want my enemies to go through what I went through in 2002. So at that point I declined and I said, where I am emotionally, Junadin understood me. She understood I needed to leave on a Friday by lunchtime because I had this other life. She let me be me and supported me to be me. I knew if I walked into a corporate, or felt that if I walked into a corporate, I wouldn't be able to meet the demand in my home life, and so I declined that job at that point.
Wow. Listen to that contrast in bosses from the gym place that you worked. You're turning down probably more money.
3 times more money.
Yeah. In a difficult time financially,
yes,
where you've been forced to step up as a provider.
But I knew it was the right thing because I knew I would never be able to give what I needed to give by walking into Safaricom, because I didn't think I was fully ready for that. But more importantly, I was in a very roller coaster moment of my life where I was also not just going through my father's death, but a horrible, horrible breakup. That was also affected. So I was just, you know how you take steel wire and then that was me. You couldn't get a full sentence out of me in that year. So 2002 also saw my uncle and my 1 year older to me cousin die. So that was, yes. So that was a really, really horrible year.
2002?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
You know, somebody once said people go in threes. They really do. And unfortunately in my family, it seemed to have taken, in every family, almost you'd argue the person that they loved most. So in my family, my dad, in my uncle's family, my uncle, and in my cousin's family, my cousin. So, hey, Richie, let me tell you, I think I even stopped believing in God that year. I said, God doesn't exist because this doesn't happen. This shouldn't happen. This is not, this God that I pray to every day cannot possibly be allowing this to happen. So my uncle died in August and my cousin died about 10 days after coming back from one of the prayer days in a road accident on the way back from Narok. He was hit by a truck, lost control, and unfortunately died on the spot. It's not something everybody in the family speaks about. I think it's I think everybody still struggles with that in a really big. But yeah, that was then. So there's then Safaricom saying, come work for us. And I'm like, no, I'm not where I need to be. So I was, you know, and I'll always say Gina and Captain treated me like their own child, because what those guys allowed me to be and feel and is something you can only ask for through prayer. But those guys really held me, and it's something I'll forever be grateful for. Yeah, so I wasn't going to leave that for more money, whereas I knew something would fall apart if I did.
You know, you've given such beautiful advice to somebody right there. You know, a lot of times we're chasing the bottom line, or we're chasing the money, and it's needed.
Oh my goodness,
life has
Richie,
demands.
I needed that money. I needed that money desperately, but I would have taken, if I had gone to Safaricom then, I'm very sure I wouldn't have lasted. And I would have done a lot more damage to myself by going than not going and figuring out how to survive. Also financially, I had my siblings who were helping out as
Mm.
well. So they were helping with what they could. Remember, they're also, one person's new in the country, two are still in university, so they can only send back what they can. But in between, I'm sitting here today, Richie. There must be something that went right.
Yeah, I get it. And let's also be honest, Safaricom was an extremely high pressure company.
It was.
They were trying to get, I mean, even now it is a high pressure.
Yeah. No, it was run.
And to be
get
run by
things
Michael
done.
Joseph. Did you interact with him at any time?
Almost every day. Almost every day. Yeah.
When you were at dinners? Because
Yes,
you were under
yes,
the accounts.
because-
Is it you called the Caroline?
No, but now Caroline left and I became account director. So I took over the account.
What?
Yeah. In 2002, same year. I'm now account director.
At 20? Still under 30. 35, 30 minus 3. 27.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
you
I'm
become
running there.
serious?
Now I'm serious. Now I'm whatever. But yeah, it was good. And there was this side of making things happen at Safaricom, running the stuff. And it sounds so easy, but we were an ecosystem. If you want to know the person I've traveled this country most with is Japheth Kagondu. He was the media director. So wherever I was with event management, Japheth was right next to me. We've traveled. I think the only place Japheth and I did not go to was Turkana. We've been to every corner. Ask me anywhere Japheth and I went to in the first 5 years of Safaricom.
And that's because of your penetration strategy.
Yes. Richie, we've been to Loitokitok, we've been to Busia, we've been to Maralal, we've been
Lamu.
to Lamu, we've done Chale, like name it. Even the first eco-friendly, I think it was the wind turbine base station in Africa, is actually sitting in Lamu. We launched that. We were in boats with our cameras and stuff. But we were having fun. We were like, the first level I didn't go to. I went to the second one and I remember standing there and saying, which crazy people are running in the wild? Like, who does this kind of thing? But there's Safaricom with all its glory. They're saying we're here to support the community. And then how I ended up taking over the on the Safaricom side of things, organizing the marathon is the night before in 2002, was it? June 2002. Caroline got food poisoning the night before and couldn't go. So now I've landed in Lewa by myself.
And now, for context, Lewa is a marathon.
Yes,
It's
in the bush.
Yes, it's
literally.
yes.
So yeah, those are the kind of things. But we were, honestly, Richie, we were having the time of our lives. We were in this high octane, high pressure account, but we loved every minute of it.
From a PR perspective, were you getting number reporting? Are you being told this is what our subscriber base looks like? Or
Yes. There were targets. There were revenue targets. There was PR targets. There was what we were going to do. There was a rollout strategy. There's no blind, let's wake up, and there was a system to the
numbers.
To the numbers,
to
yeah.
your KPIs, basically.
Real startup, you know where you're going, and you're going with whatever it takes for getting it done.
And what would you say was the driving goal at the time from where you start?
Remember that original vision Michael Joseph shared that everyone must be able to have a mobile in their hand? That's what drove us. Like, we need to make sure that Safaricom is everywhere. Let me tell you a story about Maralal. Maralal, there's a lady, a children's home called Sharp. I think it's still there. It's run by a lady from Samburu who at the time, if I understood the story correctly, was children with disabilities culturally were left to die because it's a taboo, it's whatever. She would go and rescue them, whether it's at night when they've been thrown into so a lot of them would be tied to trees and hope that an wild animal will take them and eat them. It's the reality that does happen. She would rescue them and then bring them back. So we were fundraising through an event called the Maral Camel Derby, which is a weekend event where people race camels. It's really fun. And then all the funds raised from that event would go to her to help her run the home. And so obviously at Safaricom, the beauty about people like Michael Joseph and Bob Collymore is you never just go and give what you've said you're going to give. You go and you find other situations, you go and say, okay, we're going to also solve this, or we're going to do this. So we went in and I think in that year, we were trying to build them a dormitory. So we built them a dormitory. Then Michael realized, actually, they don't have hot water to shower. So we're going to donate solar systems, generators, those kind of things. So
Wow.
that's what we were doing. We were literally, and the first 2 years of Maralal, we didn't even have network there. We'd take, remember the cow?
Yes.
The cow would come with that so we could communicate. There would be a dealer. They would be there with lots of phones and airtime. The community would talk, get excited. There was even one time the community refused us to live with the cow. They said, no. Now you're not going nowhere.
The network.
The technology team were like, we've been refused departure. Because people are like, where you go? You can't bring us communication and take it away. But Maralal got network very quickly then. Even towns like Garissa where people were not, I don't think at the time even that Kensel thought that Garissa was worth putting a network, a base station. Safaricom did. I went for that launch. I remember, I think I have a picture of it somewhere inside the server, whatever it's called, I don't know what it's called.
Yeah.
But I have a picture of me in there.
That vision that he had of everybody with a cell phone.
Yes.
That was countercultural at the time to the place. Because people are like, can this
Only the rich can afford, right?
Yeah. These guys don't even have landlines. They don't even have space. What do they need a phone for?
But everybody did. It was so exciting. Even in my house, the number I got for Anjiro followed one digit after my mom. She still has that number. It was the most exciting thing. Everybody. Nowadays, our kids think it's so normal to have a mobile phone.
Yeah.
You know, my son tells me how to, when I'm trying to do eSIM, I'm like, now, what is eSIM? He's like, he's already connecting me. But in those days, we were like, oh my, like I remember when I first spoke on the mobile phone, I was like, this is not normal. Yeah.
Okay. So 2000, first of all, that year is hard from a loss perspective.
Yes.
You're losing a lot. Career, you're actually beginning to thrive.
Yes, career is doing fine. Work is good.
And you must be delivering to the point where that's You are delivering to the point that Safaricom now even want you.
Yes.
Despite your papers being,
I don't think at the time they cared about papers. Honestly, it's about who you are and what you could do.
And I think we've also gone back to that culture where papers are just a bystander, but what is it that you were doing that you felt given to advise someone else right now? But it just sounds like you really had a lot of hard work in delivery.
Richie, it's 10,000 hours that no one sees. You know, it's that, and Bob used to put it really well to us. He's like, this musician is great, not because he's talented, but because he puts 10,000 hours behind that no one knows about. It's those 10,000 hours. By the time, let me give you an example of what we've just come out of, Soulfest. People think Soulfest is appear the week of the event and these beautiful things happened on stage. We've already started working on Soulfest now and it's in December. It's 10,000 hours. It's an entire ecosystem of people who are in their areas. The guy who's going to do the stage this year is already thinking about the design. The production team is already thinking about who they're contacting to be on that stage. Security is already thinking about what are the learnings from December and what are we going to do better. Ticketing is looking at what new technologies are. Soulfest doesn't happen the week of Soulfest. It's those 10,000 hours that no one is seeing.
Oh my God.
So when people come to me and say, I have a concert next week, I'm like, hey. No.
And I like what you did at Soulfest.
It's 10,000 hours that no one sees about. And I say 10,000 just because it's something I learned, I picked up from Bob. But it's true for everybody. Nobody becomes an overnight success. It's a lucky few. But people are putting in hours and hours and hours of work before somebody realizes, actually, hang on a second. So yes, paper matters. The paper does. I think we're still very much in a world that thinks or demands that degree and stuff like that. Lucky are the few who don't have a degree and make it for whatever reason. But we still work in a society or live in a society that is still driven by paper. I'll give you an example, Richie. We don't have a formal office per se, not until recently. We just built our own structure last year, May, and it's not a humongous. In fact, when I left Safaricom, people were like, okay, so are you going to be a big agency? You're going to have like 20, 30 people in your team, and and I was like, hey, I'm barely, can you allow me to step out of this big building first, and I'll figure it out. And I was very clear that I was going to do this inch by inch at a pace that I could handle. Most businesses fail immediately because you've gone and taken on all these things that you're trying to keep up with. So I remember we pitched for a job, and part of the pitch process was the supply chain said they were going to come and see our offices in order to verify whether we could do the job, not that we exist. Look at the difference here, right? Do we exist versus can we handle the job? And so when they called me, I'll never forget, it was the supply chain department, and they said, we'd like to visit your offices tomorrow. And I said, we don't actually have an office. So if you need a meeting, we can meet somewhere. I can set up, we can go to a Coffeesy or Carnival. Carnival has been very good to me. They always give me their boardrooms, or gave me when I didn't have an office space. We can meet there. They said, no, we want to see your employees. I said, we don't have an office. They're like, okay, then we don't think you can do the job. So I said, what does me being in a building, sitting at a desk have to do with the fact that we can deliver this as a team? Richie, for some reason, they gave us a job, and we delivered this conference for them, because I told the guy, I said, come. And if you're coming, you're going to find my team works in my veranda at home. That's where you're going to meet us. So if you want the genuine side, the non-hidden, the non-pretentious side of who we are as BE, please come to my house. You will find my team meets in the veranda, or we meet at Carnival, or we meet wherever we are. And he said, okay. They never came for the meeting, but they gave us a job, because he said, you know what, Zah, at least you were honest. He was, I'd never met the gentleman until the actual conference, but he said to me, at least you were honest. You didn't pretend that you didn't go and hire an office and pretend this. I said, but it'll catch up with you. But it's interesting how COVID should have taught us that the world has changed. None of my clients today are demanding for an office space. It's there now. We were fortunate enough to have built a space for ourselves. But the clients who valued our, never did Kina, Sauti Sol, Moriasi, or any of our other clients come and say, where's this office? We met wherever we needed to meet. And so we always say work is a space, not a place in our industry. I get there's some industries that need the space, the equipment, etc. But it's interesting how people are looking for different things in what they believe is that truth, that reality, that must happen like this in order for this to happen like that. So back to your thing about having the degree, I don't think Safaricom even to this day knows what degree I hold. That's not what they were interested in. They were interested in who's best for the job and how can we get the best at what they're at.
And I'll want to find out later on, as you're progressing within Safaricom, whether that degree becomes an issue. You know what I mean? But I mean, you've answered it because you progressed.
To answer now, no, it never did.
It never.
Ever. I don't think anybody stood there. Richie, the fact is, for the people who said, this isn't going well, or this person doesn't understand this because she doesn't have a marketing degree, were probably stuck in the fact that they had a marketing degree. And so but those are, I don't think it changed anything, to be real, to be honest. I had not gone in to want to be a marketer, to sit on the advertising side. I had gone into the event side, which is what I was very passionate about. So even when the growth opportunities came, I never wanted to go into segment marketing or to be the head of marketing. I never chose that path. I was very much in love with the brand side of things. And it's spoken for itself. I don't have regrets.
25 years later, and growing. This is just such gold. First of all, thank you so much for coming. And then thank you for coming in the right posture. I keep saying that, and I'll keep thanking you. So, 2002, you get offered this opportunity in Safaricom, and you turn it down. And you keep working at
Genius, yeah.
I do also have these other clients that you're still also...
Yeah. Life has to happen. Life continues.
Yeah.
Nobody's waiting for you to finish. I mean, people allow you to grieve and stuff like that, but the world is moving.
By the way, that's so
The
true.
sun is rising and the sun is setting.
Yeah.
Nothing's paused.
You know, of late, I've had a lot of friends who've lost people, and I've also lost people. In fact, when you said they come in threes, I really got a deja vu moment because we lost in threes.
Yeah.
But life doesn't stop.
Richie, I've seen.
Traffic is still there. Guys are still hooting at you.
People have to move. Your school fees, nobody in school is going to say, it's okay, you didn't get a gig this month, don't pay school fees. Where? No one cares. People are living. People have to. The machinery continues.
Okay.
So yes, the world was going on. I had to keep working.
And and it's the same client, Grand Regency, and what are you doing for Grand Regency?
Just PR. At that time, it's PR.
So just PR, right?
And they'd opened a restaurant called CTA Restaurant. So they wanted that to be, it was an Indian restaurant they had just launched.
Yeah.
So they wanted that to be the kind of put out there, etc. A lot of ad hoc clients as well, but Safaricom was now my baby. Once you are with Safaricom and on the road constantly, at some point I think I'd even said, I can't take on these other ones. It's too much. I'm not able to focus. I had other accounts, but those were like once a month things that I could balance. But Richie, when you think about Safaricom, and actually when we re-signed the contract, I was now based fully in Safaricom. I was no longer reporting at Gina Din.
Now this time when
yes.
Is she called
Still
Caroline?
2002.
Yeah, when Caroline left.
She left to move
So
on.
now you become executive.
Account director.
Account director.
Executive was what I was, yeah. Now I'm account director. I'm in charge of the account.
But you're based
But
at
now
Safaricom.
I'm based at Safaricom.
So you're a Gina Din employee.
Coordinating everything every day.
And what salary are you looking at? Can you share that? You don't have to, but...
Do I remember well? I think it was after tax 27K. Why are you laughing? It was good money. Richie, this is 2002, 2000. Why you... I'm not sure you're laughing.
My God! I know it's 2002, but that's a good weekend.
Papa, we're now in 2026. You can't compare. But yes, it was industry. It was fit with industry payment for the world we were in.
That's of course minus per diems, hence why you like travel.
Per diem is where the money was.
Yes.
It went up. Wait, I did get more money when I became account director. But to give you,
Okay. This time you're based now, so you're a Gina Din employee who's based at Safaricom.
Yes. So Monday mornings at 8, I go for the weekly GDCC meeting. Finish by 11. By lunchtime, I'm in SAF. Then I belong to SAF. What SAF says, we do.
Wow. And where was Safaricom at this time?
The one near Sarit. It was called SCC, Safaricom Care Center. It's still there now. Our office was on 6th floor. So I was based on 6th floor.
Hold on, the one near Sarit. Oh yes, that's the first one. It's not the other one up the...
Those ones came later.
Yeah. Okay.
Those ones came later, HQ1 and... So there's SCC, HQ1, HQ2. HQ1 and 2 are connected by that tunnel. SCC is the one that's near Sarit, near the...
Yes.
Ukochini. That was the office. I had a desk on 6th floor. But you know, Richie, none of the colleagues ever treated me like I was any different. I was part of the marketing team. If we were going for end of year party, Christmas party, I was very much a part of that. I was enjoying both sides of the world. I would have 2 Christmas parties in December. One with the SAF team, one with the GDCC team. The only thing is I was not collaring Safaricom bonus, which was very painful for the amount of work. I remember when we hit the 1 millionth customer, it was at Carnivore. It was a big deal, all staff. We fit in one tent, by the way.
Yeah.
And we had a big party. Me, I'm a contractor. Remember, I'm still not an employee of Safaricom. And Michael Joseph gets up and says, that month everyone was going to get an extra salary as bonus. I've never felt so much pain in my life. I wanted to cry. I was like, my goodness, all this work, I'm here with you guys every day, and I'm not seeing this bonus. Yeah.
I mean, but that's wonderful that he celebrated the team
he
in that
did.
sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we were looked after. one thing Safaricom got right was its people first. People first. In an era of CEOs where CEOs were customer, shareholders, Safaricom was like staff first.
Wow.
And
Okay. So you're seated at the marketing office at
SCC.
SCC. What does SCC stand for?
Safaricom Care Center.
Care Center. As PR for Gina Dean.
Yeah, events more. PR was being handled by Dennis Chebitu and Japheth.
Okay.
I was doing events. But my job as account director was to make sure everyone knows what they're supposed to be.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm responsible for, today we're in Maralal, we need to send a camera crew.
I get
That's
it.
happening.
It's easier once you're at Safaricom.
Oh yeah, because you're at the pulse.
Phone calls.
How else do you know the brand? How else? You can't run it from, you have to be part of the brand. You have to understand it so that when you know, you can't be learning the brand
You're a
from.
Safaricom employee without a Safaricom contract.
Yes.
And bonus and salary.
Basically, yeah. No benefits.
No benefits.
Friends with no benefits.
Okay, so 2003, what's that looking like?
Now 2003, I'm still getting over my dad, getting over this horrible relationship I'm transitioning out of. Probably November, December, Safaricom, and Michael Joseph with all his, he comes to me and he says, I'm going to offer this job to you one more time, and I will never ask again.
What?
Yeah, so are you taking it or not? And I was like, at that point now, I was like, shit. Reality is I need the money. But I think Michael called Gina and said, I'm going to offer Zah the job. So he did the job, etc. And so when I went back to the office, they had the conversation. I hadn't quite had the conversation, right? Gina told me, Michael's called me and I think you should take the job. I don't think you should continue here any longer. You need the money. You need to be realistic. etc. And so I went back and I remember calling Michael's PA, Tabby, and saying, is Michael here? She said, he's due to go to Tanzania, but if you come quickly, you can see him. And I went to his office to say, I'll take the job. So I was put through an interview process towards November 2003, and then got the job. January 2004, I reported at Safaricom on 4th of January.
It's break time. Okay, we're coming back. We're coming back after this break. Kroba is giving us his life journey. I'm even losing the words. He's sharing his life journey, and we're at the point where he's explaining the journey of discovering that his wife had kidney failure. Every time we've started this video over the last couple of things, I've just felt a conviction to remind you to give. To give to ease a burden. You can already see from the story mentally what it's doing to him, the weight that it's on his family, and just the strain that it's causing. So part of the reason why we did this CTA and that we kicked off with this CTA is so that we could raise, I know he's aiming for 6 million shillings so that they can do the kidney transplant. I'm aiming for 10 million because even beyond the kidney transplant, there's a whole lot more needed. And we're going to talk about that. So one of the ways in which you can give is through M-Pesa. Kroba, do the
My man.
Pay bill?
The pay bill is 411
64
15. Yes.
So it's pay bill that. For the account number, just write CTA community. Let this guy see just how amazing we are. And I always say, I don't want to ask you guys to do something that I'm not doing. So, and this is the best thing about this. It doesn't matter if you have a shilling. Imagine, stop to just give that shilling. If that's all you can do, do that. If it's 5 shillings, give you 5 shillings. If it's 100, give 100. If it's 5,000, give that 5,000. If it's 1,000,000, give that 1,000,000. And it will be appreciated because it goes a long way in helping the Karumba family with all that they are going through, easing the burden. So for me and my wife and my 2 children, we have given our 2,000.
Thank you, bro.
And I'm sure that you've appreciated it.
Sana.
Yep. Remember, Let me just lipa this, and then we can continue with the story. Talking about giving, where the story left off,
Yes.
it left off at a very difficult place.
Okay.
Insurance can only cover so much.
It can only cover so much.
Uh-huh.
And it's good to understand context. At that point, we are out of the hospital. So we are now using our government insurance. And this is the point I'm going to tell people. Pay for your NHIF. Yani, I don't know how to emphasize this. Pay your NHIF. This is how NHIF has come through for us. One dialysis session is 9,500. One. My wife does 2 in a week. Multiply that by 4 to get 1 month. That is like 80 Gs. On top of that, there is a medical test my wife has to do for
Hold on.
red.
Let me just do that maths quickly
Okay.
right now. So you said
It's 9,500 times 2 times 4.
one dialysis is 9.5
Yes.
times 2
Times
that's
4.
19 Gs times 4, 76 Gs.
76 Gs.
And that's just what you're paying the hospital.
Not me. That is what the insurance does. That is what NHIF does. If they don't do that to you, my friend Munazi come to.
Whoa.
And people have gotten sick with no NHIF and they have died. You know, this NHIF thing looks like it's a scam. People have stolen money. And people have.
And people have. Let's call a spade a spade.
Let's call a spade a spade. But when it works.
It works.
When it, like for me, when it has, me I know for sure for until the day the good man comes or takes me, I will forever pay NHIF. Because I know what it has done to my family. If it works, it works. Other expenses are, there's a test my wife has to do every month. That one is covered. What is not covered is
medicines,
supplements. You know, people with kidney failure, their bodies can't process some things. Let me give you a nice simple one. If you go there and bask outside on the sun tomorrow morning, your kidneys have capacity to process vitamin D.
Oh, man.
If my wife does that, that is nonsense to her body. Her kidneys can't do that. So you have to take vitamin D tablets. Have to take some supplements here and there. If you see my wife now, she doesn't look sick. She doesn't look sick because of 3 things. 1, she's never missed a dialysis session. She's faithful to her treatment. 2, people with kidney failure can't eat what they want. Have to watch their diet. Diet change is another expense.
Yeah.
It's another expense. She can't eat what you guys are eating. So when meals are cooked, hers is a different ballgame. And then 3 is those supplements and other medication.
Kroba.
Yes.
In South Africa, this wasn't what the life was.
Now, you see, SA was tough. But SA equipped us to a measure for this season. To a measure, it can equip you. So we were equipped. We were equipped for this season. One of the hardest things to go through is there was a phase where, this is hard. There was a phase where we were thinking about, I hope we have no, let me give you context. I have to give you context for this. When you start going for dialysis, you need to understand you're not the only one. There are other people going. Okay? So, there are other dialysis patients and their caregivers become your friends also. Because you're all meeting on these 2 days. We're all meeting on Mondays and on Thursdays. So, the patients become friends and the caregivers become friends and all of you get to know one another. But there are times when you come And then you find out that other guy you used to know
That's going to be the Lord.
has gone to be the Lord.
Oh my God.
You know, or like an example, let me tell you something difficult that happened was one day my wife went for dialysis, and I'm not angry at this. The nurse was a trainee. He or she was learning how to do this thing, and I understand. And they made a mistake, a genuine mistake. They were not malicious. But there was an air bubble that came, and it entered my wife.
Oh.
And my wife collapsed. When she was in the hospital, she collapsed. And thank God she was in the hospital. There was an emergency, and took a while, but they revived her, and she lives. We live to tell that story.
Oh my God.
And an accident like that, if not properly managed, you're talking something else. And so, dialysis being a success is a miracle by itself.
Oh.
Aniket. So with that in play, I had to get to a place where I had to explain this all to the kids. I had to explain how a kidney works and what it does.
How old is these kids that you're talking about?
By now they are 9 and 11.
Oh.
So at that point they were 10 and 8. So I was there explaining to them, this is how a kidney works. Your mom goes for dialysis. This is what dialysis is. This is why she needs it. This is what needs to be done for her to get well. She needs a transplant. This is why we are heading towards there. This is why we haven't crossed that bridge. And explaining that over and over and over again until they understand. Do you know why I had to do that? Was because the kids had to know in case anything happens. So that they never say, our father never told us. These are hard things to talk about.
Yeah, you guy, you're.
Those are not easy things.
I have two girls. I can't.
So hard that when the year began, I remember when this year began, one of the first things I told myself is, I am going to do therapy. And both I did therapy. And when I began, my wife began, and we're not doing a couples therapy. It is individual. We have the same therapist, but it is individual therapy. I am doing my own session, she's doing her own. Her as a patient, me as a caregiver. Because it was intense. It was really, really intense. We did it until we finished our outpatient cover. That is how bad we were doing. Tulifanya, tukaimaliza. Venye tulimaliza, tukaambia organization which is run by my good friend, Mrs. Ashitifa, akatuambia, listen guys, this is what we'll do. You guys need this. All the other sessions are on us. They took that burden to make sure. And I remember Agnes, my therapist, that woman was very, very thorough. That woman told me, my biggest concern is you. Because if you are well, that family is well. If you're not well, that family is going down. And so she's been all up on me, on my throat, making sure I am well. I'm well balanced. It's been a crazy, crazy journey. I even feel for the kids because I know even them, I know they will need therapy. I know they will. They've taken in a lot. Our parents have taken a lot on both ends, our siblings. But when the year began, I think God wanted us to know that He's with us. I was wondering, I don't know how this thing will work with school fees and stuff. And I remember there's a couple that reached out to us, Mark and Ray, and they said, the school fees of your kids is on us for the whole year. Boss, I was wondering how, because last year I was paying school fees. I was wondering, man, I don't know how those supplements are going to come through. And out of them taking that burden, that came through. Another couple, Tony and Marge, they said, Joy's transportation to the dialysis and back is on us. You go through these tough things in life. Like let me tell you something crazy that happened just the other day. The other day, my wife tells me she's not feeling well. And she tells her doctor, and her doctor is Dr. Soki. And Soki tells her, okay, why are you not feeling well? When I bend down, I'm feeling like this on my chest, I'm feeling like this, like that. The doctor says, okay. Do this, go do this CT scan, and then come and tell me. It's known as CT venogram. It checks how your veins are. And, man, you remember that catheter I was telling you?
Yeah.
So see, there are two things hanging outside, and then from here it runs inside your body, goes in, then it enters the vein. So it's inside the aorta wave, which is a very big valve, like this. Very big vein, very close to the heart. We're speaking 2 or 3 inches to the heart. At the tip of that catheter that is now taking blood and bringing in blood, there was a blood clot that was seen of about 2 centimeters. That's a very big thing. 2 centimeters is like this. It was 2 centimeters by 1 by what? It was a very big blood clot at the tip. And so my wife, just the other day, she's on blood thinners. And we're just hoping that clot thins out. Bro. Yeah. Wow. So, and you're just hoping the next test you'll do it at Utambiwa, it has thinned out or something. Richie, these are hard things. These are hard things to go through. And I'm not special that I'm going them through alone. There are other men, there are other women handling similar things. And so, have you ever wondered why you're going through something and you don't know why? I don't know why. I don't know why this is happening to me. But I'm gonna give you something funny. Last year, another lady known as Moyo paid us a visit. Moyo and his husband Masha, we were their best couple. And when Moyo paid us a visit, Moyo said, hey, can you play us your wedding video? And I said, oh yeah, it's somewhere on my Google Drive somewhere. And I remember clicking it, connecting the laptop, and I remember us watching it. And I remember when we went to bed, and I noticed my wife was crying. Either way, we go to bed crying many times. And she said, I'm crying because you said in sickness and in health. And I just want to tell you that you've kept your word. Thank you for keeping your word. And that hit me very differently. By that point, Joy was just sick like 4 months. That was the first time she was telling me, thank you for keeping your word. Yeah, watu wachwa, bro, watu wachwa. In this journey, now we are going into the transplant route. And statistics are very interesting in this transplant route. It's the most expensive part. It has 3 phases: pre-surgery, surgery, and post. Pre means the donor and the recipient get tested to find out there is nothing wrong with you. If they find a problem, that problem has to be fixed.
Yes.
Okay? Other than that, the only problem should be the kidneys. Then the next phase is the surgery, straight up. Organ is removed there, placed there. The third part is the post.
The recovery.
Hey, recovery doesn't happen in a week, bro, here.
That thing shocked me.
That thing takes months, bro.
And it is
so very expensive journey. And that journey, my friend, has messed up families. Marriages have ended 2 or 4 years down the line because of post-surgery and how expensive it is. Most of that 6 mic is for post, bro. The surgery has a valuation of 1.9. The testing has a valuation of about 800 Gs. Most of that is for post. If you get that wrong, you might lose that marriage too.
And the reason the post is
expensive, let me give you context.
Fragile.
This is what happens. Let's assume this is the immunity of a kidney patient. So during the surgery, before the surgery, they start lowering their immunity. They lower it up to around here. Then the surgery happens. Okay?
Why do they lower it?
Because of antibodies and white blood cells. They will kill anything that is foreign. So you lower immunity so that when the organ is put inside,
it doesn't.
It's not killed by the body. Okay. Then they start lifting the immunity
While checking.
So how does that go? Surgery may happen. 10 days later, you leave the hospital. You go home. You stay for a day. You come back. You get tested. Stay for a day. Come back. Get tested. That happens for about 10 days. Then after that, you stay for 2 days. Get tested. 2 days for another 2 weeks. Then after that, 3 days. All this is monitoring your immunity so that it doesn't kill the organ. As we are lifting. Goes to 4 days test, 5 days test, 6 days, 7 days, all the way up to we get to 30 days test around there. Then they will find a nice balance. Your immunity will never go back to 100. So it has to stay at a certain level. That level is where you need. All this time, you are on heavy immunosuppressants. So immunosuppressants means medicine that suppresses immunity. So it will reduce up to a certain place where they find a balance where this medicine will now keep your immunity at that level so that it doesn't kill the organ. That takes between 6 to 8 months.
And there's something...
Okay. And so that whole process, if you get it wrong, if you don't take your medicine on time, if you miss it, joke, you're back on dialysis.
And on top of that, because your immunity, as you have said on your hand, is at the bottom, you can't just come and chill with us. Make a cough on you.
You've seen
you
that.
You can't just go and chill with kiddos who are coming from school with...
Because of that lowered immunity, my wife will not live with us for about 2 to 3 months after the surgery.
She's living in a bubble.
She has to live in a bubble because a simple sneeze can kill.
Even the traveling from the hospital in a car, it's
that trip is a very careful trip. You have to double mask. You have to make sure that car is well like sterilized.
Yes.
Is that the right word?
Yes, it is.
Then you go, mukifika hospitali, munakuja kama mmerukishwa line. You go straight into the lab, removed blood, out of the lab, out. You don't stay in the hospital because there is a lot of infection there. Car back. It's not a joke. If there's a doctor's visit, it's a few minutes, done, gone. Because they have to check that. a crazy journey. And now here we are, we have kids. Now imagine telling your kids you have to prepare them, they might not see their mother for a while. These are absurd things, man.
Man, you know, let me say this. The financial is not even your...
Kwisha. Now you're starting to see it. It is the mental wellness that is important. Your mind needs to be in a certain place. Even my friends have noticed that I'm now quiet. Going to a place, you just keep quiet. Unakaa unanyamaza tu. I was like, hey, Karosh, hey, kosa. Because you have nothing to say. If you open your mouth, you're just talking about shocking things. So you just keep quiet. Because even me, I don't want to be a problem to people. I love my community. I love them to the moon. And they love me. And they'll do anything for me. And I know, and I don't want to be careful with them. But I love them. Unanishika. And they understand my journey. You know, and they're the ones who are noticing this, that when we are hanging out, I'm awfully quiet. Even the other day, it was very interesting. My kids came and said, hey, Dad, you're very quiet. And I went like, my kids have noticed. Way. So,
So let me say this.
Yeah, man.
Let me try my best. Not even let me try my best. Let me have a conversation with somebody watching this.
Yeah.
On your behalf. Can I? Just give me a second. Yeah. So, you guys have had DJ Kruba doesn't even have the strength to ask you for financial assistance. It's not out of pride, it's just out of you're close to finished, you're worn out, you're tired, you're fatigued, you lack the words. You're trying to not throw your burden onto other people. So allow me for 1 second to throw this burden to other guys. Guys, this is why I was saying, my target is not 6M. My target is 10M. And my target is not 10M on what he's already raised. My target is just 10M. It's what I've felt. And it's why I've been taking the element to sacrifice the little that I have or whatever I have to just give. So the way to give is very simple. First and foremost, I want you to understand this. Don't think that you don't have something to give. Sometimes we have a mentality that, I don't have, but you do have. A shilling is something. And people sometimes don't look at a shilling like it's something because they're like, why should I give a shilling? A shilling can't even buy something. But if 5 people give a shilling, that's 5 shillings, and that 5 shillings can buy something. You get what I mean? Alone, your 1 shilling may look useless, but united, 1,000,000 shillings coming from 1,000,000 people is 1,000,000 shillings.
Right.
You get? So I'm trying to push you. Whatever it is that you have, look at that as something and watch God multiply that thing. So I'm going to start. And now one of the things that I've pushed myself while seated here is that I'm not going to ask you to do something that I am not doing. We've been vibing here for hours. I'm going to go. What is the pay bill number, Karosh?
It is 411
411
64
64
15.
Yes. Then you just press continue. Again, for that's the pay bill number. It's on your screen, and all the time I say this, I put it on the screen. Account number, just like a CTA. Whatever it is that you have, you can give. Me, as usual, from me and my farm, Karosh.
Yes, sir.
Going to Wanjiro's DJ Kroba's wife's medical fund. 2,000 shillings is coming in. So pay bill. I will come my pin. I will come my pin. It is done. Sir?
Yes, sir.
Then let's do it again. Niko na fuliza. Acha nifulize. Mimi niko na fuliza. I'll sort out my I'll sort out my fuliza again kesho. So I go to pay bill. Enter 411
6415.
64?
Richie, you're not
64?
15.
15. We press continue. Again, you write CTA. Enter. I put my 2,000 as usual. Enter. DJ Kroba's wife. We pay bill. I put my pin. Hey, retry. Hold on. Put my pin. I think I put my wrong pin. It was saying, Allah, this guy's made 2 transactions in one.
Yes,
Oh.
it notices.
Oh yes, actually.
So you'll need to give it time.
Okay, yeah. Let me give it. No, let me change the number. You see, that's God's way of saying that number. You've put it. Change the number. So let's change the number. So enter pay bill 411
6415.
6415. Account number. I'll put CTA. It's on the screen. This time I'll put 3 Gs. Let's see if it will agree. Jacobus, whatever. Put my pin. It's agreed.
Thank you, brother, man.
Guys.
So I remain optimistic, man.
Me, I'm telling you, not only may you see a miracle of this thing.
I am optimistic. I might look tired, but I am optimistic. Richie, I would not have done this if I don't want this girl to live. For real. And ningeambia tu dem weji sort na hizi interviews.
You know, you have been a blessing to watch as a husband, supporting his wife. Just seeing this, hearing your story. I'm serious. As a husband supporting his wife in our day and age, to see this. And I love it, put it not on CTA, because this is practicality. This is life. You know, this says through sickness and health.
Very true.
Through the ups and downs, poverty and riches.
Very true.
Guys live.
But
this is marriage. This is it. Guys, this is it. Guys don't like seeing this other side, but this is it. Don't say I do if this, you're not going to do this. This is it. So big ups, Kroba. How are the kids?
Well, the kids are holding on. It's a mountain on them also. And but they'll be fine. We had a very hard talk the other day. And I remember I was telling them, guys, you didn't choose to be born here. This is where you were born. This cup that is in front of you, God knows you have capacity for it. I told them, don't feel sorry for yourself. Don't. Refuse that place. Don't allow your mind to go there. Don't feel sorry for yourself. Life moves on. We can't dwell there. Have I stopped working? Then they said, no. So you see me work? Yes. So we continue. Do you see your mom work? Yes. The day she's strong, so you see her do something? Yes. There you go. Tuendelee pia sisi.
Let me ask you this question as we transition. What do you want people to know? What do you want people to do for you? How?
Wow, that's a good question. That's a very
what do you want people? Yeah, what do you want people to know? Or what can we do? Of course, is the giving part.
That's a good one. What I want them to know is.
Welcome back. If we fall asleep, it's because we've eaten.
And eaten well.
Adele, how did you find the Sarova lunch?
First, I never finish my food. So I even had to Instagram my empty plates after finishing the entire meal.
As proof.
The pasta alla polo. So it's chicken, creamy pasta with chicken and mushrooms, and it was good. You notice I didn't offer you guys it. You guys offered me yours. I was just by yourselves.
Me, I was so full from breakfast. All I had was chicken wings. But still,
it still hits.
Yeah. Derek and Nick enjoyed the scrumptious. What did you have? Pork chops.
Pork chops, yeah.
Nick, this is behind the scenes. Amazing. A big thank you to Sarova for just the amazing meal. The amazing meal.
Yeah.
By the way, every Sunday at Sarova, the video that just played in the beginning of this, every Sunday at Sarova there's a brunch. amazing food, like different stations.
Yeah.
Salad bar, sushi bar. There's got meat like crazy.
Wow.
Prawns, nyam chom chicken, name it. There's the kids side. It's just, if you're looking for a place to biryani, shawarma, to name but a few. I can't even finish mentioning everything. I've not even talked about dessert and the rest. Right here at the Sorova every Sunday from 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock.
Okay.
You know this video I played it in, I started getting a lot of phone calls. Guys, Nesenda Sorova Kesho, Kukula.
Yeah, because you see food, you just get hungry.
So the meal we had today is actually from the restaurant, which is downstairs, so that you can come anytime and just have. But the special, trust me, you want to come for the Sunday brunch. Just call, reserve, all details in the comments and description. Let's continue with this amazing story.
Yes.
But I had to always say a big thank you.
Yeah. And I thought, still on your brunch, I actually made a mental note to try and figure out when to come for it.
Yeah.
When I watched the Big Ted episode, one of the videos, you mentioned the brunch, and I was like, okay, I need to come.
Note to self.
Come for it. Yeah.
So let's continue the story. So where we left off this story was a bit of a sad place. So I want you to take it on from there. So now things again a bit difficult or confused at 1FM.
Yeah.
Vision wise, and then suddenly your mom passes on.
Yeah. And I think even it happened in the reverse. I mean, I knew there were certain things going on in 1FM that I was like, where are we going? Whatever. But I think I still had that naivety of, I was like 22 now. And I still was a bit naive about workplace and what I want as an employee, what I want from a career, you know what I mean? But then my mom was, as I mentioned, had been diagnosed in 1999 with breast cancer. So she had fought it on and off all of those years. And this time it came back a bit too rigorously, and it spread. And so I remember, my mom passed away on the 31st of March 2012. And I wince while saying that because I've learned what my mind does is with dates that have trauma, it erases them. So there are moments where I can't remember the actual day. There are times I'd have to write it down so that I keep remembering, or save some things that has the date, whatever. And so which was it was a Saturday morning. I still remember it was Saturday morning. She had traveled to see my grandmother. So my ancestral home is in Ugenya, Siaya, which is 1 hour or so away from Kisumu.
Yeah.
And so she had traveled, and I remember I'd called her because she was still going through treatment. And I'd called her and I was like, is this really the time to be traveling? And I was kind of like being the parent in that moment, and she just laughed it off and whatever. But I don't know, I sometimes I think that she knew, what was going on. And so she went to see my grandmother, and she developed complications. By the time they got her to the hospital in Kisumu, she had already passed away. Now, at this point, my mom was now not working at Kenya Breast Health Program anymore. She was working at the National Commission for Integration and Cohesion. No, National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC. And she was the vice chair. So now she's doing a lot of things nationally. And even a couple of days before she died, she had gotten various leaders like Raila and a few other key people to sign this Kenya Kwanza kind of petition or whatever, to say that they were going to put Kenya first, which of course they're still failing to do, but here we are. But that's who she was. She was working to the very end. So it's Saturday. I'm at home in Langata with Amanda, my sister. And I'm getting ready to go for my first yoga class with my then boyfriend. I've convinced him, the things we make men do. I'm ready. I still remember even everything I was wearing. And then Amanda gets a phone call. And when she comes out of her room, she just keeps saying no. And then I knew, she didn't have to articulate the words. I just kind of knew. And it's funny how shock works with different people, because I went into rationalizing things. So I just grabbed a duvet. So I knew people are going to be coming to the house. So I grabbed a duvet. Then I was like, I don't want people to worry about me, so I'm not gonna get into bed. I'll go downstairs, but I know, I'll be there for a while because there'll be so many people coming. Let me take a duvet so that in and out of people coming, I'll be sleeping and I'll be warm. Literally, I have just found out my mom has died. These are my first thoughts, right? It's weird how the mind works when you're in shock but then again, there's no right way to receive such news. So, went to the couch, and then family started, trooping in. The days before her burial were kind of blurry. All I remember is my Auntie Jane, making sure there was food around me all the time. Because when I'm not okay, even to date, I don't eat. Literally my emotions and my appetites are like this. So if I'm not okay, I literally will not eat. And I won't be hungry. It's not even that, I'm so hungry, but I don't have the energy. There's just no hunger, right? So I remember her constantly, there was just constantly a plate. Yeah. You like chicken lollipops, samosas. I still remember that. I remember my other aunt getting rid of all my painkillers. I mean, I wasn't abusing painkillers, but she didn't want me to develop any sort of, need for them.
That was clever of her.
I still remember, and I remember afterwards being like, Auntie Betty, do you know how much that whole pack of Betapin was? And I just remember so many people coming to our house. I remember Raila came to our little house in Langata. We're not from, I think it was a time when I realized my mom wasn't just my mom. I was like, what? We got a letter from Kofi Annan.
What?
Then, of course, Yvonne Chaka Chaka flew in. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Came to Kenya. And I was just like, wait, when was she doing all of these things? She was always here for me. So when was she impacting you people's lives? When was that happening? And not to say that only when certain huge names come through is when there's impact. But I was like, what? This woman was, what? This is crazy. But the funeral, before the burial, there's a lot of noise. Everyone is around you. Everybody's checking up on you. People are sleeping over. There's always someone around. So you don't have a chance to understand how empty life is going to be without this person. And then you travel shags, you do the burial, and then you come back to this house where you used to have dinner with this person. Or when you came back from work, you used to first thing go into her room. When you woke up in the morning, you used to, when you were leaving the office, you used to call and say, I'm on my way home. And then now there's just a number in your phone and you can't call this person. Yeah.
It's like the way I've been telling you throughout this whole time. Your mom is the hero of this story. And I've been saying it just because I've been hearing
her
presence in your life as you're growing. Yeah.
And so now she's gone. And you kind of have to, acknowledge, accept, or figure out what even that looks like. I was just finding out now in therapy that I thought I'd accepted, but I haven't. And it's been 9 years, going on 10. And I realized that that's normal. My therapist was like, imagine, that's normal. It's normal.
That's so powerful.
Now is when you now are confronting certain emotions. It's normal. I thought I had. And then last year, I really the grief took another hectic turn that it felt like it was day one.
Last year.
And when I say last year, I'm not talking early last year. I'm talking late 2021. It felt like day one. So now it's like, what? Am I not making any progress? I did everything. Like, I read all the articles. I did everything I was meant to do. But grief is so tricky. It's so tricky, you know?
Abel, when I went to Zambia, I interviewed Abel Chungu, and he said one of the most powerful things. He said, you know, the hardest grief is extremely difficult for people who are loved so hard.
Oh, yeah.
Because this person wasn't a, I'm not saying if it wasn't a bad person, I mean, the person was a bad person,
you wouldn't miss them,
feel good,
yeah.
But I'm saying because they were so loving and such an amazing person in your life and so impactful and so present.
Oh, yeah.
That hole is 50 times.
And they occupied, and she occupied various roles. So I didn't just lose a mother, I lost a friend and a best friend at that. I didn't just lose a best friend. I lost a mentor, career-wise, advisor, you know. I lost a cheerleader. So you've lost multiple people that were embodied in one, but there are multiple roles, you know. And just even to show how close I was with my mom, when I came back from Botswana, and now I was in Saints, my mom was those ones of like, she's not going to buy you a cell phone. You either work for half of it or half of what the phone cost. And remember, back in the day, phones were super expensive. Or you just don't have a phone. So while I was working to save for my half of the phone, I was sharing a phone with my mom. And because the 3310 I had in Botswana, their system is different. Like it's locked to
to the SIM card.
To the SIM card and to that network.
Yeah.
And then you can upgrade with the network. It's a completely different system, right? So anyway, and back then, River Road hadn't learned how to crack the phones. Now they do. But, so I was sharing a phone with her and I was in a relationship with that black tie.
Ooh.
So she knew when we had our first kiss. She knew. And it was not at I sent you to school to read and these are the things. No, it was just like, how are you feeling about it? Are you comfortable? Are you, those are the so that's how close we were, you know?
That's close, man. The guys who call SMSing you, Leo, baby.
I don't think you even knew. Boy, poor young man.
I got you, girl.
Right?
When you coming over.
It's both of us. Look at this guy. Look.
Oh my God. That's crazy. Oh, shucks. That's a best friend.
So that's a best friend. And so that's what I lost, you know, and then also the media industry is so, you don't get to be a human. You don't get time to be a human being. So I think even after, I struggle to remember how much time I took after the burial, but it was 1 to 2 weeks. But even the burial, what I remember, which was so interesting, is first and foremost, it took us like 3 weeks. Django, in true Django fashion. We have to mourn dramatically for a while. So it took us like 3 weeks. But I remember we had a mass here at Don Bosco, and the church was so full. And obviously as a family, you're sitting at the front, and I gave a speech where I read a poem. Because I wrote a poem, and I read it. And when I looked up, I still remember, this is why I'll always have time for Sauti Sol. All 4 of them were seated right up there. I don't know why. I don't know, because we were not BFFs. Like now I'd understand, you know? Not that to say we're BFFs, no. But
it's
like,
okay, BFFs. I tell you.
So my people, then will insult me. But like, I remember seeing them and I was just like, oh my God, how comes they're here? You know what I mean? Like, and it's, I still remember that moment and seeing like my boss, seeing a cleaner from work, it was just surreal, you know? But we did the burial, which
Can I ask this? I know Django's bring the body.
Yeah.
Did they do that for your mom?
What do you mean bring the body?
Sometimes they bring the body to the house.
No, but in Shags, here no.
Oh, here no.
Here no. So in Shags, the night before the burial.
Were you in Sharks at the time?
Yeah.
So did that help?
I don't think anything can help at that
Okay.
point.
I get.
I don't think anything helps at that point. You think, and also because there's so much to help you run away from reality.
Oh, I get.
My friends were there, and like, you know, they're also trying to get you away from thinking about it by talking about completely other things. Then there's so much to be done, you know. There's so many things, and sometimes, like even now, I now have 2 nieces and a nephew, and one of the things I'm just like, damn, they never got to meet their grandma, and they would have been best friends. So I try and like save all from YouTube, all interviews she did, and in doing that, I found footage of the funeral, and I was watching it, and I was like, I don't even remember, when did I buy those shoes that I'm wearing? I was like, this is like an out of body experience, because I don't remember this. I don't remember that. So the burial happened.
I'm so glad that you get to show them that. Part of the reason why I love CTA is that fast forward down 20 years, 50 years, your story is there told by you.
Exactly.
For your next generation and things like that. From your own mouth.
Yeah. This is so important. I wish I had, you know, now there's so many phones I've been through, so I've lost SMSs.
Yeah.
I still remember her number, and I'm bad with numbers. Even my own cell phone number is saved in my phone as me. Like, and not as Adele, as me. M-E, right? Because I go blank. But I still remember my mom's cell phone number to date, you know? So I wish if there was a CTA then, it would have been so nice to have had her on it and had that as a family to hold on to.
It's been so weird because 1 or 2 people have called me, actually not 1 or 2, a really couple of people. They're like, I want you to interview my dad. No, don't put it on YouTube. You just come and sit down and talk to them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but I understand it.
And you know what's so important before, and why sometimes I think my mom knew that this is the end. She wanted to do 2 things. One, she wanted us all to take a trip to India. I don't know why. Like a girls trip. We were just like, India, we want to go to Vegas. Turn up. Not be cultural. And then she organized a photo shoot for all of us, my sisters and her, with Barbara Manishi, a fantastic photographer.
Yeah.
And we had a makeup artist.
So you did it?
We did it.
Oh, wonderful.
And my sisters and I were laughing, especially Amanda and I used to like poke at my mom, and we used to call her, hey, Sonkores. Because we were like, hey, gonna makeup. Hey, Sonkores, you're paying for all of these things. But at least we had that. That was like a really nice last thing for the 4 of us to experience together.
And she had this close to the time she passed.
Yeah, very close. Very close. Yeah, so you know, the funeral happens and there's so many distractions, and there's politicians, so you know, there's a lot of distractions and useless speeches. But then you come back home and then you're faced with that reality. And I don't think I really fully, I don't know if there's a way to prepare for it, because I wasn't prepared for it either way. And I remember I bought huge shades, like huge. And I would drive to work. This time I'm doing the show alone. And what I alluded to before is that I think I only took, after the burial, 2 or 1 week, which in hindsight was not enough.
Yeah.
But then again, what is enough time?
Yeah.
So I went back to work and I'd have this huge shades and I would just drive crying. I remember one song that used to always make me cry without fail is Dance in the Rain by, 2 songs. Dance in the Rain by STL. I don't know why. To date, even like if I'm listening to music in the car and I'm put it on shuffle and that song comes, I quickly change because it takes me back to that. It always used to make me cry. And then Pata Pata by Miriam Makeba. That was my mom's favorite song. It was her ringtone, everything. So that song, like, it carries so many emotions for me. But I'd get to work, Barclays Plaza, literally be crying in the lifts, I'd collapse with the receptionist. She was doing admin stuff at the time. Her name was Susan. I'd like collapse crying. Not I have a show. I'm about to go on air.
Yeah.
Go on air. Hey, OneDrive, welcome to OneDrive. Zima the mic, cry. As the songs are playing, as people are jamming to the big tunes I'm playing for them, I have cried Yangu Yote, then come back on. Oh, I hope you enjoyed that song. Cry. It was hell.
What?
It was hell. Isitoshe, I come back to the show, to the station. We've been given different roles. Me now, because I used to talk and listen to people, my boss has decided I can do HR. So now, HR. Now I'm checking, I'm Googling.
Mope?
No!
Just.
See now how people are sneaky in these corporate streets.
These Kenyan streets.
Oh, we've seen this strength in you. Compensate it then, dude.
Kenya, hizo tabia tuache, please.
Bad manners. It's so bad. And then HR.
HR. These guys.
For a company that never had a HR, so you're building the foundation and you have zero skills. So I had to Google, like, what is HR? What do I need? Okay, health insurance. How do I set this up for people? What are the labor laws? What is this guy meant to give us that he's not giving us? Okay, so we need this. Oh, there's conflict. People management.
HR
while
is a
I'm
skill on its own.
leaving
What?
and doing a radio show.
Okay.
Dude, that was difficult. That was, and you see, the media, the way it is, and I'm not complaining, and it's not a weakness, but it doesn't see practitioners in it as humans. You're not seen as a human. You just have to show up, and it's tough.
I wouldn't even say it's media. I think it's corporate culture.
Yes.
Corporate culture. So it's not just within the radio presenter, or it's just Kenya corporate culture.
And now this happens when I'm 23.
Wow.
Yeah. And I realize, I'm like, now I'm no longer blinded by, I'm working around the music and I love and celebs. Now I'm like, crap, I have to adult, I have to think of bills. Not to say we weren't shipping any bills, but like I have to actively think about bills. I have to actively think about, health insurance. I have to think about all of the adulting things that you have to think about. So even my attitude towards this job changes. So I started having conversations with my boss about, better compensation. By this time, he's increased my pay, but that's not enough. I'm like, what are the benefits, what is where is this job going to go to? Am I going to be on as a presenter throughout? So where is your company growing to, so that I see
where I fit
into that plan? And if I don't, I need to figure out what my plan is, And you're doing all of this while I've lost my confidence, the person who tell me, ask for this, do this, in a work setup. And it's tough. And you have to, then at 3 p.m., you have to turn on the mic and sound happy. You have to sound happy. It was, it was very tough. It was very, very tough. And I don't even know how I negotiated it. I don't know. I think I was just putting one foot in front of the other and taking every day as it came.
In Langata, by the way, are you living with Amanda? Any of your sisters, or both of them are out?
I'm now living with Amanda.
Okay.
Because my sister by the time was married, and my elder sister was married
and Marie
elsewhere. But we were still close.
Yeah, because they're the only other people who can understand what it is that you're going through.
And even with grief, it's so weird. Each of us had a very different, because my mom met each of us where we were at in terms of personality and who we were. So we each had a very different relationship.
Unique relationship.
So that made, and still makes, our grief very unique. So it's really a lonely journey. No one can work it for you.
So it doesn't matter whether this person had the relationship with this person.
No one can work it for you. No one. And I keep saying it today, I would never wish the death of whoever your primary parent is. I would never wish that on even my greatest enemy. I would never. It's, I mean, 9 years on, and here I am feeling emotions as fresh as day one. 9 years. A kid has been born, they've gone to class 1, class 2, class 3. Here I am, you know. So that was very difficult. So she died March 2012. And then towards the end of 2012 is when I think I'm driving to work. Then I get, now I used to do this thing. Uselab nimbaya. I used to do this thing I don't pick calls from numbers I don't know.
Adulting.
Because there's just some days nowadays I don't do that, but it's not out of, it's when I'm having a tired day or like now with business, I pick every call. You don't know who that person might be. Could be your next advertiser, you know? So I didn't pick. Also, I was driving, in my defense. See you, celeb only. And then I get an SMS. Hey, it's Caroline Mutoko. Please give me a call when you get this.
Yeah.
Hey,
that porcupine opened your door.
My porcupine opened my door.
Okay, so now you come back from Mnet. Let's continue with this story.
So we finished with Mnet, and I continued to work. And now I have a workshop. I'm in Gong Road. And so I have this made to measure clients and that sort of thing. So that became the sort of business that I did. And then after that, I went into the corporate wear. And how I even went into the corporate wear, it's after I got married. I went to stay in one of the hotels in Mombasa. And the GM recognized me from the papers.
What?
Yeah. And he told me, are you the Salima Sharia that wants man off? I said, yes, I am. He said, I'd like for you to come and work with us. And I said, okay, I guess after my honeymoon, I'll come.
That's crazy.
So I went, and they gave me my first job. And from then on,
and what was that job? To
do hostesses for a hotel. And from henceforth until now, I still work for them.
What?
Yes.
That's going to 30 years almost.
Yes.
That is crazy.
It's crazy.
Over 25 years for sure.
So we got into a good relationship with them. Though sometimes there was ups and downs. But one thing I appreciate them for is the way they have supported me, the way they believed in me. Because I also used to come with design concepts for their hotels or lodges. And they just took me with them.
Yeah.
And they just believed in the things that I gave them, I produced. And I also worked hard. Yeah, because there were very many big fish, bigger than myself. I mean, I was like the smallest person in the whole organization. But I was determined. I keep on telling you, I'm determined to make it in the industry. So with the money that I got from that, it became my bread and butter money.
Yeah, and that one was larger consignments, I'm sure that you're going to do.
It was larger. Yeah. It started small, then they would give me another department, and then one day I saw myself doing the whole hotel.
Whoa.
So I was like, wow.
Okay.
And then in 1994, was it 94, 96, my machines got stolen. It was in 2000. Now I remember it was 2000 because my son had not been born, my second born son. Yeah.
Your machines
all got stolen. When I had the biggest consignment with my clients.
You can't make these things up.
I was shocked. I walked in, they had broken the door, they had taken all, they tried to take some machines, but they couldn't because of the way they had been created. But most of my machines had gone. Now, I sat and I was pregnant with my second born son.
So and now you've gotten this huge client, or
I have this huge client.
Yeah.
Now,
can you say who the client was?
It was a Serena group, I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I thank Jan Mohammed. And it was hard. It was difficult. Because I was like, I'm pregnant. My machines have been stolen. Things are not looking, there's no light anywhere that is lighting for me. And at that time, even my own husband was also challenging his business. So it was a mess.
So what did you do?
I tell you, we serve a living God. So I got insurance. I fixed the door. They gave me a little bit of money, though I had borrowed some machines from some people who had extra. They gave me their machines and I started to continue to do the work. But now I had delayed work for so long, and trying to explain to people, it became a bit difficult. So I said, what they'll give me, I'll take. Yeah? And I'll try and finish it to my very best because I do not want to lose my client. And from there, after the insurance gave me now money to buy new machines, that's why it's good to insure your business. I continued doing my work, kawaida. And then all of a sudden, the business of designing just dropped. And it was during the days of our former president, not Kibaki, but Moi. There's a time all these international, what they call, I forget the name. What are they called? I forget their name.
International media, no, not media.
No media.
International corporates.
Corporates. It was international corporates, and there was also the what are they called? The people who come stay in Kenya for a short time.
Ambassadors and embassies.
Ambassadors, and there's also somebody.
Honorable consulates and all those things.
But they have one name.
Dignitaries.
Not dignitaries.
But those ones, I understand.
How can I forget the names? They're foreign dignitaries. They're okay. In the international market, was large in Kenya at one time, and then something happened, and they all left, and it had to do with either we are a corrupt country and that kind of thing, and they all left. So even us as designers who were affected, because they were the majority clients that we had. Yeah, the expatriates.
Expatriates.
That's the one I was looking at. Yeah, they were the biggest part of our clients. And I was like, wow, because they used to bring us
best paying.
Yeah, best paying. They used to bring us their kids for proms. I mean, like their own themselves. And it seems like these expatriates were always doing something with clothing, you know? So when they left, I tell you, we struggled as designers. Oh, I was like, wow, what do I do?
And what year is this now?
I'm talking about now we're in the 2000s.
So if you're telling me Kibaki came in 2000, it's now probably 2000 from 2000 to 2002, before Kibaki.
Before Kibaki, it was before Kibaki.
Okay.
So I was like, oh, what do I do next? Then an idea came to me, and the idea came with the Kikoi fabric. And I started making clothes from Kikoi, blouses. And I did meet a person who owns a shop at the airport. So I made pieces of like sleeveless hot summer fabric made out of kikoi. And I believe that idea, it was just dropped in my mind. Because I always ask, what should I do next? Then I used to sell them. I used to sell them like trinkets. But unfortunately, the client didn't want me to continue being in her shop. I know it's because the blouses were going more than her own products. But I just said, it is okay, I'll sell them from my office. So I sold a couple, and then I was like, I need to do more. This is just not the only thing I'm called to do. And that's how the school came about. You see, by now, I had read a book by Myers Monroe, The Power of a Vision. If there's anything that changed my thinking, was that book. I read that book and I reread it and I reread it. And if there's anybody who had ears to hear me, I told them, please buy The Power of a Vision. So I wrote down my vision. 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And this time, how old am I? I'm about 35.
Are we still in the early 2000s, before Kibaki?
It's still before Kibaki. What? Yeah. I'm writing, and I'm writing until I'm 75 years old. So I wrote it all down. And Richard, to the word, most of the things happened. I even wrote down where my sons were going to school. My eldest son went to London to school when he was only 14.
What?
Yeah. And they were kids when I'm writing this. I wrote everything down, even my home where I live today. I even said where the gate is will be moved to the other side. I used to write down everything my husband says because he's an architect. So I'll write them down and I'll put it as a vision. By this year to this year, then the gate should be on the other side. The road will be coming out from the other side. We'll have done this. We'll have done this. So I would write them down. But I kept on reading the book, The Power of a Vision. Then, in The Power of the Vision, I even said I will start a school when I'm this age, between this age and this age. So I'm in church, quiet, shy, as usual. My husband is very bubbling, very outgoing, very different from me. So one of the pastors came and told me, Sally, I think you have a lot to share with the youth. I'm looking at him like, me? What exactly would I tell the youth? And you say, I think you have a lot to share, Sally. So I said, okay, then fine. What day do you think we should do this? He says, it's a youth day, so why don't you come on a Saturday? I told you I didn't sleep. I was wondering, what exactly am I going to tell them? And then I realized that I had a story. Just like Joseph in the Bible, I was a dreamer. And I just needed to tell them about my dream. You know, by that time I'd already read The Power of the Vision. So I shared with them about that. And at that time, what I remember is that I had written about this school, Mackenzie School of Fashion Design. I went and registered Nairobi Fashion School, Kenya Fashion School. I don't know which one the other one was. They were all rejected. So then I put in Mackenzie School of Fashion Design. That was what was registered. So I went back into my file.
And there was no Nairobi Fashion School?
There was none.
Or Kenya Fashion School?
No, there was
none. They just
none.
rejected it because...
They just rejected. And Mackenzie was registered. And at this time I was just like, okay, it's good. And many people came to tell me a lot of things. Maybe we should do a big launch for opening your school, let people know and all that. Then I had a pastor friend, Pastor Gardner, who is late. He told me, Sally, how do you bring people to your school and you have nothing but just desks? What kind of launch is that? And then you're going to spend so much money to launch it. said, actually, it is true. And he just told me, it is your belief and your faith in God that will build the school. And every student who comes to this school is determined on your faith in God. I was like, okay, fine. So we continued. Things were hard.
So you always, what year now did you open up the school?
It was 2009.
But you jumped. So between 2001 and 2009, what's happening with your designs? Because I'm sure there must be some millions.
I'm still doing the made to measure.
Mm-hmm. Have you done any collections yet?
Yes, I did. I did the Kenya Fashion Week. And that was done in 2002, if I'm not wrong. And in this show, I did a show called Made in Kenya, made by a Kenyan, and made by Kenyan fabrics.
Nice. That was nice.
Yeah. And I did a collection. I used the Maasai blankets. At that time, nobody had ever touched it as a garment. I did the kikoi, and I need another woven fabric that we use out there in the marketplace. Those three fabrics I used, and I was actually dared by an American citizen who had come to Kenya. She's Kenyan, but she's always lived in America. She said, why don't you use something Kenyan, Sally? So I said, because you've dared me, I will do it. So my life was in River Road, looking for something different, but Kenyan made. So I did a collection. I did a 30-piece collection.
30-piece collection?
Yeah. I even went to Naivasha, on the road, where they sell those
hats.
Yes. Yeah? My whole collection was with those hats. And I made this blanket. I changed it all. I mean, people couldn't believe it. And I was the one who was closing the collection. Let me tell you, after that, the Americans wrote about me. Even the German media was in my office interviewing me about that collection. I got such air, and people wrote so much in their languages, in their wherever they came from, that kind of thing. So I was like, there's something, but yet there's no breakthrough. You understand it? Yeah.
It's the periphery, but it's not. It's not arriving.
It's not arriving yet. So then after that.
So now but before before the
school. We are working like this.
Any exciting people you've worked with in that era?
I'll say Lucy. The first, she was just our second lady or first lady, Lucy Kibaki.
Yes, actually that's where we were.
Yes.
We're at Phoenix. Okay.
Yes.
So what happens after Phoenix? Do you transition out of Phoenix, or does anything new come at Phoenix? Because there's Phoenix, UBS, Church.
I got married to somebody who was not very happy with me having too much social interaction. And so...
Where did you guys meet?
At a friend's house.
Okay.
He was... A friend of mine invited me to his girlfriend's birthday party because he wanted me to meet her, because he was serious about her. He wanted to get married. So he wanted me to get to know her so that now the friendship can grow with the three of us. And then my ex was a friend of hers, and she had also invited him. So that's where we met.
And did you date for long?
About a year.
Before now, you got married?
And that time, during the dating, it was fine. But when we got married, now things changed. And I realized he was uncomfortable with me doing stuff outside the house, like literally outside the house, even hanging out with my friends.
Whoa.
He didn't like that.
So church is not a good story?
Church, we would go.
Okay.
But anything outside of that was... So I dropped out of Phoenix. I regret that, because that was one of the things that I was really passionate about. But I was trying to do everything I could to make this marriage work. So if it meant, stop hanging out with your friends, I'd stopped. stop going to Phoenix. And he didn't tell me don't go.
Yep.
But he just made it clear that I don't like this. So I wanted to be a good wife, so I stopped.
Yo, that's
There's
crazy.
things we do for men.
That's crazy. And the power that men have as well over their wives.
Yeah.
So
but remember, there was still that timidity of,
Uh-huh.
you know, I'm trying to live at peace with all men. And sometimes it means putting me aside and doing what I believe they want so that they are happy. If they're happy, then life is good.
So how long were you married?
I was okay. I'm trying to figure out how to answer that because I was not really married in that sense. I mean, we had a wedding and everything, but from day one, everything just
From day one,
everything fell apart.
it was that fast.
It was that fast.
So, and by the way, feel free if there's anything that you don't want to talk about.
Okay.
You don't have to.
Yeah, I'm trying to be.
Yes, but I'm asking for the sake of somebody who's watching this who may be in the same situation. That's the whole core of why I do CTA, to inspire, educate, and positively entertain somebody. So you're with this person who's in a certain way before you get married, to the point where, hey, I want to get married. Are you trying to say were there signs before that?
There always are.
Okay.
They always are. I mean, everybody that I've spoken with that is going through a situation like this, they always say there were signs. But for whatever reason, you ignore them.
Why did you ignore them?
I ignored them because I thought he would change. He'd be so happy that he's married me that he would want to. The same thing. I would do anything for this marriage to work. So I felt he would also want to do everything to make the marriage work. But
that wasn't the case. So literally from the I do, next day, it's a different.
I mean, from I do, he didn't talk to me for a while. It was that bad.
From I do?
That evening, I mean, we went for our evening thingy.
Yeah.
Already. He had switched off.
What?
Yeah.
So how do you stay, or you're trying to fix in your head?
I bend over backwards. Me dies. So my life became, I'm getting emotional. My life became of trying to read him when he walks in and then forming myself to fit into that. So if he walks in and he's happy, we're happy. If he walks in and he's in a bad mood, I stay away.
If you were to, you're wiser now, you're much wiser, and experience has made you wiser. What would you say to yourself then?
Listen to your gut. Listen to your gut, and just don't do things just for the heck of it. Because I even the day of the wedding, I felt like I had a chance to not go through with it. But I just kept thinking about what will people say. They're at the venue right now waiting for me. And then one person shows up and says, sorry, the wedding is over. You know, it's just, how do you live with that? You know? And that's when I convinced myself, no, it'll be fine.
What about your family?
My family,
your direct family?
They had misgivings, but they didn't speak about it.
Because of course they're like, listen, we don't want to lose our...
Yeah, they actually felt, I mean, we spoke about it later and I was like, you know, you guys should have said something. And they said, we didn't think you would listen. But I'm always like, I mean, even now, if I have a friend who's getting married and I feel like, I'm not sure, I'll ask them. Some of them get upset with me, you know, but I'm like, I don't want someone to ever say, I wish somebody had asked me. Because you don't know. Maybe they'll have that second thought or whatever. So
Like if somebody came to speak to you at your wedding and told you don't have to go through this, I'm there with you, you probably, and if it's someone like your mom or dad, you probably would have had second thoughts.
I don't know, maybe.
Okay.
But I also had a what Christians call fear of man. So you don't want to, you care too much what people will think or say about what you're doing, to the extent that sometimes you will do what you don't really believe because it keeps you, or it keeps the talk or whatever. And it wasn't like even people were saying anything about me. But somehow I was like, I don't know if I can live with that.
Okay, so how long were you in this period?
So
And how old are you at this time?
30s.
Your 30s. Okay.
So we lived in the same house until for 5 years, and then he moved out.
5 years. Man, I don't even understand how you had the strength to do this if you're saying that this started at day one.
Even me, I don't know. But I lost myself. All these things that God had been building in me
crushed.
I became so, like I didn't think I was worth anything. I didn't think I was. Self-esteem crushed completely. Because I couldn't understand why doesn't he seem to love me? I mean, I thought I'm a good person, but from the way things are going, I must be not interesting, not attractive, not lovable, and I carried that with me.
You believed the lies.
I believed it.
So now you must have been timid, and even now just on another level. So when you would go and meet family members, friends, did you change persona?
Oh, everybody had to believe the marriage was well.
Oh man.
Now speaking about it, that was crazy. So on one side, I'm dealing with all this whatever, and on the other side, I'm trying to keep everybody,
So they didn't know?
They didn't know. Well, my family got to find out, I think when I was expecting my son. Yeah, let me not go into those details, but they got to find out through events that things were not good at all.
Okay.
And so that's when they started kind of, just trying to give me some support here and there. Then actually my youngest sister was now getting married, and we decided, because we are a very close-knit family, and we're like, she's getting married and my other sister's getting married, we don't want to separate and break the bond. And by this time my mom had passed on, and she was like, she really kept us together. And so we decided, or she decided, my sister, like they'll start a Bible study, a family Bible study. So whoever had a spouse at that time would come. So my sister and her siblings, so my other sister and I were invited. The third born lives in the States, so she wasn't here much. And then my sister's husband invited his siblings, and those who were married would come with their spouses.
Yep.
So we'd meet I think it was every week, and just spend time in prayer, studying, whatever. And they now became like my pillar. Yeah. So even by the time I was getting sick, it was these guys who stood with me.
Okay, there's something that you've mentioned. So it's within your marriage is when your mom also passes on?
No, it was just before.
Or just before your marriage?
Just before.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel maybe if she'd been around, I might have. Because we'd listen to her. Yeah.
And she'd see?
She would see. By the way, she had that sense. She had that sense. She even told me many years ago, I have seen your husband. I'm like, so what does he look like? So she tried, but she wasn't good at describing, you know. And so I tried to. So when I met this guy, I tried to fit him into, yeah.
Wow, Mayani, I sorry does not even begin to explain anything. Again, you don't have to answer. Did it get physically abusive?
No, mostly emotional.
But still, that's still
that
huge.
That was what now killed me.
You know, the reason why I ask this is I always think about somebody who's watching this, and this is, again, I said with you, in fact now I've really understood why we're to have this conversation. With you in this story, as you give your story, I believe that people are going to get inspired, entertained, as crazy as it sounds, encouraged, educated, and you're going, and through your story you're going to help other people. Emotional abuse is as bad as physical abuse, if not even worse. And the reason to,
we were brought up to believe divorce is wrong. Anything that is going on, I mean, there's even a time I called him to one of the Christian radio stations, and I said, I'm going through this. At that time we were separated. What do I do? And they said, no, you have to go back. You have to go back. So it's not seen as it's a thing that is destroying you, you know. So there's just no space for a bad marriage. At least at that time, there was no space for a bad marriage. I even tried to call the church, guys in church, like, guys. In fact, 2 weeks after, I went and told them, I'm going home. I can't deal. And they said, no, you have to stay.
No way.
You've just started. It's only whatever. So I started, like, when we finished, I was like
2 weeks after you said I do,
yes,
you went to the...
Yes. So I started advocating for post-marital counseling. Like, yes, you get told a lot of things before you get married. And then you get married and you're like, what's going on? It doesn't, whatever. So you need someone to work with you. At least those, you know, this is happening. Is it normal? Is it... So somebody can just reassure you as you go through the beginning stages of adjusting to each other.
And in this whole marriage time, you didn't have even that one person who you let it all out to. Yo, that must have been a hard season.
Not until later.
So, does your son come at this time?
Yes.
When you're married?
Yes. Miracle.
Why do you say miracle?
Yeah, he was a miracle child. Let me just say that.
Okay, no problem. I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm ready. I'll just let you continue the story. So you get separated.
Yeah.
And this is okay.
Wait, before that, you know, I have 2 children.
Yes. You. Okay, go on.
I have 2 children.
Yeah, but I know 2 boys.
I gave birth to one and I adopted one. And there are also challenges around that, but I really felt that my son is the one who opened the door for me to get this one, the one I conceived.
You adopted first? Because of the challenges?
What happened? See, marriage had already started. So I used to go to New Life to just, like, I don't want to go home alone and be alone. I'm married. I shouldn't be in that house alone. So let me look for something to do. So I started going to volunteer there. And I met him and we fell in love with each other. He was, he'd been there for a few months and I don't know, we got drawn to each other. And I would go there every day and play with him and give him his last feed and tuck him in bed. And then I'd go home. And we got so attached to each other that at some point they told me, you know, you need to decide. Because this boy is getting really attached to you. If somebody else comes to take him. Because even the days you don't come, he's like, he gives us trouble. Because he won't settle down. Because he's used to you being the one. And we'd never spoken about adoption, and I knew my marriage was not good. So, but I was like, this child, why is he there and I have a home? I can love him, he can love me back. At least I can give him something that he needs. And I guess for me, there was also the thing of like, I would also be able to have somebody for myself. And so I just took him home one day.
Did you tell the other party?
I took him home one day. And he's like, who is this? I said, this is my son. Well, I didn't say it's my son. I said, it's him. And he's like, why have you brought him home? I said, I want to adopt him. And he kept quiet at that time. But after that, his mother tried to dissuade me. And when she saw us determined, she tried to introduce other, more acceptable children. But I was determined. This was the child I had grown to love, and I wanted him in my life. And so we went through the process, and
you know, for somebody timid, you have done some very crazy things. And how is it now? Because that's now love entering your home, which you felt like was missing.
Oh, he's my son. Yeah, they're my children. They're the same to me.
Yep.
And the interesting thing was that the day he moved home officially, I conceived my second son.
No way.
Because all before I'd had miscarriages or whatever. But that's why I said he opened the door for me to get his brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doris, you've got such deep stories, because miscarriages alone it's a whole other world, you know, that people are going through. So I can imagine the blessing of getting two children at once, because that's what literally.
Yeah, they're 18 months apart.
That's what literally God did for you. Because the day you get home is the day now. Okay, so now when what was the trigger?
So
what is the turning point? Yeah.
For
him to leave. Yeah.
I changed. Because I was. Can we pause?
Yep.
Something else also began happening. I've always been very, very keen on developing myself. And I started following a gentleman that he's now the late. He's called Jim Rohns. Jim Rohns. Those days there was not much of the social media stuff. There was no YouTube. The only way to communicate was via email. So he used to send an email every day. And I would read it every day in the morning, and it had action points. So I started personal development. That was now where I began with personal development.
That was his forte.
That is forte. He was a motivational speaker, very centered on God. That was one thing that I liked about him. But he had this thing of influencing my life, even though I never met him in person, and making me a better person. So I started doing all this personal development. I'm reading all these books on personal development. I started implementing something that I used to call small changes, big results. And what it meant is, if you do something every day for 15 minutes, for 360 days, you will hardly find someone who can compete with you after 360 days. You know, and I would read like 5 books at the same time, you know, and each book is 15 minutes. And each book was like giving me something different. It was like a nutrition, you know. So I had this thing, and I started waking up. I'm waking up at 6. Time was no longer enough. I wake up at 5 is no longer enough. I wake up at 4, and now it's like 3. I started getting sick.
So my body was just getting
rest.
sick. There was just something wrong about me waking up at 3. But I had so much to do before I get to the office.
Mm-hmm.
And it set me on a very serious personal growth trajectory. I was so confident. In fact, it's like I just discovered the power of the potential in me was even scary. You know, it was scary. So he helped me now to even start setting goals and how to implement them personally. You know, not my personal, not those things you do in the office.
Yes, I get.
Character. So character became a big thing for me. So I stayed in AR until 2003.
At this time, are you still living at home?
I'm still living
First
at home.
job. Now you're the breadwinner.
I'm the breadwinner.
Whoa.
I'm the breadwinner. I'm the breadwinner.
But that, on the other hand, you're a step closer to getting your family out of this thing. You've started.
Absolutely. Yes.
You started. Remember in the beginning when you're telling us part of the goals was, how do I fix this problem?
Yes. So it was clear. I'm the breadwinner.
Mm-hmm. How did it feel to finally make that, to go back to make money?
It was extremely liberating, not for myself, but for my entire family. I saw how my mom worked so hard, my dad, how he struggled, and it was like this dark cloud was suddenly lifting. You know, it was suddenly lifting. There was something happening that was for once positive after a long time.
Yeah.
After a long time. By the when I got admitted into university, there are people who said I will never join it because my parents can't afford. But God did it. In university too, also I got bursary.
What? Because of your performance and your application for it.
I mean, it was just. I was a needy case from the entry point. You know?
Help. You got help.
You get help was, you know, the way it was. They used to disburse. It was according to your needs. So I got the highest allocation,
which meant full scholarship.
Yeah, at least for most of it.
Yes.
For most of it.
Oh, that's powerful. Let's take a few minutes to talk about help.
Yeah.
I've been fortunate, and I realized that later on that not to need that because of my parents' financial situation. But explain to me help, like and the impact that it has in society.
I'm telling you, if there was no help, you will not be seeing some of the amazing lawyers you are seeing during the Supreme Court petition. Many of the great minds have come through because of that support from help. And it's a very noble idea, and that's why it's so important for us to honor our debt.
I was going to bring that up. Pay it, basically pay back because you're holding something for someone else.
And for me, I started paying it from my first salary.
No way.
Yeah, from my first salary, we're paying help. So it helped to, you know, to avoid this thing of trying to talk to who is who and who is who to help you, you know, and burden someone. Now you're getting help from an institution, and you also have a responsibility to pay it back. So you also need to make good of it, you know. So that was for me. It was critical.
Yes.
For me to be able to go to university.
It is.
It was necessary. It was a survival kit. Yeah.
And it moved a weight off your shoulders.
Yes, but let me say this also. What people don't know is that there are also very many people who use help to help their families.
What?
Yes.
Because the stipend that you get.
Yeah, that stipend, it becomes critical for it can be critical for your family. So it has probably served more than what even it was supposed to serve.
That's powerful to hear. Okay, so you say you're at AR. I can see your character being formed in AR. I can see.
So now, for me, AR was a character formation phase.
Okay.
Conscious character formation. Then something also happened when I was at AR.
Just before that, this email conversation that you were having, these emails that you were getting,
Jimron,
with
yes.
Jimron, were you replying and then he?
It was like
it was like a newsletter.
It was like a newsletter
okay.
with work to do.
You know,
with two people.
Actionable points.
Actionable points. So it started transforming my mind. It started opening possibilities in my mind. It started making me making me to ask myself questions like, if I want to be a CEO, what do I need to do?
Okay.
You know, I remember it pushed me. I ended up reading the book, Act Like a CEO.
Ooh.
You know, and this idea of CEO now was like in my mind when I was in my 20s.
Yeah. Pius, you know what's so powerful? Every stage of your life, in fact, I was just about to ask you, now that you've gotten a job, because remember, every stage you tell me there's a next stage.
Yeah.
So in university, you said that your next stage was getting the degree.
Yes.
So that you could get the job.
Yes.
So now in this stage of getting the job as an employee,
yes.
Now your goal becomes, I want to be CEO.
And more than that, it was a character development.
Okay.
It was a character. CEO was a good goal, but I was more amazed by the ability of me influencing my character development.
Mm-hmm.
You get it?
I get it.
Like a better person, a good person, this kind of stature, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I finished university in 2001, 2002. I got born again.
2002?
Yes.
Conscious decision?
Conscious decision.
So before all this time,
I was the good guy who even the ladies in ICU would want to come with me to join the ICU.
In CU.
I had a lot of guys in CU telling me, Pius, just come and join. As in, you know.
No way.
But I was this guy I'm a staunch Catholic guy, you know. And
yes.
I had a girlfriend in university. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And she used to come to my Catholic church. So when I left high school, university, she invited me to their church. And it was a Pentecostal.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't have any defense because she accompanied me to Catholic church. So now I didn't have any defense.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to the church and like, wow, that word, it was mine. Then the following Sunday I said, I want to come to that church again, Nairobi Lighthouse Church. Like, wow. I started going to Nairobi Lighthouse Church. That was another turning point in my life.
Oh man. Rebecca Don's dad, is that the one? Mathini.
Pastor Don.
Yes, Pastor Don.
Mathini.
Yes.
Pastor Don Mathini.
Yeah.
So I started going to Nairobi Lighthouse Church. I'm not born again yet, but I'm going to Nairobi Lighthouse Church. And now I'm coming from a family where generations have been going to, are staunch Catholics. So back at home, Mom is like, what is going on? And I'm like, Mom, I'm just finding this is where I'm growing. And she kept reminding me, you know, our family, this is our background. This is where, we are Catholics.
This is who we are.
This is who we are. So we had
another conflict.
A conflict. But April 2002, I went to Sitam Karen. And they were showing this, they had this event which they do every year. Is it
Heaven's Gates and Hell's Flames?
Yes.
Heaven's Gates and Hell's Flames.
Uh-huh. So I sat, I listened. They called the altar call, I ran. I did not want my girlfriend was sitting there. I said, I can't even ask her.
I'm out.
I'm going. I went. I got born again. That was huge. Huge turning point in my life. I call it the first best decision of my life.
The first best decision of your life.
The first best decision of my life. Because I used to go to church. I used to be a good person. But this time I chose God for myself. And I started pursuing him myself. And my mom was like, oh, this, that. And then she started seeing me waking up every day in the morning. I'm reading the Bible. Something she'd never seen before. And she's like, wow, this guy is changing.
The fruits are the fruits.
This guy is changing. So she stopped fighting me. She started liking what I was doing and who I was becoming.
Yes.
And who I was becoming.
Let me say this, Pass. The whole time you've given your story, like to somebody who doesn't understand the concept of being born again versus not being born again, you sounded like somebody who was born again all throughout.
Yes.
You get?
Yes.
Because of you're good, you are obedient, you are saying no to the club, you are doing this, you are studying.
Yes.
So even when you said now in 2002 is when you got born again, I'm like, hold up. I thought that happened when you were,
No. And I had seen so many people who were born again, in quotes. But mine, I told God, I don't want to be called born again for the sake of being called born again. It's not for show off. I want to have a real testimony that I'm a born again Christian. So it was a very weighty decision for me. And changes started immediately.
Let me also add and say, when you watch Heaven's Gates and Hell's Flames, it's a terrifying play. In that it shows you where your life will go if you've not made this Christ decision. So sometimes a lot of people make that decision out of the fear and then revert to default settings of where they were in terms of no lifestyle change. What I love about what I'm hearing from your story, you even, like, it was very conscious what you were doing.
And it was going to bring real changes into my life. And those changes had costs, including the girlfriend who took me to be born again.
Bring on the juice. What?
So that was my journey. So can you imagine, actually, when I'm just thinking about it now. Now I'm crossing town on foot.
From Sabiton.
From Sabiton. I'm crossing town on foot. Actually, what was that now? 5 o'clock. So I'm opening Pasar at 6. I have to be there by 6, open it up, working. It was really good. And then around that time, I think is when I met my ex.
So, okay, you meet your ex. It's around 90-something. Of course, it's 90-something.
You try to make me. It's 90-something because, 90-something.
So, you're working at this place, but it's just to get the money.
Pasara.
Yeah, but actually, let me be honest. I've not heard you say you've not enjoyed working at any place.
No, I've enjoyed it, and so what I wanted to do was hospitality.
Yeah.
So all these are different expressions of hospitality. I work in housekeeping at Mount Kenya. I worked in the UK. In the UK, I was a room steward. So I used to clean rooms over summer. The summers I was not allowed to go back home. I've worked in central London as a room steward. I've worked in, I think it was Brighton, in a hotel there. So I've really, and I love working in the hospitality space and being around people. Different elements of it was really good. And I liked some front facing, some kitchen. So I'm working and I'm happy. So now I'm managing a restaurant, a sandwich market, and it's really good. And I'm really having a great time. And it's also, we just used not to work on Sundays and we don't work late nights. So I think we used to open at 6 and close around 6 or 7. And it was fun. Met some interesting people, learned how to run a business. It was good.
Did Chris Kirubi ever come there? Or at that time he didn't? Oh no, he didn't own Laundry House at that time.
He didn't own Laundry House at that time.
Or Capital FM, I remember, was there. So he didn't
own it.
Capital
FM was there, I think on the 20th floor. Was it something? I can't remember, but it was there.
So you meet your ex. you're not saved, you're not in church or anything at this time. You're just a partisan. Okay, so what happens there for you now? How soon after do you get your child?
Oh, Richie, can I remember? I know Alfie was born in December, and then we got married the next April. So maybe that 1 year.
Okay.
Oh, actually, it was my cousin's wedding the December before, which I can't remember which year, but the December before, and that's where I met him. And then we it's not even courting, it's just dating and partying. It's partying. And then I found out I'm pregnant, and then we actually had a conversation about we can't just get married because I'm pregnant. But I don't know how it happened. We ended up getting married now the next year in April.
And did you want to get married?
I don't know.
You're
Planless
cruising.
people. So we're just cruising. You're not understanding happenstance? Which part of happenstance aren't you understanding?
No, I am.
A situation has arrived. You see, we even talked about not getting married just because we have a child.
Yes.
But somehow we end up getting married. So I don't know how that is, and I don't know how to answer that question.
No, by the way, I completely understand it. Again, if with you, I have to switch off this person that I know, and I have to let the story tell itself.
Because now you're referring to me now. That was not me.
You're literally being taken as the wind, and now what the wind has taken you to is a child.
It's a child. Now I'm
and
pregnant.
now that child is now taking you into a marriage.
Yes.
Wow.
Of which I have no idea, and we've both been able to say this to Althea. We said it to her when she was around 25. We told her we had no business getting married because we didn't know what marriage was. So you see, we have come to that conclusion. Did we know what marriage was? No. So why are you getting married? But so we tried to give her these lessons. We told her, listen, you must understand what marriage is before you get into that.
Wow.
That marriage thing, that covenant, you need to understand. And you can't just, because it was again happenstance.
And now what happens when you find out you're pregnant?
See, I have to give birth to this child called out there.
And because there's no excitement about this. It's again part of it's just taking you.
It's part of life. Something has happened. Now I'm pregnant. It's exciting. It's okay. But when I think about it now, I should have been more scared than excited. I can hardly take care of myself. How am I bringing another human being into this world? That should have been my reality. But I think life had happened and we had winged it, so we'll wing it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like this story, you've been winging it for a while. Like,
yeah. And imagine in that pregnant state, I'm still crossing town at 5 a.m. and at 6 p.m. You know, it is crazy when I think about it. Still taking matatus. Actually, the matatu guys, number 12, they used to start screaming, Mama Namai, Mama, of course, I'm heavy. I'm 8-9 months. And they even have to pry me onto the matatu. Yeah. So life is continuing.
And you're catching mats?
Yes, I'm catching mats. There are no more cars. I'm catching mats. And I'm working up to the last minute.
So now you get your daughter. And does that slap you? Does that be like, okay, something has to shift now?
Yeah. So life now has slowed down. Not actually, the beginning of the end of party. It is the beginning of the end of partying and opening up your eyes and there's another life here that's not about party, because I told you the problem was that was my lifestyle. That's all I knew. I didn't know anything else.
You had a degree and a master's and a PhD in partying.
Yeah. That's all I knew. Let's party. Imagine, that's what we did. That's my socialization.
I completely understand.
And my culturalization. There was no other. That was it.
Everything revolves around this thing.
Around this thing.
You work to get the finances to party. Your free time is an opportunity to party. You sleep after partying to rest to party.
Yes.
Your friends that you have are partying. The relationship that you're getting into.
From the party. So actually having Althea, first of all, how I even found out I'm pregnant is I drank a beer and I threw up. So end of drinking, end of partying. Because you're carrying another human being, you have to bring her into this world. Even smoking, I stopped smoking, which was one of the hardest things because I still went back to it, but it was very hard.
At that time?
I couldn't imagine my life without smoking. I can imagine life without everything else, but not smoking.
Because even in church, you were smoking at the time.
Yes.
But we'll come to that. Okay, so now you get this child. I just want, like, honesty, if the child doesn't, did you get a reality check and be like, hiya, My life needs to change.
Yes. It's not my life changed. So you see part in that flow, life changed. I have to be home, I have to take care of her. There's another responsibility I have, which is quite a big responsibility. It's a child. So it's not even like you had a meeting with yourself. You just change happens. You have to be home. It was so hard to leave her, even after, I think we get 3 months of maternity. It was so hard to leave her. And to father, and I don't know whether we had phones even. You left the child in the morning, you came back in the evening and pray there's a child and everything is okay.
Yeah.
It was quite a shift and a turning. Yeah.
And do you do an introspection in this whole mix, or your focus now has just shifted to the child?
The focus is shifted to the child and to the marriage, and then of course to the husband who is still partying. So that's a problem.
Oh, so you've changed.
Yes.
But but then now you're trying to communicate.
Yeah, I'm like shocked.
But hey,
traumatized. What do you mean you're still partying? Yeah, he's still partying. So very many problems because of that.
Or you're becoming somebody new.
Yeah.
Not by communication, just by the default of the child coming in.
I've become a mother. So there's a level of responsibility now that I need to engage in.
And because this child needs you in terms of, like, there's, you know what I mean? They need you more than the father. Not say they don't need the father.
But the child needs me more.
Yes.
And I've got to get organized. I need to get people who are helping. I need to get her food right. I need to make sure she's had her bath, she's eaten. Yeah.
Wow. So actually, this let me ask this question. What happens, what advice would you have, or what would, not even advice, what would you say to people who change is happening to one partner and drastic change? So for example, me, I've become Christian. You're still non-Christian, but we got together when we were both non-Christians. Stop trying to bring me into your world. What advice do you have when drastic change, or one person is changing and the other is not?
You have to be able to communicate, and you have to give the other person time, because that happens a lot. It happens a lot. You find couples who one person gets born again and then the other person is not born again, and then you're frustrated by their behavior, but it's you who got born again. You're the one who changed. And it could be anything, any kind of change. You became a mother. You're finding yourself. You have introspection. You're changing your life. You can't force the other person on it, but I think you should have conversations about it and have open conversations and give people the space to change, because it brings a lot of pressure.
Wow, I can imagine you. Because your personality hasn't changed.
My personality has not changed.
So you must have been on his case.
I was on his case like way.
You know, you're not the best person to be in their bad books.
I'm not the best person. So you know me. The drama was excessive.
Let's not enter your bad books.
The drama was for drama. Yeah. But you see, we're not understanding it. Again, I don't know. I guess nobody taught us. I don't know. I don't know who told us about marriage and what marriage is, and this is come. It was just an expectation. You were supposed to get married at some point. So you do, but you really haven't thought it through.
Wow. So, okay. Are you still working at this same place?
I'm working at Pasara, and at some point I moved to Air Kenya. So I'm trying to figure out when that happened. At some point I moved to Air Kenya. I stopped working at Pasara and I moved to Air Kenya. Air Kenya was setting up a coffee shop, and they just had this space, and it was very exciting because it was just an empty space. So I planned the workflow for the kitchen.
And are you being poached? Are they now coming and taking
There was an advertisement again in the newspaper. I applied, went and got the job.
Okay. I'm trying to understand this dynamic of you've become a mother. So the thing that has taken your time when you're not partying is motherhood.
Yes. No more partying now has begun to fizzle out.
Even the want for it.
I think so. The taste, there's a turn. I'd still go. I'd still go out, but with a plan. Like I'd come home, make sure the child is eaten.
Have you said the P word?
The word plan. There is the P word, Richie. There it is. I'm telling you. So come home, check, make sure she's okay, eat it, then maybe go out. But even the frequency of going out was not as much.
Yeah, because you can't be coming home at 4 a.m.
And then I've got to go to work, and I've got a responsibility here. But I still partied. And even as she got older, there's a place now, even when the marriage ended, where I really went all in, back in.
So, well, this sounds like a very difficult time of your life, because there is change. You've got this work job that you're doing, but there's a lot of turmoil at home, and then there's motherhood. So, how long did you remain married?
6.5 years.
That's a long time.
Yeah. 6.5 years.
Wow. Do you think it could have worked?
I think so. I'm always telling people. Sometimes I think I confuse people. I wonder, but those are my thoughts. Even today, I was like, it's okay. My life is an oxymoron. I think it could have worked. I always tell people, ride out whatever storm is there, or the wave, ride it out, or the season. You have to understand the season and ride it out. I think it could have worked. I think marriage can work once you have the right perspective, and if both of you want it, then you can make it work. But I believe that everything is workable. But then again, when I look at the foundation, was the foundation right? Maybe not. But I think God can work anything and work any miracle. I think he can. I think it could have worked. He just needed some communication, a plan, and some communication. We did talk about it.
Yeah.
But at that time, we didn't really talk about what we were feeling and all that. And when I look at him, he was trying to build himself, and I didn't understand that. He was trying to build himself, and he did. He built himself. But me, I was like,
what did you
I wasn't understanding.
I'm trying to figure out.
I wanted time.
Oh,
you know those love languages? Yeah.
Yes.
Me, I wanted time. Time is very important for me. I wanted time. I wanted gifts and acts of service. Those are the things that ministered to my spirit and my heart, even at that time. So he's trying to build himself and build something and be able to pay all the bills and everything. You know me, I've just been, apart from the small stint of where I figured out myself, things were paid for me. I mean, it's a very short time where I need to pick up the rent, buy food and all that. Everything else was done.
And isn't that, what you've said there so powerful? Isn't that, you come into a marriage with your father?
With your whole family and your whole background and your whole culture. Because even with him, I can say one of the things he used to think my father favors me, spoils me, all these things. But now he's doing it with Althea. So we're like, same WhatsApp group. What's happening here? So now he can see it. And I like even that she points it out to him as well. Because there's a place where he felt I'm just a spoiled rich brat, which I was.
You was, yes.
I was, but there's always a but. You don't have to push it in my face. But I was.
Yeah.
Daddy did everything. And I was daddy's girl, so don't mess with daddy's girl. You mess with daddy's girl, and my dad is very quiet, but he's got a deal. He gonna deal with this thing. You're not gonna give him stress here. Leave my child. If you don't need her, just leave her here. What's the problem? So that defense. But now sometimes I'll hear Althea having conversation with him like, you're also trying to make it. You've made it, and you're also spoiling me. Althea is spoiled brat number 1 times 100. Yeah. So why can't you see that with? So she helps because why can't you see that with her dad, mom, and her dad and her mom, and her dad? That's the way she was.
And let me ask this one: where is the? And this is a double-edged sword. Where, when it comes to marriage, what would you say about the parents getting involved? So, for example, the son too much with mommy, or the daughter too much with daddy.
It's a very dangerous thing, and you really must look at it because even your parents can interfere because there are things they want for you. They want to protect you. They want everything to work for you. But there's a place you have to let the children now figure it out, and you have to step away. Like my mom had this rule when her sons got married, she wouldn't go anywhere near their home for about 3 or 4 years. Now it makes sense. So that she doesn't go, a fight erupts, that's what she should say. So she won't go. So you guys form yourself, get into rhythm. Then I can come because it's going to cause problems. So, and then I think also you also have to understand the perspective that you can't wipe that out. You can't wipe out the relationship the son has had with his mother or the daughter and her father. There's actually been time and relationship and investment. So how are you just going to wipe it out? But you find ways to have conversations around it and how to handle it. And one of the things I always advise people is everyone should handle business, difficult business with their own family. There's a way, I love Matu, but there's a way now, my investment and love in Althea is something else. Because, so when they do something, I'll deal with Althea and it will be okay. Like we'll deal and get back quickly, isn't it? Bounce back quickly. Whereas with my son-in-law, I might be like, I don't know, you know? So Althea should deal with me and her dad. And Matu, if his parents were here, but he still has people who let him deal with them. Don't get involved. Don't get into the process because it's a relationship. Or try to understand the foundation of this relationship is deep. It's deep and it's been very many years.
And that's such a beautiful thing that you're saying. And just to dig deeper into this, where does letting go come for you? Because I can imagine this girl. You're telling me how she started changing your life. I mean, she's the first time you've mentioned the P word, plan.
It's a good thing. She brought a plan.
Yes,
but let me tell you, Althea getting married almost killed me, Richie. Dead. You know, I exaggerate things. I almost died. My heart almost stopped. The day of the wedding, I don't even know what happened in that wedding. It needs to be repeated because I don't know. And I don't do this. People have videos for weddings. I don't know. Yani, I felt like when she got proposed to, I was okay. Yay! Woo! We got engaged. Oh, wait. Hey? Event started. Kwanzaa, it's the first time, he might not like, but I saw her father cry. First time. I mean, even that's what, you know what, like, hey, okay. What do we do now? Her dad was emotional. The first event, he wept. Hey? So he's weeping. Also, Althea has never seen her father cry. So she's weeping. Drama, the drama is excess. As we went on, me, Kwaza, like the wedding day, I didn't even speak. I felt like, you see, the thing is, this child, that's what I'm telling you, you're just saying what happens, but these are deep things. I looked after Althea for 28 years. There's a bond. And still there's drama and we fight a lot, but there's a bond. I couldn't imagine handing her over
to this guy she met a couple of.
And thank God I liked the guy. You can imagine if I can't even fathom if you don't like the guy. That one I cannot even. I love Matu.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing gentleman. Even though I met him, he's an incredible guy.
Yeah.
Now imagine if the person is not incredible. I cannot say incredible guy. But the thing is, the shock was, and it was going through my system, it's normal. I have nurtured this human being for 28 years. What do you mean she's going? Where is she going? And she's not even going far. Do you know the day I cried so much? The day after the wedding, I cried so much. Matu brought her. He said, Mom, here she is. Where are we going? Let me tell you.
Wow.
Your heart is palpitating. I'm telling you, you feel like your heart is going to stop. You're sweating. It's not normal because it's not a normal function. You've been responsible for this person. It's like a tearing away. And yet really she's not going far. My mom was telling me to stop the drama because when they were getting married and Kira, my grandparents were getting married, you never saw that person again. Yes. If they got married to another village, you never saw that person again. So my mom is like, please, the child lives down the road. What is the problem? I'm like, leave me alone, Mom. Leave me alone with my feelings. So it was heart palpitations, and people think it's a joke. It was heart palpitations. It was crazy.
Okay.
It was really crazy. But the thing is, time is going to tell. So Matu, they've had a great marriage. They have some of the ups and downs, but they are okay. They are good. And then I go. You know, now I'm accepted. Thank God Matu likes me as well. So it also goes both ways. Yeah. So I'm accepted. So I spend a lot of time with them, you know, as much time as I can. And then they gave me the greatest gift, which is my granddaughter. That is the gift. That's my next handbag if I didn't let go. So you have to let go. And then you have to, Althea kept telling me, which is true, and I hear people saying that, you have to trust what you deposited in me all these years. Wow. You have to trust it. Mom, with all your drama, with all your cunningness, you have to trust it. You have to trust that I made the right decision. Yeah, you have to trust. Yeah. But it's a hard one. Richie.
My daughter
You have 2 girls. Richie.
Hey, wait, Richie.
Richie, prepare thyself. Prepare thyself. It is hard. And to hand them over. Now I can imagine me, I'm just a mother. I'm a father. To hand over that responsibility to somebody else? Well, it was not easy.
Okay, so back to you. You are, the plan now, at least I'm hearing it, is revolving around this daughter that you're getting, this child that you've gotten. But the marriage is not working.
The marriage is not working.
And you're not even equipped to make the marriage work.
We are both of us, and we're growing apart. So that's how you have to be very careful. You must nip growing apart in the bud very quickly, because it just happens. It's a divide that happens, and you begin to do different things. You have different interests. People go out and do different things. So it's just a divide that happens. But the advice I'd give someone is make sure any divide that you see, any way that you're growing apart, make sure you cause it to come back together very quickly.
But I want to dwell here a bit. I don't, I hear guys when I'm like, okay, so you guys are divorced. So how are you living in separate beds? Yeah, we've been living in separate beds for like about 6 years. I'm like, I don't understand that. I can't fathom coming into a house and seeing the person. So what? I don't even know how that's happened. So, but what are the signs for somebody to begin to know that they are drifting apart?
You start having different interests. You start doing different things. You're not spending as much time together as you did.
Are you talking though?
Yeah, us guys are talking, but people are doing different things. And you see, so some of them would come about. You see, I was also we're also all party animals, so we're all partying. Then it's not his fault that I can't party, but I don't want him to party. But he keeps partying. But then, like Sunday, that's another thing. The same people who are not going to church now, you have a child. So you have to take the child to church. That was my thought. I was given the option. I was taken to church. So I cannot surely raise another human being here. I want to take them to church. So I'm going to church on Sunday.
So that's now when you start going back to church.
Yes, and I'm going for her. It is her I'm taking back to church to give her the option.
When she's how old? This 3, 4?
Even 2, 3.
2, 3 at this time.
She has good church.
So where do you start taking her church?
To St. Paul's, to Catholics.
Yeah.
Then from there to Nairobi Chapel. Nairobi Chapel was at Mamlaka, where Mamlaka is. So
this child became your reason for existence.
Actually, how you see the grace of God, when I go with her to St. Paul's, she wouldn't go to Sunday school. And she'd cross the child. Now there's various mini safety. She'd cross from Sunday school to the church and find me. I don't understand now, like, what's wrong with this child? So she wouldn't go. When I went to Nairobi Chapel, I couldn't get her out of Sunday school to remove her. No. And so now the thing was cemented. This is what I don't know. This is now my journey with God. It has started. I told you the turning point, number 1, party after party, child, stop. Next was now church, because now she loved going to church. So every Sunday, I have to take her to church.
And then
so she's part of my journey. And you know her name means healing. Alta means healing. From a book, In a Drunken Stupor. Just know Jesus loves me. Jesus! Richie, if Jesus loves her, my picture should be there, standing there. I am the poster child for Jesus loves somebody. It was a book. It had 10,000 baby names. We came up with 3 names. Both and my dad. So it was Althea, Jasmine, or Kezia. And we chose Althea. And Althea has, when I look at my journey, God used her for my healing journey and to bring me back, to bring me to God. Because now the child starts going to Sunday school. And I have to bring her to Sunday school. It even starts more soberness. So I told you I'm there party. Some more partying is there. Party is coming and going. But now I start not drinking on Saturdays.
Because
she's part of my journey. So on Sunday, niwache kusumbua watu kwa church. It's smelling like madness. Smelling of smoke. Have you ever smelled stale smoke and alcohol? And that time I'm giving people eyes in church like, were you buying the alcohol? Did you come for your Jesus? Look there. I'm a mess. I wish I had photos. I'm a hot mess, Richie. I came in at 4 a.m. I'm smelling of alcohol. I probably had some cigarettes in the morning. It's just disaster. But I brought my child to church. And I have to come and take her to church.
So this
because she
time
loves the
Nairobi
Sunday
Chapel
school.
is on Mamlaka.
Is on Mamlaka.
Near the university.
Yes.
So you are literally coming just for her.
Yeah. Because my head is true, good socialization and upbringing. You were given opportunity to go to church, you have to give your child the same opportunity.
Wow.
We cannot all sleep on Sunday. That is, what is that? No. Church. So some people are not going to church. So church now, we go to church. Then we don't end up doing something together, like probably we go for lunch.
Yeah.
So by the time I'm coming up, other people wameamka, hangovers wameenda. So you just start drifting. So you will notice this, that you're drifting, that you're not spending time together, that you don't have the same interest that you had. Yeah.
May I say it's one? Are you having sex?
I guess so. That's a good one.
It's like you've gone,
because it's the connection.
What do you mean?
But I think you as a man would say that. You know, women, sex is so much more than just that sex. It's a connection. It's coming from a place of connection, which is the whole day.
Exactly.
It's not just that moment. But for guys also, I think guys just have, when you have sex, you think everything is okay. You can be having sex, but everything is not okay.
No, but then
you can be having
Yes,
intimacy
no, I
and
agree,
things
I
are not
agree.
okay.
Yeah,
There's
I
a
agree.
way that men are wired to think this is okay, but women are like, no. But then again, I saw even another day, we did a Just Angie, Althea and her friends, and there was an element of compartmentalize that thing. Yeah, so it doesn't affect everything. But for women, it's everything.
But I'll say, and maybe I'm selling out the dudes here, dudes don't not have sex.
Dudes don't?
Not have sex.
Yeah.
So if they're not having sex with
They're
you,
having it somewhere else.
and that's what I'm saying. Sex is a telltale sign.
Yeah. But you could be having it everywhere. Me, I've seen it all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You could be having it everywhere. You're not moved. But you grow apart in other things. So activities, like I told you, look at your love
But you're
language.
coming
Time.
home.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're coming home, but I haven't been with you
in
all
home
day.
now,
I don't know where you are. Everybody has done their own thing. So what we're talking about
Do we
is the
talk?
apart gap.
Do we talk when
Yes, but there's a gap now.
Oh, I get it. That's how it starts.
We have different interests. You immediately you start forming different. Identify whatever the gap is. Different interests. Maybe you're not having such deep conversations anymore. Things that used to be fun, that used to do together. Those are things that you need to look at and figure out whether what is happening here. Because the more you let that rift grow, the harder it is to come back. I mean, I've seen thousands of couples who are divorced and all that. If you ask them what the reasons are, the reasons sound so flimsy. But it's because they allowed a divide.
So
They allowed separation. So the more you allow that divide, so everybody's living their own life, it's even easier. Yeah, okay, everyone go their own way, fine, good. But then again, there are people who stay together forever until the kids, I don't know, grow up. There's some logic like that. Me, I couldn't do that. Me, I'm like, it's done, let's go. But then again, maybe you shouldn't have done it so quickly. You should have seen how far, how is this thing going to go?
Are you
And
the
then
one who asked for it now?
At the end, after 8 years, we separated. And for the 8 years, because now I'd become a Christian. So now it's like, now this man is going to cost me eternity and cost me having a husband here on earth. This can work, Lord. What do you want? So I did 8 years of prayer and fasting to know whether I should get a divorce. Because the Bible says God hates divorce. Can you imagine how confused I was now?
Hey, we are coming to that one. What are the ways, once you know the telltale signs that you're going apart, the gap is beginning to come, the ridge. What do you need to do to bring it together? And I don't mean sometimes even actions, but what state do you need to maybe get over? For example, maybe sit down and talk.
You see, now that's the problem.
Let go of pride. Whatever
Let me
it
tell
is.
you something.
Yeah.
These are conversations I think that people who are not married need to have before, as you're courting, very important. And some need to happen now because maybe the first 5 years of marriage is when these divides, or even the first 3 years is when they happen. If you have no one who can sit you down, both of you, and you listen, that's the danger point.
Wow.
That's a very big point. I always say, a man who is not submitted to any authority, doesn't have to be a Christian, can be from any religion. Just a man, or even no religion, has nobody who will tell him this, lay down the rule and say, this is the way we're going to go. That's a very dangerous man or woman. Very. You need to be able to submit. So before you decide who that counsel is, I met once a a man of God from Nigeria, and he told me him and his wife, there are 3 mentor couples, and he fears those mentor couples. If his wife, because you see now Nigerians have a culture of honor. So if those 3 men summon him, kimeumana, and he has to listen. So here we have an element of self-made men who listen to no one. We have an element of children who have become wealthier than their parents. They're the financiers at home. Or you're the kingpin, you're the one who's providing for everyone.
Yeah.
You have no authority over your life. Very serious. Because you need to be able, somebody needs to sit you down. First, he told me that his wife has permission to go and see this boy at any time. Then they summon him. Then he sits. Then they discuss what's going to happen. Then they move. Because problems will come up in marriage. But you can't be your own authority. You can't be the be-all and end-all. You can't. You can't be the alpha and the omega. Stop. Where is your authority? Who do you submit? Who do you listen to? Because you see, there's a way. There are people who are older than you and wiser. Are you saying there's nobody older and wiser? You know everything? No. There has to be a voice that speaks to you. And sometimes understand who that voice is before you get married or very early. Because once it imenda, hiyo ni ngumu. So hakuna mtu wa akalisha chini. It's not to sit down and say, okay, I'm laying down the law. This is what must happen. Yeah.
Wow. You got me thinking. Who can I call?
Yeah.
Who
would speak to you
Kanji.
and you listen?
Kanji for
Kanji. Sure. Yeah. Everyone needs that. You need somebody who is not taking the BS. I go, let me tell you, no. No. Give perspective. Listen to both sides and say, look, no. But if you have no one who will tell you, and there are so many people, especially in this country, who cannot be told anything.
But you know,
you are the CEO, you are the boss, you are a boss at work, you are a boss at home, you are the boss everywhere. Hey!
Pastor Angie,
Lazima! It's okay, you called me here. You not invited me here. That's the thing with leadership, you see? Every leader must be submitted to somebody who can tell them.
Including presidents?
Everybody. I said everyone. You see now you're saying you're trying to exclude some people. Why are you trying to exclude some people? You need an authority. You need a place of reason. You need somebody that you can trust. You need a mentor. You need somebody who will say, and then you do. Because you see, it's different. Even when you're telling me, was I willing to listen? You must do action what they want. And then I think we have to also say what we want. I've seen many times women, because those are the people I interact with a lot, trying to love their spouse in their love language. You see, you're trying to get his attention by using your love language on him. No, we need to understand each other's love languages and use the love language on that person. And then I think
and it's not what is yours majority of the time.
Yeah, no, it's completely opposite. And then I think the other thing we need to do is also share what's going on. You see, like even this time when Arthur's dad was trying to build himself, he didn't share that much. I think he was expecting me to see, like, don't be silly. We're trying to build something here. But me, I can't see. Me, I'm the spoiled brat from CUNA. What are we saying? Come on, let's do this. Yeah. So try to understand each other and try to understand what's going on in this person's life. Really going on.
Did you have people to talk to at that time?
No. Like who? No. That's another thing. I don't know why do people have best maids and best man? So every time I saw, where's the couple that stood? I'm like, we don't even talk. Yeah. So why did you choose them as your best couple? Now look at people. So many Richie, you cannot imagine how many people have cancelled. And their best man and best man, they don't even talk. They still don't talk to them. So how is that helping the situation? Choose the people who are going to stand as a witness to you very wisely.
Wow.
Can they speak into your life? So we didn't have anybody who could talk to us. Strong-willed character. Who's going to talk to me? But even him, he has no one to speak to. No one can tell him.
And then there's that other level where you have no one you can go to speak to him who you both of you have agreed to listen to.
No.
That's another level. I really like that example you've given on Nigeria.
I have nobody that I can go and say. Or even him, he has nobody to go and say. Problem. It's another way that we expect people to figure it out. And this is not the space for figuring it out. Marriage is not for the faint-hearted, neither is it for the figuring out. Figuring out what? No.
Okay. Thank you for those nuggets. But we are still here. So now you've started going to chapel because this girl needs to go to Sunday school.
This girl
and now she's fallen in love with Nairobi Chapel.
She won't even come out of the Sunday school.
Are you enjoying it?
I'm beginning to turn. But first I have an attitude.
So when the person is speaking,
I'm here because I have to be here. Because of my child. Children will make you do many things.
Yeah.
But then the conversation started. And then I told you, even without my understanding, I started now saying, okay, I will not go out on Saturday so that I can bring her to church on Sunday. And I'm fully present, fully engaged, like that. So it started turning things around for me. And then I started listening. It took me a long time, but I listened. And then I finally gave my life to Christ.
Wait, by the time, why are you saying it took you a long time? Because you see, I'm thinking of somebody who's entered the church environment, but in the first time it hit them.
No. Sisi ni kangumu. Now what a kangumu? Do you know how many demons are after me and after my life? Please.
Or are in you?
In me even. What do you mean? No way. It took forever for conviction to take place.
Okay, can you remember when conviction came? Or is there someone that you had, you're like,
2004. It was Pastor M. Pastor M is my discipler.
Share to your level, what made you quit?
Share to my level. You know, there's always that voice in the back of your mind that's telling you, you are losing it now. You are losing focus. You are kind of going down the wrong path. This is not going to end well. It's there. You just need to be calm enough to hear it. And there'd be moments like, you've had a pint, you're hanging, those ones of you wake up and you say, I swear, I swear, if I see booze, I'll pour it. That's like 8 o'clock in the morning. Then you sober up, the hangover goes. Then 4, you just see an SMS. What's up? Plan? You're like, damn. Then you're like, just today. Then it becomes a cycle. But then every morning when you wake up, there's like a guilt that hits you. It's a guilt for wasting money. It's a guilt for hurting your body. And you're just like, something's got to change. And like I told you, with the mind, it can end you or it can make you. And the same way that it happened for me with Nation, and I was like, oh, I wish I could sit on this balcony every morning. Oh, I sat all right. I sat for a very long time on that balcony. Paka, the tea was not enjoyable anymore. So it's the same thing with the booze. There was a prayer, there was a hidden prayer in my head and in my body and in my mind every day. I need to stop, I need to stop, I need to stop. And it eventually just happened. Everything, they say, there's something they call scientific prayer. Scientific prayer, your mind, your body, and your feelings or your spirit have to be aligned for something to happen. It can't be, my brain really wants it, but my body, my brain really wants me to stop because logically, this is not helping me. Yeah. But the body just wants booze or the body just wants whatever it is that you do, that you indulge in. But when the mind and the body tell each other, can we be on the same line here? It will happen. That's what scientific prayer is, aligning all those things, your thoughts and your feelings. When you align them, then whatever it is you want to happen will happen. One way or the other, your situation or your circumstances around you will change. And that's what happened.
And so, but you see, changing, is that what led to you quitting? Because you're just like, I can't be in this environment anymore. It's one thing, or did you feel like you could still continue doing...
Quitting what? Karaoke?
Yeah.
Karaoke, I quit for 2 reasons. And again, I've said this before, and I've read like in the dailies where the story is completely misconstrued. It's so unbelievable. Karaoke, one, the brand was being diluted. My brand was being diluted by being easily accessible and people just basically knowing where you are and being able to access you for free. You get what I mean?
I get.
So that there was no desirability for this celebrity anymore. You know, so here you are, you're working on songs.
Yeah.
Yet you're making yourself so easily accessible and available that these songs will never make you any money. Because nitakuona sana ipe njo yule pale. Hey, she was looking so sexy in that video. Twende tukamcheki. You know, it was a clash.
I get
basically.
it.
And so I needed to pick one. And so I picked that, other than the fact that, okay, now, come on, your age. I started when I was like 22. You're 35, 36, almost hitting 40.
Yo, you did this for years, Sana.
Yes, I did.
This is a full career.
22 plus what? Plus 13 years. 35, 2020. March.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was just like, I'm also aging. This is not the kind of environment I would want somebody of my age to be in doing this. It's okay to be in the club out of choice, but not at now you're forcefully there because you have a job in the bar, considering that you have this brand.
And then, let's be real, you're making a lot of money at this time.
I was.
Like what
In fact, the lady used to pay me at 40, she's like, guys, sana, yani utaacha tu hizi do hivi. Nikamwambia, I have to pick what is most important to me at this time. And right now it is rebuilding and re-strengthening that brand, and also just accepting that my age doesn't allow me to do this anymore. There's younger girls now who this can be an opportunity for them to grow. And so she's like, "Guy, yani utaacha tu hizo do hivyo." Nikamwambia, imagine nitaenda na nikaenda na kuamini. Number 3 was now, since I had stopped drinking, this was a trigger environment. You know, things can't change if you don't change your situation. So for me to be able to get to a point where I'm strong enough to say a tequila pass like this and just like, are you sure? You really want it? Yeah. I even ask people now. I buy them, but then I ask them whether they are sure. But there was a time when maybe I wasn't strong enough to be in that environment, and booze is passing, and I'm seeing everyone just getting, happy and, buzzed, and me, I'm just there with my stone face, But now I'm at that point where I've seen the positive side of what the lack of that thing can do for my life.
Powerful.
And you cannot pay me. You cannot pay me. You can't.
Okay. I know we fast forwarded this story, but then I just wanted to, I felt like this where the conversation was worth hearing about the ups and downs of this karaoke journey.
Yes.
And
From
also
radio.
I wanted people to understand you're quitting in this. You're here talking about shots and all these things and making fun of it, not knowing that Sana here, even when we offered her drinks, the first thing she was like, I don't drink. I was like, okay.
And do you know, I never thought it would be
it's
such a great thing to say.
Yeah.
It's great to, okay, maybe not a good thing to say. Because sometimes, like, there are people who say, no man, I shouldn't have a pint today. Then they're like, lakini lete tu moja. It's great to be able to sit down and say, get me tea. Unwavering decisions where no matter what, that's what I'm telling you, you cannot pay me.
Yeah.
There's no endorsement for booze that can make me drink. Like, if you want me for that, make sure I don't touch that pint. You get? But
I get it. It's because you've gone through the motions. You've gone to that time of when you wanted to quit and you didn't have the strength to quit. That alignment that you're talking about.
And please, let's get it right, because I see that there's a lot of people who want to read into it as alcoholism.
Yeah.
That was not alcoholism. Alcoholism is, my God, I cannot go a day without the booze. I would stay, like, even when I go, like, stay with my folks and stuff, 4-5 days I'm there, and I'm not thinking, lakini nilikuambia magurudumu ya gari ikikanyaga one Raptor road. You're just like, yo, plan. We're at Vineyard. Get nile. Lakini sifiki. But it was, I did it because it was fun to do.
Yep.
I didn't do it because I needed to.
Yep. It's not that one where you're at home and you've got 7 bottles at home.
No, Jesus, no.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
No. It was a bottle. But it was, I could do without it. It's just, I'm better this way.
Okay.
Yeah, and I love myself. I remember saying one time at an interview that I feel like I've been given a second chance and I'm living my best life. I'm so aware, like, there are friends of mine who see me these days and they're like, Guy, Yani you're just happy. I'm like, oh hell yeah. And so they joke about, yani you're so happy paka you've added weight.
In fact, I was going to ask you, did leaving alcohol have health differences?
Absolutely.
Difference is the wrong word.
I mean, it's not like Ati had gotten to that point where now everything was shutting down inside the body. Sometimes there used to be sounds. You used to hear some things and you've woken up and you're just feeling like the most useless person on earth. And then you just hear, you're like, Bas, this is it. We've got to stop. But when I stopped, one thing that happened was the appetite. The appetite came back. Like, there are things I never used to eat. Things like chapo, hata sitaki kuisikia. Things like cake, biscuits, chocolate. I used to want nothing but salty things. So it's the chicken, chips. It's the nyam tom, it's the chips. Ay, unaekewa rice na cabbage, you're like, are you crazy? Like, how am I gonna eat that? You know, the body was only craving nyama and salty stuff and junk food. But then also they got to a point where the stomach wouldn't want anything. So there was very minimal eating. Hey, what did you call it? Giggle. What's giggle?
Garbage in, garbage out.
Okay, so now this was garbage out and proper stuff in. Like I can't tell you how much I love cake. Like I'll give you this example. I used to go, like if I go for a wedding and I'm there with that same cousin of mine, that one, my fellow criminal, Nyakabi. And so we have brothers who don't drink, both of us. So we're here, we're at the wedding. So us guys want to leave. We're like, this thing is done. See, we go, we're going to miss happy hour. The boys want to continue staying. Why? Because there's cake. They want that cake. They are guys for Fanta and cake. So us guys at that time are not understanding, what is this craving for cake? Let me tell you today.
Kwa wedding uko hapo.
Sitoki wedding kabla sijakula keki. On set sometimes, like at Kina, we have birthdays for people. I could have finished 2 scenes before, but I'll wait for that cake. It's unbelievable. Like it's so crazy that I can order a kg for my house.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
It's better than a boti.
True. Well, you know.
Okay, not really. Depends.
It's not.
It's got its own devices.
I really got my appetite back. Like I was eating healthy and I'd find time to cook proper things. And so the weight, it shot. But then I realized, hey, I kind of like this look more than because you guys I look back and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, that was a skeleton. I was really, like I'd really lost weight. So that was, I was weighing 66 at the time. And I know they say, oh, girls shouldn't say how much they weigh. I don't care. Me, I'm 89, okay? I've got heavy bones as well, but you can see from 66 to 89, that is a lot of kgs. But I know why it happened. So the rest of the people who are there just talking about, sijui nini, amenona sasa, me, I'm happy. Oh, I'm so happy. Like the other day, somebody on set was telling me, you've lost weight, eh? I almost cried. I swear, I almost cried. I was like, what do you mean? Where are my hips? Have I lost my hips? So we PMA'd 1 inch. I was like, oh my God, am I stressed? What's going on? So just know that I'm very happy.
Okay.
And I'm living my best life.
I love it. Okay.
Let's go back.
Hey. At least I can put finally a tick on karaoke. Just give a shout out to some of the places that you, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Threw down at. Then we move on from this.
Oh, wow. Jeez, you've confused me there. Obviously, Tamasha, where it all started.
And where did it end? 40-40?
No, it ended the Grove, Riverside.
Oh.
Yes, that was the Best Western.
Oh.
Fantastic. I loved that karaoke. Like, if I was to keep a karaoke, I'd keep that one for sure. Because it was a very balanced crowd, a very mature crowd.
Yeah.
They still knew how to have a good time, but keep their respects, you know? And that's where I was graduating too, by the way. Because where I started hosting, more like bars and restaurants, and then now I was,
hotels,
hosting
almost, yes.
hotels, yeah. So that was good for me.
Sarova!
So big shout out, obviously, to Tamasha. Galileo really held me for a while. Galileo Westlands especially, that held me for a while. Budaba, obviously, one of my most, like possibly the favorite one in terms of like how it used to kick. Geez, we've even done 2 rivers with Mato. Man.
Nice. Have you done anywhere out of Nairobi?
Yeah. I did Nanyuki. That didn't go well. I think we started hey, that trip was interesting.
It's just a one-off.
Yeah, just a one-off.
Okay.
It was, so I was to do karaoke that day, and then the following day I performed because they were like now launching the club. Yeah.
Didn't go as planned.
Too much indulgence from the day we left. And in fact, this was the weekend for shooting Chagola Moyo. So did Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yani, these were just pint days. And then we came back on the Saturday. Sunday, I was shooting Chagola Moyo. I was a beat. But anyway.
We'll come. The acting is a whole other convo. We'll come there.
So shout out to all those places, even those places that didn't work. The Ignition, sometimes we'd host just us guys. There was another place called Sijui Sky What Ukoju. Your lift ilikuwa ikikwama. I used to take the stairs. Because I'm just like, I'm not getting stuck in that thing. No. 4 floors, 5 floors, 6 floors, 7 floors. I used to go up the stairs.
What?
Even 40-40. 40-40, sometimes that lift used to get stuck. There's a day I checked in, it fungered, and then zwa. Ngazi throughout. 40-40, I think, is on 8th floor. Yeah. That was me every Wednesday. Up and down. Up and down.
You stopped the lift?
I ain't getting stuck in that thing. Yeah, so yay! All those places.
Okay, so let's go back to some music. Okay, so I think the songs. What's the last song we left you out on?
We left Dan Aseda at Dan Aseda, yes.
Okay, let's go on. What's next after that?
Oh gosh, can I remember?
Sana Solos. Or do you want me to name a few and then you tell me where? Simama Imara?
Much later.
Much later. Yako.
Much later. Aye. There's drama with that song, Kwanza. I'll tell you about it. I think. So this is what? This is Dan Aseda. Is there any other collaboration in between? There isn't. There isn't. So by the time when I was at Nation, I had recorded Amina. I stayed with Amina for a good 2 years before I released it.
Because I'm like, what do you mean when you're at Nation?
But hey, those moments are painful, man. And at some point, you don't even, like me, it was those other stints, I was not visited. I didn't expect to be visited. We're not there now. This is not the time for, hey, Parents' Day, Family Day. Family Day is not for you.
So what did this 4th time do for you now?
See, of course, now I keep telling the God part on my side is not there. The goodwill part is there. I'm like, okay, what happened this time? You tried being in a relationship before you were ready. You tried this. You didn't safeguard yourself this way. So this time, just try and do things a bit differently. Try something different. Yeah. But the goal is we must stay sober. I must finish this thing I've been endeavoring to finish.
Wow. This is real.
Yeah.
You know, even like I'm trying to put myself in your situation there. Me, I'm feeling hopeless. I'm like, but you've tried everything.
Yeah.
You are a good boy, you were whatever. So it's like only finishing this thing is like your biggest driving. If you didn't have this purpose.
And also just knowing knowing that that's not your lease on life. You know, deep down you know. All other metrics tell you that this is not where you're supposed to be. You know deep down. The same way that you know you kind of know what you're meant to be in life.
Yeah.
You know this is not it. Like, this can't be it. Sometimes guys will commend me for, hey, you guys, at least you. But me, I didn't have a choice. There was no other way other than to fight till it works.
Yeah.
However many times. There's no time I put my hands up and just said, Iwa Chaikai. There are times I had less enthusiasm about it because it's tiring.
Yeah.
Do you know being untethered from your family? Like right now, I'm year 4, reintegrating back year 4. Because you become so untethered.
Yep.
You don't even know. You have to readjust to that whole family ecosystem. Because you've created your own independence in this own warped world of yours that no one understands. No one understands rehab lifestyle and all those things. No one gets it, except the people who are in there.
Yes. You know, even from a friendship perspective, you know, in your story, there's not that one friend that I keep hearing you. coming back. It's your CTAs. It's crazy in that essence. So I don't have you even talking about friends. I'm just hearing the only time when you mention other guys is Tukondani.
So
jail or rehab.
So can I tell you something about also the same addiction, and you pick up people. I have many people who probably think we're so close. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. Because over the years you pick people up in whatever circumstances. Me, one of my weaknesses, I'm a bit like, I don't know if it's a weakness or a strength, I'm a nice guy. So people will draw, I'll advise, I'll pour out, even in a rehab setting, I'll pour out to guys, advise them, give them hope. I'm this guy in here who's a pilot still. In as much as I'm here with you guys, I'm about to finish my multi-IR, which means there's something about me, so I would pour. So over the years, at some point, I'm sure there are like 15 guys who tell you I'm their best friend.
But what about outside the rehab?
No, even this is outside rehab. Even
this is outside rehab, eh?
Through my recovery, I have friends who are ahead of me in terms of, if you talk about the normal metrics of society, finances, career. But you're picking up such a wealth of experience. Guys seek counsel from you for life things.
Oh, I get what you mean.
Your outlook becomes so clear about, if someone gives you a problem, you can almost see it immediately. Like,
it's that training you're going through.
Yeah. It's that social.
It's it's called the dark side of greatness. So the dark side is this rehab side that you're talking about. But there's a coin has two heads and tails. The tails is this rehab thing.
Yes.
But the heads is all this wisdom, life wisdom that you're getting.
Yes.
That now becomes valuable to other people who want it from you.
Yes. I'm telling you, there are guys who, of course, till today now, because I kind of stand on my own 2 feet, it makes sense that some people would seek advice from me. But there's a time where it didn't make sense that these guys asking me for advice. Yeah, there are times I'm inside on telephone day, talking to my boy outside, helping him maneuver a situation that either in his marriage, career, stress at work, job, or because of all this experience I've picked up. Yeah. Yeah.
But also, let's just be real and say, this addiction was just the thing. This was the thing that was bringing you down. But when I'm hearing it, if I was to remove this addiction, you're excelling. You're excelling in school, in your ability to social conversations or attraction that you're having with various people. Have it be the guys you're getting free drinks from in Langata. Have it be the guys in cell. Have it even be this guy who you're helping in the halfway house and things like that.
It's just excelling, but slowly. A lot slower progress than...
No, this addiction is bringing you back.
Yes.
In fact, or tethering or holding you back.
In fact, what addiction has mainly robbed me of is time. And time comes with so many other things. It's either career, time ruins relationships because you didn't spend it with people.
Yes.
I now look at my family, they're also ailing. A part of you is missing. You've been with them 19 years, then all of a sudden you're barely in the picture, you're always somewhere. They're having to make excuses to the wider family.
Wow.
At Christmas when I'm not there, guys are having to cover up. Although now it's evolved to a point where, because guys are not foolish. There's no way your uncle won't have an idea that this guy he's not here on Christmas. He must be somewhere. Either he's turning up or he's in those places.
Yes. What do you think because they're watching this now as we speak?
Yeah.
What do you hope that they're feeling? Because you've not had this conversation with all of them, with cousins. Families are big. There are some cousins who there's gaps to fill, and there's questions that probably they are getting answers here. But then, actually not even what do you think they're feeling? Yeah, what do you think they're feeling, and what would you say to them?
Because they're different people, I'd say they're different emotions. Yeah?
Okay.
Definitely a lot of hope. I think some of them are getting an insight. Some of them might think I'm none the wiser for doing this in the first place, for the reasons I had mentioned earlier. But what I'd like to say to them is, of course, sorry is
look at the camera.
Of course, sorry is a big one, yeah. And I just wish they would understand that it was not an intentional journey that I went on. It's a journey that I found myself in, that at some point I was just being taken by the tide. Like I was in the ocean trying to swim the best way I knew, with the tools given to me in an ecosystem that didn't even yet understand what is going on. So I'm grateful that I got out. Especially the biggest shout out is my parents and my siblings, man. That kind of grace they've extended to me over the years can only be given by God. Like that kind of grace to facilitate me in those places, to be on speaking terms at times when we shouldn't have been. Yeah, sometimes all you need is a phone call, man. Even in those places, just someone saying, hey, how you doing? Hey, but then this and this happened. Just keeping you in the loop somewhat of what's going on in the family. Because when you become untethered, you really become untethered. And some of these places become your family. Your family are the most... guys like you who are also fighting, those are your famo now.
You know, I'm beginning to realize I'm an empath. Somebody wrote it in the CTA comments and some other videos. But right now, I'm feeling so much pain. And let me tell you why. Because as you've communicated this to the people watching, and you said about the wave, it is the first time I can say that I have understood that you are just a 19-year-old who got put onto a roller coaster and the roller coaster decided where it's going. You just tried to hold on. Do you get what I mean?
That's a very good description, actually, yeah.
This thing is a disease. You have no, oh my God. You know, I'm thinking about now my aunt. Like, you know, it's hard for us to understand because it's you talking. You get what I mean? It's you talking, and you get what I mean?
And you know, it's hard for me it took me time to also accept that I'm not a bad guy. Like, this is not just me being immoral.
Yes.
Because society is telling you that you're a bad guy and that you're evil and you're selfish. Yes, those are some of the manifestations. But that compulsivity that comes with addiction, you can't explain, bro. It's like hunger. Can you tell hunger, stop hunger, stop, or thirst? Takia pombe when you're active is like thirst, literally. You can't tell it go away. You can't wish it away.
And you can't water it, drink it away with a different kind of thing.
Yes. And because only an addict understands that other people are not, sometimes, a lot of the times, are not even willing to give that. The moral thing becomes so to your listeners, I'd say, with a lot of wisdom, so that it's not manipulated by the addict, because it can be.
Yes.
And we're masters of that. Extend grace with wisdom. Yeah. Don't allow yourself to be manipulated, but understand that the person who you're thinking is evil or selfish is fighting a fight you can't even begin to understand.
The core reason as to why I called you here is because for me it started on a journey with this guy who I led, who was in my team. I was head of, anyway, I don't even want to disclose who he is, but he was in my team. This human being that I spoke to, who was in my team, and then 2 weeks ago, this other guy, let me tell you, it is night and day. Totally different human beings. Even in the speech, in the words, it is. So you see, I've only met you now. This is the version that I've met. Yeah. This is the version that I know. This is the version that majority of us are watching know. But there are 1 or 2 people or 3 people or 4 people who've also encountered the other guy.
My family have, yeah.
You get your family have, maybe some guys who you were in school with have, guys in rehab. There are different people who've encountered them. When I tell you right now, I have actually understood that it is a disease. It is. I've said it very many times. So I've had people say it, and I've seen it on social media. Alcoholism is a disease. Substance abuse is a disease. You know, but I have been one of those people who look at it from the morality perspective.
Where would someone? Because sitting up is fun initially.
Yes.
when it stops being fun, why would someone continue? Like, why would someone just kutoa lockdown in a back street is not fun. It's not the same as West tunapiga sherehe. But I also understand the quagmire of trying to understand that it's not moral, because everything is, this guy called me chums.
Yes.
This guy, ati amekula fees. So those are the manifestations of addiction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So what happened? How explain? Let's continue then from this halfway house. What year is this?
This is 20 end of 2017.
What? Yeah. So what happens next?
I remember I had that small portion of malt to like 4 hours. So I come out eventually, and because it's so little, irrespective of having chomad, I mean, at least just finish, and then from there jipange. So I finished.
You finished.
I finished.
Okay.
And now I'm now a licensed commercial pilot with everything that it takes to get any job, or rather, not any job, but entry-level job, because you need the accessibility for jobs is based on experience.
Yes.
So it's not like I can walk into Emirates, but I can now work as a commercial pilot. And for the most part, now I remember by the time I got my first job, I was on a sober streak. I think I'd even crossed a year. I go to South Sudan. I'm working for a company that does humanitarian flying.
This is 2017.
This is 2018.
2018.
Everything is dandy. I'm living my dream, like literally living my dream.
And now you're getting paid.
I'm getting paid. I moved myself I got an apartment in Syokimau. I've gathered a few things.
Is the money that you're making good at this time?
Not great. Good enough to like pay rent, buy 1-2 things. So entry-level jobs for flying, like that job I had, I didn't have a salary. I had a per diem, but my per diem by normal standards, like normal society, was like the equivalent of like a salary. It was like close to 200 Gs.
Okay.
So you can do 1 or 2 things, and especially because you're outstation.
No, 200 Gs, you can do a lot of things.
Yeah.
Considering you've been huko on...
From rags to literally,
Yeah.
Yeah. So...
I mean, 200 Gs, you don't even need to be living in Syokimau.
Yeah. But see, I was outstation. So Syokimau was literally, when I would come, 2-3 days. Then
Yes.
we go back to Juba. You get outstation.
Yes, I get, I get it, yeah. And in Juba, what happens when you're not flying? Or are you flying regularly?
We're doing ad hoc. So ad hoc, ad hoc is like, it's not scheduled flights. It's not Monday at 7.
Yep.
It's when we get a contract today, peleka this thing almost like squad. But this time, I'm focused, man. I've started realizing that there's God in this picture. I've started opening up myself to actually taftaing God. Like now I'm watching videos, I'm listening to gospel. Still part of that pink cloud. So I get like quite a good amount of time. Most of my time before I got my current job, actually, hours flying, was there. And then one day we come home for, was it Christmas?
So you have a whole house in Juba. You live in Juba.
Hotel. We were staying hotel, like hotel life, 5-star. 5-star in a Juba context, which is like a 4-star in normal.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're in the hotel. You're not flying. Sometimes you may even be there for 3 days doing nothing.
Yeah.
So what are you doing?
Gym.
Drinks?
No. I was sober.
Willpower now.
Gym, willpower.
Slight God.
I'm living my dream. Now I'm living my dream.
Are you there with other Kenyans?
Yeah.
Hold on. I don't know what this is.
Kenyan company.
Let me see.
One day I get a phone call from Lucas, and Lucas is like, hey, I want you to lay vocals for a certain song. It's one of the artists and everything, and like, you know him. I'm like, oh, okay, Nameless. And I'm like, So I go to the studio and I'm like, so, what are we doing again? Like, I want you to lay vocals for him. I'm like, okay. Nameless was a celeb. So he's like, yeah, you beat him, here's his number. So I went, I met
Nameless had Mega Rider then.
He had done Mega Rider.
With Ted and Majitu.
With Ted, and he had done Majitu. So I went and I met him at Mamlaka. I had friends who lived at YWCA, so it was so simple. I just walked up to Mamlaka and I met him. And I met Wahoo. She was doing Nameless's homework. Where Nameless were? Wahoo was there with a ruler drawing. Nameless alikuwa anaandika wimbo. You owe that girl a lot. So he sang the song and I listened to it and I was like, this sounds really good. And I tried to be composed as much as I could. But ile excitement nilikuwa nayo. Wacha tu. So I finished and I literally ran back to the YWCA. Like, I was like, what just happened? You know? And I thought, this could be my big break. This could be it. And
did he sing for you the chorus?
Yes, he sang the chorus.
Also, he had the whole song.
Yes.
He just wanted
that chorus
yes.
vocal thing. So I just laid the vocals for that. And
okay,
Lucas,
no. Yeah, don't fast forward. You go back to YWCA.
So I went back to YWCA and
yeah, well,
I didn't want to say anything. I'm like, do I tell them? Oh, nah, I can't tell them. I'm like, it's okay, we'll wait. So I went home after that. You know, I was just hanging out in YWCA with my friends.
Okay.
And I went home and I'm like, what just happened? This could be big. Then again, I was like, but is it a hit song? You know, because I was still trying to identify is sound Lucas anasema watu skiza, which one is it? So I didn't really know like how big it would be, but I was just excited that I was working with a big artist.
Those days phones were not for recording or something, eh? So you get an idea. I remember the times I would get an idea in a mat because me, a sound gives me inspiration. So I'm in a mat and there are 2 songs that I remember, no 3, that I remember very clearly writing in a mat and having to come out of the mat because I've gotten a melody, I've got an idea, and then the song has been mixed to another song. So it's good, it's a ribui. And I have to come up because I'm like, this is a nice song. I can tell. So I remember Mannerless came through there and Deadly and Nina Noki. Nina Noki, just some part of it came when I was in a mat.
Which part of it? Can you remember?
It was Nina Noki nikisikia mziki. I think it was no, it wasn't Ayayai. It was which part of it? Nina Noki nikisikia mziki. It was Nina Noki nikisikia mziki. Just that part, eh?
Yeah.
So I kept that. So I came out of the mat. And I was going to show him a different idea. Then I got that idea, yeah, and some part of just that, and the that part. So I come out of the mat. I was going to the mat to meet him. I come out because the guy is playing other music and I can't record. So I came out from Choices and walked back to South B, just singing that melody.
I'm not forgetting
I'm not forgetting this one. This one, hii inaweza sumbua Julie.
Julie is the man now.
Julie imesumbua. Yeah. So anyway, so I go, I show him, and he has a customer. Okay, this is weird, interesting. So we get the basics, and then I tell him, there's this chick who has sung. That time she had sung a certain song. I'm having problem remembering the name, but she's just chucked. Amani had chucked a song, her first song. So I told Lucas, I like her voice.
And Amani is at this time is she under Ogopa?
Yeah. She's just chucked, recorded with him. So he's like, this chick on Amani, yeah. She sang this song, yeah. Tahidi.
Yeah, the gospel one.
Yeah, it was Tahidi, I think, yeah. So I just liked her voice and so he says, yeah, I can connect you. In fact, so I met her. Like in campus, I just called her. We met because in USIU, we met in Campo. So she came to, I remember she came to Nairobi University. We met because now that time, mimi mkubwa sasa. Napata nimetoa Mannerless, nimetoa Mega Rider, nimetoa so
na majitu.
Na majitu hapo, si majitu hapo. So niko na kajina. So she's back, Nameless is looking for you. She's like, hey, okay,
I'm finding
you. So I meet her, cool. I told her, she said she likes it. I showed the melody, and I just want you to sing in the chorus. And that's the thing about Luke. He used to be like, just keep it simple. Don't try. That's the chorus. Don't even look for words. That's it. So now she was to sing it now. Of course, her voice.
Yes.
Yeah, she tweaked a few things here and there so that it works with her voice. And then we went to present to Lucas. He said, "Ndio hiyo."
Then he called me and asked me, do you think you can do it? And I said, yeah, I think I can do it. And I went to the studio and I laid the vocals. And he was like, it's good. So what happens with Lucas is this. If you have a hit song, he calls you. if you have to call Lucas to get your song, it's not a hit. Simple and easy.
Not a hit.
It's not a hit, or there's something he hasn't figured out about the song. Either the kick, the bass, or something he needs to add to just give it that je ne sais quoi, and bam, it's now a hit. Yeah.
Recorded it, then we left him. Now look at when we record something and I disappear.
He's gone for months.
Yes, you try calling. He's not picking your calls. You're frustrated because you know we watched something good there. If you happy, now he starts ignoring you now, kabisa. You can go months, man. Guys, Julie is just there picking, then she was now checked another one. You're under his mercy, man. Because that one was good.
Have some good patience you're being taught, eh?
Oh yeah, because you're frustrated because you're seeing things happen around. You know this guy has the key, but he's not giving you the key to open.
Ooh, okay, sip there. We're coming back to talk about the big hits.
One day as I'm there, Mr. Googs and Vinnie Banton step in.
Tell us the story. Tumalize.
Jamaa wakaingia. So when they came in, I think I'd met Vinnie before. Vinnie had come to Scratch Studios before. I think I'd met him, but briefly. So now, when we met at EWD, nikakumbuka, Vinnie. Then they had just dropped Githurai Original. So Githurai Original was already,
rotating. Yeah.
And it was really banging, you know.
Done by Lucas.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the original, where it was just the rap, the hardcore rap and nini. And I think that's about the same time pia Mama Mia ilikuwa imetoka. Yes. So Lucas had a couple of tracks that were really banging, like he had started really getting the recognition that, he deserved. So, as I was doing my thing there, because most artists would come into the studio and the way artists are, they get into the studio and watu wanaanza tu freestyle nini, wanapiga mamistari nini. Jimmy tries his thing there, he tries to, make tracks for them. So Vinnie was like, hey bro, mazee, napenda voice yako. Vinnie was like, I think Vinnie was one of the first guys to really acknowledge my voice. And he said, mazee.
And Vinnie is amazing.
Vinnie has a talent.
He has a talent,
yes.
And a three-quarter.
Kabisa.
I produced for him 1 or 2 songs. So,
yes.
And I was very impressed by his songwriting ability.
Yes.
And even his hooks.
Yes. He has very nice hooks.
Yeah. He's very good.
Akopoa. He's very good. And then he's unique. He has a unique voice.
Yeah.
And he can sing like me.
Yes.
Sort of. And then do that raga thing.
Yes.
Chanting thing.
That's what shocked me. He could sing.
Yes.
In fact, you've really explained it well.
Yes.
He could sing like you.
He could sing like me. And also switch to that ragamuffin kind of a thingy. And that's what is very unique about him. So Vinnie was like, hey bro, maze, I like your voice. Napenda song. Hey, una sound fiti bro. Sasa.
Hapa ndio muna freestyle tuko kwa studio.
Tuko kwa studio hata hakuna kitu ya maana tuna but So akisikia, especially akisikia nikimba MCs nini and these other songs, he's like, wow. So umesikia ile ngoma yetu ya Githurai. Sasa guess what? Tunafanya remix. Na tumekuwa tukitafuta msee mwenye tuta remix. Tutaweka kwa hiyo remix. Akaniuliza, are you interested? I'm like, yeah, why not?
Hiyo song ni kubwa.
Hiyo song ni big.
Kubwa.
Manzina inagonga. In fact, I started going, now we became pals, like very good friends. So I started visiting him in Zima. So whenever they'd go to promote their song in clubs, I would go with him. And also and of course with Googs. So tunaenda kwa club naona vile wanai, inachezwa inawekwa wanapiga show nini. I get so jazzed maze. So Vinila is like, now tunaenda siku fulani kurecord remix. Uko game? Mimi nakwambia. That's when I was like, of course, like this is the moment I've been waiting for.
You knew this was an opportunity.
It was an opportunity.
And did you know anaifanya na Lucas?
Yes.
Yeah. Mlango.
Yes. And I'm like, in fact, I asked him, so Lucas anaifanya? Akasema yes. Na mko na track? Akasema tutatumia ile same track. But Lucas will know how to like change it or whatever. I'm like, sawa, haina shida. So, sasa, like maybe I think a week or two, Vinny calls me and he's like, hey, tunaenda studio siku fulani. So now, he's like, andika mistari. Remember, I'm still trying to learn how to write songs. I'm not good at it. I'm still trying my thingy.
What?
Yes. So now, I'm going to Ogopa Studios officially. And I don't even know what Lucas wants. And I've met Lucas and I know this guy just doesn't... Huyu jamaa joke manzi. Sasa now this is the thing. That day ikafika and then we went to Hills Media. Still Lucas doesn't have a studio. So he still does all the vocals at Hills Media Studio. Apo Vumira at the shopping center. So we get there, me, Vinny and Googs, and we get into the studio, but Lucas has not arrived yet. So we wait. Tukakaka. Then this guy came in. There's this guy who used to work with the Sky Blue.
Mike Sakata.
Mike akaingia. So Mike is like, Lucas ako busy kidogo. So we're going to start the recording. I'll take charge for now. Then he'll come back later. So tukaanza recording. Boss, first of all, Hills Media sound was just different. You know, I ingired that booth, nikasikia, nikanini kwa headphones. You know the way you unasikia, and the way that the cable unasikia kifanya.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm putting headphones and I'm yelling, what the hell is that? You know, then sasa akawasha microphone. Then kana ongea hivi najisikia. Alafu nafanya najisikia kana breathe. I'm like, what the hell? Hey. Hapa ni wapi, bro? Hey, yeah. I'm excited. I can hear myself, bana. You guy. So I think the first person to record was Vinny Amagu. One of them. One of them started the recording. And as they were recording, of course, they started their rap, nini. Then in the middle of that session, Lucas steps in.
Guy.
You guy. And Lucas is this serious guy, eh? Anakuanga na sura ingine wagwan. Like, he's so serious. Yeah. Lucas.
Hajakam kujoke.
Acheki ni job. Alafu, kwanza, Lucas alikwambia ikiwa ni tuna record 10 ni 10. Because, you know, you're paying for that session. Yes, per hour. And per hour was like 1,500. Hiyo 1,500, like I said, hiyo haikuwa pesa kidogo. Those days. So, ni tumalize chap. And so, if you're going to record with Lucas, you had to have done your rehearsals. You go, uende unini mistari zako, uzishike vizuri, hakuna mambo ya repeat, ama cut. Ni kuingia ka umeflow, ka umemaliza.
What?
Yes. Now this is the problem.
Well, now.
Mimi, I'd only done 4 bars. 4 bars. Come together, we can do this together. Take your time, we're staying here forever. Ona Mr. Lenny.
Mr. Googs.
Happy na mabese kula chini get alright. That was it. That was the only bars nilikuwa nimepewa. And then also, of course, I didn't know how to write a lot. So that's the only thing I could do. So the first thing Lucas gets there, akasema, kila kitu isimame. Akasema, I want to listen to what Lenny has written.
Wow.
And I'm like, guy, sasa kunaendaje hapa? And I know him. Kama haipendi. Lakini akipenda.
It's over.
It's good. We are done. Hey, so I'm tense. Wow. So Lucas tells me, haya, ingia kwa booth. Akaweka track, you guy. Come together, we can do this together. Take your time, we're staying here forever. Akasema, wacha hapo.
We got one.
Yeah, iko sawa. Tuanze sasa recording. Kumbe he was just testing me. He wanted to hear what I had written. Because he had not.
Yes.
He had not listened to what I had.
Yeah, but and he had had the other two boys.
Yes. He knows about Vinny and Googs, you know. And he knows they are good, yani wako sawa. And yeye anawatrust kabisa. But me, hakuwa amesikia ile kitu nimeandika. You guy. Unajua ile,
Bro, this story is so legendary.
Let me tell you, I had to like take a breath and like thank you God, like Asante for making Lucas accept my verse.
Wow. Na hiyo ni affirmation crazy.
Yes. So I went in, I did that verse. Bro. Then Lucas, after tukurekodi hivi anaweka chap, anakuachia usikie. My friend, unasikia hiyo track, unasikia vocals. And Lucas is so fast, like when he's doing his mixing and mastering. He can do a mixing and mastering there and there, and he's done. So he did just a rough mix to record. Then I remember when, I had only 4 bars. So as I'm recording, as I'm doing my verse, nikijaribu kuget sijui harmonies, nini. I'm listening to what Googs and Vinny have recorded, and I'm humming. See, the way I used to do it with Kiama, like the way I would turn a rap into singing.
Yes.
So I'm listening and melodies just come into my mind. So I'm listening to, na wase tumetoka gitu rai, tumekam kukupa rhymes zingine dry. That's Googs.
Yeah, bro, unanimaliza. Nimekuget.
Hey, that's when Lucas anasikia nikiham vitu. So he had now the intro. See that the intro goes like when we. So Googs used to start when we on the microphone na 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 ni da 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 na 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 like that.
Yes.
So me, I'm like, when na 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 na. So Lucas is listening to that. Me, I don't know.
Yes,
see me, I'm in the booth.
You're the booth.
But on the other side, they're listening. They can hear what I'm doing. So Lucas is like, wait, stop. Rudia hiyo kitu umefanya. Hebu rudia, and then now put in the words. You guy.
Guy.
Ati? I'm like, what? Hey, I said, you see what you are humming right now? Do exactly that, but now put in those words zenye Googs ana rap.
Oh my God.
So I had to write the words down. When we, on the microphone, nini. So when we, should we say, let me see your hands up, baby. Ini remix sawa, kwa mamanzi sawa. When we, should we say, let me see your hands up, baby. Ini remix sawa. And then, on top of that, akaweka, when we hold these mics too, na. Then he merged the two.
Bro, unatumaliza. What?
Ay. Boss. You know, Lucas, after that, he did just a simple mix. Then he walked out of the room. Alafu akaambia Kevo, cheza. There's a guy called Kevo. I told Kevo, ebu wacheze. So he played for us. You guy. Yani, nilikuwa nasikia hiyo ngoma na cheesy. I was going literally crazy. Literally. I couldn't believe that's me. And then when I put on now the melodies, the harmonies, Sasa the way they blended, I'd never done such a thing.
And Lucas was your vocal director telling you to...
Yes.
Aliona.
Yes.
Man, that guy's
Lucas has an ear for music. Lucas would hear something. unaweza sema kitu aisikia akuambie wait, repeat that same thing you did. Then he even comes up with an idea for the track because of what you have done. Yani, this guy was just out of me. I never worked with such a producer before.
So, bro, there's something that you've said that is so powerful.
Yes.
Yo kitu ulikuwa nafanya na Dr. Pepper.
Yes.
Yo kitu ya ana rap.
Yes, alafu.
And then where you're
I
trying
tried
to sing it. Because huwezi andika.
It says andika. So I'm trying to make it musical.
Yes, musical.
You understand?
It was giving you your own identity and style.
Yes. Without me knowing.
Without you knowing. So even that's why now I said tumetoka kizirai tumeka na vile dry.
Yes.
You're just singing what they had already written.
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
Those are not words I've written. My only lines were, come together, we can do this together. Take your time, you're staying here forever. Ona Mr. Lenny. Then now anarudia Mr. Googs and Willy Banton. Happy na mabeste kule chini Githurai.
And then unai repeat.
Yes.
So you only had that one, yes.
Those were 4 bars, but sasa kwa doubled.
Alafu unaweka now you add it. You add like that, you go higher.
Yes. Come together, we can do this together. Take your time, we're staying here forever. Ona Mr. Lenny.
Mr. Googs, Willy Banton.
Happy na mabeste kule chini Githurai. Come together. Hey.
Yeah.
Mimi sikuwahi nimewaisikia.
So you knew.
Such a song.
Tuko na hit.
For sure. Not just me. Everybody in that room went crazy. And everyone knew this was a banger. By the time Lucas also knew. That's why he walked out. Then he came and said, eh? Bro.
And to be clear, this is not the final track.
No.
This is just that original track.
Original track for Wasei tumetoka Githurai.
Yes, ndio umefanya hizi vocals on top.
Tumefanya on top.
So it's not even complete in Lucas's eyes.
Yes.
Bro.
By the way, we had no idea
anaenda
kuunda track afresh. Bro. The day he was done with the mixing.
So how long did he now kumaliza mkaenda home?
Tukatoka, tukaishia, but the excitement.
How are you feeling?
Guy, nasikia tu kuruka Juni fly. Yani, I cannot contain myself. But I have to be patient. I go home. Najua tu yani something has happened. There's something that has happened today.
You had never felt like that?
I've never felt like that. I wish those days we had cameras and like phones and nini to just capture that moment because it was magical.
But also I'm glad we didn't.
Yes.
So that sometimes you be in the moment. Acha kudocument kila kitu. Tunaidocument sahi.
No, but let me tell you, that was a transformation. Like that, it transformed everything in my life.
So you go home, you know you have a hit.
Yes.
So what does it do for you in terms of music sa inaingia complete? Are you there?
Now I'm beginning to get there. I haven't yet internalized it.
But you know kuna kitu.
But I know kuna kitu inakam na ni kitu heavy. Even my boys nini have no clue. But what is coming is heavy, man.
And the thing about Lucas, hakupatia ati kademo ati wende nayo.
Kwanza he would not do that. He believed on keeping that song until it's done. Because kuna vile watu leak vitu. Excitement unaanza kutoa ngoma unapeleka radio station because that used to happen.
Yep.
Akina Redson used to do that. Akina Chameleon and all. They would take the song hata ijaisha but wanajua excitement unapeleka nini bana kwa station. You know, cause manze uko na banga. Yeah.
Googs anajua, Vinny anajua.
Aki, we knew it. Everyone in that room knew it.
How long did you wait before Lucas
wiki hata ikuisha.
What?
Wiki hata ikuisha.
For real?
Haikuisha wiki.
Do you know this is the first time in my life hearing somebody seated on this seat akisema hivyo?
Wiki hata ikuisha.
Stories wanasema, Nameless amesema, Tatu alisema ulingoja 9 months.
I know.
Lea mtoto.
But Lucas was like that. But for this particular track,
he knew.
I think he already knew that this thing was going somewhere.
And let's remember, this is the early days.
Yes.
Nameless hajatoa kitu. Nameless hata yuko.
No, yuko.
Nameless
I think hata alikuwa amefanya sijui Mannerless.
Oh, alikuwa amefanya Mannerless.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there was Mannerless and there was Nina Noki hajiko imetoka.
Yeah. Haikuwa imetoka.
Ilikuwa imetoka kweli? I don't think Nina Noki had come out.
Haikutoka. Haikuwa imetoka.
And that was 2003.
Okay.
Yeah. So, wow. Lucas gave Kina Vini the track. They took that track to Kiss, sijui Nations, sijui wapi. Boss. First time I'm hearing myself on all stations.
Ebu ngoja, before even we get there.
Yes.
Now, on a Mr. Googs.
On a Mr. Lenny.
On a Mr. Lenny.
Yes.
So it's Mr. Lenny.
Yes.
Now there's, you're now started calling, you moved from calling yourself Lenny
Yes.
to Mr. Lenny.
To Mr. Lenny.
Why?
When I don't know, I just felt Lenny was not enough. So I added Mr. to complete it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And it worked. For me, it worked. Initially, it was just Lenny. But when we did Githurai, I decided to call myself Mr. Lenny.
That's the first time you're calling yourself Mr. Lenny?
Yeah. And for sure, it worked.
It worked. Yeah, kweli.
Yes.
Okay, so now, wanapeleka
Ngoma.
Wanakwambia inatoka.
Ngoma imeisha, bro. Vinny tells me, ngoma imeisha. Tunaipeleka Kiss. Tunaenda Capital, sijui tunaenda wapi, Nation.
Had to take a moto break right there because this story has shaken like crazy. By the way, Amani, thank you so much. I'm thoroughly enjoying this conversation. So
I'm enjoying remembering those things.
You are.
I'm like,
guys, some artists say that CTA is like therapy.
Yes, it is.
But also, you never get to tell your story.
Yes.
Everybody else gets to tell it for you.
To tell your story. Yeah.
You get? So there's something that you've said, and I want us to continue from that. You said that Lucas never calls you. I mean, if it's not a, sorry, come and say hit.
If it's a hit song, Lucas calls you.
So did he call you now?
Yeah. He called and said, come to the studio. If Lucas tells you that, kimbia, kona hit. Kimbia kwa studio, na ujua umepata hit.
Can I nameless say the exact same thing about this song? He said he got a phone call from Lucas, akaambiwa kuja.
Najua imeiva na ni hit.
My friend,
that's
I used to say,
amazing.
we used to joke, unapata call ya Lucas hata kama uko juu ya Dave. Hata kama uko juu ya Dave. This I have to tutaongea baadaye. Mavenge, ebu kam. Unaacha kila kitu. Studio.
So you go.
So I listened to it and I remember thinking, is that me? Is that really me? Because I'd heard so many previous recordings and I'm like, this is good. And I had this warm feeling in my belly and I'm like, this is good.
So you knew?
I knew.
Let me ask you this question. And this is what's mind-blowing me. When you're recording, you see, when I was a musician and I would be recording, me, if I'm not hearing that piano, I record to an emotion. So I find, you see, I don't record to a metronome, ta, 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 ta.
I can't also record to a metronome.
So what
Lucas used to do is that he used to lay the bass track.
Oh, the bass track.
Like basics. There would be a metronome
a slight
and a bit of a kick and maybe just
20% of the song.
20% of the song. And you just lay down whatever it is that you're laying down.
Wow, okay, I get what it
Yeah.
is. So
Then
it
he
sounds
builds it
nothing. Like, I mean, it sounds a whole other thing.
He'll go flip it and it will sound like something different.
Okay.
So when I finally heard this, and I'd not even had Nameless's part. So when I was hearing the song, I'm like, whoa, this guy is good, this guy is good, this guy is really, really good. And I'm like, and I want this song. So I was so excited. And by then I'd already started telling my friends that, you know, I'm doing music and I go to the studio once in a while. I remember telling my boyfriend, I'm like, I'm on a song with Nameless. And he's like, whoa, that's big, you know. And yeah, we looked forward to it being released.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ogopa, let's first take, before we talk about, because this song, when it was released, it completely changed Ogopa, completely changed the Kenyan music industry. Like, you cannot talk about urban Kenyan music without mentioning this song as a turning point. So I'm trying to figure out at this time before that song, what kind of music are you guys hearing out there? Can you even remember?
I think it was a lot of Red Sun. There's a big song by I think Red Sun and Baby Cool. Yeah. There's a song before them.
Okay.
There was a big song by Red Sun and and Baby Cool. They had done a song together. They had a very big song together. And Chameleon also had a big song from
So
from
guys
Ogopa.
know of Ogopa, but when you're telling your friends I'm in Ogopa, it doesn't really, are they like, oh my God, you're in Ogopa?
These are girls in USIU.
Sorry.
You're like, nice girl. But
Bobby's like, you need to step up.
But yeah, I mean, but I like USIU for that, you know.
Yep.
Yes, you're in studio, but until you've blown, then we'll be like, okay, fine, you know.
But also, to be honest, this was the sort of place where people were falling in love. You guys were creating the sound that urban youth were going to fall in love with. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, let me stop delaying the question and ask. The song is released.
A song is released. I have no idea of how big the song is getting. I'm clueless. I think because of getting frustrated of not hearing my song on radio as often, I stopped actively listening to radio. And I just cocooned into this place where I was just trying to write and figure out what my sound is. So my only research on what people are responding to, as I was told to research and playing, was in the club when I go out. So now in the club, instead of dancing my heart away and chit-chatting every other person and being all rowdy.
Uko shule?
Yeah, I used to listen and I watch. I listen and I watch. When Baby Cool and Chameleon's song is played, I listen and I watch. When a certain song is played, I listen and I watch. So I became an active listener and watching. I realized people used to respond so much to dancehall, to reggae. I'm like, okay, fine. When reggae comes on, everybody gets up. When dancehall comes on, everybody gets up. When something that is African-like comes on, they get up. So I started realizing that the sound is somewhere between that. Yeah. And radio for me, I was like, well, it's okay. And I wasn't listening as much.
So Nina Noki, on the other hand,
is building up on radio, as in it's just nini. And you know, then akukwanga na Facebook na YouTube, so you don't even quite know how the girl behind this looks like. But when I realized the song was really getting big, is I was in school and this is sound weird. Guys who could never talk to me. Like, as in, you know, dudes who they're known as the cute, cool guys in school who could never even give you twice of a look. All of a sudden, hi, how are you? And I'm like, did you just say hello?
So how do people know it's you? Are you beginning to do TV? Because Nina Noki did not have a video.
It didn't
In fact,
have a
forget
video.
Nina Noki, very few songs at that time had a video.
Yeah, they didn't have videos, but I remember we're doing a few of newspaper interviews here and there. There was, I think, a show on KBC and Metro that used to feature artists. I'd gone for one. I'd also, you know, done some stuff in the newspaper and everything, but I didn't think anybody was really paying attention, you know. So that's the time I noticed, I was like, you would never say hello to me. Now you said hello? Oh, okay. I guess. Yeah.
So, and Nina Noki is so big, it's crossing over all ages, all races.
Yes.
Uptown, downtown, name it.
And Nimla said, he called me and said, we have a show. I'm like, wow, performance. Now, please note, I had not been performing. The only performance I last performed was when I did the Safaricom competition.
Whoa.
So,
What year is this, by the way?
I think it was around 2000. Yeah.
Okay.
So now I'm in my sophomore year, I'm in my second year, and I'm like, why? So I need to get back to performing. Okay, what am I going to wear? What am I going to sound like? I mean, as in, I was so worried about so many things. And throughout that period, as I was trying to find my identity in music, I had met Miss Karun's mom. Yes. And I told her about what I was doing, and she's a designer. And she said, when you have your con, let me know. I'll get something for you. And that first gig that I did, that was like a major gig for me and Nameless, was at Safari Park. It was, I think, the finals for Miss Tourism. And I wore something that was designed by Miss Karon's mom.
Yo, that's big.
Yeah.
That's big.
Yeah.
And I have a question. Was the Big Ted move pulled again? Were you paid?
I was paid.
So, okay, is this the first time you've been paid for a gig?
No, it wasn't the first time I've been paid for a gig. Prior to that, I was still looking for gigs, you know, because I needed some cash for recordings and stuff like that. And before that, Licky Odera of Shilton, I knew Licky from before, and he had called me for a gig at Pan-Africa. It's like, I have a gig for you. And I was like, I didn't want to tell him. Then I wasn't as bold as I am these days, I think. My introverted side had taken over everything. So I just went with faith. And I remember when it was on Valentine's Day. And yeah, I went for the gig and I just hoped you'd pay me. But Licky paid me.
Nice.
Yeah.
So now this, and Ogopa, your name is starting. So Nina Noki, I still want to stick to this song because it's exploding.
Yes.
You get, I mean, you sang the chorus, but it's as much yours. Me, no, like, you get, it's.
I didn't know it was a big song. So, like I said, I'd stopped listening to radio because I had gotten tired of waiting to hear my song on radio. So, I get on stage. I think Nameless knew the song was big. And it was during Miss Tourism. And he said, what you're going to do, yeah?
That's how Nameless talks.
I'm going to go in and then I'm going to do this and then you come in here. And I'm like, okay, I got you. And it was the first performance after a while. And I remember getting onto stage and I started singing Aya, and the whole crowd started singing along. I had never heard anything like that. And I'm like, what is going on here? I got confused. Meanwhile, Nameless is taking 2 steps. He's figured one end of the stage. He takes another 2 steps. He's reached the other end of the stage. He does a semicircle. He's already gone around the stage. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do? And why are they singing that? As in, I was confused. But I quickly caught up to it. And I remember before that gig, Francis asked me, you think you can manage? Like going on stage with Nameless and everything. And I'm like, yeah, I think I can. And they both looked at me like, enjoy yourself. You do not know this guy on stage. And whoa, Nameless on stage is something else. Like, he goes in, he grabs the crowd and he takes the crowd with him. Yeah.
So was that the day you said, okay, this song is big?
Yes. Because I wasn't really singing the chorus. They were singing it.
And the who came up with that?
He did.
This guy is good.
Yeah.
You literally sang the chorus.
I sang the chorus. He's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nameless, sikukupatia props hapo lakini today
Mpatie props.
receive that
Mpatie props. Yeah.
Okay, so what does this begin to do to you? Because were you enjoying the fame?
Why are you by then now,
are you
I
like,
think
what's happening?
It hits me like, whoa, this song is big. Finally, I think not even Ati, this song is big. Finally, there's a song that I'm singing that people like. So, yeah, it really now started establishing the direction that my writing will go. As I continued to listen, and performance-wise was heavy. It was heavy.
Performance?
Yes, we performed. I mean, I was in campus, and once Thursday, my life changed after that in terms of me being a campus student and everything. I had to forgo some things. You know, before then it was, afternoon you go free, unenda studio, una chill, you know. Other days is twende tao, tuzurure, let's go to, I don't know where, and I don't know do what, you know. I was a typical campus student. But after that, all that changed. The song got so big, we're literally doing gigs Thursday, Friday, Saturday, resting Sunday. Like Wednesday, and at some point got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I always knew, like from Wednesday, my my evenings are taken and everything, and I still had to keep up with school.
By the way, and now do your parents know?
No, they're in the know. As in, they've
Our
just,
daughter is on this Nina Noki
they
thing.
have left me. My mom has left me to God. My dad is like, okay, we tried. We really tried. But okay, fine.
But you also, are you getting paid?
Yeah.
So every gig, you're living with something.
Yes.
Yo, that is some good money for a second year campus student.
Thank you. I was in my sophomore year, so I came from literally saving my pocket money for lunch to having more than enough. I could pick something on the menu. Before menu ilikuwa straight, chipona sausage. Na hata sausage sometimes kuna vile ulikuwa unaona hapa. Hiyo ni luxury. Saizi ni zile za, what are they serving today? Steak? Okay, I'll have that. Yeah.
But are you feeling, I mean, so this song goes and becomes a monster.
It becomes big.
But are you then feeling, oh my God, I need my jam?
No.
Ogopa 1 now comes out, by the way.
I'm being a pure artist. Yeah, Ogopa 1 has already come out.
Okay,
and
because this song was on Ogopa 1 as
yes. And people are, the performances are back to back. The Ogopa wave now has started, and people are listening to the sound. They're asking for performances. It's campuses, day in, day out. Nameless' song was so huge. I mean, he got into the corporate scene like very quickly. So corporate gigs, Wednesday, Thursday, club, campuses. I mean, it was like literally Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday, you rest. Monday, by 9 a.m., I'm in class. I'm thinking, hey, nitaweza. But at that point in time, I'm like, I'm not going to quit this. Quitting school was never an option for me.
Did you finish school?
Yes, I have to. There is no option of not finishing school in the name of partying. Nah.
But at that time, okay, I'm going to ask this from a naive person who may be watching this, who may be in that situation where this thing that they want to pursue with their whole life
is beginning to pay.
Is beginning to make more sense than being in school.
It did.
Short term.
Yes, it did. I mean, I used to get paid.
You go to school to work to get money, but you're getting money now.
But I was getting paid. I was getting paid, but I didn't realize like what I was getting paid there was that good. You get. I was getting it 4 times a week. I mean, if my parents even knew how much cash I used to enter that house. Anyway, I love my parents. My parents they're good peeps. So, but I did participate in house stuff. As I'm a firstborn, so you can't run away from that. And of course, I did that to keep them.
Yeah. So this music thing.
It's not too bad. So, it was paying well. Nameless was always very honest. He'll tell you this is what's happening. I'm going to give you this and everything. He was quite honest.
That's really cool.
Very, very honest. So, of course, kuna gigs tuligongwa. Kama kuna moja tulienda Kisii. Ni chome!
Choma!
Kuna mtu nataka kuchoma. But you're a good person. But nitachoma.
I love this.
Siko baya, you're a good person, but nitachoma. So we go to Kisii. Show ilishika. Let me tell you, Kisii was something else. Like, there was a stage initially, but at the end of the show, we were like, he was here, I was here. It was packed, crowd was crazy. And yeah, going to Kisii was nice. Well, things were arranged. Kini kutoka Kisii. Kuna jamaa moja alikula fare yetu ya kurudi Nairobi.
What?
Yes. That is a good person.
You had to use your own money. Nani choma. Sema.
Nilisha kusamea lakini nitachoma Zahir Jandre. Alikula fare yetu kurudi Nairobi.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So at this time, okay, from a business perspective, you guys are beginning to learn a lot about the industry.
We're beginning to learn a lot. And like I said,
Nameless, did you have a manager? Is Francis taking care? How are the shows coming? Are they coming to Nameless directly?
The shows are coming through Nameless. So I was oblivious of all that, but I was learning. Because he used to talk about it. He's like, these guys, you could tell you, he's like, these guys, you don't leave for a show until the deposit comes. So until this guy calls me and gives me a deposit, stay put. I'll confirm later. So you see, I'm learning.
Okay,
I'm learning. So sometimes I could go like, he'd be like, oh, we need to do 1, 2, 3. And I could meet him and he has the contract and could be like, this guy has missed out this here. I think he should put this. So let me know this. So I was watching and learning. So I knew lazima ufanye contract, it has to have this, it has to have that. He has to send the deposit, he has to confirm transport, he has to confirm this. So I was learning.
And also we're talking about now you beginning to do gigs outside Nairobi.
Hey, gigs mingi zilikuwa outside Nairobi.
So you guys became national artists.
Yeah.
At this time, at any time during this Nanoki period, did you leave the country to go to TZ first or UG?
The first place we went to was Uganda.
As you were Nameless?
Yeah. So then there was Uganda. Uganda became heavy. TZ came
One
in.
song, Nanoki.
Yeah.
That's what good days, man. Goma moja.
One. Nimezunguka Kenya. One. So that was Nanoki. And I didn't realize that I got to experience a lot covered. You know, Nameless Dan was handling the promoters.
Nameless was a big brother.
Yeah, he was handling the promoters, big brothers and everything. You know, me, I was not getting exposed to the promoters. Me, I was shielded. I was that girl that was singing the chorus.
Are you signed under Ogopa this time?
At this point in time, I'm not signed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So then what is it? Every time you're recording, you have to pay, or there's just
there's some
unspoken rule that we're together.
You know, I mean, Lucas could tell you, you know, you're paying for this one. So
okay.
The one for Tahidi, I didn't pay because it was on Ogopa one. So after that, I think I paid for a few, and there's some which we understood that we're working towards a sound.
Okay.
You know, and of course I wanted to get to a point whereby, you know, we would work on an album. So I continued working. But
And
after Nina Noki...
And you were at home there?
No, I moved out.
What do you mean?
Oh, sorry, no, at home at the studio.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, fine,
Yeah.
fine. Okay.
But even at that time, when I was in my sophomore year, because I was gigging so much, and there was no way I could gig and go all the way to Thika, I moved out. And I could have afforded like a nice studio place to stay, but I stayed at YWCA because my friends were there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's cool. And business-wise as well, it was even cheaper on the pocket.
It was cheap and it was very close to town. So ukiniambia kuja, I used to land.
Last question about this whole
Nanoki phase.
Yes, Nanoki,
Yeah.
because it's big. Did it hit you that, oh my God,
yeah,
we have gotten to that, nime arrive, nimefika. This is it.
You know, it hit me like, wow, this is a big song. I'm finally getting to experience what I've always wanted to experience. Yeah. But Lucas was always there to remind you.
That what?
Where is your song?
One week later, I'm that guy writing an email to everyone, telling them, hey guys, hizo check msibank. Juu mkibank zita bounce. Juu sina do. Because the guy of 4M amesema, sasa nianze kumprovia ROI.
Ouch.
The guy of 2M, the guy of 2M calls me and tells me, come with the contracts nini to sign. So me, I'm happy. I go meet him at a restaurant that has a parking lot. And I don't want to say the restaurant because if I say the restaurant, you can zero in and figure out who it is. So I go. I meet the guy. So we enter his car. Then he looks at the contracts. Then he says, forget these contracts. So I'm like, Then he opens his car. Is it called a glove compartment? This car compartment hapa katikati. He opens and he shows me. So see me, I'm waiting for 2M from him. He shows me 4 million in cash. For context, I am so broke, believe it or not, I fueled 100 shillings to go for that meeting.
What?
because I figured that 100 shillings, that 1 liter can take me about 8 to 10 kilometers rather than me trying to get an Uber. That money won't tosha.
Yeah.
Even if I was to get a boda, that money won't tosha.
What?
So I fueled 100 shillings to go for that meeting. But see, me, I knew I was coming back with like 2 meters.
Yeah.
So I'm okay.
So here, guy from
So
Goas,
the guy from Goas and shows me
for
4 meter.
Forget about your contract for 2 meter with these terms and conditions. Why do I feel like Shylock coming on?
Worse than a Shylock. He says, this money, double in 12 months or triple in 18 months. What do you do? You have people calling you, abusing you, threatening you. Guys showing you 4 meter there.
And he's telling you double these tunes
in 12 months or triple in 18 months.
This has now become the movie. On one end, okay, let me understand this. Wow. This is hard. You have bills galore, people who you owe money, drama that you need to pay, people who you've written checks post-dated telling them not to bank. Not just people, these are your actors, your staff, your crew,
yeah,
everybody.
Some suppliers also.
Number 2, your bank account has 0 bob. You're so broke you can only fuel a sock. Your wife has been with you, so it's not that she's at Jobo. Okay. Shucks.
But you know that word you said initially, you felt Shylock vibes.
Yeah.
I felt that Shylock vibe.
But I felt Shylock, yeah.
So as much as,
because if you don't pay that thing, your kids may not have a father, and those ones I fear.
Imagine I didn't take the money.
I'm not surprised.
I didn't take the money. I went home. I explained to my wife slowly the story. I explained to her slowly. Then before I finished, she just told me, I hope you didn't take the money.
Yeah.
Then I told her I didn't take it. She said, Sawa, we'll find a way.
Guy.
Let me tell you, the months after that movie, actually wait. The months after that movie were so bad, and especially because at that time, this is 2019, my dad had been diagnosed with cancer in 2017 or 18. So he was going through treatment. But now you're at that point where you're comfortable, like you get by because the rest of the family is chipping in. Even that time from me, when I had my salary at Coca-Cola, 2018, I had the money. So, you know, my mom was able to, NHIF is helping, nini. But you know, at some point, the chemo sessions overrun the how many sessions you're allowed by NHIF in a year. And it's those ones of, you use my dad's card, finishes, use my mom's card, finishes, now you have to start paying cash. So we are in 2019. That same 2019, my mom-in-law was a teacher. So she was retiring in June. So we finished the movie in February. So she's retiring in June, and she had built a school at their home in Taveta. And that was her retirement plan. So all these months now, it's day by day struggling. Maybe someone pays you something that they owe you from some deal before. Then you figure out, how do I balance between home and paying off someone, you know? So you start looking through your list of people who you owe. And now the reasoning was this, and it was a struggle between. So let's say,
and post-production needs to happen.
Post-production needs to happen. the beauty about post-production is, again, another angel sent to us, a guy called Edu G. You know Edu G?
Yeah, I know Edu G very well.
So Edu G, when he
is the one who did the editing of...
Yeah. And listen to this. Edu G came to see me. He called me. We spoke. Then he said he wants to come to the set. He came to the set. At that time, we were still negotiating who would edit. So we were still looking at different quotations. So he came to the set, I think, on day 2 or 3. So he came to the set, he checked it out. I'd sent him the story. He looked at it. Then Eduji told me, I know how movies go. I'll edit for you. Give me 1% equity.
What?
That's it.
Guy. Hey, you guys, your story has extremes. Extreme good. Extreme bad. What?
Yeah, 1% equity. Like, he wasn't greedy. He was like, just give me 1% equity. 1%.
First of all, he saw the vision of the movie. Actually, he saw the brilliance. Edu G has been in this industry for years. Edu G was black star. He used to shoot fast music videos.
Do you know how I looked at that 1% that he asked for? It's like the way there are some transactions, business-wise, I can't give you something just like that. It has to look like you bought it, even if for 1 shilling. That was how I took it. And I was so grateful because now the quotations that we had been receiving for editing were crossing into almost a mic. So now here's a guy who's telling you, I'll do it for 1%. And you know 1% means uko mbele after mpate pesa.
Exactly.
Is when you give me, you know.
That's crazy.
So my this is my response to you about post-production has to go on.
Yes.
Luckily it was going on. However, unaona vile Samke alituletea drive mbili za 4TB na 2TB. No, what were we doing before then? Tulikuwa na drive ya 500GB, 500GB, 250GB, 1TB, the biggest 2TB. So now we have, while the movie was 17TB in total, like now when we compressed everything together, of course, because of all the footage, it was much bigger than that. I think we're talking like 20-something GB.
Yeah.
So imagine the number of drives that we had. Now imagine connecting them to one computer to try to edit. And you don't have a big drive to be able to transfer because you don't have chums to afford a big drive to be able to transfer. But let me tell you, at that point, I had no urgency to finish this movie because like I was drained. I was drained, and let me tell you, I was not depressed, but in 2019, I understood depression. In 2019, I would wake up and on purpose, I don't switch on my phone. I make sure my son has gone to school. Then I switch on my phone. I have been abused. Messages, abused.
Because of guys' chums?
Yes. Paka, I switch off my phone. Paka, you're even scared of leaving the house. Go back to sleep.
This is the first time in your life you were in debt on this kind of a scale.
Yes, on this kind of a scale.
Yeah.
It was massive. Let me tell you how massive this was. At that same time, you're battling with now bills for my dad. For my dad are starting to, now we need to start figuring them out. I don't know if you'll understand if I tell you this. At that point, you can't really tell your folks what you've done and how you don't have chums. Because, are you stupid? You know? So you're hoping that something will happen where you don't have to go through this. So, around May, so we finished February. My mom-in-law is supposed to retire in June. Around May, she starts feeling unwell. So in the middle of that, my wife starts now also taking her to Hosi for tests here and there. Luckily, see, she's still under Teacher Service Commission. So a number of the costs are taken care of. Then, of course, she had her savings, but she did so many tests that she started, like, it started draining her. Like now money started running out. Then she was diagnosed with cancer. So now my dad has cancer, my mom-in-law has cancer. We have a movie somewhere in many drives. We are not even pressuring Eduji. Like, Eduji is updating us and telling us, nimefika hapa, we don't care. Like, because at that point you're like, actually, one of the threats that we had received was other people telling you, some part of the cast and the crew. Because one of the things that we thought we could do was, Eduji did a teaser trailer for us. So one of the things we thought we could do was release the teaser trailer and see if we can start raising interest from people somehow. So I went back to the cast and crew. So I had a mailing list of the cast and crew. And I wrote to them and I told them, as part of me trying to raise chums, there's this teaser trailer we want to release so that we start getting interest, we get chums so that we can pay you guys.
Don't you dare.
Hey, Niliambiwa, don't you dare. Don't you dare release something with me and you haven't paid me. So that time, one of your fears, of course, is social media. So I was like, okay, sawa, I respect your feedback. It's your chums. And one of the things that Kevin Muley taught me, and I think it's a brilliant thing to do, even if you owe people money, do not refuse to pick up their calls and be honest with them. Like, Richie, even if I owe you money and I've owed you for how long, you'll call me, I'll pick up your phone. Even if you abuse me on that call, kama sina nitakwambia sina. And I'll tell you how this helped me a few months later. So the guys now say you can't release the trailer. So my plan B at that point becomes, let me do crowdfunding. Crowdfunding is something that's normal in even film industry. Like, I've seen it. So I started doing crowdfunding. So I did
Mutua Masaka, who I interviewed on CTA, that's how they raised money to do that trip that they were doing, Africa Unscrambled, crowdfunding.
So I put a poster on social media. I was abused, I was ridiculed, I was laughed at. Unajisikia umetoka music industry, unakuja film industry, unajaribu kutushow nini? Ona sasa umekwama. Other people, sasa pesa yetu tutalipwa na pesa ya crowdfunding.
All of this is what they're writing on the comments.
No. Now, this is the funny thing about human beings. You send me a screenshot of Dero talking badly about me. Then Dero sends me a screenshot of you talking badly about me. But, funny enough, I just kept on saying, it's wrong, it's not right for them to say those things they are saying, but I understand where they're coming from, because it's their chums. So for me, it was important to show myself to them that I owe you your chums. I don't have your chums to pay you right now, but I am acknowledging publicly that I owe you chums. Now, let me tell you, and this one I'll never forget. As soon as I put that call out for crowdfunding like this, Fully Focus was the first person to send me money. Imagine people sent me money. People sent me money. Ruben Odanga, Pascal Tokodi, Nick Mutuma, Lucy Mwangi, Eve D'Souza. They sent Mudhoni Buika. They sent me money.
What? And that's the film?
Yes.
And beyond.
Do you know what I was telling them? When the film comes out, when we do the premiere, I'll give you a ticket. Guys were sending 5Gs, 10Gs, 15Gs. Let me tell you, I even got money from, and I can never forget these 3 people from the US. Cindy Kanaga, a chick in the US who we met in one of the shows that we went with the Nyash, Peter Kabugi, a guy I was with in Dago, who's a DJ there, and Dan Ondari, a friend of Nyash, who I met also huko. Like, people were just sending chums. And let me tell you, the chums were coming in, and I pay off people. Now, luckily at that point, as one of the businesses that I was doing,
entrepreneurship is finished. It's for finishing, guys.
One of the businesses I was doing ever since I left Coca-Cola was I got a contract as a Skiza aggregator for Safaricom. So I'd signed up a number of artists. So at least I was making some money. But the way I'd set up in my bank system, that money used to come and it used to be a standing order directly for rent. So it used to come in and go out. So now sometimes it used to come in and then maybe it's less than what I need. Then I have to top up for it to go as a standing order. Then sometimes when it's a bit more, then I'm able to chomoa from there. But I started paying off people slowly. Now, there are people who there's someone who went and reported me to cops.
What?
Yeah. No, actually several people reported me to cops. But 2 of them called me, and I'll always remember this one cop. He called me. Unaitwa Faki? Yes. Wewe ndio ulifanya ile movie? Yes. Kuna ujamaa ulitumia kama actor wako nini? Yes. Pesa yake mbona hujamlipa? Unatoroka na pesa yake? Sijatoroka nayo, ni vile sina. Kwa hivyo uko na pesa yake? Niko nayo, ananidai ndio. Nafaa kumlipa lakini ni vile sina. Ngoja. Kwa hivyo unasema uko na pesa yake? Niko na pesa yake. Na the reason hujamlipa ni sababu hauna. Sina, nikipata nitamlipa. The cop was like, sasa unajua si tuna deal na kama umekataa kulipa. Lakini kama unasema, you know.
Oh man.
Yeah. So the cop was like, wacha nimwambie ngoje tu, hivyo ndio maisha ukuanga. I was so happy when he said that. Another one, his lawyer called me. So now when I started getting these small chums, what I would do is this, So I owe you guys, both of you, like say a sock. So I get kidogo chums, then I call both of you. I tell you, can I pay you 10 to 20 Gs slowly mpaka iishe? So you say no, you want all your money at once. Dero says, me sawa, you can pay me slowly. So see, you've said no, so me I start with Dero. So I start with Dero mpaka I finish. Then now you now getting angry because I haven't paid you. So you're trying to gang up. So you're now calling Dero. Umse nini. Then Dero says, mi amenilipa. Amekulipa? Alikuwa ananilipa pole 2020. So now you call me and tell me, sawa basi. Pole. Which, by the way, and I'm laughing, not madharau to them.
Yeah.
It's the relief that I was getting. So no madharau to them at all. There's one who his lawyer called me and told me, this guy is telling me to take you to court. I'm trying to tell him to negotiate a slow payment with you, but he doesn't understand. Him is insisting on taking you to court. And he's not understanding that court can go badly. So he even told the guy, listen, we can take Faki to court. Faki will be called by the judge. He'll be asked, do you owe this guy? Yes.
Faki say yes.
How much? 100 Gs. You can't pay? No, I don't have chums. How much can you raise? If I say 100 shillings a week and the judge hits that thing like that, unless you appeal,
yeah, that's what you've been paid.
I'll pay you 100 bob
a week
until iishe. So the lawyer just told me, listen, give me a settlement plan. So I gave him a plan. So what I would do is, so the settlement plan was 10 Gs per week. So I send the guy 10 Gs, I take the M-Pesa message, I send to the lawyer. When I finished, the lawyer now told me, now send me 10 Gs, we close this file. I sent him 10 Gs, we closed the file.
Yo, hold on, Faki. You know, I'm in shock. This is what was happening behind the scenes.
This was 2019. Bado.
No, but this at this time of 2019, this is what is happening. Hey, we don't know.
2019, and remember I told you why it was important to shoot in my house. Part of my conversation with guys was, you know where I live. Hakuna mali naenda. You know where I live. You have been to my house.
Okay. How are you coping mentally? Because there is you, there is your wife. Both of you have been in the strain of making this movie, number one. And sometimes strain brings people even closer together.
Kabisa. It did.
It
did. It did. I think doing this project together was one of the best decisions ever. Because you know the way right now you see stories about men who are struggling to maintain a certain level of provision at home, because also they can't reveal to their wives that maybe they're struggling in business. You've heard those stories of someone is fired, but he doesn't tell the wife he's fired. He keeps on leaving the house every day while he's looking for another job, you know. But for me, because we were in it together, like we know, like we knew, you know.
And she's the person you'd go and lay on.
Yeah. There's a day. There's a day. Have you ever found money in that shimo of the jacket?
the jeans.
Of the jacket, it pitted. So when you're holding the jacket, you feel something huku chini. Then when you put your hand in,
it's a G.
Let me tell you, I think it was 7 sock that she found. We planned that money. You'd have thought we were Ministry of Finance planning budget for Kenya. We planned that money.
Let
me tell you, there was a day, and my mom really got annoyed when we told her this story later on. There's a day when we were down to 100 shillings, and it was, we can buy milk for the toi, then si tutakula kesho. We'll figure out tomorrow. And we're like, it's okay. We'll figure out tomorrow. Because at that point, you're so stressed that food is not a priority. 2019, I lost weight. 2019, I think I lost about 14 or 15 kgs. Yeah. So I'm answering you now in terms of my mental headspace. It was bad. It was bad. And now we
How did that affect you and your kids now?
No, luckily we were able to really separate and somehow cushion them from all this. Because so I had some friends, one of them being Moira. There's Philip Moniki and his wife Eve. There's Rita, there's Jason, and again back to Shodha. Those guys used to come to our house and just chill with us. And I don't know if I say this, it would be understood, but they helped us create a sense of normalcy in the house. So even what ended up being projected to the kids was that everything is normal, you know.
And it's good when you and your partner together. That's a good start.
Shodha one day showed up to my house with shopping. Let me tell you, I felt a tear. He showed up to my house with shopping, just brought shopping, and they just told me, my nephew and niece cannot suffer and I'm on this earth. Brought shopping, just bought basics in the house, nini. Here. Shodha's mom has a farm, so Shodha would bring things from their farm. Like you'd bring eggs, bring ndomas, nini, you know, like at least there was always something. But remember, all this time, we could never tell our folks really the real, you know, because
they're in their own drama.
Yeah, and also, it's not easy to believe. Like Richie, imagine in 2019, I called you and told you I have a sock in my pocket. Would you ever believe me? So you'd think I'm punking you. You know. So, 2019, we get to June. My mom-in-law is diagnosed with cancer. So now we go through the motions of trying treatment here and there. So for some reason, my dad also, because he's going through cancer treatment, but it's not working.
Okay, so I want to touch on things that we go back into because now this is the beginning of Papa Center.
Yeah.
We'll even talk about the name and all of this, but I want to understand, you said there's a job that you got.
Yes. So when I came, I did some interviews, and you know, the Kenyan market was different from what I was used to. I was coming with really, really good experience, but it was a bit far. It was ahead of its time in terms of where Kenya was with data. So I remember me pushing hard on saying I want to build my own credit bureau for data and for banks and for all that stuff. My father being a banker, I took that same line he was in, and but now I wanted to deal with data because that's what we were doing there. But there wasn't much available data. And so I went to work for this amazing guy called Steve Mills, and worked at a place called CRBS. God would have it. God just opened my doors. I didn't go for 10 interviews. I went for one interview. One. The guy said, come. Then he told me, I'll pay you 60K. So I said, I did the math of 60K versus what I was earning. That was almost what I was earning in a day. You know, and I'm here being told this is what you'll earn in a month. Like, no. No. You know, so then they call me back. So this guy in there called Ashton calls me back. He says, hey, I'm a senior consultant here in this company. And we became good friends with Ashton till today. And Ashton said to me, here's what you tell this Muse. Tell him you're going to work for him, but for this much. I said, yeah, tell him you want this much. And then you come and I'll help you. And I went and I told him, and somehow it just happened. The guy said, okay.
And this was huge amounts more than what he was offering.
I mean, put it this, probably almost 10 times more. You know, and the guy's like, just tell him and then leave the rest to me, because your experience, we need it. And you know, we came in, we did things, and that was a good entry into Kenya, good introduction into the business world. I got to understand a lot. I worked for this entity. I helped them scale up their numbers. They helped me get experience.
What experience would you say you were lacking in Kenya?
I needed to understand the culture, the working culture. America is very fast. It can be arrogant. So I also needed to humble myself and learn the nature of work here. So within the Eastern African society, Kenya is considered very fast, but I found it very slow.
That's very interesting to hear.
Oh, we are so far behind. So I'm like, we need to build this credit bureau. So this man had invested 15, 20 years of work towards credit bureaus, you know, banks sharing data for there to be advancement of how these banks are then collateralized by funding partners and how that works. So I was the first East Africa Credit Bureau Association, you know, vice chairman. We formed that association. We started talking to banks in Kenya, Uganda, Zambia, Rwanda. You need to form credit bureaus. You need to share data. People are misusing loans. That's how this thing started being lobbied, put into parliament. So that was my first entry to the market, you know. And then after that, there was a misunderstanding with my boss, because I wanted to start my own company, but when I met him, he didn't want me to start. He said, come and then we'll do some things together. Long story short, we had a misunderstanding and I left and started my own business. And the misunderstanding just grew from a place of, you know, he thought I wanted to do certain things with his company. I was not interested in that. And I just felt there was a conflict. By the way, we're still very good friends. We're still very good friends with him. So that misunderstanding ushered me to now venture into the world of starting my own businesses. And so I started the church and my own business. now at 30.
Oh man, what year is this?
This is 2000 and since 2006. So that's when I did this work for Steve and the company. Sorry, I started church at 2007. I was 31.
Yes.
2007 January, church starts. My new company starts, and my wife is expecting a baby. Let me tell you.
What did you call the company?
Quest. I started my first business, Quest. I was working with banks. Again, that whole credit bureau thinking and all. Very interesting world. Very, very...
So you spent a year working for your previous boss and understanding the landscape.
Yeah.
Okay, and then now you start Quest.
The landscape,
you start
else.
Papa Center.
Yeah.
Wife
I
pregnant.
for about a year and a half because I'd come back in 2005, May. And by July, I was working for him. Yeah. And so 1.5 years.
Okay.
We're done well. We're done well with that company. But now it's like it's time to build my own thing. And that's when I started. And that's when...
Are you alone when you
alone.
start?
I'm alone. I mean, I have partners, I have people who have come and are saying, okay, I want to join. Shareholders who are saying we'll put in some money. It was tough. This is a tough market. I want to say this now, if we are going into the business arena. This is a tough market to start a business. It's a tough market anywhere in the world to start a business, but particularly in Kenya, because there's a way capital is supposed to behave. There's a way shareholders are supposed to behave around raising capital. But the capital in Kenya is not patient, and then it doesn't know equity. You know, in equity, if you lose, you lose. You took a risk. But in Kenya, equity is pay me back. It didn't go well, pay me back. And you're like, it's not, you know, so I learned very many lessons around capital in Kenya. The right money, the wrong money, the hard.
Please explain a bit more about what you mean when you say the right money, the wrong money.
I mean, there's the kind of capital that's going to grow your business is not impatient capital. It's not capital you put in today and by next week you're being asked, where's the return? It takes time to nurture a baby. It takes time. And again, remember this is 2007. And so I started my business. We're now looking at growth. I built it. We open offices in Uganda, in Tanzania.
You started, and this is the speed at which you were growing.
Yeah. Within a year and a half, I was in Uganda
the region.
And Tanzania.
I want us just to dwell a bit about this on this capital story. So, you've been here less than 2 years. You've already formed enough relationships for you to get this kind of capital.
I didn't have the relationships. I just had mad faith. I didn't have the relationships. I just knew I had to start. I had to start. So as soon as I put the business plan together in my living room, I put a business plan together. It took me 2 weeks, and I went around and started shopping for money. I had over 70 meetings in a month. And guess what? 70, I was giving a talk the other day. It was 70 yeses wrapped. It was 70 no's wrapped as yeses. There's nothing as bad for a business person when people tell you yes, but they didn't mean it. As soon as you walk out the door, they're like, never pick that guy's call again. It's better when people just say no.
No. And that's what you're used to in the States.
That's what you're used to. Yeah. Straightforward answers. I love Nigerians for that also. Straightforward. No, I'm not interested. Not going to happen. So I'm like, you said yes, but you're not picking my calls. You said yes, I can't meet you again. You said yes, your secretary is blocking me from accessing you. So I read that's why people need to read some of this language very quickly. Don't waste too much time there. You know, I know people like...
And this is unique to Kenya.
Very unique to Kenya because in most parts of the world, people have just learned to be very direct. I do my best to be direct to people and say, can't do it. I just can't. Because you do people a favor. They stop lingering around your reception. Once you said it's not going to happen, that's it, you know.
So while people may think you're being harsh, what you're actually doing is saving them.
You're actually saving them from wasting, because they have two people have two assets in life, time and energy. And don't waste either for them. Now, are there people who have told no And they've continued to come, and at some point I'm like, just give them. There is a point of persistence, but you've got to be smart about where do I think I can be persistent. So I said, so many no's. Eventually, I get a call from this former guy that had brought me to this place, and he says, there's a guy you should meet. I meet those guys to hear my story. They're like, okay, this sounds interesting. We're willing to put in some money. And
but it's none of these 70?
None of those 70.
Ah, yeah.
None of those 70. So I'd done the work. I'd hit this road and the streets. So get some money, start the business. It grows. It starts to make money. You know, people start to see it. We start to get engaged. And I start getting people flying in to meet me because they're like, we like what you're building. We'd like to have more conversations. I share with my shareholders. They're like, very good. So a lot of learning around even how people look at businesses. So South Africans were coming in. They were very interested in this thing. I started getting a name in that credit bureau and data space. And people started including me in important conversations. And that's how somehow that happened. Then
Let me ask now, from a team perspective, because now you're no longer one person. Now you're hiring for the first time. In your Kenyan life.
I had over 60 employees there.
How was that? And now they're reporting to you. What was that in terms of managing? You had this experience from the States. Is there a difference?
Dealing with people in an office for me was never really, I had a lot of experience there. The Kenyan flavor was different, but again, it's people. Bottom line, it's people, right? Kenyans are a lot more subtle. Americans are loud, and they will hit you where it hurts most as an employer if you're not taking care of them. Kenyans are subtle. They'll still hit you where it hurts most. You just won't see it coming. And either way, you know, it's just our style. I learned to adapt and understand. So I've got these people reporting to me. Some of them left the previous company. They were also disgruntled. And the big lesson is do your best not to necessarily move with disgruntled employees. Do your best. If you can, just be wise about building. You know, those are things I teach elsewhere. Because when I left, I was upset. And so the people who are upset with me left with me. But sometimes the problem with that is you carry that attitude to your business. And so not everybody that's disgruntled at the previous place where you left needs to join you in your new gig. Because that can cause problems. And that happens a lot. Oh, Charlie, that guy thinks he's the only one who knows this thing, we're gonna leave. So you leave with 30%. That church thinks it understands people leave. But if you go start a church with disgruntled people, chances are you will have a lot of problems in your hands. And so I found myself, people worked hard. I must be honest, they worked very hard because our lives depended on it. And so people put in hard work, hard time. They were able to deliver, grow. They also got their own experiences. People got to see a bit more of the world. We made our mistakes because I did a very big deal with a group in South Africa for a merger with now this company. And I was like, okay, we're starting to see success. But just 2 weeks before we signed, we went into our elections. And this was in 2007. And Kenya went into
the post-election violence.
Post-election violence that we've ever seen. So these guys chilled out. We had taken space in Chris Kirubi's building.
Yes, International Lifehouse. Yes.
Taken 2 floors because they had instructed me, take the floors, get ready, we're coming. And guess what? Now my whole American experience was coming to play because what they wanted to do was bring the call centers here. We start handling the same type of data issues that we used to have. And they had American clients. So they told me we're going to put 2,000 seats in Kenya. Out of our 40,000 seats, 2,000 seats will come to Kenya. And that was a good start. But the plan was we'll even eventually make them 10,000 seats. So in my head, I'm like, I'm going to employ Kingdom people. We're done. Yes, God, thank you for telling me to come back to Kenya. We're going to war.
Oh, my God.
And Kenya goes crazy, and those guys freak out and say, Julian, we'd like to hold off for 6 months to allow Kenya to cool down. We see where things are. That time, we've gone to post-election violence. I've taken 2 extra floors of space, costing me probably $20,000 to $25,000 every month. I've got employees, I've got shareholders who are like, you told us we have a merger. What's happening? I'm like, we're slaughtering each other with machetes. That's what's happening. Oh, wait a minute. The world goes into recession.
Oh, man.
So now I have a double whammy. Recession,
post-election violence.
Post-election violence. Punched from both sides. And everything that could go wrong went wrong. And so I remember sitting there in a very distressed position because now even the work we had was not sustaining the
business
expenses I had, because now I was preparing for a big merger. And these guys were going to pump in significant money. So what happens to the South African group? Their stock price tanks so badly that the last thing they have on their minds is any merger. They call me and say, Julian, this has to wait because things are bad. In South Africa, we're losing everything. We can't do this. They lost contracts from the States. They lost everything. They lost their centers. The chairman became even sick and almost suicidal. He was very depressed. So I said, these guys, the last thing they have on their minds is Julian. So now I had to deal with three things. My shareholders, my employees,
and Chris Kirubi.
As you would call him. As one of my biggest creditors that I owed money. So I decide, okay, so my shareholders, moody, upset, how did we get into this position? I'm like, everybody was happy when I was going to sign. All of you saw the documents. Everybody was excited. Now, all hell has broken loose. Somebody has to hang for this. The person that has to hang
is me.
And then at this time, church is still going on.
I will get to church event.
Wife is over there. Baby
number one has already come.
Baby number one has come, and we're just like, Jesus, help. So I pray and I just go back to God and say, you need to guide me on what to do here, because no matter which way I look at what happened, I wouldn't have done anything any different. There's nothing we did. We didn't steal money. We didn't. Just events have just led to a very bad place. And everybody was stressed out. I had employees threatening to take me to court because now I'm not paying them. So I just went to my knees. I sought for wisdom. I said, God, help me. And so we found ourselves in this very interesting place where now I needed to deal with creditors. We owed people almost $1 million worth of money. Yes, 100 million shillings worth of debt. And it was bad. Long story short, I decided, let me go start with Chris Kirubi. I owed him about 40 million. And I said, Chris, I couldn't have done this any different. I said, and I'm at your mercy. You can decide to auction me, because they'd already sent me letters for auction. You can decide to auction me, and you're justified in every way, but you've seen what has happened. Here's what took place. I took him through the history. Here are my merger documents. Here are my letters. Chris was very understanding. And actually, I must say, at that moment in time, I think he looked at me like a son. At that moment in time, there's a grace God gave him that he looked at me as I think he saw a younger him. Because I don't know what happened in that room, but everybody I've met with tells me, what? That's not Chris. But I believe God was there in that room with us, because after I displayed everything, I said, I'm not going to hide anything from you. Here is the reality of the matter. I owe you 40 million. I can't pay you. However, help me recover, and whatever else I build, I'll still be in this building. And I'll find a way to still get you back this kind of rent. He says, okay, so you did this. Okay, let's remove this. Let's remove this. There, he took 40 million down. By the time we were done, we were at about, initially we were at 40 million, then he first did 20. So I left him and I came back the next day. He's like, you again? Yeah, me again. What is it now? I can't afford this 20. 10 million, go. come back. Third day, he said, young man.
No way.
I said, I can't pay you. Like, we have come down to 10. I can't pay you. By the time we were done, that bill came to 1.2 million.
No way.
Yeah. So that's how I cleared that. So I went back to the shareholders. I said, of our debt, I've narrowed it down to now 60 million. The business is making money. The next thing, I need to streamline employees.
Yeah.
So, employees, I can't pay you guys. This is what I can do. I'll do my best here. Some feel, injustice. Some feel, but at this time, I'm like, I need to keep a sane mind. Because I can go crazy. And let me tell you, people don't understand what entrepreneurs and employers go through. And there's one thing my former employer had told me, Steve, now here in Kenya. He said, Julian, one day you'll understand the dilemma of an employer. And now I was sitting there saying, I understand what Stephen was telling me. Because it's easy to sit as an employee and point fingers. But the day you sit a little bit in the other shoes, because I understand people have families, but nothing around this was prescribed. So anyway, we narrow down, I come to an agreement with the employees, I do what I can, I finish with the employees. The next thing is, okay, Julian.
So they leave?
Yeah.
You're shutting down shop?
No, we're not shutting down shop. I'm restructuring.
Okay, completely. Okay, I get it.
And I come back to shareholders, I say, this is where we are. And at this point, the business has got this many clients. This is what it's doing. I don't know what else to do. They say, okay, Julian, a lot of things have happened. This is a very tough situation. I say, yes, it is. So here's what I'm willing to do. I'm going to trade in my shares, all my shares, to all of you, as because now we still have about 40 million left in all that stuff. But the business is making about 60 million a year, or so 70 million in its original business. I say, since there's business here, why don't you take my shares? I convert my shares, and I convinced the FD and everyone else to do the same. Let's hand them over to you as shareholders for $1. And I'll walk away from everything I've built. And that's how I solved my first company dilemma.
Oh, yeah. Your story is insane. I have so many questions about this sector because I have been an employee with entrepreneurs.
Yes.
So first and foremost, how did you stay sane?
I think what you have to do, and I can tell you now that I've got about a bit more experience after that. Remember, I was just 30-something at that time, 32, 33. I've learned something. There's a mindset training that entrepreneurs have to have. There's like a gym of the mind and the spirit that you have to ensure you don't allow your body to get tainted with the acid that comes from that stress, because I'll tell you, you can die early. It is such intense stress that is unexplainable to many people. It is so intense that, especially when other lives are dependent on you, that you've got to separate. You have to find the science that separates spirit, body, and mind to deal with each individual thing succinctly and with discipline. It's a discipline that very few people attain, to be able to sleep and wake up saying, it's a new day, I'll deal with the problems of today. And Jesus told us, don't worry about tomorrow. So the thing I train a lot of entrepreneurs to say is, train your mind to deal with today. Tomorrow has its own chaos. I mean, if the rapture happens tomorrow, why were you worrying about it? Tomorrow has its own chaos. So deal with today. In those situations, deal with today. He told us when he was teaching his disciples about how to pray, he said, there are 4 things you all worry about. All of us worry about these 4 things. Then he tells us, do not worry about what you will drink. Do not worry about what you will eat. Do not worry about what you will wear. And do not worry about tomorrow. The 4 things all of us worry about. Jesus categorized them, and he told us, don't worry about these 4 things. And this is where you have to be at that entrepreneur point, that employer point, that employee point. The company is going down. Don't over worry. How will my children who survived world wars, children who were there in World Wars and didn't go to school for 3 years eventually went to school and graduated. So relax. COVID is not an
end
to the world. So you'll graduate when you're 2 years older. The world is fine. You'll be okay. And so you train your mind to never, it's not caring. It is just a state of dealing with today's hell today. If you think of 6 months ahead, you'll collapse. And that's what happens.
And how do you, okay, I love what you're saying. So part of the training of your mind is don't think, I'm not saying don't think about tomorrow, but don't worry about tomorrow. Deal with today.
It is scriptural to not be anxious for anything. Let me ask you, what was the one thing in 2005 that you were so worried about that you felt you were going to lose your mind? You can't remember.
I can't.
Thank you.
It's true.
But most times when we worry like that, we get sick. When we get anxious, we get sick. A very big percentage of sicknesses is as a result of our worry. And when Jesus is telling us, don't be anxious for anything, but through prayer and supplication, let your requests be made known unto God. It is saying, I can't handle this hell. So God, here it is. I'm not the one who told myself to come back to Kenya. I know that. So somewhere you knew this was going to happen. And it's only, let me put it this way, and what keeps me sane is that the Bible says all things work together for good, right? All things work together for good. Not all things are good, but all things work together for good. Faith is not a denial of our reality. It doesn't deny the fact. God never told you, Richard, to say those things that are as though they are not. That is never scriptural. You don't have cancer and you say, cancer, you're not here. It's there. He said, say those things that are not as though they are. So healing is what I can speak of. Peace is what I can speak of, but I need to be able to cross. So that training of my first company, I did not know that I'd have 10 times more employees, 10 times more financial responsibility in my next thing. 26 countries, not 28 countries, not 3. I didn't know. And that's why it says, count it all joy when you go through diverse trials and temptations, knowing this, that the trying of your faith produces patience. That word patience there is the word stamina. Everything you've gone through makes you stronger. The Esther I met, let me tell you, I don't think you remember. I met you, it was fashion. You were wearing these t-shirts that you used to design yourself with graffiti and, torn in a few places. And what was the one thing you were very stressed about that day? Rev, this week, I don't know if I have food and bus fare. You were very stressed. I don't have transport. Do you think about that now?
Nah.
But it is possible to get stuck there. And the dilemma of your life becomes 1 week
stuck. That's the word.
You have to learn to get unstuck. Every level you get unplugged. And I keep saying, so my dilemma was, I'm in this thing. So I solved a 100 million shilling problem, not knowing that I'd soon be running a 20, 30 billion shilling organization.
Even before we get there, let me ask this question. The second thing, what made you have the belief that having a conversation with Chris Kirubi, I mean, you went there 3 times.
Yeah.
From 40 to 20, that was already a miracle on its own. This is Chris Kirubi.
Yeah.
What madness, that's the word,
yeah.
made you believe, nah, we can still go down?
I remember the story of Jesus when there was a woman that came and asked him for bread, and he said, bread is for the children of Israel. And she said, but even the crumbs the dogs can eat. And Jesus said, this is great faith. What I remembered was, keep going back. He gave another parable about a judge who kept hearing a woman's plea. And he said, just give her what she wants, lest she keeps coming back. That's exactly what I did. I applied scripture.
For you, the Bible is not this holy book that excites you and makes you feel like...
It has been my greatest business guide. Greatest. everything I've needed in business: capital raising, capital restructure, people restructure, future thinking, sustenance, provision. It's there. Every formula you need to have to understand how to stay in when you feel like giving up, it's there. It's been prescribed for us. Those are stories that were written. Everything, that's what the Bible says. Everything was written aforetime for our benefit. Then use it. Then use it. I went back and Chris succumbed. And we became great friends. And he'd come in my next company and we'd sit for hours just laughing and talking.
This is
the same
insane.
man who had sent auctioneers to my office. You can get anything you want if you follow the principles God has laid out.
Okay.
And there began my madness now. Now I was like, now let's take this thing to another level.
Okay, I want now people to understand the other side that was happening. Because you're building a church.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this thing. You're in Mombasa. We're going to come back. So we've put a timestamp here where you've left the business.
Right.
Given your share for $1. It's a lesson on its own. Let's talk about this church that you're building. Let me just say this, and I am your proof. I remember you saying when you started the church, I will never draw a salary from this church, or something like, I don't take a salary of this church.
Yeah.
I'm here to add into the church.
Yes.
So let's enter this Papa Center.
Yeah.
The name, even, where does it come from? Let's begin that journey.